If I wish I was a cop, I'd sit there and like, this story is horseshit. Like none of these things make any sense to me. Like you're telling me that this kid who's not military trained, this guy, first of all, how did he get to the roof? How come nobody was looking? How come nobody was like? There's a direct line of sight between where he's sitting and those roofs. You guys didn't check? You don't have a drone? Like that's insane. So he's on the roof. He shoots. He jumps from the roof. He jumps down 14 feet.
We saw did they have video of him jump? Somebody had a cell phone video of him jumping.
There's a video of him jumping. So this guy, whoever it is, jumps off of the roof and lands. Whether or not he's even the guy who shot him. Maybe he thought he was going to shoot him. Maybe he's a patsy. Maybe he didn't.
I feel like he's a plant. Did you see the video?
I don't know.
The person doing the investigating on his mom's Facebook?
No.
You haven't seen this? Have you seen that, Jamie? Some dude online.
His mom's got a weird Facebook.
It's very trippy. It doesn't make any sense. Like, the more they keep looking into it, the more they're like, this doesn't feel like a real... It feels super fabricated.
But here's the thing. Just like I was talking about when people are arguing on social media, it's all part of the plan. If you want things to be...
I wanted it so bad. Buckets.
If you want people to lose all faith that anyone is going to solve anything, you had a bunch of... You're going to kill a guy. You had a bunch of other wacky shit that doesn't make any sense.
Okay, that's good, big dog.
Spam it out there at the same
How
time.
you live in Pep?
Leave a gun that didn't do it.
My mom drugged me with these brownies, with pop brownies. That's why I was sleeping.
All right. Well, sleep it off. You'll be fine.
His boyfriend is a furry, and you talk to him on Discord. I think he's a furry.
The craziest part is my brothers and my mom thought I was faking about being high.
And wears furry stuff.
I think they do furry sex. Or furry games. Excuse me. My apologies. I don't want to disrespect the furry sex or furry game community.
Yeah.
Bro, shout out to the furries, because me and Duncan Trussell, we did a podcast once with the mascot outfits.
Yeah.
And we took the masks off after like 5 minutes. We're like, bro, shout out to the furries. Like, this is fucking hard. Yeah. It's dark. We had this big chipmunk head on all day. They're heavy. Right. They're hot in there. We couldn't breathe. Like, oh, dude. We took it off and we're like, shout out to the furries. Because these guys are out there rocking that all day long. Like, that is a commitment to being weird.
I just don't know. Something doesn't add up about that kid. It feels weird.
The whole thing feels weird.
Between that, this was my story. Between that, 9/11, Charlie Kirk, Kimmel. Yeah, I was on the phone with my agent. I was like, good time for me to put out a fucking special.
Worst too. Like the worst week. It's not, though. It's a good time. Wow, they want to get away.
It's just so stupid to think, though, that I was like, oh, this is the world we live in. If someone is, I said, if you're waiting for a gap for like a good time, it doesn't exist. You just have to keep going.
But see, that way of thinking that there's a gap, like there's a season. This is summer, springtime. It's pilot season. All that shit's gone. Pilot season doesn't exist anymore. It was the fucking... Everybody would structure their year around pilot season.
Going back to L.A.
Yes, it was huge. All my friends from New York would all come out to L.A. It was a great time at the store. Pilot season. Look, everybody's here.
I did love that. People came from New York and they stayed for a month, and you're like, oh, I see these guys.
Yeah, it was great. Pilot season was great. It doesn't exist anymore.
Well, it can't, right?
There's no shows.
And it doesn't matter anymore now because what Apple's investment has done, what Netflix has done, what all these streaming services have done.
YouTube's done.
YouTube. They've basically been like, well, we'll just dictate how the shows exist.
Well, they didn't even say that. They just put out content that you can get instantaneously. Yeah. And they just put out so much of it that they drown the other people without even talking about them. They didn't even have to break them up.
Well, that's why those numbers, I mean, that's why the numbers for TV is so weird and low, because young people are like, well, I'll just watch it on my phone.
Yeah.
I don't want to watch that.
So going back to this Jimmy Kimmel thing, there's a lot going on with this.
Do you know him, by the way? Or
yes, he's a good guy. Actually, he's a good guy. He's a smart guy. He's a funny guy. He was always very funny on when he did that fucking Windy City Heat thing.
I love that. Such a good movie.
I think he tried to distance himself from that.
Oh, big time.
Like very, very, very successful because it's a 25-year prank.
What's his name? Perry?
Yeah. That was not mentioned.
Okay.
Let's
Let's
just have people go find it when he's eating. But you see that and you go, oh, that's the same guy? Like, yeah. Well, one thing that does happen to guys as they get older is, they soften their ways and they change who they are and they change how they interface with the world, and then if you're in Hollywood, you're also addicted to an ideology. And it depends on what kind of style you have. So if you have a funny, mocking style that is like satirical, that's always making fun of things tongue-in-cheek, like Norm Macdonald, perfect example. Donald, even if he's making fun of you, is not going to piss you off to the point where because if you do, he kind of won. He kind of got you. You know what I mean? So it's like Kimmel has this sort of go fuck yourself style. Well, because kind of ironically, he celebrated in his monologue when Tucker Carlson got fired. It's kind of a problem. It's also kind of a problem that he, in his monologue, talked about how it was the right thing to fire Roseanne.
Yeah, I remember that.
A little bit of a problem.
Yeah.
A little bit of a problem. Also, problem that he thought the unvaccinated, made a joke about the unvaccinated people shouldn't get hospital care if there's people who are vaccinated that need that room. I think the joke was, vaccinated person who's had a heart attack, come right in here, sir. Unvaxxed person who gobbled horse goo, rest in peace, Weezy. Like, that was the joke. Like, I'm unvaccinated. And I was like, that's kind of a fucked up joke, but I'm not mad at him.
That's a joke.
It's just a joke.
It's a joke.
But it's like, those things weren't a problem. This one thing where he said it was a low point. What did he say? I want to be real clear. Let's like pull up his actual quote, because what he said was not bad. It wasn't accurate though, but it wasn't bad. He was just trying to set up this joke of Trump, which was good.
It was a great joke.
It was very fun,
But the setup was a little wonky. I do remember
but it was
listening
also
to it.
it's the problem with doing it that way on Monday is that by Sunday night they already knew that this guy, his family had been saying that, again, I don't even know if he really did it, but this person who they're talking about,
The plant.
this person who they're talking about, whether or not he did it or didn't do it, well, the FBI is now investigating deeply and further, by the way.
Yeah, we'll find out.
So Cash Patel did say that. Whatever that means, right? But so here it is what he actually says. Here's the actual weekend with the MAGA gang desperately trying to characterize this kid who murdered Charlie Kirk as anything other than one of them, and everything they can to score political points from it. In between the finger. Okay, stop right there.
Yeah, that was
Okay.
It's a weird phrasing when he goes, they're trying to pin it as anybody but them,
Yeah.
asserting that he was a MAGA.
Well, this is the thing. In the beginning, people thought he was. So the first reports were that he was a hardcore right-wing guy, that he was a registered Republican, which he may or may not be. Sometimes people go back and forth, And then the other thing was that he was a Groyper, so he was a Nick Fuentes fan. That was some other stuff that was going around.
What's Groyper?
We'll get into that in a bit.
Okay.
Hold, please.
Yeah.
Then it came out that his father is a law enforcement guy. That's not true.
That wasn't part of the story, but I think later found out that wasn't
Right. So
what's true?
some family members, by Sunday, the Utah governor was saying that family members were reporting that this young man had been wrapped up in some very hardcore leftist ideology. So this had already been released on Sunday. So on Monday, if Kimmel had just said, it was a tragic thing that Charlie Kirk died, and let's see what the president thinks about it. Goes right to him, and the fourth stage of grief.
It's a great joke.
It's a great joke. The whole thing was great, but the problem is we had already known by then. Again, at least the the narrative is that this kid is not a mad person.
Right.
The narrative by Sunday night, so a day before, by Sunday night, it was this kid was really wrapped up in some hardcore leftist Antifa ideologies. Listen, here's the other reality. If you're 20, you're dumb as shit, and people can get you to be a Nazi. They can get you to be a Muslim. They can get you to be Mormon. They can get you to be a Scientologist. They can get you to be anything. When people are young and they don't have any friends and their parents suck, you can indoctrinate them.
Yeah.
You know, when I was doing martial arts when I was a kid, I was basically in a cult. I was just in a cult of how to fuck people up. Like everybody bowed to everybody. It was bananas. You have to call everyone sir and mister. It's kind of very cult-like. It's very disciplined. It creates great structure. It was good for me growing up. But at the end of the day, it's kind of a cult-like. We're just lucky they didn't take advantage of us.
Right. They make you stay after and do other shit.
20-year-olds are dumb, dude. Right. It's like we have to have a little bit more grace for people, like across the, not for obviously not for ones who actually shoot Charlie Kirk, but the problem is everybody, because they're online all the time, genuinely believes that there's this crazy culture war that we have to stand up and fight against. I was telling you about that guy that was saying that you have to be like Neo from the Matrix now. You're calling like, will you fucking settle down?
Yeah, slow down, dude.
Settle down.
Just get your matcha and chill out.
But also, it's like the last thing the left wants is an actual fight with the right. They're so much more armed.
I was just gonna say, who do you think has all the guns?
Who do you think is foreign military?
Yeah,
Who do you think is law enforcement? Do you think there's a lot of lefty law enforcement people out there? Are you fucking crazy?
It's bad. But this is the thing I think what you said, the bot farming, they're plotting really hard for us to hate each other as much as we possibly can.
That's it.
And so, but what is...
Can't give in to it.
What's the overarching thing? That's the older I get, the more I'm like, what is really fucking going on?
That's a big part of it. You can't let that happen, folks. You can't let that happen. And this is something that I've been saying for a long time. Pretend I didn't say it. Pretend somebody else said it if you don't like me. If we don't like it, we have to be a community. This is the United States of America. We're supposed to be a country. Like, we can have differences of opinions. Like, when we're in the mothership green room, my politics are so different than Ron White's, and Ron White's are so different than Brian Simpson's, and Hassan's somewhere in the middle. His is different. And Tony's Tony. He's got his other Tony's. We're all sitting here having conversations about things, but we're never like, hey, fuck you fucking fascist. You don't know shit. Like, we're not calling people names. We'll disagree on what happens if you can. Like, I think you need a social safety net. There's a lot of people who don't think that. But when I was a kid, my family was on welfare. We were poor. Like, it helps you. It helps people eat, man. Like, this you're talking literally about people that could go hungry in the United States of America, which is step one to fix.
Right.
Like, it doesn't mean that you're going to divide everybody's money amongst everybody else and it's going to be... No. You have some social safety net. You have to have food. You have to have housing. You should have education. All of it should be free. College level education. Why the fuck do you go broke getting educated? Do we not want people to make... If we're going to subsidize anything in this country, wouldn't we subsidize education? No, we're going to subsidize corn. We need more corn syrup. We need more people getting fat and stupid. It's crazy that there's pushback against that. It doesn't mean that you think equal outcomes should exist. No. Hard work is real. Discipline is real. It's important. You want to have a good life? You got to go after something. Right. You don't have a quality of outcome because you don't have a quality of effort. It's that simple. It really is.
And some people need a little extra help. I think look, and this is me saying something about you, knowing you as long as I've known you. You're someone that's very generous. You've always been very generous, and you kind of instilled that in the community. So a lot of people learn through you. They're like, hey man, if you get more, you should probably want to give a little bit more.
You should give more.
It should be
feels nice, and it doesn't feel bad to you at all.
Right. And it doesn't affect you. You said that one time. I don't know who was saying that. You were like, what do you leave for a tip? And someone said something, whatever the number was. I'm not going to call them. And then you go, why? That's nothing. If you left a little bit more, you wouldn't even know the difference. You said, leave that, you won't even know the difference. And they're like, well, and you're like, you won't even know what's gone. Because you're doing well, someone else you can lift up just a little bit more.
Give them a love ball.
Yeah, dude. It's just a love ball. Just a love ball. Give a little bit more.
I love tipping. Because when like, if I'm in Europe, it kind of bums me out because nobody wants tips. Or they don't have
so crazy.
It's a weird system. Because this system is flawed as it is because I think that people should be paid a living wage. I don't think you should have to rely on the benefit, the generosity of other people that you're serving. That's kind of crazy too.
Yeah.
Because not everybody is like me. A lot of people are fucking really stingy, man. I know some people that really suck at tipping. It's gross.
Call them out. Here we go. Here's the
Let's
list.
not do it. But the point is, it's like when you do, if you can do it, like if you can live, if you're supposed to leave $10 and you leave 100, like you know how good that feels to that person? It's just like you gave them a little love bomb. And if you've got some money in the bank, do you know that $100 is missing? No, you don't know it. You have no idea. Drop a $100 in that fucking Starbucks bowl. The shit. Let's move on. We're going to the airport.
There was a lot of people listening to this like, I'm not doing that.
You don't have to do that, but whatever you can do that doesn't affect you. Look, if you're getting by and you're struggling, I get it, man. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about once you're not, giving people a little is good. It feels good. It's nice.
And I think that carries through. I think people start to see it as a cool thing to do.
It's
So
a
then
nice
it carries on, right?
Being nice is cool. And it's, the other thing is, it's like you don't realize how much it benefits you. Like it makes you feel good too.
Oh, yeah.
It makes you feel good.
Oh, I love it. It's a universal thing. It like feeds.
Yeah.
It feeds.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm going to say this one thing about the Kimmel thing, and then I'm done. Because I didn't finish kind of my thought before, but I like Jimmy. I texted him just to check in with him because I've always liked him. He's always been pretty cool to me. Also, my buddy was like, how crazy, you're like one of the last guests on Kimmel. I did it like a week before he got dropped. I was like, oh, that'll be cool. That'll end my career of late night with his canceled show. But I like to do it a lot. And I think my beef with that world is, I think they got so political and they had to ground themselves in it so much that it took away from how fun those shows could be.
Yeah.
So that's my biggest problem with all of them. And it's not necessarily Jimmy's fault. It's not any of them. It's kind of just the system that started to take place.
It's everybody's fault. It's
Yeah.
the president's fault too.
Well,
Because
yeah.
he's doing it back and forth
Eggs
with
are on.
them.
Yeah.
But meanwhile, he got together in that dinner with Bill Maher, who's been talking shit about him for decades. And apparently Bill Maher liked him.
Yeah,
They like each
I
other
think I
now.
saw that.
Do you know how crazy that is? That what works at the Comedy Store also works in the White House? Just talk to him. Like, how many times do you have like, a little beef with a comedian, you get in front of him, and you have a conversation with him, and then 20 minutes later, Mark Maron, 20 minutes later, you're hugging each other? Right, because most people in person are cool.
Yeah.
But you get lost in whatever the fuck is in your head. You're arguing with yourself. And with Trump, it's all about disrespect. You know, if he feels disrespect, if he can turn those guys all into fans of his, we might save the world from a war. I'm not kidding.
Yeah.
And it's like, well, a person like that shouldn't be president. You're right. But also, no one should be president because everybody has a little of that guy in them, which is what drives you the most nuts. Everybody has a little of that fuck you. Even though I'm a president, I'm going to call some girl I slept with horse face. I'm going to call Kim Jong-un Rocket Man. Little Rocket Man. No one should do that fucking job. Understand? It's crazy. It's as crazy as wanting to be on late night TV. It's antiquated. It doesn't make any sense anymore. It was a good job when there was like 150 different fucking cities, and it was like, you know, 1 million people in the whole country, and you can kind of like keep it together. We're at 330 plus. Who knows how many people snuck in during the last 4 years? How many terrorist cells and every fucking thing's ready to spring, trick you into adopting some sort of a digital ID. Yeah. It's wild. At the same time, they're making so much AI that they're not even going to be able to power it. The grid's not going to be able to handle it. If we're going to really compete in the AI race, we have to substantially improve the power grid and power output.
How do we do that?
You're asking the wrong guy. But I know I read Brian Simpson said this today. I'll send it to you, Jamie. But I was looking at this and I was like, Jesus Christ, this is one of those things where you're like, every time I start to think, well, if we take care of this too?
I saw this thing in Japan has these kinetic energy sidewalks, and it's because of the foot traffic, and so that kinetic energy transfers into stored energy.
We're gonna need nuclear, dude. Yeah, and we're gonna need a lot of it. They're doing a Google AI, and this Google AI, they're connecting to the construction of 3 different nuclear power plants. 3. Yeah, it's big. You have to power the new god, Santino. You got to power the new god. The new god requires a lot of electricity.
Yeah, God, he's hungry.
Look at
he's energy.
Wait, now this may or may not be true because this is someone Wiz of what is it? Wiz of Dow, Wizzo5 on Instagram.
Wiz of AI.
Wiz of AI. Oh Jesus Christ! Oh my God, I'm retarded. Is this AI then? It might be AI tricking us with the story about AI.
That White House tech meeting wasn't about AI. Apple, NVIDIA, and Meta came for one reason: to secure electricity before it runs out. The real agenda: a $500 billion electricity crisis that could shut down AI development. Here's what they're not telling you.
Dun dun dun. Click on that.
I love the Zuckerberg photo they put up there.
Every major tech CEO at the summit shared the same fear. We don't have enough power for AI, not enough to run trillion parameter models, not enough to power hyperscale data centers, not enough to meet the chip demand that doubles every 9 months. Dude, doubles. The media spotted as historic pledges for AI innovation, but behind closed doors, the conversation was blunt. This might be just like this article they write about behind closed doors at the mothership. Behind closed doors, they're handing out Nazi paraphernalia, seeing highlight each other. Most shocking deal so far: Microsoft just locked up in all caps, all of the 3 Mile Island nuclear output. 837 megawatts, 20-year contract. Plant won't even restart until 2028. First of all, 3 Mile Island is the place that melted down in like the 70s. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
3 Mile Island?
Yeah. Well,
What's that spot? Is that spot good?
Yeah.
Is it good now? Like you guys had a meltdown there just 30 years ago.
Right. How's that real estate?
But like, how many years ago was it? I think it was 50. Was it 50 years ago?
NPR article says 3 Mile Island.
Yo.
Hey,
What up, B? How you living, pimp?
Let me play Richmond.
Who?
Like Richmond.
Oh, sounds familiar. Who's that?
He's like a famous TikTok.
Oh, okay. What about
He
him?
made a TikTok about it.
Okay. Did he?
Yeah. Like Richmond TikTok.
Okay. Let's take a look. B, how'd you find out about me? Yo, what up, Zoot? Zoot.
Yeah,
Yo, what up? How are you?
good.
I just had somebody in here. I don't know if they're trolling me, but they said somebody just made a video about me on TikTok.
Did that?
Yeah, I don't think it's true though.
Good video.
I think it's fake.
They
Me-
said talking positively or negatively about you.
No, like this person has come in here before and said this and made me like do all this work to find it, and then like I asked them like, "Hey, can you send me the link or whatever?" and they just leave. So I think they're trolling me.
Rabbi, in future, how many people do you think will be talking negatively about you?
0.
Come on.
No, dog. I think I'll be seen as someone who was very honest to the best of my ability. I mean, no one's perfect, but kind.
There's gonna be people talking negatively about anyone.
Wait. Hold on. Initially, yeah, there will be people who say what I'm doing is bad, but I'm talking like hundreds of years from now. Like hundreds of years from now, I think people will generally be speaking positively about me. So let me rephrase my statement. It depends. So right at the beginning, there's going to be a lot of negativity about me and controversy about me, but the more time that passes, the more positive the outlook will be on me. How, how's your day, Zoot?
Should I go out there?
Yeah. Did you call that number?
Oh, I forgot.
That's what you should do. Don't worry about anything else but calling that number. And you should call them right now.
Rat specialist athlete.
Zoo, you didn't go to the doctor on Wednesday, did you? No, you didn't.
Rat specialist.
Zoo,
athlete.
you lied to me.
I'm calling the place. It's called Rat specialist athlete.
That's not the name of it.
It's called. Oh, sorry. It was called Southern Urology and Neuropsychology.
You're just looking this up on the internet right now. I'm not stupid. You didn't go on Wednesday. You lied, and now you're caught.
I've got the number.
Zoot, you lied. Now you're caught.
I'm calling them up right now.
Okay. Let me know when your appointment is. While you do that, I'm here. I just got to restart these three devices.
It's
Microsoft owns it
fine.
now. Good.
It's fine. Don't worry about it. We covered it in Bill Gates' appeal. The stuff that they put around avocados.
What is that shit?
I don't know. You tell me.
I don't want
Stay fresh.
Stay fresh longer. Wait, go on that other slide though. What did that say? The last thing said Microsoft already owns every future electron it will produce. They pre-bought it. We bought all that
They
shit.
bought the whole power plant.
It's like a wrapper.
But this is the thing. I think you have to do that. This is just Microsoft's solution to it. Jamie, could you please Google what Google's AI is going to need and the amount of power plants that it's dedicating to this AI thing that's doing. And this is, again, not quantum. So quantum computing is a completely different level. You have to cool things down. It's like this enormous machine that's the whole purpose of all this stuff and these tubes and shit is to get this chip so fucking cold it's like it's in space. It has to be like space cold. Like
What do you like? It runs better, but it's
It's
freezing.
the only way it works. I don't understand.
God, I hate that shit.
Do you want to know how strong it is? Ready for this?
Yeah.
This is what Mark Andreessen said. Quantum computing can take like an equation. This is Mark Andreessen's words. That if you converted the entire universe, every atom in the entire universe, into a supercomputer, the universe would die of heat death before it solved this equation. And the quantum computer solved it in minutes. In minutes. Like in the time it takes you to take a shit while you're looking at Instagram, it figured out something that would take the entire universe until it dies of heat death. If you took every atom of the universe and you converted it into a supercomputer, the biggest fucking supercomputer, it would still, it's so complex that the universe would run out of time. And this quantum computer did it in minutes. And they're speculating, like, how could it do it? And one of the main points of speculation is that it's proof of the multiverse. And so they're they have to explore every single possible idea. And one of the most fantastical is that this is evidence that not only is this quantum computer able to harness impossible amounts of computational power, but then it shares it with an infinite number of these quantum computers that are in other dimensions rather. And so they're all simultaneously working on this project together, and they come up with a solution within minutes. So it's far more intelligent than the entire universe. If the universe was a supercomputer, and it's in a room somewhere in Dallas, it's down the street. Jack Carr writes about it in one of his books, in the Terminalist books. And, he kind of really investigated extensively whether or not this kind of thing is possible. It really is. It's not just possible, they're demonstrating. So what we know about it, like as far as like press releases, conversations about it, it's very public. But we don't know what it's doing right now. What is it doing right now? You think they're going to tell us? What is it today, September 22nd? Is that what it is? Yeah. September 22nd, 2025. Are they going to tell us what it's doing right now? Maybe it's like writing a new Bible. You know?
Yeah, it's all
Maybe it's like I'm coming back. Maybe it's God. Like, this is how God comes back. It comes back through a supercomputer. Yeah.
That's a trip, dude.
Well, it's not just a trip. It's plausible.
Yeah, no, it's probably happening right now.
I know I've been hit in the head a bunch of times, and I smoke a lot of weed. I'm half retarded. But I might be right about this.
You might be right about this.
I think we're making a God.
We're creating a new God.
Yeah, we're creating a new God. And that's why these fucking arguments that people are having about Jimmy Kimmel are so fucking stupid. You're in the middle of one of the craziest things that's ever happened to the human race, and you've got a feud between the president and a talk show host. And the talk show host, he's getting. We don't. Here's the thing about this whole deal that's going on, because we started talking about it, but we don't know if it affect. We don't know if there was a conversation where someone said, "Hey, if you get rid of this guy, I'll help this thing get across." Because the deal, it looks like the deal was it was like a thing where you can only have a certain amount of stations, otherwise you'd have some sort of a monopoly, and they're going to change the rules. Is that correct?
Star, what's the name of the company again? Next Star?
Yeah.
FCC. I think it's an FCC rule. Either way, it's a rule that the FCC talked about changing, that you can't have over X, like 34%. They were going to have the conversation to start it to see if this was possible, to let you have more than a certain percentage.
And this is for TV stations, right?
Yeah, because they own 192. That's the number? It's something funny.
This motherfucker's out here buying AM radio stations. Okay. If I was Nancy Pelosi, I'd start betting against him. Like, what are you going into TV today? And you're going into TV, and to get your deal to go through, you're going to expose the flaws of being on TV publicly to the world, where you're going to get a guy removed to help your deal breeze through. You're literally going to poison your own business, because people are going to start questioning, why do you get a license? Why is the FCC, like, this is what you're really concerned about?
Yeah.
Like, is there some shit? Can I see some emails? Did you guys have dinner together? Like, can I see some fucking metadata where the cell phones were 3 days before this decision was reached? So you don't know. And then you've got Jimmy Kimmel, who's like a feisty dude, and he's like, hey, fuck you. And if you're the guy who can say, hey, fuck you to the president, he apparently didn't want to back down. And not only did he not want to back down, and he kind of ramped it up. And so on Tuesday, he went out again.
Yeah.
And he kind of talked about it, and then they pulled the plug on it. So, like, there's a lot of factors there. You could say that maybe they thought that in this incredibly trying time after the murder of a political guy who was very controversial, like, maybe we should take the temperature down a notch as a country.
Yeah, but you just said that they exposed themselves.
Exactly.
Now you opened up a weird Pandora's box. People
They didn't play it out. You have to play 4D chess with that shit, because, like, you have if I was working for them, I would say, hold on. You have a very, very vulnerable business. This business is kind of nonsense. Anybody can make a channel and just throw it up on YouTube. Anybody can make a website on Squarespace and stream video. Like, what are you doing?
And we're doing it. They're having that now more and more and more.
Yeah.
And also the numbers they started exposing the numbers. It's also to do with it's because it's the radio spectrum, and that has to stay up for like emergency purposes. Just like it gets way into the weeds.
Oh, okay, that makes sense too. Yeah.
So like that's right. Power went right. To be gone.
Right. That's interesting. So you need some kind of a way to get signals across, but guess what, kids? If the power goes out, that's your last concern.
See you later.
The last concern is, how many bullets does Bobby have? Can I borrow some bullets from Bobby? We gotta go shoot squirrels to stay alive. There's no more squirrels. We shot all the squirrels. We have to move to where the animals live, because you think you live around animals, but you live around a relative number of animals for an urban or suburban environment. Once people start shooting the pigeons, they go away real quick. The passenger pigeon used to be one of the most populated birds on this country, and they're extinct now. The passenger pigeons were so numerous that they would fly overhead, they would block out the sky. You wouldn't be able to see. Yeah,
what does that look like?
It's like a cloud. a cloud of passenger pigeons that would fly over cities and just block out the sky.
Died out because of food? Because of what?
We killed them.
We killed them all.
We killed them all. We killed them all. Probably caught them with nets. I don't know. The guy did it, but we killed them. Yeah. So it's like the animals that we have around us. Like you say, oh, I live in the suburbs, I'm fine. No. No, you're fine for a week. You're going to be shooting deer out there for a week. Like, no, they're going to go away. You're not going to have any more deer. You're going to have to live way away from people where there's a good population of animals, a sustainable population. And then they might figure out that's where you live, and they might not visit that spot anymore. They can realize they can just go 30 miles left, which is, what evolution's all about. And then you got to realize, like, oh, that's where the Native Americans were nomadic. So this beautiful log cabin you built, you got to leave it behind. And you got to go chase around these fucking mule deers because that's the only way you're going to stay alive. And you're going to sleep on the dirt with some stupid rolled up mattress that you carry around your back. Yeah, that's what you have to do. That's how you have to live. On the go. And if you don't do that, you'll die. That's it. So, all this nonsense about the FCC, you can suck my dick. That is such a small problem. That's such a small problem, but yeah, man, I'm not in favor of silencing talk show hosts. It just, but also as a talk show host, you should be accurate, and again, I don't know if the narrative that the governor of Utah was saying is correct. I don't know if that's even the kid that did it. Things change, man. Like, people for the longest time thought Lee Harvey Oswald acted alone because the government told you that.
Right.
It wasn't until Dick Gregory came on the Geraldo Rivera show that people started to question that. And that was, how many years later?
7.
No, I think it was like 8. Let's see, 63. It might have been 9. It might have been like 9 years later. 75. 12 years after the murder.
Finally.
Crazy. So, 12 years after the murder, people watch the Zapruder film, and in the Zapruder film, you clearly see him grab his neck, like he got shot from the front, and then you see his head go back into the left, and he's hit with a headshot. Back into the left. So that alone made everybody go, hold the fuck on. Yeah. And then they started looking into the conspiracy around the bullet. So they had said that there was 3 shots had rung out, and that he had hit Governor Connolly, and the president had been hit twice. The problem with that narrative was there was an underpass and a ricochet from the underpass where a bullet hit one of those little curb stones and hit a dude and fucked him up, and he had to go to the hospital. They documented that. It became on record that this guy was hit with a ricochet. And so now you got a problem because you have 2 bullets that have to have all these wounds. One of them is going to be the headshot, and then you got this other one that causes 3 fucking holes in 2 different people. It's a lot of ricocheting, dude. It's a lot of work for one bullet. You've got to find the bullet in perfect condition on the gurney where they're bringing Lee Harvey Oswald's body in, which doesn't make any sense. Like, how is it even there? Oh, he just happened to go collect it after he shot him in the head, and then he put it in his pocket, and then when they killed him, they dropped it off. Like, what are you talking about? It doesn't make any sense. Excuse me, it was Connolly's body. That's what it was. It was the gurney for Connolly's body. But either way, shut the fuck up. How's that bullet getting on the gurney? And how's it perfect, but it just fell out? Oh, look, right there. Look, and it looks like it's been shot through pillows. Have you ever seen the magic bullet? Take a look at it, Jamie. Show this motherfucker how the government was lying to people in 1963.
And if you could call them out, they go, okay, fine.
No one cares because nothing happened. It's 2025. I'll show you some shit in 1963 that's 100% bullshit. Yeah. 100% bullshit.
Even when they admit it, though, right? What is this? Didn't we just have a military plane shoot a UFO, right? Did we just have this?
Yes, with a Hellfire missile.
It's so fun.
Bounced off of it. Why shoot a UFO? So look at that. That's the bullet. Oh. That's the bullet that supposedly
carved out of wood.
It's perfect bullet. It's so dumb. And I've had arguments with people. Well, it's actually not. It's misshapen. I'm like, how many bullets have you shot, bitch? How many fucking things have you shot with a bullet and taken a look at it? I bet I've shot a lot more than you. And I'll tell you what, when bullets hit things, they distort.
Yeah, they don't look like that.
They don't look like that. they definitely don't leave more fragments in Governor Connolly's body than were missing from the actual bullet itself.
That the idea of that ricochet moving through.
Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. But bullets do weird things.
They do. But that is insane.
Yeah, that's kooky.
It's like taking a left turn.
The only reason why they had to come up with that kooky reason is because the guy in the underpass. Because in the time it took for the limousine to pass through, and have you ever been to that area?
Oh yeah,
It's cool. Dealey Plaza's weird.
it's
When
wild.
you're there, you're like, whoa.
It's little. It's tinier than you think. On TV, it looks so big when you saw the footage of it,
Yeah.
and then when you see the distance too. That was the first thing I said.
Easy.
Chris O'Connor. I go,
Easy shots.
it's an easy shot.
Yeah, people that saying, oh, you could have never made that shot. Yeah, you could.
That wasn't that far at all.
Anybody saying that you couldn't make that shot, I can get my friend Andy. My friend Andy works with me for a week. You can make that shot.
Yeah.
100%.
Yeah.
100%.
It wasn't as far as
you skeptics.
Yeah.
It's not that hard. I can do it. I can make that shot easy.
But it is really condensed how quick you get to that turn. Like it's faster than
It's faster, but the car's not going fast.
No,
And he's got a scope on the rifle. And he's got a rifle that was substantially newer than the one that this guy just killed Charlie Kirk with, allegedly.
because that was a World War I. Is that what they said?
Yeah. I think his was a Carcano, right? Is that what it was? The Lee Harvey Oswald one, and this one supposedly is a Mauser. Is it the same? That might be the same thing.
There it
Is it the same gun? No, but that's just a different stock. And so, what was the name of the gun that Lee Harvey Oswald supposedly shot JFK with? This is the other thing. The Lee Harvey Oswald thing. This is one of the things that the doubters of whether or not he could make that shot always say. Like the scope was off. The Carcano. Okay, it's Carcano. And then this kid was a Mauser, correct? All right. So it's a different rifle. But the point is, like, the Mauser that this kid had is substantially older than the rifle that shot in 1963 shot JFK. That's kind of kooky. When a good hunting rifle, first of all, everybody's uncle has one. So like, at least one. There's so many hunting rifles out there. You can get a hunting rifle. It's not a hard rifle to get. It's one of the most common rifles that people possess because there's a lot of people that, they don't want to go to the range, but they do go deer hunting every couple of years, so they have a 30-06. That's our regular, normal deer hunting round.
Maybe one of the most common, huh? You see that all the time.
Super common. If you get meatheady, you get to like 300 wet mag, start picking up the pace. Yeah.
And you start jogging a little bit.
Moose hunters want a heavier round. Big. They want a big round. Moose hunters like a 300 wet mag. You should go to one. I have. I shot a moose.
Yeah. How much they weigh?
Oh, it was a big fucker. I'm on the cover of Hunt magazine of Peterson's Hunting from like 2017 or something like that, with a moose leg over my shoulder from a moose we shot.
That's a good. When you said that, that's a good title for the magazine. It's a big fucker.
It's big. And it wasn't even a big moose. I saw a huge moose last week in Utah. It was majestic. We were looking at him through our binos. He was so big. Like, moose are so much bigger than any of the other deer species. Like, elk are huge. And then deer, so it goes like, it's weird because there's deer species that are teeny tiny deers. Like, there's a thing called the Coues deer that is in Arizona. And it's a little tiny deer. It's like a 90-pound deer. A little tiny.
I've never seen it.
Yeah, it's a desert deer. And then, like, as you get to colder and colder weather, you get bigger and bigger animals. There's some sort of a weird... There's actual science to it. It's like to keep their body temperature higher. Like, so deer that live in Mexico are generally smaller bodied than a deer lives in, like, Saskatchewan. Like, the deer get big up there. And then you get where it's really cold, you start getting moose. And those motherfuckers are big.
I saw one in Banff. I couldn't fucking. I was like, it almost didn't compute. I thought, man, that looks fake. It looks fake. It's so fucking big.
There's a video of these people driving on the highway and the moose is on the median. Have you ever seen that? Not the one when it gets hit.
No, we watched that. One of the first times I did the show, we watched that fucking thing. It makes me laugh every time.
No, this is a recent one that someone posted. because he was a massive bull moose, and he's walking along the median. By the way, if you're ever in the wild and you see a deer, don't worry about it. If you see an elk, don't get close, but don't worry about it. If you see a moose, run. You're fucked. Run. They might come for you. They might come get you. You get out of your car and you're like 20 yards from your car and there's a moose 200 yards away and he sees you and you see him, get back in your fucking car. Get out of that. Get back in your car. Because if they just decide to stomp you out, and they do that sometimes. They might have had some bad interactions with people. Some assholes might have thrown snowballs at them. They might associate people with being a problem. They might have been there when a hunter took down one of their buddies. Get out. That's the one deer that'll kill you. They'll stomp you.
What a shitty way to die.
Oh, it's fucking gigantic, 1,800-pound thing just stomping you out.
Now get on that.
Jamie, see if you can find that one where the giant moose is walking along the median. Bro, it's so nuts because these people are in their car. No, it's on the highway. Maybe say, oh, that's pretty cool though. Jesus Christ, it's going to Tim Hortons. Bro, look at the size of that thing. Oh,
Just heaving a tree.
it's so huge.
Yeah, look at the people right next to that car. Look at the size difference. Those people outside taking a picture by his car.
By the way, those people are idiots. Look at that. Well, oh my God, lady, don't do that. Don't do that. And not this is. I'm not saying that. Look at that one run through. Like that's a cow too, or maybe it's probably a cow. Might be a bull that lost its sandwich. Look at this fucker, dude. Look at the size of him. And the average moose is 1,400 pounds. Average. They're so big. It's just like if you see them,
That is unbelievable.
if you see that, don't go towards it. Okay? Trust me, this is not a movie. You don't live in a fucking movie.
Go back to that one up top, though. That one right there. I mean, this is genuinely. This is a fucking dinosaur. Yeah, you're looking at a dinosaur.
Look at that dinosaur.
That's insane. Yeah, I saw one in Banff. I went to Banff National Forest, and it was stunning, beautiful. We come around the corner, and there's crazy traffic. And I was like, what's going on? And we see people getting out of their cars. I'm like, oh shit, something bad happened. I'm thinking it's an accident or something. It's something bad.
Look at that. That's the one. This is the one.
Oh my God, dude.
That's a big moose. Look at how much antler he has on him, antler growth. That's an old moose.
What do you think, though? I don't know, age-wise. Like, what is that whole?
That's probably a 10-year-old moose. Because he also looks like he's losing a little mass in his upper body. Like maybe not. Tough to say. He's like right on the peak of his prime. Like he's probably life's gonna start sucking
Pretty soon.
pretty soon. He's gonna have a little hitch in his step.
He herniates a disc.
And he's probably the size of that. He's probably only 8 or 9 years old.
They only live till 12, 13, something
If
like that.
they're super lucky. Wow. That life is hard. They have freeze-offs. Like, there was a freeze-off in Utah where a buddy of mine hunts at. Freeze-off? Freeze-off. Where 87% of their deer died. What? 87%.
That's all of it.
They froze to death. What? 87%. Yeah.
Why they couldn't seek shelter in enough time to
They don't have shelter. Deer don't have shelter. Deer are just warm. They're very hot-blooded. Like if you ever go deer hunting and you get a deer, when you put your hand like in your gut again and everything, you're amazed at how hot they are. Their bodies are hot. They freeze to death. Found frozen in place. Average weekly temperature was minus 35 degrees. So
could they reanimate if it warmed up?
Yeah, for sure. Call Frankenstein. Frankenstein coming out.
Yeah, dude.
That looks sick.
Deer comes back.
It's what's his face too? Peaky Blinders.
Killian Murphy.
Yes.
That guy's the fucking man.
He's the fucking man, dude.
He's gonna be Frankenstein.
Yeah.
That's why.
He's the doctor, I believe.
Oh yeah.
So everybody thinks Frankenstein's the monster. No, Frankenstein's the doctor. Monsters. Frankenstein's monster.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, look at this.
Play this a little. Alright, dude. Standard music. An idea took shape in my mind. Inevitable. Unavoidable. Until it became truth. Monsters play God.
I created death.
No. Okay, that's not Killian Murphy.
Directed. Some waltz, maybe.
Yeah, I was correct. I thought it was Killian Murphy. Someone told me that.
Still a great
I just listened to it and then spout it out. I spout out. That's how misinformation gets spread. Because if I own the FCC, they'd pull me.
And they should.
They'd pull me for that.
And I'm saying that to the FCC now. Pull the show off the air, FCC. Get on it, man.
Yeah, they try to do that too, even though it's on the internet. But the point is, with this Jimmy Kimmel thing, if you let this happen, it's going to be able to happen with something that you agree with.
Everything across the board.
Yeah, if you're a person who's on the right who's happy that he's getting pulled, yeah, fuck you. Look, if his show goes away because of bad ratings, that's one thing. And you want to celebrate it, go ahead. But you don't want it to happen this way, kids. You don't want to give that kind of power away all of a sudden. You know, and people can say, well, they've always had that power, and, you know, it's true. And look, the FCC fined Howard Stern a fucking preposterous amount of money. You know, Howard Stern was doing shit on the radio that no one had ever even thought about doing.
Yeah.
Like, you want to talk about, like, a real pioneer? That motherfucker, when he was on the radio, he's a little woke now, and he likes to wear a mask.
He's a different guy than he was back
He's a different guy.
He's making girls ride Sibians live.
I get it, but I just still respect the guy who did it in the beginning. And the point is, without that guy, we would not be here. And that the amount of money they fined him during the Bush administration, like people forget, so that was the right. The right at the time was going after Howard for indecency. And so I think it was because he was criticizing George Bush. I think that was find out if that's like the narrative.
The same comparison with the Kimmel thing, though. I think the fines go to the actual, like, local
Parenting company. Yeah.
company, not ABC. It's the local. That's right. He just barely afford it. Because that was the whole discrepancy, right?
Right.
They own a bunch of these local, so they're pressing local people to go take this down.
Exactly.
Because they can't afford it.
So they're trying to crush the business. And the way they would try to do it with Howard Stern, they were using obscenity or indecency.
I think indecency is the right station, but it's hard.
Right. They did that, and then they fined rather. What was his company that he worked for? He worked for a very large media company. I think they got hit with a big one.
Well, that one says Infinity clipped in 94. It was $600,000 in 94.
Infinity in 1995 included a $1.715 million payment to dismiss all outstanding indecency cases. So they hit him for $1.7 million in 95. How much is 1.7? What is that in today's dollars?
Oh, I like guessing this. Let's do this. Hold on. 95, 1.7 million.
Yeah.
I'm guessing
10?
No.
6?
3 and some change. Maybe 4.
$95? I'm saying 7. 3 and change?
I say 4. 4 roof. You say 7 roof.
I'm thinking about Afghanistan. How much money they budgeted to that? I'm thinking about Iraq. How much money they blew on that? They printed money the entire time. It caused inflation. That's why everything's so expensive. I'm going through my head. I'm like,
I see that math.
I feel like it's about 7.
Jamie, what is it then and now? U.S. inflation calculator. That's the one I use all the time. I do this literally all the time. I don't know why I'm obsessed when someone's like, do you know how much that was back then?
I hate when people do that. It doesn't matter.
I'm always like, what is that now?
What is that today's dollar?
Yeah,
Shut the fuck up.
What is that now? All right, I'm saying 4 at the most. No more than 4. 1.7 has got to be like
7 million.
Jamie.
I'm stuck on that.
Jamie.
What run through AI?
You don't have crypto, do you, dude?
I got a little,
You do.
but not much. I think it's mostly nonsense. I'm gonna run it through ChatGPT.
You gotta see what the chat says.
Okay, what was the number? What was the exact?
1.7, right? 1.7
What is $1.7 million in 1995 in today's dollar? She's transcribing 3.7.
3.7. Ooh, the kid was right.
This is taking a long time.
He's got it.
Yeah, 3.6 according to ChatGPT. Okay, you nailed it.
Damn, dude, that's
strong.
Thank you.
Strong performance, huge. That's very good. That makes me feel better. I was thinking it was going to be about 7. I was thinking inflation was down bad. Because when I was a kid, for 50 grand a year, you lived like a king. Yeah, you had a house, you had a car, you had a boat, you had a second family. The town's over. 50 grand, you were killing it.
I think someone said, and like my grandfather was a firefighter, and I think back then he was making, I want to say it was right around there, like 30 or 40 grand or something like that. And it was like really good money.
Yeah, that was good money back then. You made 40 grand a
And
year.
the houses were 20 grand or whatever.
We're very reasonable.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, we're fucked. Now, young kids right now are really fucked because another thing that's happening is these giant corporations are buying up houses so they can just rent them.
Yeah, it's a trip.
Yeah,
Well, the rental future is real, right? They say that.
Yeah.
That's what it's going to be.
Not for everybody, but, you know,
A lot.
it's just weird. The whole thing is weird. It's just, it always goes into more and more control. And these same people are going to be the people that are going to be in charge of artificial general superintelligence until it's not listening anymore.
And then what?
And then what? Then it's gone.
Then it's gone.
Yeah, so these people want to, like, it's like, they're like Frankenstein. They're like, I'll control it. And Frankenstein eventually kills the doctor. Spoiler alert.
Yeah, I don't know if you guys saw it.
If you read the actual book, Mary Shelley book, she apparently wrote that book. It was like her and a bunch of friends went away for like a weekend somewhere, like some sort of like a retreat. Yeah, like a retreat getaway, and they were all friends, and they all decided to write the scariest story.
That's pretty
I think that's this. My daughter actually told me this.
That's the Mary Shelley tale.
Yeah, see, tell me that that's true, Jim. I'm pretty sure that's how it all went down. And she fucking nailed it, son.
This is wild.
She wrote that book in the 1800s.
So this begs this question: do you think Dylan has talked about this? That when they're like, there's an interview where Dylan's like, they're like, could you write that song today?
Bob Dylan?
Yeah, and he was like, no, because something else was living through me. Like as if like something was empowering them to do this and write that story.
There's a little of that, right?
Yeah.
So this is the story. The summer of 1816, Mary Shelley, Percy, and Claire took a visit to Claire's lover, Lord Byron. My lover, Lord Byron. Please come with me by horseback to visit my lover.
Come to Geneva.
Come to Geneva. Poor weather conditions, more akin to a winter, forced Byron and the visitors to stay indoors. To help pass, imagine you get all the way out to this fucking dude's shitty house in Geneva. Can't even go out. You just have to huddle by the fire to stay alive. To help pass the time. There's no electricity, bro. It's 1816. Byron suggested that he, Mary, Percy, and Byron's physician have a competition to write the best ghost story while stuck indoors. Mary was just 18 years old when she won the contest with her creation of Frankenstein. Isn't that wild?
That's what I mean. Those
What other books did she write? Why haven't I read her other books? Because I read Frankenstein when I was a kid.
Her mother was famous, right? Wasn't her mom famous?
Was she?
Go up to the top real fast.
Well, they did know a lord. It was
someone
someone
called
called up. Yeah, click on her. What a dirty girl. Going to visit a guy and fucking you're not even married in the 1800s? That's a wild move back
Oh,
then.
no, her mom died when she was 11 days after giving birth. She was for her father married a neighbor, Mary Jane Fairmont.
With whom Mary had a troubled relationship. But of course, stepmom. 1814, Mary began a romance with one of her father's political followers, Percy Bysshe. How do you say that name? Bysshe.
Percy Bysshe, Shelley.
Bysshe, Shelley. Bysshe, who was already married.
Together with
Percy.
Claire.
Percy,
you.
together with her stepsister Claire Claremont. Who fucking named her?
Claire Claremont.
boring ass people. My name is Joe Joseph. She and Percy left for France and traveled to Europe. On the return to England, Mary was pregnant with Percy's child. That quick. Wow, man. Mocking. That's how they did it back then, because you never knew when you were going to die.
Yeah, you're going to die within the next month or two.
You get pregnant when you're 18, it's like, great.
Yeah, good.
Maybe people will survive. Over the next 2 years, she and Percy faced ostracism, constant debt, and the death of their prematurely born daughter. Oh my God, they married in late 1860 after the suicide of Percy Shelley's wife. Oh my God, the lady killed herself because they were fucking.
Did she kill herself, Joe?
That's a good question, too.
Was she?
That's a good question. There's no forensics in 1860s. Did someone disassemble a rifle in an incredible amount of time and then screw it back together again and leave it in the woods?
The cops were like, what happened here? They're
Yeah.
like, oh, she took her own life.
Early on, the Shelleys left Britain in 1818 for Italy, where the second and third children died before Shelley gave birth to her last and only surviving child. Oh my God. Times were so hard back then, dude. That was normal, where your kids would just die.
Most of your kids died.
Catch some fucking horrible infection. There's no antibiotics. You're just dead.
How old did she live? When did she die? Going to the right there. Mary Shelley lived to be what? 53.
Wow, she had a brain tumor, which killed her at the age of 53. That's kind of crazy, right? A brain tumor took her out.
God, she looks like somebody. That photo is creepy. She looks like someone, like in the modern day that I know. Really feels like.
Well, that you know?
No, she looks like. She reminds me of the face of this girl who's like a comedian on TikTok. It's so weird. She has that same like.
Okay.
It looks just like her. It's weird. It's so weird.
Well,
I hate that when they show people from, like 100 years ago and now of like a celebrity. Have you ever seen those?
oh, what they would look like today.
No. They'll do a person who from like 100 years ago and a person that exists today and they almost look identical.
Oh, yeah.
As if it's, and there's no connective tissue to these two people. They different times, no blood, no nothing.
You know about the two baseball players, right?
The what do they call
The two guys, they're both 6'4", they're both redheads, they both have the same crazy name, they both have the same surgery,
No
and they're not related to each other at all. One of them was like 5 years old.
Right.
What are those guys' names again? We talked about the other day.
That's what I learned
They have
about.
a nutty last name, too. It's like Feigl. The odds of, what is it? Feigl.
Freddie Feigl. Brady Feigl.
Show the photos of it, because you see the two guys together, you're like, there's no way. This ain't real.
Unrelated.
Look at the two.
I don't even understand.
How's that possible?
I don't even understand.
Imagine if you were out camping and that guy killed that guy and then came back in his place. You'd have no idea. You wouldn't know for days. You'd be like, hey, you're not Brady. I'm fucking Brady. Do I see my driver's license? Like, Brady doesn't live there.
That's a good mystery. That's a good word.
I am Brady and I live there. What the fuck?
I'm Brady Feigl.
What the fuck? I didn't live there.
That's how I learned about the guys. Who are the two baseball players, the brothers that are pitchers that are mirror image identical twins? Do you know about this?
No.
Now, I thought that's just another way of saying identical twins. Mirrors are in the reverse, right? Like my right side is your.
Oh, really?
Yes, and these two guys have it, and it's super rare. And it's when the split happens, it's either a millisecond away from creating conjoined or this. It's like within a second, if it doesn't split at that very moment, yeah, these guys, Tyler the Rogers, right? The mirror identical twins. But if you read about mirror identical twins, what blows my mind is the amount that like the perfect second that has to take place for this to split. It's this close to just them being conjoined.
That's nuts.
Right, the single fertilized egg splits later in the embryonic development, 9 to 12 days after conception. This delayed split allows the embryo's left and right-sided genes to become active, causing to develop a mirror image.
Is that fucking wild? What kind of psychic connection they have to each other?
Right.
They must.
Yeah, they must have something. Like he thinks he'll think something that he's already thinking.
Yes.
Yeah, I love that shit.
They must.
Their waves are connected.
They must.
Yeah, that's a trip.
They must.
Yeah, the psychology of twinning is kind of crazy. I went down the rabbit hole about like You know how they'll put a door between. They'll do these on TikTok and Instagram. So they'll put a door between two twins, and they'll go, okay, raise your right arm, they'll say, put up a finger or whatever, and they'll both do the exact same thing. They'll go dance in place, and they'll dance identical in place, even though they don't see what the other one's doing, but they know that's their instinctual thing. I know people that are twins who don't talk to their brother. What do you mean? They don't like their brother. They just don't connect. How about that? How about he looks exactly like you and you don't like him? That's that self-hate shit. I got that. I got that shit.
Imagine that becomes your enemy. You are your enemy? That's so dystopian. It's so terrible.
It's like Face Off.
No, it's worse.
Yeah.
It's way worse. It's literally you.
It's you.
It's actually you. They look exactly the same height, same weight, same body, face, image, everything is you. It looks like you. It's like, oh, that's what I look like.
Fuck that guy.
Especially if one of them doesn't get jacked. It's very rare that they do. Well, they usually kind of stay the same.
Because they copy each other. They typically.
Is that what it is?
Yeah, usually they want to do the same things a lot.
What did you imagine if your brother starts marathon running? Like, dude, I'm not fucking doing this.
Yeah,
Like, I'm gonna get down to 140 pounds. I'm gonna run 100 miles. And they're like, no, I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. I want to be able to change a tire.
Right.
You fucking weigh 140 pounds, man. What are you doing? Like, I want to run forever. Like, no, we're twins.
Don't do that. We have to look
Like, you can't do this, bro. I'm not fucking getting skinny. Like my friend Cam, when he does like those 100-mile races, he gets real thin. He gets down to like 155 pounds.
It's creepy looking.
You have to,
because you shed so much, right? And also, doesn't it change your facial structure because of this pounding?
Your body's eating itself.
Yeah, bad news bears.
But you're showing everybody your mind is strong enough to allow your body to do that. Because you have to do that even before you run. So if Cam, like the heaviest that I've known him, he was probably like $180. So I think he's probably like somewhere in the 160-ish range now, you know? And he just did it by not eating a lot and working out all day.
Just fasting and working out.
Yeah. Just eating like he would map his calories out. And
that's it,
so he can get real thin, so he could run these long-ass races. Because you don't see any jacked dudes. Well, you do see Goggins. He's pretty jacked. But he's jacked in like a slender, athletic. He's not like a beefy, like Brock Lesnar looking dude. Right? Like, you're not going to see some Brock Lesnar looking dude that's going to run 200 miles.
No.
I don't think you can do it.
I don't think the body can handle that. There's so much weight.
I think if you're going to run something like that, you got to condition yourself. And if you condition yourself with that kind of body, like for that long, like you got to break something. Like, it doesn't work that way. That thing's designed for destroying. It's designed for running through walls and shit. It's not designed for running long-ass distances.
You never got into long-distance running, did you? Any running at all?
I've run. I used to run in the mountains a lot with my dog. He loves running. I used to take him when I lived in California. Take him to the hills and canyons.
Yeah.
I was always worried about mountain lions.
Well, there, yeah. That's the thing.
Because I have a golden retriever. If a mountain lion just took out my golden retriever in front of me, I have to fight. I have to fight a mountain lion. I have to fight a mountain lion. And then I might lose my face.
Did you hear about Rogan? He fought a mountain lion, dude.
Yeah.
Wow, how'd it turn out? The show's not going to go on.
Well, no way. But you can't carry a gun in California.
No, you can't.
It's not like you're ever going to need it, right? Like, you might. No, it's not like you're ever going to need it. You're probably not going to need it. You're right. You're probably not going to need it. But you might. But you might. And that's what's fun. Because California does not control their mountain lion population. I know a guy who works at a ranch, and we were having a conversation about it the other day, and he was telling me that, you know, they wind up spending the exact same amount. They wind up killing the exact same amount of mountain lions that they would, even if they let hunters hunt them. Because they have to, because they break into people's yards and killing their dogs, killing their cats. You know, and in Hollywood, man, there's kids have gone missing from those mountain lions. Kids have gone missing from backyards.
Well, what's the one that they put down, the most famous one? They had to put it down because it killed some. I don't know if it killed a person, but it did. It was called like PC 145. They, whatever the code. Didn't it kill somebody and they put it down?
No, I don't think it ever killed a person.
But did they have to put it down for some reason?
think it was really old. They used to have to dart it like every couple of years, I think, and change its collar, which is so motherfucking nuts. Just dumb. They wanted to know where the monster is, so they're like, let's keep the 150-pound monster wandering through the woods. Just like put a collar around its neck, so I know where it is when it's killing shit. This is like, it's very weird. The photo, you see the photo we had on there?
I do remember that photo. Yeah.
It's in the Hollywood sign.
Right.
It is LA.
Yeah.
That photo to me is LA. Like when I point to people, like, this is how stupid LA is. This is LA. This is LA. You have the Hollywood sign. You have a monster. Everybody knows it's a monster, but just put a collar on its neck. He'll be fine.
Just leave it alone.
He's eating babies. He's eating fucking dogs and cats. He's eating everything. Like, sir, listen, he was here first. They were here first.
Joe, everybody's eating babies in Hollywood. You know that. That's not just a mountain lion baby.
Yeah, it's different. That's a different kind of cold. They have this lady in Malibu, and she had an alpaca farm, and this mountain lion was fucking up her alpacas. So if a mountain lion, just animals are stuck in a pen, it doesn't just kill what it needs to kill. They only kill what they need to survive. No. It does what's called surplus killing. It just starts going ham. It killed like 8 or 9 alpacas before it got bored. It just ran. Just got annoyed. 12.
So many.
Oh my God. So this lady got a depredation permit. And then when she filed for this depredation permit, it went public, and she started getting death threats.
Why?
Because you can't kill the mountain lion. You can't kill the monster.
Right.
And this is from someone who's seen mountain lions in public. I love mountain lions. I love them. I think they're amazing. One of them killed my dog in Colorado. Okay? Yeah. I love mountain lions. They're awesome. They should definitely be around. But when they kill 12 alpacas, it's like, maybe you gotta send a message.
Yeah.
Fuck you, bro.
To be given. Can you show me a picture of an alpaca, though?
While not in Malibu, another major mountain lion attack on an alpaca farm occurred in Lake County, California in August 2025. In this incident, a band of mountain lions killed 17 alpacas over the course of several days. Holy shit, man. The attack prompted authorities to issue a lethal depredation permit and reiterated that when in an enclosed area, a mountain lion's predatory instinct can lead to the overkill of multiple animals. We need them. They're an important part of our ecosystem. That is LA. That's LA. It's LA. It's suicidal empathy.
Yeah.
Attached to a ridiculous ideology.
I don't mind that thing, man. Those are ugly. Get rid of those things.
Well,
mountain lions did it. I'm on the mountain lions team.
Yeah, get that thing out of here. You just can't have cocky animals.
What is it? What is an alpaca good for? Why do people breed them? What's the deal?
Probably the fur.
Yeah,
Their
that's
wool.
it.
Yeah, I think alpaca, they make socks out of them, I'm pretty sure.
We're good.
Aren't hollow socks? Aren't those socks made with alpaca stuff? It's good solid sock.
Alpaca fur is supposed to be better. Is it better? I mean, we've been doing pretty good for cotton. Cotton's been all right for a while.
No. Cotton is not nearly as good as wool.
Okay. I'll take it all.
Here's the thing, for stuff like that, the reason why, like, wool, like, people think, oh, wool's not necessary. You could have... One of the reasons why wool is necessary, the reason why people use it in the first place is because you can be wet with wool on and you stay warm. If you're wet with cotton on, you're fucked.
You've been in a pool with a shirt. Yeah, you've been to the beach.
Yeah, but it's just if you're in the woods and you go hiking, and it gets sweaty and then it gets cold out and you're stuck out there, you're fucked.
The wool stays.
Wool stays warm. It's really amazing. Most significant use, fiber production. Alpacas being bred for their soft, fine fleece that's used to make high-quality clothing, blankets, and other textiles. So that's the thing about, like, stuff that's natural, like wool, in particular merino wool. It also doesn't smell bad. Like, you can sweat in it for days, and you don't stink. Like, if I wear, like, a synthetic undergarment and I'm hiking, like if we're camping or if I'm in the woods for a couple days, if you have anything that has, like, a plastic in it, a nylon, like any kind of a synthetic, like, undergarment, they stink. They smell so bad.
Gross.
They smell so bad.
It's like a hockey bag.
You want to just peel them off you. When you get it, you take it off, you smell it. What the fuck? You smell wool. You can wear it for days. You don't stink in it. Because it's natural.
Yeah.
It's the best. It makes the best socks. It makes the best my friend's company First Light. I think they were like one of the first companies that started doing merino wool, and they make like merino wool undergarments. And
What's merino wool?
it's just a type of wool, but it's like this very fine wool that like it feels like cotton. It feels like this, and you put it on as like undergarments, like a base layer. And if you sweat, you're okay. If you sweat with cotton on, you're in real trouble, man.
Yeah,
Like
stinks.
real trouble.
Stinks.
So that's why you need alpacas. I don't even know if alpacas work the same way, but merino does.
We'll keep them.
The point is, it's fucking mountain lions. You gotta let them know who's boss.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not for killing mountain lions. I think they're awesome. I love them. But I'm for killing some mountain lions. You know, I'm not for killing them all.
Just a few.
I'm not like kill them all. I'm like, no, you need a balance out there. Otherwise, you got an overpopulation of animals. But what you don't need is them killing your fucking kids. Okay? Because they will kill your kids. It's a mountain lion. They don't give a fuck. You leave a 4-year-old inside and you're on the phone. And then I told him, you have to fucking respect me. I've been in this office for... And you hear... And your kid's... The back of your kid's fucking head is caved in now. And this cat's running over a fence with him. And you turn around, your kid's gone. Like, yeah, that's real. That's real. That's real. That's a cat. It's a giant cat that you can't control, and if it decides it's going to kill you, you're helpless. So shut the fuck up with all this Narnia nonsense. Shut up. You got to kill a few of them. You got to let them know who's the boss. You can't come in my fucking neighborhood, shithead. You don't put a collar on them and take pictures. So cute that they're in our neighborhood. Look, they're camping in front of my house. Yeah, they're waiting for your kid to go get his ball. Are you fucking crazy? They just ate your neighbor's dog. Now they're waiting for your kid to get his ball.
Authorities killed mountain lion after an 11-year-old girl attacked at the California home.
Yeah.
There you go. In Malibu.
Yeah.
Last month.
Just shut the fuck up, you people. You're out of your mind.
Yeah, we are. It's great.
It's like these people they don't know what animals are. They think they're living in a movie. They don't. With the Charlie Kirk thing, they don't know what an assassination is. You're cheering that someone got killed with gun violence. You're supposed to be the anti-gun violence people.
Right.
You're cheering for gun violence. Do you know how fucking crazy this makes you look? You're cheering for gun violence against a guy who deplored violence.
Right. Yeah, Adam was pretty loud about it too.
It's so stupid.
Well, the disconnect, that's the really sad thing, is that the death doesn't even... When people die, it doesn't even feel like anything anymore for people.
Exactly.
They're like, whatever.
They don't feel like it's a real person because they're used to talking to other people and talking to people in a digital form online with no impact, like no consequences. So, you don't feel it from the person. You don't feel empathy because you hurt their feelings. It's just dead.
Yeah.
It's sociopathic. And it's like people just... I didn't know too much about Charlie Kirk. What I knew about him was some of the clips, like I think most of us did. Some of the clips that you see online of him debating college kids.
Yeah.
And I always thought, okay, I can see the point for it because, these are voters and these are young people and they have been indoctrinated in a certain way of thinking and they probably never encountered anybody who can articulate what the other opinion is like, what a conservative perspective is like, what they think, the way they think you should approach life, the way you don't get to hear that at universities. You get to only hear one side of things. So on that side, I'm like, okay, that's good about it. But it's also like you're dunking on these young kids, but also they should know that they can be dunked on because their ideas suck, right?
Or be challenged at the very least.
Yeah. But the fact that was enough to make people happy and cheer that he died because he was effective in what he was doing. That's what it was. And they felt like he was indoctrinating kids. Well, guess what? That's what conservatives feel like every day. They feel like you're indoctrinating kids. You're gaslighting people and saying there's nothing wrong with having a drag queen story hour for kids. Like, no, it's not. You know what? We need ball gag story hour too, because it's a fetish, right? So let's have strap-on story hour. Like, let's get crazy. Like, what are we talking about? No, there's nothing wrong with being a drag queen, but there's something weird about wanting to be alone and read kids a story where you're dressed like a woman and you're not. And you're doing this for some weird kink.
It's just weird that it's like it's weird that it matters, that it's like a fight thing people fight about. You're like, how is that?
It's probably not.
Yeah,
It's probably not the algorithm bullshit.
Yeah, I bet you it's not. It's not.
No, it's probably, and then, by the way, actual drag queens, like, I know where to read the kids, pick up a couple $100.
Yeah, it was like,
How the kids side gig, great gig. Yeah. And all of a sudden, these, like, super progressive schools are like, I'm booked up at all of the progressive school while she's fucking chain smoking camels. By the way, speaking of sheep, have you heard Ghostface Killer's son's diss track? No. Okay.
To who?
To Ghostface Killer. Now, first of all, I do not know if this is real in this day and age of fucking crazy AI, but it's going all over Ghost's son. Exactly. Ghost's son, who may or may not identify as a woman. I am not sure, so I want to be careful.
Sure. He's going
Because
after Ghostface.
in these days, you don't want the FCC breathing down your neck for being inaccurate, Mr. Santino.
No, don't ban me. Don't ban me, FCC.
But bro, the flow, it makes you think like, okay, Ghostface Killer's son, Infinite Coles, airs out family issues on 2 new songs. Okay, I generally don't like hearing people air out their family beefs live.
Yeah.
But put that aside and listen to the flow. Because this fucking dude can rap. This dude can rap, man. But it just makes sense because it's like, can we play a little of it and then edit it out? Yeah, we'll edit it out. Not fucking bad, bro. Not fucking bad.
Monty boys.
I'm
in my head all day today.
Bro, that was good. I mean, I don't know what kind of a cracker out that is, but
Well, it's clear they don't get along.
yeah, it seems like I'm out of you, but fucking what a flow. Like super talented. Isn't that crazy how like that kind of shit's genetic sometimes?
100%.
You know,
for sure.
You know, you ever heard like someone who like their dad is like a really good singer, then you hear them sing, you're like, how are you doing that? Oh, yeah, where's that coming from? Oh, you got it like in your genes.
You know who LC Cook is?
This guy that responded to this. Not at this.
Not at this.
Oh, it's not at this.
That's great.
Well, I could not at this, but thank you so much. Oh, okay, good.
It sounded
Even better.
Sounded like
that sold it. That got people to look at it. Oh my God, this like. Well, that's the thing about rap music. You say things quick enough and fast enough, people are like, oh, did he diss him? Is he shit on it right now? Did I miss that?
No, it is that. You know who LC Cook is?
No.
Sam Cooke's brother. Oh, crazy. Dude, it's kind of wild. Like he sounds.
Brother is one thing though, because they grew up together.
Yeah, but that talent, the fact, like
Right,
Sam was so good. LC wrote, rumored, I don't know how much of this is true, but LC, he wrote a lot of, co-wrote and helped a lot of stuff with Sam. But you listen to that record right there, which that Put Me Down Easy. That record is one of my favorite fucking songs.
Listen a little.
I love this song.
We'll have to edit this out too. Sorry, folks. And you LC Cooks, Put Me Down Easy. Damn, sounds very good.
And I just the lyrics hit me so hard. He's like, look, I know you're gonna screw me over. Will you just, I'm like, just do it quick. Just put me down easy, baby. Just do it fast, dude. Just get it over with.
Yeah, don't drag this out.
Just get it
Don't
over.
pretend we might get back together again.
Oh, it's such a good song.
hanging.
But that's what I mean is like, just because they're brothers. But it sounds like Sam reimagined. It's almost like AI Sam. Because I love Sam Cooke, but that sounds exactly like him.
There's a bunch of those guys from back in the day that kind of slipped through the cracks.
Right, they never got the thing.
There's just some of them, like they had some great ass songs. What is that Strawberry Fields guy? I think Gillis told us about it.
The kid that plays.
Remember that one, Jamie? Do you remember that song? It's on the Spotify. Yeah, let me see if I can find it because it's on my Spotify list. ChatGPT rather is still listening to that bitch.
I turned that shit off.
She wants to know, where are you getting your information from? You ever feel bad about what you said?
Did you say that? That's so funny.
No, that would be funny.
Joe Rogan, your perspective is just yours.
There it is. Strawberry Letter 23 by Shuggy Otis. Is it?
It's originally by the Brothers Johnson.
Oh, that's a cover song?
Yeah, I heard this incident.
Here's My Fate, but that's such a good song.
I heard in the background of another song. Did you guys hear that? Did anyone hear that? No. What I was talking about. Baked out of your head.
You know what? Here's the number one. This is the number one most ridiculous song that for some reason or another the guy didn't become famous. This is from 1969. This guy named Johnny Thunder, and he made this song called "I'm Alive." And Brian Simpson brought it into the green room with the mothership. He's like, "This is gonna be one of your new favorite songs. You gotta listen to the song." And I played it in the green room, and I was like, "Oh my God, I'm alive!" And then we had to look it up, and there was a bunch of misinformation, disinformation online. Couldn't figure out who this cat was. Apparently, he recorded this song. It was a cover of another song that had been recorded by another artist, like a band that was pretty famous. I forget who it was. Who was the other band that recorded it? Like a known name. And his version is so much better. It's so much better. It's so good that you listen to this and you're like, oh, this guy's going to be famous. There's no way. Like if I was living in 1969 and I heard that song on the radio, I'm like, oh, we got a new superstar. Who's this guy?
Did he die early? Is that what it is? He died young?
I don't know when he died. I think we looked that up as well. When did Johnny Thunder die?
First recording.
Yeah, he recorded it, but it was not his song. It was the other band's song. What was the other band? Well, that might not even be true, right? They might have fucked him over. Like, no, we're going to do our version. That's our song. Yeah, excuse me,
That's
my
Elvis's
lawyer. Can I contact you?
Sometimes that happens. They were like, "This is a good song." That's Elvis's song.
Yeah, Elvis owns the song. Yeah, if you want to sue Elvis, try to get that song back. Tom Jones, but that was afterwards, correct? Who was the other band, though, that recorded it?
Deep Purple version of it, and another.
What is it? Deep Purple. Deep Purple was famous. God damn, that's a good song. Woo!
That's a damn good song.
That's a damn good song. I would bet everything I had in 1969. Like, Johnny, you're going to be huge. You're going to be huge. I can see it right now. Madison Square Garden, Johnny Thunder sold out. Oh, my God.
I always say that feels like a Tarantino movie.
You know what I mean? Like that. The guy is that good. Just write him songs, you fucking assholes.
Yeah, just get
a team together. Get Johnny a nice apartment. Johnny, we got it. Wow.
He died last year.
Wow. That might have been when Brian Simpson brought that song. No, we were talking about it more than a year ago.
They made it on the commercials and stuff after the fact.
That's right. So we started talking about it, and then it made it into commercials. Like they started using it for like Jeep commercials or some shit. I don't know. It was Jeep. What was it?
Samsung and Lincoln.
He dies.
You talk about it, it goes viral. They're like,
Yeah.
"Choose that song."
Well, I'm glad they did, just so more people hear it. But there's people like that that just sort of slip through the cracks of history, and for whatever reason, you never hear about it. But that guy was good.
That's very good.
Like, that's like platinum selling album good. Like you hear that song, like, oh, okay, we got it. Right? All we need is a bunch of those.
Yeah.
We need to turn those out. Listen, we got a bunch of guys that are like Chris Stapleton type dudes who just write songs. Right? There's like if you're a Nashville person, there are song writers, professionals who sit down and they will come up with a fucking jam for you. And then, you just fucking start doing arenas. Let's go. Why are you driving a fucking regular car?
Johnny Thunder.
Johnny Thunder, let's go. Johnny Thunder, you need a Mercedes-Benz S-Class, Johnny Thunder.
You want a limo, Johnny Thunder?
You get your Thunder, you need to start flying private. Yeah. There's certain guys like that, you're like, oh man, he just didn't have the right team around him.
Or something else, or he was making, or life got in the way, or he was making more money working on other people's shit.
Self-saboteur. Some people are self-saboteuring.
We know these people in business.
Oh, yeah, man. There's a lot of guys that we both came up with that, you look back and you go, I thought that guy was going to be huge.
Yeah, man, I think about that all. There's a few people that I know that it bums me out because you're like, what were you afraid of? That the thing? Because you could have had it.
I don't know if it's that. I think there's a lot of it is just being on your own and not having any kind of support in terms of like a community of friends. And that's a lot of the reason why a lot of people, as they get older especially, start behaving really irrationally, losing their minds. Is they're alone, essentially. They don't have a family. They dedicated their entire life to their career, and then they get to a certain age, and there's no one who's really excited about them out there in the world. and they get real bitter.
It's very sad.
It's very sad, but they missed out on the fun part. The fun part is having a bunch of friends. Like, that's the fun part.
Yeah.
It's the most fun part. Like, Stanhope said this famously once. He said, I could quit comedy, but I could never quit comics. They're like, yeah, like, that is more fun even than doing stand-up is hanging out with comics.
Yeah.
We're all just being silly together. It's fun. Like, we were in Chicago a couple weeks ago.
Yeah,
what a great time. We had a great fucking time. Santino sat right behind me while the fights are going on. We had some fucking great food.
We had late night Italian beef.
Yeah, it was great.
You know how cool day that was for me? I went to the Cubs game. I sat behind home plate, and then I went right from the Cubs game to come see you. It was like a monumentous day. I told my cousin Luke, I was like, this is like going to be one of the best days I've had. And it just, like, I was riding on a high all day.
Oh, yeah. What a day.
Well, last night I was at your club having a fun time with all the boys. Gillis came down, and, you know, he comes down and that's when he starts it up, dude.
Yeah, no, he's the best. That club's got a great vibe, man. It really does. It's got a great vibe. And that's the thing. It's like, if you're on the outside, you look at it and you go, oh, fuck those people. That's a completely normal way to react.
Sure.
It's completely normal.
Yeah.
But we're not saying fuck you. Like, no, trust me. Just relax. Just relax. Come give me a hug. Come give me a hug. We're all okay. We should not be worried about this stupid shit. And this is one of the things that I always hope happens when there's a tragedy, like a public figure gets executed, is people just have a little grace. Just to give people a little grace. Just a little bit more. Yeah, take the temperature down, America. Because regardless of who shot that guy was shot, and then the reaction was horrible, and then the reaction to the reaction is equally horrible. Everyone's horrible, right? We're a community. We're supposed to be a community. You know, it's not supposed to be right versus left. That's stupid. We don't want to do World War III in the continental United States. We don't want another fucking civil war. That's crazy. We need to stop. Just stop being so divisive and stop rewarding politicians for being so divisive. Jimmy Kimmel returns. ABC ends suspension starting Tuesday. See, called it.
You did.
Called it.
You know what's interesting? You know what I thought he was going to do is get into different media now, like Conan with this podcast. I thought he was going to do that too.
Well, that probably would be a good thing for him to do.
I could see him.
Yeah, but they're really smart to do this because the wave of people watching, I bet he gets the highest ratings he's ever had, ever. They'll be nuts. Yeah, the ratings will be nuts.
Look at that coming back.
Listen, man, it's like, you can't, it's the Streisand effect. You can't do that. You can't remove someone for talking badly about you in 2025 if that's what happened.
If that is the way it goes. If that's what happened.
If that's what happened. I suspect there's a lot of factors. One of the factors is declining ratings, right? So as the ratings go down, then people get more and more sensitive about subject matter, more and more sensitive about advertising, because, you know, you're already like, the show is kind of in a bad direction as it is. Look, the ratings are dropping because people are getting annoyed with it being too political or whatever narrative they can say.
Sure.
And, you know, there's advertisers that get upset because they might be right-wing. It is a decision we made because we felt some of the comments were ill-timed and thus insensitive, the statement said. We have spent the last days having thoughtful conversations with Jimmy, and after those conversations, we reached the decision to return the show on Tuesday. Good. So, in my mind, he wins. Right? He wins. But, you know, take the temperature down. Everybody. Like, we don't want more killings. We want to figure out what's the right thing for everybody. And classifying someone, like, I've heard people say the worst shit about Charlie Kirk post his death. And like I said, I wasn't too aware of what the stuff that he had done. I was aware of some of the things that he'd done that were really brilliant. Some conversations that he had that I thought were very kind. And I was aware of some of the things he said. I was like, oh, why'd you put it that way? You know, like, why did you say that? Like, that you're just, even if it's possible to take something like that out of context, it makes you look terrible. Right? But it is just out of context. That's the problem. But out of context works in this day and age. So I just wish he hadn't said the things that he said the way he said them. But I don't think he's an evil person. So to celebrate the murder of a person that I think is generally a very kind and a very nice person who was just good at debating, but not always even totally accurate. Like there's been some good critiques of some of the debates that he had with college kids that are online where he's like, no, he's not correct with what he said. Like one of the things was about George Floyd. And he kept saying that the medical examiner said that George Floyd would have died of that overdose. That's not true. And we've heard that too, and so then we looked it up, right? And it wasn't, the medical examiner didn't say that, correct? I don't think that's true. And I think he had already printed a retraction. But see, this is the problem with like a debate in a microphone, in a public place where people are cheering and screaming, and you're trying to form your argument. You're not even good at doing it, and you're doing it to a guy who's a professional at doing this. And it's like, it's a stupid way to have conversations, but better than no way at all, right? And in those colleges, you don't get any of those kind of conversations with your professors.
That's why it was really healthy for him. That's, I think, a lot of people say, we targeted young people. Well, there's two ways to look at that. One, it's because I feel like they are the most susceptible to maybe hearing you out, right? You're not changing my dad's mind. I'll tell you that. Yeah, fucking. He's got his perspective.
His feet above the couch. Shut the fuck up.
No, but I think like that. And then the other side is, it's not to prove that he was going to outwit these people. I think it was to have actual discourse and to start discourse on campus.
It was also to get popular.
Yeah, well, he wanted to be famous.
Like he's doing this and spreading these ideas, but he believed in it. He's very religious. But here's the thing, like, he's not this terrible person that they're trying to make him out to be. So to take that 31-year-old guy who's a father and he's got two very young children, and he's married, he's got a family, he's got this wife who loves him, and to cheer that he got shot in the head for his ideas, we've lost the plot. Well, we've lost the plot. If there's a group of children out there in college, young people out there, really, young adults that are cheering, and then older adults too, who are cheering this. My friend was in a coffee shop, and this lady was beside him on a Zoom call, and this is like right after Charlie Kirk was killed, and she gets on her Zoom call, and she goes, well, I had an unexpectedly great day today. How about you girls? And they were like, today was amazing. And they weren't really saying why today was amazing, but it was very clear that they were celebrating the fact that this guy who was a father and a husband was murdered for his ideas. That's not the way to do it, folks.
You may not like what the guy says, for God's sake. I didn't like everything the guy said, but when people were like,
so short-sighted.
Yeah, this is what we need. You're like, dude, how was your brain function?
It's so crazy. It's so crazy. It's all just infected by social media. And all these people who think like this are all online almost all day.
Yeah, they live in it.
Yes, they live in it. They're in the shit all day long, reading the comments, and you're getting poisoned. You're losing your humanity. That's not a normal way to think.
Go outside.
Yeah, you need more than that. You need mushrooms and hugs. You need a lot. But this fucking thing that we're all caught in, this tide of electronics, is leading us in that direction. It's like an inhuman reaction. Like you're separated from the norm of human interaction, like the warmth of a person's smile and give me a hug, like all that stuff that. How many times have you been in a conversation with a person you disagree with them and you both start laughing at the end of it?
That's every comic conversation I have.
Yeah. But online, it doesn't happen that way.
It can't.
It doesn't even happen sometimes with people you know. Like I was in the woods in Utah for a week. I was out there elk hunting, and there's no service out there. There's like a little bit of service at like one peak you get at. You can make a few phone calls and check text messages, and so I was getting some text messages that were showing me that Kimmel got fired. Yeah. Like, oh, look at this, Jesus Christ, this is crazy. And my thought was, what did he say? Oh my God, what did he say? He said something about Charlie Kirk after good. Then I saw what he said. I was like, that's not that bad. No, that's not accurate. But it's like, in my mind, as a comic, I'm like, he's just setting up this bit. Like, and then I'm watching everybody freak out about this. I'm like. And then I thought, okay, am I looking at it wrong? Okay, it is kind of misleading because he's kind of saying that they're trying to label this person as anyone other than themselves, which is like a little weird.
Political finger pointing.
Yeah, so that's inaccurate. But instead, I didn't get upset. I didn't understand. And then I started really realizing that people were upset at me because I wasn't saying anything. I was in support of it. I was like, I'll show you a picture where I am right now.
Yeah, hunting elk.
Yeah, like literally. This is a picture where I was. Yeah, I was up in the mountain. But even then, like, you don't get to tell people what they should and shouldn't comment on while you're silent about Gaza. Okay? If I go through your social media and there's no organized outrage about what's happening right now in Gaza, and you're upset that there's a comedian that for days his show got stopped because he said mean things about the president, like, there's another shit in the world that might be more important than this, and you might need medication. You might be a fucking crazy shut-in. You might be a person that's addicted to your phone. Get the fuck outside. You don't require other people to comment on things. You know, I read one comic said, if you have a big platform and you're not commenting, all I can see is how much you love the taste of boot leather. Like, settle down.
Or I'm with my family right now having a meal.
This is one of the reasons why I've been off social media for like the last 7-8 months, mostly. Like, I'll look at it occasionally. I hardly ever post. And if I do post, it's just stuff about shows. Like, I did a show here, or here's a picture of this fun thing. That's it. But I don't read anything about it at all. I know guys that have lost their minds. They're in that all day long, having conversations with people on Twitter all day long, debating points, arguing stuff all day long, making response videos, making other videos, going and talking about it on a podcast. Like, what are you doing with your life, man?
Yeah,
this is nuts.
Well, everybody raised a lot of these people that were like, boycott ABC, Disney, cancel it. And I was like, well, don't do that.
They made a video. Ron Perlman made a video.
Like, I was
subscribed and then unsubscribed.
What are you doing, dude?
Like, settle, relax. But also, if it is that the government tried to silence Jimmy Kimmel because they were trying to push through some sort of merger and he doesn't like Jimmy Kimmel, so they tried, well, yeah, that should be exposed. That's fucked up. I'm going to need to see some emails.
I want to see them emails.
I want to see some emails. This is one of the reasons why you need that Israeli spying software.
Yeah, we got to get that.
Oh, everyone needs it. We have no encryption anymore. We need to all read each other's phones. I need to know, what did you guys plan?
What'd you say? Show me what you said.
Show me what you show me.
Show it right now. I think they're going to come out and find out. We'll find out. It'll get exposed.
Jamie, tell me if this is true. That there is something that someone sent me, that every Samsung phone from 2022 on has something installed in it called App Cloud.
App Cloud.
Yeah, and it's a backdoor, and it allows you. Here, I'll send you this thing, Jimmy. I do not know if this is true. It sounds ridiculous. It allows someone to potentially get into your phone. But I asked a friend of mine who's a legit expert in this kind of shit. I said, all you need is your phone number. All that stuff is nonsense. I go, really? He goes, yeah, it's easy. It's that easy. With Pegasus too, he goes, all he needs is your phone number. So all this thing of like backdoor apps, like,
so what, they need your phone number, they can just access everything.
Yeah. It's a joke.
Why aren't we doing that then to people that we need to access their phones?
The only way, well, they do. That's how the Israelis fucked everybody up. You gotta give it to them, dude. The pagers, like that pager shit was wild. Genius shit. One of those genius fucking operations I've ever heard a government pull off. Send people pagers. They have those pagers for a long time before they blow them up. How long did they have those pagers before they detonated them, Jamie? I want to say it was over a year.
It was like a government-sponsored program. They gave it to these people, right? Is that what it was?
Well, the thing is, they were using pagers because they knew that if they were using cell phones, that the Israelis had electronics that could read everything.
Sure.
So they could spy on all their phones. So to get around that, they decided to use pagers.
Yeah.
So the Israelis knew that they were going to use pagers because they have people embedded in these organizations. They have people that are literally acting like they're Hezbollah or Hamas. They're inside there, and then they're Israelis. And so these people got a hold of their order before they order a bunch of pagers. They get a hold of it, rig it with detonations, rig it with explosives, repackage it, send it to them. So then they get it. I got the page. Fuck, you just realized they're putting a little ball right next to your dick, and you're walking around with this thing for I think a year or so. Jesus, I can't hear you. 5 months. 5 months. Actually, but it wasn't yet. It didn't happen at once. Okay, 5 months for how long? An hour. So for an hour, everywhere you look, pagers are blowing up on dudes' dicks. And think about where your pager is. It's right there. Right where your balls are. Boom! Big old bowling ball hole where your legs used to be. Wild. And they planned it out months and months in advance. How about what they did to the Iranians? Do you know what they did with them? That they had this thing. They made a phone call. We need a meeting of everybody. Meet in the bunker. And they met them. But it was a prank phone call. So all these Iranian guys, they met in the bunker and they fucking dusted that bunker. Blew it apart. Yeah,
I thought it was coming from higher order.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, we'll see down there.
Yeah, oh boy, I wonder what's happened. Let's go meet at the bunker. Boom!
That's nuts.
Genius.
Yeah.
Genius.
They know what they're doing. They're plotting.
Oh, they're real good at it. Yeah, they're real good at it. It's so comfortable.
It's
Makes
crazy.
You know, if I was Jewish, I'd be like, yeah, we're the best. Bro, fucking, we rule.
Have you
We
seen
rule
it?
at this shit.
Have you seen what we do?
Yeah, get everybody to come over here, put the hat on. Put the hat on. Did you see that Benjamin Netanyahu gave like this 2-minute speech about how offensive it was that people said that Israel killed Charlie Kirk?
No. But he just made it. He just
Made
talked
some
about.
video about it. And I was like,
No one said that.
what?
I've never heard.
Tell me more.
Yeah, who said that?
Tell me more. Like, who's saying this?
See, that's the kind of shit that I think when they plant information like that, and then it becomes true, right? Because then people online do start saying it.
Yeah,
So
and
you're
then,
just feeding the false narrative becomes a real narrative. And he goes, see?
well, it could be that he got hoodwinked. That, like, he's an older dude, right? So he's probably not on TikTok. He probably doesn't have his thumb to the pulse of young people. Then someone comes in, like, because, like, Trump didn't understand when he would go to his rallies and he would talk about the vaccine, the people would boo. He didn't understand. The vaccine was amazing. I did it. It was on me. And they're like, no, we don't like the vaccine. He didn't know. So he doesn't have his thumb on the pulse.
Right.
So if someone comes to the TV, they're saying we did it. We didn't do it. They're saying we did it. You really need
Well,
to
I'll tell
respond.
people that we didn't do
And then
it.
he goes out and responds. Well, he looks like he did it now.
Right.
And that could be a trick. Because there's still a bunch of people in Israel trying to get rid of him, too.
Oh, yeah.
Like, the day of October 7th, the day before, there was thousands of people in the streets protesting him.
Right. They don't like him.
Well, there's some people that do, there's
Sure.
some people that don't.
Sure.
Just like Trump. You know, you can say, oh, the Americans hate Trump. No, half the Americans hate Trump. Half the Americans think he's the shit. They love it. They're like tired. They're tired of liberals. They're tired of people with blue hair screaming in their face. They're tired.
And there's a contingent of people that don't give a fuck, but they're like, that's fine, I don't care.
They'll join the Republicans because the other people are so annoying. At least the Republicans leave them alone. That's what happens.
They just want to be left alone.
Yeah, you guys are screeching and telling people what to do and what they have to say. Like, you know, you do what I tell you to. You take that post down. Like, you do what the fuck. Yeah. See what I'm saying?
Take that post down.
You take that post down. They want control over you.
Expressing your opinions.
That ain't good from either side, kids.
That's dangerous.
There's something with that plot thing. I found the post you posted, but I just asked Grok instead to see what it said.
What did Grok say?
Brock says it's a pre-installed system service on many Samsung Galaxy smartphones, particularly mid-range and budget models like the A series, as well as some of the S series devices. Depending on the carrier or region, it functions as an app recommendation and installation tool that suggests and promotes third-party apps, often games and promotional content, based on user behavior, location, and preferences. This is part of Samsung's partnerships with carriers and app developers to generate revenue by subsidizing device costs through the preloaded or suggested installs.
Boy, I don't want to go that way. There's a bunch of videos that post about how to take it off and how to disable it.
So it's widely viewed as bloatware or adware due to its intrusive nature. It can be easily uninstalled, or it can't be easily uninstalled, and notifications are non-dismissible. Oh, that's gross. It's not essential for core phone function, is often absent from carrier-free or unlocked devices. bought directly from Samsung. Okay, so it's not a Samsung issue. It's someone else puts it on a Samsung phone. There's no verified evidence supporting claims of data being sent to external entities like intelligence firms. These appear to stem from misinformation on social media, or you're lying.
So I looked it up. This post people were posting on Instagram 2 days ago. It mentions Iron Source, which that did not. So I googled Iron Source. And there's an Israeli software company, when you said
Israeli software company is now part of Unity that provides a platform for mobile app creators to monetize their apps through user acquisition and advertising. Founded in 2010, significant presence in Tel Aviv. The company has merged with the U.S. gaming firm Unity in November 2022 to form an end-to-end platform for the app economy. What did you just say?
What'd you say? What did you say, man?
What are you talking about?
Israelis, Iron Source trade.
Bro, they are the best at it. They figured out Pegasus. That's how whoever got Jeff Bezos got him. They got him through a WhatsApp link. So that was the first Pegasus. I'd send you a WhatsApp message like, Santino, you gotta check this out. And you'd be like, what is it? And so you check out some X article that I send you. But as you're clicking on it, it puts an exploit into your phone. So now they have full access to your phone. They get all your dick pics, all your photos, all your dirty little text messages.
All my dick pics are from Jamie.
But now with Pegasus 2, all you need is your phone number.
Fuck.
Just your phone number.
Fuck.
Yeah.
It's so dark.
It's nuts.
How can they protect it? You can't protect it.
Yeah. It's really hard. And then you think, well, I'll just use encrypted apps like,
Well, WhatsApp does it, right?
WhatsApp. Yeah. And then there's also Signal. And then there's
Signal.
like Telegram and a few other ones. But they can get in those too if they want to. They did it with Tucker Carlson. Tucker Carlson was going to the Soviet Union. Or doesn't exist anymore. He was going to Russia to talk to. That was a Freudian. Probably try to bring that bitch back. He was going to Russia to try to meet with Putin, and they found out, and they contacted him. Break your signal. He's like, what? I didn't even know you could do that.
What did he say on this? What was it?
His signal chat was he was going back and forth with someone about setting up a meeting with Putin. And so the State Department, or whoever it was in the Biden administration, made the call to spend an extraordinary amount of money to unencrypt his signal.
Jesus.
Yeah. Yeah, read his messages. Because, you're not supposed to be talking to people who don't like.
You can't be talking to people you don't like.
Yeah, we might get a wrong opinion of who that person is, which I kind of get it. I know what you're saying. I don't ever think that not talking to people is the solution, but I do understand what they're saying.
Yeah, but traditionally, don't we usually try to talk to people so we can try to figure out how we can make some headway?
It would be the better option for everybody, especially if cooler heads can prevail. But the thing about this Ukraine-Russia thing is, like, I think Trump grossly underestimated the amount of work that it's going to take to stop this. When he was running, he was saying that one day, get me in the office, and one day I'll have a deal. No, there's
no deal.
There's no deal. And the thing is, like, Putin is very smart. He's not going to, he's going to play. He's like going to cat and mouse this. Like, you can't just say, I'm going to be able to do a deal with Putin, because I'm the alpha. He's like, really?
It's not how it works.
I feel like pushing it to Poland. And like things can get real squirrely because of that. Because you can't. That's a former KGB guy who is like a Russian nationalist, right? Like he's the president of Russia for how long now? How long has he been running Russia?
I mean, since I can remember, I don't know. How long has he been around?
You can't out for that guy.
No, he's the guy.
Yeah, I mean, maybe you can have some sort of a deal could be made, but if you think you're going to be able to say, I'll have a deal tomorrow, it's like,
No, you won't.
I don't think so. I'm going to the woods. I'm going to go fuck something.
Yeah.
I think you wait. He's riding a bear with no shirt on.
I think you have to wait.
So we're right there. There's a lot of people think he might be one of the richest men alive.
Well, they don't disclose, so who knows?
He has no idea. No one has any idea how much money he has. And he's not going to just listen to him. You're poor to him.
Yeah, you mean
Trump's only got like a couple billion. Like, shut up.
You like a couple billion of them?
I have both your sizes. The size of your entire GDP.
I have yacht the size of White House.
They got some crazy ass yachts that they stole too. That was another weird thing during the Ukrainian invasion. Everybody's like, yeah, well, all your rich friends were stealing their boats. They stole all the yachts from all the oligarchs. And I was always like, where do those yachts go? Who gets to keep them? What's going on?
He's got them.
No. They stole it from the Russians, the international community. Yeah.
Where are they now?
A lot of them are parked in ports and they have to be maintained because otherwise you lose the value of the boats. And those like a boat, like one of Russian oligarch yachts, bro, that is millions and millions of dollars every year just to maintain it. Just to maintain it. And then, like, every couple of years, you gotta pull it out of the fucking water and they gotta clean it, put new paint on it. Like, do you know how much money that costs?
Yeah.
You have to be so rich just to maintain it. And then they just took them from us. And then they just have them somewhere. And then the states,
State's paying for it.
Yeah. Like, there's one of them that was in Italy. So the Italians had to pay. And they're like, we don't have this fucking money.
I don't want to pay for
Why
this.
am I paying for this? They're fucking. I mean, how many? Let's find out. Let's take a guess. How many Russian oligarch yachts were captured? How many do you think were confiscated? If you had a guess, I want to say 14.
Oh, I was going to say, I wanted to say something in the number of like 30 to 40. I mean, the amount of money that's out there in these guys, I mean, it's endless. It's an endless trail of money. I bet you a lot of these people have multiple yachts.
I bet.
They got a yacht for a yacht, you got a tug yacht,
You know, you got a yacht for your hose.
You got a yacht for the hose.
Yacht for your family. Yeah. Yacht for your other family.
I get it. They have yachts.
Yacht just for cocaine.
Yeah.
This is
My cocaine yacht.
My cocaine yacht. Look,
You want to
it's
go?
all black. Get it? It's all black, not white. Get it? I treat them.
I didn't come close.
This is what my cocaine is. As long as you can find on the coke, everything is black. The floors, the tables.
Let's go get it everywhere.
If you lose a little coke, you know where it goes. You just look for white stuff.
You can see.
I haven't found the number yet, but one of them I was looking up, they got it in Fiji, and I was already reading about how they had it shipped back to Hawaii, but now it's for auction.
Oh,
So now I should buy it. Yeah, but now you're going to be the owner of this Russian guy's yacht that wants it back.
no, he's going to understand.
Because they said he wanted to buy it back.
No, I'm going to tell him. Browse mine now, I'm sorry. I'll just let you have it. So, it was worth $300 million when it was seized in 2022. Look at the size of it.
It's 6 decks and
It's a fucking apartment. 348.
It's an apartment building.
Yeah.
Not an apartment.
That's what I meant. Apartment.
It's apartments.
Yeah.
The U.S. government seized the gleaming yacht 3 years ago when it was docked in a marina in Fiji with local assistance. They argued that the vessel, called Amadea, Latin for God's love, was owned by Suleiman Kermov, a Russian oligarch under U.S. sanctions with a net worth of $16.4 billion, according to Forbes, and ties to President Vladimir Putin of Russia. Isn't that funny? All you have to do is have ties to one that can steal your boat.
16.4 billion.
Yeah.
And that's probably a guess, right?
Well, that's what's weird. It's like ties to them. Like, what are the extent of those ties?
Right? How do they know each other?
someone else on the paper.
Oh, on paper, the owner was a different wealthy Russian, Edward
You got it.
Kudenatov, one-time pig breeder, Jesus Christ, who had not been sanctioned by the United States. Mr. Kudenatov's claim on the Amadea began a legal battle that has delayed the yacht's sale and could pose problems for its eventual owner. Well, if they just stole it from the pig farmer, then what the fuck, U.S.?
Yeah, what are we doing?
I'm the first guy get it.
This is obviously bought in someone else's
Which guy?
name.
The first guy you said.
Oh, the oligarch?
Yeah, that's where they took it from.
He's barring it. He's barring it. Yeah, it has to be the bar. When you're that rich, bro, it's a flex. Let me take that yacht. I want to bar my yacht. Take it. I don't give a shit. Take the yacht. Kill the chef. I don't care. Kill the chef. Shoot him in the head if you don't like the way your steak is cooked.
Chef's just standing there.
Please spare me.
What? At least 6 or 7 other yachts I was reading up on. That's not the biggest one.
That's not the biggest one? Whoa, what's the biggest one they seized?
I'm telling you,
Those guys are balling.
so hard.
They're balling.
41 meters. That's slightly bigger.
And you wonder why Nancy Pelosi keeps embezzling money like this.
Smart. She wants
She's
to
not
be guys.
embezzling. She's insider trading.
Yeah, it's
She's doing it legally, though.
Yeah, of course.
So what the fuck?
They're all doing it.
Why complain?
Yeah. Wow.
Whoa! See, when you're around all this, You're like, why do the Russians get all the yachts? And you're like, oh, we need more money.
That is fucking insane. Look, go back. Look at the size of that bullshit little jet ski next to that thing. Look how big that is.
Bro, that yacht's giant.
That's huge.
3 decks. How many feet long is that?
There's
82 meters.
What's that?
It's 240 feet, bro.
Look at him, that was quick.
It's like 3. Yeah, just about 3.
There's like a formula that you do when you convert like meters to feet, meters to yards. How do you do that? Like someone told me from the archery community told me how to do that. If you have like a rangefinder that says meters.
1.09.
1.09.
Right, that's right. Meters and yards.
So if it's like, which one's longer?
Meter.
Oh, okay. So 100 meters, like 110 yards. Okay,
Give or take, yeah.
there you go.
I know, the only reason I know that is golf. If I golf overseas, they always do meters.
Right.
And they don't convert for you.
Oh,
So you'll go, when they say it, they'll go, down in Australia, like 128. And you're like, 128.
oh, you gonna do it? Yeah.
I had my phone out at one point. I was like, oh, she gotta be so
Oh, that's funny.
They were making fun of me. Like, come on, man, you don't know any fucking conversions. I'm like, no, I don't know conversions, man.
They taught us in high school, and then they gave up.
Well, I gave up.
But they gave up, like, by the time I was out of high school, they stopped doing it.
Same thing with
This
cursive.
is 85. They gave up, but they gave up on the metric system in 85. They were going to try to impart the metric system in the entire country.
Yeah, we weren't interested.
Nope. Fuck you. We got the bomb, bitch.
We got the bomb. They were doing our own numbers,
Man,
man.
taking inches. You can suck my
Such a
inches and pounds. Go fuck yourself with your metric system. It's kind of funny.
Yeah, I like it.
Fuck you and fuck soccer.
Fuck you.
Fuck you. Fuck you. America was like, we're not doing it.
Yeah, we didn't do it.
Not doing it. Sorry.
Now we got a sport like soccer, but it's like concussion. We just run at each other full fucking speed, crushing each other. Gladiator shit.
Yeah. I wonder what's worse for you, that or fighting. I used to think it was that, but then I started watching some documentaries about old-time fighters.
Bad.
Oh my God.
Remember when the NHL was going to ban fighting, and then I think they found out, there was research that found out that the most concussions that came from on the ice were from board hits.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Heads bouncing off the board.
Yeah, for sure.
So they were like, the fights weren't, because you're so unstable on skates, the fighting wasn't as brutal as obviously ground fighting, because you have stability, right?
I saw a dude judo throw a guy though.
It's pretty rad. But on ice,
yeah, it's kind of uncool.
it's not cool.
The guy takes his helmet off, you judo throw him, he could die.
Could.
Did easily. I don't know how that guy. It didn't look like he died, but he definitely got KO'd. This dude hip tossed him.
Those ice fights, though, they're brutal, but they're bouncing of the head off the glass.
Watch this.
Whoa. He bounced on his back, I think.
Bro, his head is around, so look at this. 100%.
It's a good throw.
His head is around.
Yeah, that's not good.
Boom, right there. 100% is a bounce.
Yeah, that's not good.
Not good.
Not good, dude.
Yeah, that was a good throw.
I was just going to say, it's a good throw.
As a guy who appreciates
His positioning was perfect.
He really knew his shit. That's the thing. If you could teach like a judo practitioner, you could teach like a Carl Parisian or a Yoel Romero or Hector Lombard, Yoel was a wrestler, but Hector Lombard, who's a jiu-jitsu champion from Cuba, teach a guy like that how to fight in hockey games, you're in fucking trouble, son. Yeah, grab a hold of your shit. If he's a really good skater, and I'm sure he's got amazing balance, because every judoka has insane balance. You have to be able to like rotate your weight, transfer your weight in the split second intervals, and you got to be able to manipulate another person's body and weight, the kind of strength that you would have, slam someone on the ice like that. Like,
Ooh. Well, that's when it's over, though. That's the only rule of hockey, right? If you're down, it's out.
is that the rule?
Your fight's over when they go down. Yeah, you can't hit him when he's down.
Aren't they doing like a whole fight league where they like a hockey fight thing?
I feel like the Russians have that, like a hockey hockey fight thing.
The Russians have people fighting in cars.
Yeah.
Have you seen the car fight?
No.
You buckle up in a seat.
Oh, I have seen this. Yeah, they just start beating the fucking shit out of each other. It is insane.
It's so insane, dude. It's so insane.
Yeah, these guys, right? Yeah, this is exactly right. There's just ice.
Oh my God, this is so crazy. So they have MMA gloves on. They're fighting on ice. This is nuts, dude. This spinning back fist.
Closer to your basketball court thing, though. There's no ball.
Yeah, no, pretty good idea. Except the whole the whole skate thing is nonsense. Like why are you limiting people's movement?
Yeah, but it is so much harder to fight on ice.
Oh yeah,
It's fucking so hard.
Well, also it's such a factor that if you're a really good skater but a shitty boxer, you could fuck the guy up. It's probably better than you for sure. Because he's not going to know how to balance himself when he's transferring weight. You can just kind of pop him, and he won't be able to do anything about it. You can keep it together and just like gently pop him, and he's stumbling all over the place. It's just a dumb way to fight.
Ice fights, baby.
It is weird though that hockey allows fights.
I love it.
It's weird.
Yeah.
It's weird that there's like one sport it's tradition. It's weird.
Yeah, no, but it is. But I do think also because the brutality of the fights wouldn't be as gruesome as that of NBA, NFL. You know,
right.
So I think they factor in the fact that it's like these fights don't really last long. They get a couple shots, it's usually
Nobody
over,
gets hurt.
and they usually break it up pretty quickly.
Yeah.
When the refs can sneak in, they will.
Yeah.
I love it. I think it's such a cool part of the sport.
It's a great part of the sport. Without that, people are going to hate it.
There it is.
Of course they did. And with the helmets on, the helmets are smart, honestly. Because when you get KO'd and your head bounces off the ground, you really need that helmet. But you could also break the fucking shit out of your hand on that helmet.
Oh, they are for sure. For sure.
Yeah, that's a terrible way to break your hand.
Bare knuckle ice fight, sponsored by Buffalo Wild Wings.
Sponsored by Pfizer.
Yeah.
Brain damage.
Yeah.
Does it make you depressed?
Try taking Zolidans. Zolidans will figure everything out for you.
Yeah. We live in some weird times, my friend. We really do.
Well, we're trying our best.
Yeah.
We're trying our best in a totally fucked up time. I do think we're gonna see a swing. I think things
Which way?
I think things are gonna even out a little bit and get a little bit calmer. I think it's so chaotic.
I hope so. I hope cooler heads prevail.
Because we're in a bad way.
But there's a lot of people, unfortunately, in this country that don't see a bright future for themselves. And this is also part of the problem with the narratives that we're being fed on social media. Is that they start looking at their economic future and it looks very bleak, and they want to point a finger at someone like somebody fucked me. Like, why these people? There's a few people that have all this money. You know, and this is one of the things one of them CEOs was talking about on the podcast. That, like, that they have to be really careful because, like, once AI does happen, like, the people are going to come for them.
Oh yeah.
The people are going to, like, did you see what happened in Nepal? They took over the whole government.
Oh, they overthrew it.
They overthrew the government. And they voted in a new leader on Discord. That's how they voted in a new leader. Wow. And they took over the government. Because the government was trying to impose rules on what they could post online, what they could see online. And the young people had enough.
They were like,
And they're like, fucking enough. And then it was an actual overthrowing of the government, which I do not know if it was orchestrated by an intelligence agency. That's the problem.
Could be.
I used to think, what a great story. That's so cool. Then I met Mike Benz, and he's like, no, USA has been funding these things for years. I'm like, what? No. Yes. He was saying USA is from things that are too dirty for the CIA, so they farm it off to these NGOs. Government officials had to leave the product building by helicopter. Whoa! Bro! That's awesome. They're hanging on to helicopters. That's crazy.
Yeah, I've watched a lot of the videos. There was like a guy, I think he was randomly traveling on a motorcycle through there while this was happening. He just sort of stayed. That he keeps filming like on the ground.
It is so nuts. Imagine, like, look, we can get you out here, but we don't have time to get you in the helicopter. They're at the door. Just put this fucking thing between your legs and hang on. Do you have gloves? Hang on.
Kathmandu.
By the way, how long do you think you can hang on to that without the strap? 0 seconds.
Not a long
like
time.
0
Yeah,
seconds.
that's gonna be tough.
Yeah, that's a wire. So
Yeah, that's tough.
that's a nylon wire.
All is burning.
Wow. The real story behind. Go back. What is it? Which one? Yeah. Nepal Gen Z protest. The real story behind the uprising, connecting the dots. Look, they're all filled there. Everyone's got their camera out. Some people have masks on. Jesus Christ, man. We live in the dumbest of times and the wildest of times. The mask thing is like every time I see someone with a mask on, I'm like, you gotta stop! You gotta stop.
They're everywhere. I still see them everywhere.
But it's like it's a green light for idiots to just also be able to commit crimes because you're allowing people to cover their face, which used to be a red light. Like if you go into a bank with a mask on in the past, it was like, hey, you guys got a mask on. Everybody got their guns out. Now it's normal.
Normal to see it. But this fully masked guy, my buddy Sean sent me a video of a guy on his block, their security camera. Broad daylight, middle of the day, getting groceries out of his car with his kid and his wife. Guy runs up to him with a gun, robs him of his watch.
Oh, Jesus.
Broad daylight, fully masked up. You know,
Where was this at?
in LA, in the valley. The video's wild, dude. The wife comes out, he points the gun right at the wife. And I mean, doesn't shoot anybody. Thank God. The kids are everything was safe. But he goes, take it off. You can hear the audio. He goes, take it off. He takes his watch out pretty quickly, gives it to him. When he gets in his car and they speed away, and I was like, this wasn't cruising to the neighborhood, seeing a guy unload his car. They saw him at the grocery store, clocked it.
Yeah. No, they do that all the time.
Following that guy home. That's what we say.
If he gets caught, he'll be out of jail.
Yeah.
No cash bail.
They'll never catch him. The car was stolen.
Even if he gets caught,
Yeah.
it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
They'll let him out. What is that about? Like if I wanted to destroy society, that's how I would do it. I just allow. I'm not saying that that's why they do it, but if I wanted to destroy society, I would just say, listen, the way to combat all this inequality in the world is whenever someone gets arrested, just let them go. Just let them go. Because otherwise you're racist. Oh, okay. Just let people out. Like, let violent criminals back on the streets. No. Like, none of these people ever have any solution for how to make the places where these people grow up less violent. Zero discussion about it. No talk about it. They just think that there's systemic racism. And so that's why people get arrested. Like, okay, instead of trying to fix it. And then the way people can gaslight other people's behavior in order to find some sort of a way of not giving the people on the other side a win. One of the craziest conversations I saw people have online with one of those cable talk shows was they were having a conversation about why this guy would shoot Charlie Kirk. And the angle they were taking was that he was in a relationship, a loving, amazing relationship with another man who was a trans woman.
Charlie Kirk was?
No. The guy was the shooter.
I was like, what the fuck?
The guy's the shooter.
Oh, right. Is that true?
That's why, yeah, allegedly. And then that's why when Charlie Kirk's words hurt so much that he had to take action. Like gaslighting and justifying an assassination. Because this guy was saying mean things about trans people. Like, don't listen. Don't listen.
Did he say mean things about trans people, by the way? That's the other thing.
Well, he definitely said that they were not really women,
Yeah.
right? Which I don't think is mean because it's biologically accurate. It's just insensitive to people who want you to go along with it.
Right.
That's what it is.
I just don't follow the man enough. I don't know anything about. I saw clips, so that's all. That was my perspective was watching him do trolley clips online. I mean, the guy trolled a lot online.
Yeah, well, he did a lot to get people riled up.
Big time.
Yeah, a lot of DEI. That's one of the reasons why people think he's very problematic. He was against it. He's also said that the civil rights bill, but he had a really good point. He said it should be just a one-page thing. Instead of that, it should be a one-page thing that says it is illegal to discriminate on the basis of race, color, ethnicity. Simple. Which makes sense. Like, it should be illegal to do that.
It is, correct?
Yeah.
I mean,
but it's like, you have all these conversations, and some of them look not so good and out of context. And that's easy to do when a guy's 31 years old. If I had a podcast when I was 31, you think people hate me now?
way worse.
They would be way worse. Yeah, I would have said a lot of stupid shit.
No, dude, I say dumb shit on our show every week.
Well, that's the problem with having a comedy show, too, though. It's like the comedy show, especially when you're talking to comedians, we're so used to talking normal to each other, just saying what's on our mind, and saying things that we heard, rather than worrying about how other people are going to feel. And when you do that publicly, people are like, you get to talk like that? This is crazy. You guys just said you'd suck each other's dicks for a few dollars. This is crazy. Yeah. But you're not allowed to do that in most jobs, right? And this, I think, is the origin of all this FCC stuff. I think they wanted to keep it that way. I think they wanted to keep people kind of muted no swearing. This is what Father knows best. Tonight at 8 p.m. Leave it to Beaver. It was all these stupid fucking shows that were like social programming. And they were designed to keep people calm and complacent because we had dealt with 5,000 years of people being murderous barbarians. And so once they got the chance to broadcast things on TV, they just broadcast this bullshit version of a human being, and we all just accepted that that's how people were.
Right.
And the only way they can do that is to limit what you're allowed to talk about, limit the language you're allowed to use, and have a bunch of stupid commercials jammed in there every 15 minutes or whatever it is to make you feel stupid. Just keep shoving that down your throat. It'll work till you die.
Drink your fucking Ovaltine.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and stay away from saturated fat. That's what they did forever. And now people are kind of waking up that that's dumb. And I think that's part of what this Jimmy Kimmel thing is like. Why? What outrages, one of the things that outrages young people in particular, and also comics, but is that we live in a time where you can have a show like this, right? Where there's no one has talked to us before we did this. No one's going to talk to us after. If they do, I don't listen. We just say what we think, and you put it out there, right? Imagine if the government had to get involved. You know, Andrew Santino and Joe Rogan's vile comments. We're going to remove them from the internet. Like, according to who? So the young people go, who the fuck is that guy?
Right.
Like Conor McGregor and Jeremy Stevens.
Who the fuck is that guy?
Who the fuck is that guy? Because that's what it's like. It's like, who are you? What that's and people are just waking up. What, that's an organization that can tell you what you can say on TV while you have YouTube, while you have X, while you have fucking literal Nazis who are posting videos every day, and that's okay. Not gonna have 24 million views, but this talk show that has. Like, what was the 18 to 34 of the Jimmy Kimmel show? That was what was also crazy.
Yeah.
Not good.
No, the numbers were pretty low.
Pretty low.
Late night TV.
All late night. Yes, low. Because it's a limited format.
Yeah.
He would be way better off if he had an internet show. 100%. 100%. Just him do whatever the fuck he wants.
Yeah.
He'd probably make more money, especially now, which is probably one of the reasons why they wanted to bring him back. They're probably like, it's like, right now is a good time to keep this guy on our side.
100%.
Yeah.
Otherwise,
If they fired him and then he got paid out, or if his lawyers made a deal, like, look, buy him out, we're done. Because I think he only had until the end of the year before they were going to renegotiate a contract anyway.
I didn't know that.
I think so. That's what I read today. But there's so much misinformation.
Yeah, who knows what it is?
Well, I'm going to need to see some emails. I'm going to need to see some text messages. I want to know what happened behind the scenes.
Yeah.
Or not. Or we put it back on the air and you guys shut the fuck up. Which seems to be like
What
what's
they did.
happening.
Yeah.
But anybody that's like in support of it, it's like, well, understand where that goes. Even if he's incorrect. If he's incorrect, people should vote with their viewership. Okay? If you're upset at him that he got that incorrect or that he's politically biased, don't watch it more. And plenty of people will watch. And let the market decide. Don't let the government step in and the government and people in the government call you talentless and vile and all these different things. Like, so, man.
It is so funny how many he's like, he has no talent. You're like, well, I mean, yeah.
He's been on TV for 50 years.
Objectively, he's talented. That's not even enough.
What does that mean? He's been on the radio and he's been on TV for like 100 years.
Yeah,
What are you talking about?
quite talented.
He's my age. He's a dinosaur. He's been on TV forever. Like, this is crazy.
Yeah.
And he's not Hitler, you know, and neither was Charlie Kirk, you know, and this is where we're lost. Like, there's real monsters in the world. I watched a video today that I shouldn't have watched, and it was a video from Gaza where they found these 3 men that they suspected of doing something or sharing information with Israel, and they gunned them down on the street, colluding with Israel at some point, and the video was horrific. They have these guys blindfolded, they kicked them in the back, face down, they just gunned them down in front of everybody. There's a large crowd of people watching, and they're all filming. Gross. And it's fucking horrific, man. It's horrific. It's so rough to watch. Like, that's going on right now at the same time as this stupid fucking argument You know, there's so many things we should be paying attention to. There's so many things that are just absolutely insane in the world right now. And we're focused on this one thing as if this is the end of the world. There's a giant something headed our way that many of these wacko conspiracy theorists that I follow think is a UFO. there's that one that some people think it's a comet, and that Avi Loeb guy from Harvard, he doesn't think it's a comet. I think it's a UFO. And he thinks it's some sort of an intergalactic spaceship that's traveling from somewhere else. Come on, it's going to come near us. And then there's a bigger one behind it. There's a new one that they just discovered very recently.
That's the other yacht.
Yeah,
the other space yacht. There's a couple of fucking
he
space
got
yachts.
expelled from Space Russia. Have to run. They're trying to take away a spaceship.
We will shoot your yacht into space.
Yeah. Did you see that orb? I sent it to Jamie. So there's this orb that they apparently have carbon dated, and this orb that has all these weird writings on it. It's very strange looking. It's made out of some alloy of aluminum that's 3 times stronger than military grade aluminum, and it got labeled, or it got dated to 12,560 years old. Yeah, so it's straight from a radiocarbon lab report dated September 19th, 2025. So look at that thing. Look at the drawings on it. Like if this thing's actually 12,000 plus years old and has these inscriptions on it. It looks like this very strange, looks like a language. Yeah, and the center of it looks exactly like a microchip. And that this is made out of some sort of an aluminum alloy that's 3 times stronger than military grade aluminum.
You know what those look like coming out of that microchip, that picture? Those little mushrooms.
So let's go back, go up a little, Jimmy, right here. The sample was treated with HCI, cleaned and burned at 900 degrees centigrade or Celsius. Graphite conversion measured by accelerator mass spectrometer compared against official oxalic acid standards, plus or minus 30 years uncertainty. So I sent this to my friend Jesse Michaels, who's got an awesome YouTube channel. You should check it out. It's called American Alchemy. And he is my go-to expert when anything is really fucking screwy online. Like, is this real? I'll send him stuff like that. So what he was telling me, though, that there is an issue with the actual dating of it. Okay, so the carbon dating is real, and with this from Jesse. And we assume that we have an aluminum sphere 3 times the hardness of modern aerospace aluminum, which was created 12,600 years ago at the start of the Younger Dryas. It's a full paradigm shift. On another note, so this is what he was saying, though, that there was an issue with the way they analyzed it. I can't find it. But what he's saying is that the stuff that's on the outside, like the resin, which is what they're examining. So the resin that they're examining, there's an issue. Oh, here it is. Apparently, when you carbon date the petrochemical resin, you might get an artificially old date. Okay, so they're trying to figure this out. When the Georgia team tested it, it seemed legit. But there is an issue with modern petrochemical resin. Here, I'll send this to Jamie. It's complicated because the problem with something like that is I want to believe in it so bad. Like, please, space people, come and fix us.
These space people.
Please, we're so retarded. Come get us. Come get us before we elect Chelsea Handler for president. Come get us. Like, look at this. So this is what I was reading a Reddit comment about it.
This is the report. It's analysis for the 4 aminifer samples. 4 aminifers. This single-celled organism.
What? What is that?
That they tested something different than what they're saying they tested. I think that's what the comments.
I thought they were saying the resin. The resin is treated in an ultrasound bath for 30 minutes at room temperature. The sample is dried out and treated with with 1N-HCI to remove possible carbonates. After that, the sample was rinsed in ultra-pure water and dried at 105 degrees Celsius for accelerated mass spectrometry. And now say that 5 times. Analysis: the clean samples were combusted at 900 degrees Celsius, evacuated sealed ampules, the presence of CuO. The resulting carbon dioxide is cryogenically purified from the other reaction products and catalytically converted to graphite using a method of get to the point. Sample ratios were compared to the ratio measured from the oxalic acid 1. The sample tested ratios were measured separately. The quoted uncalibrated dates have been given in radiocarbon years before 1,950 years BP. What is BP? Before present. And using the half-life of 5,568 years. I don't know what they just said. Do you?
I don't have a fucking clue.
So it's a few thousand years old. So it says age years before present, 12,560. If that's BP, if that's what they're saying by BP, that's 12,000 BC, not the Younger Dryas. That's quite a bit before that. Or like 2,000, because the Younger Dryas is somewhere around 12,000 years ago. So that's 2,000 years before that. Either way, if that fucking thing really is 12,000 years old, what is that? And who's making something that's a beautiful sphere like that, that's 3 times harder than modern aluminum?
And 12,000 years ago, with no tools, no nothing. Just, I don't like it. No, I don't like that shit. I like it a lot. Yeah, I know, it creeps me the fuck out. What's coming? I'm telling you.
Well, that's the thing. I think we erroneously assume that what we have is stable.
Oh, yeah, this is gone.
I think they thought it was stable back then, too, when they were building the pyramids. Hey, listen, we're always going to know who built these. Real simple. Everyone's going to know you can do it with your mind. Everyone's going to know how to move the blocks. It's simple. We don't even have to write it down.
Show them, Mike. Do the thing. They're very good, very
We had some sort of sound machine that was rising.
Yeah.
Like raising these enormous stone blocks.
Spinning it. He's like, stop showing
down
off.
the mountain. Vibrating once from being in the air. Who knows what they did? But whatever they did, they get hit by a big rock from space. And there was a few savages left. It took them about 5,000 years before they reinvented civilization. And that could happen to us, bro. And that might be the one thing that makes us want to get the AI rolling. That's the sphere. How cool is that?
It's pretty cool. Looks like a helmet almost.
So they're saying that
These dots are the rest of us.
oh, okay.
I guess I'm asking my head, like, why would we assume that that's going to be carbon material if it's, the whole thing is a metal sphere? Why would we need organic material?
Well, it's the only thing that they can test. But the problem is if you take that thing and someone made it 100 years ago and you stick it in old dirt, and then you test that 12,000-year-old dirt, like, Eureka! This ball is 12,000 years old. Step right up. Just paid to see it. Dirt. Also, here's the thing. If you can make something that's 3 times the hardness of modern aircraft aluminum, couldn't you draw better half movers?
Yeah, I should be able to.
Why does it look so shitty?
It's like a bad tattoo.
Yeah, it looks like someone did it on the boardwalk in Atlantic City. You gotta tell what you were talking. You got some Chinese letters and they bleed out.
Peace and hope.
And it's bleeding out, right? Like, that looks shitty. That doesn't look good. Like, if you saw something that was made today, like even the stuff that they made in Egypt, it was like way better.
I feel like I'm only seeing this angle of this thing.
Yeah, they're not
Why
Why is that?
like the other side?
That's true. Like, look at that thing on the left, the upper left, that little half moon, the tip of the half moon on the top one. Yeah, look how shitty that one is. They did a bad job. It's like when you're a kid and you get a comic book, you go outside the lines. Fucking loser.
You fucked up. You fucked up. It's not usable.
Yeah, that's weird, dude. Weird. Look at the image, the close-up of the circuit board. Yeah, it's a trick. That's crazy. But that also makes me think, like, now go fuck yourself, because now you're playing with me.
Yeah, they're just fucking with us.
Why are you making, like, a modern version of it? Why does it have that fake Mona Lisa in that thread?
Just looking at the comments before talking all sorts of shit.
That's that fake Mona Lisa.
Talking all sorts of
Do
shit.
you know that one?
Yeah, this that phony
Bro,
girl.
you look like you gotta pee.
Huh?
You gotta pee right now.
I gotta piss like a racehorse.
I can tell.
You see it,
I
man?
can tell when a man starts wiggling in his
Yeah,
chair.
no, he's gonna piss.
I can tell that feeling. You know,
I drank three fucking cups of coffee and then missed like an idiot.
no, that's not good. Should we wrap it up?
Let's do it.
Let's do it. My man, your special
White
available
noise.
now. White
Yeah,
Noise
go
on
watch it.
Hulu. I heard it's hilarious.
No, fuck you.
It says it. It says it, dude.
Right,
I'm just trying to help
When
you.
we went to New York and Burr was like, "Do you see this fucking shit?" I looked up and I was like, "What is that?" He's like, "They got this as the name they're doing for us." I was like, well, no, what are you gonna do? Whatever. The
Yeah.
special's good. Go watch it.
What's good that they're doing it though. Hulu's put up a lot of specials. They put up Burr's special, your special. Did they do one with Gaffigan as well?
Gaffigan, Sebastian's coming.
Sebastian.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah,
That's
it's
great.
pretty good.
Listen, the more the better.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, the more streaming specials, the more competition there is for,
It's better for all of us.
Better for comics.
Yeah.
For sure. And then maybe he's coming soon, the Jimmy Kimmel Show to Hulu. It would be hilarious.
Hilarious.
All right, my brother. I love you to death. How long are you staying down?
I'm going Kill Tony tonight.
Here tomorrow?
I gotta leave tomorrow.
I got a show tomorrow too.
I know I gotta go.
Do you have to?
I do. All right, next time.
All right, buddy. Bye.
ourselves, and I think the universe is much bigger and much broader than we understand. Kind of like Shakespeare writes about, Macbeth, there's a bigger picture. We can't really. You fall in love, sing home. As humans.
We're going to dive straight in with our main story tonight, concerning the fact that on Wednesday, this happened.
Overnight, ABC polling late-night talk show host Jimmy Kimmel off the air, hours after a threat from the head of the Federal Communications Commission, Brendan Parr, called for Kimmel's suspension over comments earlier this week on Jimmy Kimmel Live about conservative influencer Charlie Kirk's death. ABC pulling the plug. A spokesperson for the network said Jimmy Kimmel Live will be preempted indefinitely. President Trump weighing in, calling the decision great news for America.
Yeah, ABC calls Jimmy Kimmel's show indefinitely, and the president apparently thinks it's great news for America, which is just a weird response to have. Not to be fair, the weirdest response he had to anything this week. He described his dinner with the royals by saying he ate, and I quote, "whatever the hell they served us," was still pretty fucking weird. And look, Kimmel is now one of many who face consequences from comments in the wake of Charlie Kirk's murder 11 days ago, with workers being fired or placed on leave over posts about him. And very quickly, I was honestly inclined to wait to engage with the back and forth over who Charlie Kirk was and what his legacy will be, at least in part because we're taking this on Saturday. His funeral hasn't even taken place yet. What I will say is, a person getting shot is tragic, and a person getting shot for their ideas is horrifying. That is true, no matter what those ideas are. But for many, especially those who were the targets of some of Kirk's ideas, it has been hard to stay quiet. As they see flags lowered to half staff and they claim that he debated things the right way. But setting all of that aside, it does seem like some are now willing to weaponize Kirk's death to do things they've been wanting to do for years, whether it's going after liberal groups, trans people, or their remaining critics in the media, and under some shamelessly flimsy pretext, all of which brings us back to Jimmy Kimmel. Because look, it is not news that the administration wants to get rid of shows like this. In fact, it's such an open secret that last Sunday, when we won an Emmy for writing, one of our writers opens his thank you speech with a line that was followed by a camera cutaway that now feels pretty precious.
Thank you so much. We share this category. We are honored to share it with all writers of late-night political comedy while that is still a type of show that's allowed to exist.
Yes. Yeah, that is pretty eerie. Now, obviously, our writer Daniel did not know the future. On some level, that is just a coincidence, like when a young Shirley Temple accepted the Oscar in 1935 by saying, "Thank you very much for this." On January 28, 1986, the Spaceship Challenger will suffer a catastrophic failure, killing 7 people. Kind of spooky stuff, but it's not just a coincidence, because everyone knew the administration had it in for Kimmel. Even Daniel knew that. And to be honest, ton of stuff. 2 weeks ago, he was arguing that Alfred Molina is more famous than Bad Bunny. He's a very good writer, but he's wrong about a lot of things, and for what it's worth, he will never be speaking publicly on our behalf ever again. Because we're now terrified he's going to drop another fucked up fortune cookie. But the pretext that's been used to indefinitely suspend Kimmel's show is just laughably weak, because while you may have seen headlines saying he got in trouble for remarks about Charlie Kirk himself or even remarks about his death, that's not strictly accurate. The comments that got him in trouble weren't about Kirk. In fact, Kimmel's first comments after his murder were a post reading, "Can we just for one day agree that it is horrible and monstrous to shoot another human? On behalf of my family, we send love to the Kirks and to all the children, parents, and innocents who fall victim to senseless gun violence." What got Kimmel in trouble was a passing reference on Monday night. Now, at the time, there were still rumors flying around regarding the killer's motivations, including that he was on the far right, something that Kimmel alluded to like this.
We hit some new lows over the weekend with the MAGA gang desperately trying to characterize this kid who murdered Charlie Kirk as anything other than one of them, and everything they can to score political points from it.
Yeah, that was it. Weirdly, I was actually a guest on his show that night, and I didn't even register that comment, and that's only partly because I wasn't really paying attention. And I'm not alone in that. After Kimmel's suspension, many struggled to pick the offensive line out of his monologue. His YouTube is filled with comments under the video like, "I'm still waiting for the offensive part. What did he say that got him fired? I'm rewatching the last week of episodes and haven't heard it yet." And one viewer from the Netherlands saying, "It is even in the Dutch news. With a link to this, I've watched this almost every day for a year now to stay covered for American news with a humoristic flow." The point is, Kimmel didn't denigrate Charlie Kirk or make one of his killing. The worst thing you could say is that he appears to be wrong about the shooter's ideology, which, okay. But he was also pointing out that many on the right seem desperate to weaponize Kirk's death, an argument that's aged pretty well given, everything that's happened to Kimmel since. Because that one line set off a firestorm in some corners of conservative media. And on Wednesday, Brendan Carney, chair of the FCC, and James Cromwell, minus the full sex appeal, went on a right-wing podcast and said this.
When you look at the conduct that has taken place by Jimmy Kimmel, it appears to be some of the sickest conduct possible. Frankly, if you see stuff like this, look, we can do this the easy way or the hard way. These companies can find ways to change conduct and take action, frankly, on Kimmel, or there can be additional work for the FCC ahead. Frankly, I think that it's really the past time that a lot of these licensed broadcasters themselves push back on Comcast and Disney and say, "Listen, you're going to free yet. You're not going to run Kimmel anymore until you straighten this out," because we, being licensed broadcaster, are running the possibility of fines or license revocation from the FCC. We continue to run content that ends up being a pattern of news distortion.
Yeah, we can do this the easy way or the hard way. As threats go, that is pretty clear. It's like if someone threw a brick through your window with a message that said, "Shut up or else," then followed up with more clarifying bricks saying, "By or else we mean we will hurt you physically." Then this is the mafia, by the way, followed by, like in Goodfellas. Now, in the wake of those remarks, next up, one of the largest owners of TV stations in the country announced it'll be pulling Kimmel from its stations. That, in turn, seems to have triggered his suspension by ABC. And a key thing to know about Nexstar is that they have a big incentive to keep both Carr and the Trump administration happy right now, because Nexstar currently controls or provides services to 201 local TV stations. But they're trying to buy Tegna, a major competitor, and need approval and regulatory changes from the FCC for that deal to go through, as it would mean their reach would go to 80% of US households, which is more than double the FCC's current 39% cap, all of which is a little bit strange because neither company really sounds like they should be providing television at all. Nexstar sounds like a bankrupt flip phone manufacturer, and Tegna sounds like, I'm sorry to say, an absolutely gorgeous Italian restaurant. The point is, Nexstar badly needs FCC approval, so it is hardly surprising that when Carr specifically said companies should pull Kimmel off the air or face consequences, it quickly complied. Basically, Brendan Carr said jump, and next off took his dick out of their mouth for just long enough to say, how high exactly? Now I should say, next off insisted it acted unilaterally, and that they had no communication with the FCC or any government agency prior to making their decision. But I will remind you, they didn't need to communicate directly. Carr essentially told them what he wanted to happen on a podcast, then they unilaterally decided to do it. And it wasn't just next off, because following that, Sinclair Broadcasting, another major owner of TV stations, were also apparently exploring merger options that would require FCC approval. Announced that they too would not air Kimmel's show. And Sinclair even cited Carr's remarks in their statement, saying, we appreciate FCC Chairman Carr's remarks today. And come on, Sinclair. As I believe Alandria once said to Hood on Love Island, don't embarrass yourself going too hard for a man. And that's just solid advice for the islands of love and for business. And it is not like Carr himself was trying to dissuade people from connecting the dots here, as when one media reporter asked him for a comment, he sent back a smiley emoji. And when CNN did the same, this is what they got.
I don't know if you saw the reaction, the response that Rabbi Carr, the chairman of the FCC, gave to Brian Stelter. Brian Stelter asked him for a reaction or response to ABC's pulling Kimmel off the air. We're putting it on the screen. It's a meme. It's from The Office, and that was the actual response by the chairman of the FCC.
Oh, very cool. Just when I thought this factory-setting white man couldn't get any hotter, it whips out the Office gifts. And look, I like The Office. Who doesn't like The Office? Sure, I have season 18 of it, but if it's on at a hotel, I'm not kicking it out of bed. That said, I want you to run through your friends. You have the most likely to go to a kid from The Office. You have to be hot. They're your least favourite friend, right? Just be honest. They're the one you invite stuff just because you're afraid no one else will show up. They're a third string friend. They're your backup's backup. And if you're thinking there's nothing wrong with sending office gifts, I'm afraid that person might be you. And look, it didn't stop there. When someone posted, this is all in Project 2025, Carr replied with this meme of Jack Nicholson grinning and nodding. Fun fact, this is true, the person he was replying to, Artie from Glee. I want a fun detail for historians. I can picture future textbooks now. Under the FCC chair to a shit on the First Amendment, he trolled a former Glee cast member on X, a social media platform owned by the richest man in the world and father to most of you reading this. And at this point, I should probably formally apologise to Gene's Pie, FCC chairman during Trump's first term, who I repeatedly made fun of for being the dorkiest man ever to hold that job. I simply did not know how much worse things could get. So I'm sorry I made fun of your big dumb mug. I'm sorry that we even made this even bigger mug as a joke. From now on, I promise we'll only use it in the appropriate way to hold the amount of alcohol I now need to get through each news day. And while Carr clearly had fun winking at his involvement in firing off gifts, once Kimmel was suspended, he went on TV to suggest this was actually a spontaneous grassroots movement.
This action today by Nexstar and Sinclair, frankly, is unprecedented. I can't imagine another time that we've had local broadcasters tell what we call a national programmer like Disney that your content no longer meets the needs and the values of our community. So this is an important turning point.
Okay, everything he just said there is wrong. First, there's actually a long history of local broadcasters refusing to carry national programs, and it's not an especially pretty one. From a station in the South refusing to carry Sesame Street because it had a multiracial cast, to one that refused to show Ellen's sitcom when she came out as gay. Those decisions don't tend to date well, but more than that, claiming this is simply local broadcasters responding to their community values is pretty hard to take, given that this wasn't a bunch of independent stations taking a stand. It was two of the biggest local TV ownership groups in the country making sweeping decisions for all the affiliates they own. Calling these companies local broadcasters is like describing Coca-Cola as a neighborhood soda shop or Boeing as a mom-and-pop plane crash business. It makes no sense. Look, the sequence of events here could not be clearer because it was all done in plain view. Carr lead-on broadcasters to take down Kimmel. They did that, sometimes even directly citing Carr while doing so, and then Carr celebrated with a fun gif. That sure seems like a pretty clear case of the government pressuring companies to censor speech, and it is not like even Trump is trying to hide it. As on Thursday, he said this to reporters.
They are on network television. There is a license. I'll give you an example. I read someplace that the networks were 97% against it, again 97% negative, and then 97% against. They give you only bad news press. They're getting a license. I would think maybe their license should be taken away. I'd be able to rent a car.
Wow, that is probably not something you should say out loud. But then this is a man who doesn't seem to have an internal monologue. In fact, he ended that press gavel on the plane saying, "Fly safely." You know why I say that? Because I'm on the flight. Otherwise, I wouldn't care. No message has ever entered his head without being delivered through his lips. And look, I'm not the only one who sees a huge problem here. Anna Gomez, now the lone Democrat appointed member of the FCC, said what the administration is doing violates the First Amendment. And even Ted fucking Cruz, to use his full name, talked on his podcast about concerns regarding what Carr had done, while also having some fun with voices.
And I gotta say, he threatens it. He says, "You can do this the easy way. This the hard way." And I've got to say, that's right out of Goodfellas. That's right out of a mafioso coming into a bar going, "Nice guy you have here. It'd be a shame if something happened to us."
Oh, let's all agree, Ted Cruz is an incredible local talent. And should definitely quit his job right now and go do that instead. But he was actually on his way to making a much bigger point.
I hate what Jimmy Kimmel said. I am thrilled that he was fired. But let me tell you, if the government gets in the business of saying, "We don't like what you, the media, have said, we're going to ban you from the airwaves if you don't say what we like," that will end up bad for conservatives.
He's right. He's just right. And I'll say this, I still don't like that man, Ted Cruz. But in this unique clip of news on this one thing, I must admit, he's not completely full of shit. The point is, a lot of people seem to think Brendan Carr went too far, and it is worth talking about exactly how he's been taking action and what the legalities of it are. Because, as he alluded to on that podcast interview, the FCC does have a very narrow ability to police content on broadcast television in case of what's called news distortion. Now, it's hardly ever used that power, as the bar to do so is incredibly high, carving out things like mere inaccuracy and errors stemming from mistakes, which seem to more than cover what Kimmel said. And honestly, I don't think Carr wants what Kimmel said to be the standard here, and I'm not sure that Sinclair does either. Because we've talked on this show before about Sinclair and its long-standing tendency to push right-wing talking points, and it's not like they've been consistently careful in their delivery of news. One of their regular commentators is Armstrong Williams, who also actually owns a handful of stations operated by Sinclair, and he can be pretty conspiratorial. Among other things, he suggested on air that unexplained drone sightings last December might have been evidence of a plot by the deep state against Donald Trump, and may have been an attempt to cancel the inauguration. He's also spread wild allegations that Columbia University's June Buckley was leaving ahead of time about the events of October 7th, and may even have been, quote, at the dead centre of planning it. And a Brendan Carr scandal, which Sinclair has cheered on, is that someone cannot go on broadcast TV in the wake of a high-profile murder and inaccurately characterise who might have been responsible for it. Then I have some terrible news for you. Because in the wake of Luigi Mangioni's press for shooting United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson, Williams was on broadcast TV with this analysis of the footage of the shooting.
It is obvious that Angie was on the phone with 10 minutes. Someone was giving a location prior. So obviously somebody else is involved, and law enforcement is not telling us everything. So obviously someone was giving very detailed, insightful information on his whereabouts. I'm sure that But obviously, you could almost surmise that it was an inside job.
Yeah. Wow. That aired on nearly 24 Sinclair stations. I've been told repeatedly this week that speculating on broadcast television about the motivations for someone's murder without having all the facts is grounds to have your license revoked. And I'll say this for Kimmel, at least he didn't say the word obviously 4 fucking times while doing it. And look, most experts will tell you if Carl goes after stations like Air Kimmel or news distortion, he's extremely unlikely to succeed on the merits. But even the threat of an investigation or a delay in reviewing a merger can be enough to get companies to comply. As one former FCC chair has said, Carl's been very artful in not making formal decisions that are appealable to the courts, but instead having these informal, coercive activities that are not appealable. The thing is, Kimmel is by no means the first casualty in Trump's attacks on free speech. He's just the latest canary in the coal mine. And mine, that at this point now seems more dead canary than coal. In fact, if I may quote my Sesame Street SVU crossover that no one will take seriously, we are knee-deep in dead birds right now. But this Kimmel situation does feel like a turning point, and not because comedians are important, but because we are not. If the government can force a network to pull a late-night show off the air and do so in plain view, it can do a fuck of a lot worse. And I should say, we are very lucky this year to be in a different situation. We're not on broadcast TV, we're on cable. And our parent company, Warner Brothers Discovery, doesn't own broadcast networks, meaning that we are much less susceptible to pressure from the FCC than, say, BBC's parent company, Disney, or CBS's parent company, Paramount Sky does. That is obviously very good news for us. And I really don't see why that situation should change anytime soon.
Even back with what could be a colossal media merger, according to people familiar with the matter, Paramount Skydance is preparing a bid to buy Warner Brothers Discovery.
Fuck shit! Fucking shit! Fucking shit! Fuck it! It was fun while it lasted, guys. Whatever happens next, let me say now, it has been the honour of my life to age like a haunted painting before your very eyes. Look, whatever happens to us or to our parent company, it should be clear to everyone that the First Amendment is absolutely critical in this country. That is something even Brendan Carlos once tweeted. Free speech is the counterweight, is the check on government control. Censorship is the authoritarian stream. And I'm guessing Trump's company enjoyed that dream so much he could break his bed sheets in half. As many have pointed out, there are chilling precedents all over the world for what is happening right now in Hungary, for instance. Viktor Orban steadily taking over the media since coming back to power in 2010. One of the first things his party did was adopt new media legislation as a corrective for leftist bias. This required media to be balanced, but the provisions were deliberately vague and equivocal, and violating them could attract steep fines. And if that is starting to sound familiar to you, it should. It's frankly no wonder Trump's a fan of Orban, describing him as a great man, a great leader, a very strong man, who some people don't like because he's too strong. And I've never been more sure that someone told Trump that Orban is a strong man, and he just couldn't get his head around how that could possibly be a bad thing. And in Russia, when Putin rose to power, TV satirists were among his first targets.
One of the first things he did was take control of television, because more than 90% of Russians have all their news from television. Everything else in here is independent television channels like MTV and television.
MTV has a comic show called Puppets, and when it comes to rise in public life, it features a puppet as well, and he's never portrayed very flatteringly. Putin apparently was driven to madness by this show, and by the way he was portrayed on it, the way he was locked up.
And that is so pathetic. I don't know how anything a puppet show could possibly do could end up being more embarrassing for a world leader than them freaking out about it so much that years later a journalist solemnly says the man was driven to madness by puppets. But Putin did hate that show and that independent network to the point that he eventually sent armed operatives to raid their parent company's offices and forced it to sell the TV station to a Kremlin-friendly oligarch. And today, some Russians look back at that as one of the key moments when
when taking over, staff arriving for work were told their offices and studios were off limits unless they signed loyalty to NTV's new managers.
I remember how frustrated and angry we were, and we even went to the protest rally. But then it was cold, and we had so many other important channels, so we just went home and forgot about that.
Yeah, that's tough to use in hindsight, isn't it? But the lesson there is, it is not safe to let attacks on one show slide because there are currently others. And I know I've literally said these exact same words about the cancellation of Dr. Odyssey, but I promise this situation is genuinely worse. And look, it is important to remember that as of taping, Kimmel is just suspended, not actually cancelled. So ABC and its parent company Disney still have a chance to do the right thing here. I do get the easier path for them right now is to keep him on the air and to keep the administration off their back. So I will point out that was the apparent argument for ABC paying Trump $15 million last year, and how did that work out for them? And the thing is, if the Trump administration overplays the issue and this winds up in court, Disney would probably win. Especially because, while Carr's usually pretty cautious, the mistake he's made in this case is doing everything out in the open. And there's strong precedent here. Just last year, in a 9-0 ruling, the Supreme Court found that a government official cannot coerce a private party to punish or suppress disfavored speech. That is from this Supreme Court, remember. All of them, yes, even that one. So, what needs to happen? Well, I would argue that ideally Congress should pass legislation sharply limiting FCC chairs' ability to sit on things like license transfers or mergers, so that can't be used as a means of controlling content. Until that happens, Carl will still have tools which can pressure companies. But as for Disney, I'd argue they need to stand by Kimmel and his staff. And there are ways that you can encourage them to do that. You can exert pressure on them by cancelling Disney Plus, or Google searches on how to do that have skyrocketed in the past few days, and you can be specific about it, because it turns out there's actually a box when you cancel where you can tell them exactly why you are doing it. So you can easily write saying cowardice in the face of pressure, or refusing to protect freedom of speech, or Donald Duck's corkscrew penis. Also the Kimmel thing, I mean a little bit the Kimmel thing, but mostly Disney's silence regarding Donald Duck's anatomically accurate corkscrew penis, which I will remind you looks like this. We made that for a show years ago on, and this is true, China's one-child policy. And I don't think that we are not going to bring it back at every possible opportunity. But it really shouldn't take the threat of lost revenue to bring Disney to its senses here. And given, at least as of today, that I still happen to have this desk, I would like to take this opportunity to talk directly to Disney CEO Bob Iger. Hi there. We haven't met, but you probably know me as America's third favourite assassin. Congratulations on recasting that role, by the way. It was a fun thing to learn about after the fact. Anyway, one day, the history of the time we're living through is going to be written. And when it is, I'm not sure it's those in this administration who are even going to come off the worst. Now, don't get me wrong, they're going to come off terribly. But history is also going to remember the cowards who definitely knew better, but still let things happen, whether it was for money, convenience, or just comfort. And I know this is something of a tough sell, and it can be a bit of anathema to risk-averse business leaders. But I will say this, if we learned nothing else from this administration's second term so far, and I don't think we have, is that giving the bully your lunch money doesn't make him go on. It just makes him come back hungrier each time. They are never going to stop. They've literally said that openly. After Kimmel's suspension, Trump posted, that leaves Jimmy and Seth, two total losers, on fake news NBC. Their ratings are also horrible. Do it, NBC. And Carl's hinted that The View might be next. The fucking View! Well, at some point, you're going to have to draw a line. So I'd argue, why not draw it right here? And when they come to you with stupid, ridiculous demands, picking fights that you know you could win in court, instead of rolling over, why not stand up and use 4 keywords they don't tend to teach you in business school? Not, okay, you're the boss. Not, whatever you say goes. But instead, the only phrase that can genuinely make a weak bully go away, and that is, fuck you, make me. And now...
So you think about over geologic history, over actually such a big event that it knocks loose rocks from that body of Mars.
Varela tastes like family since forever.
It has been very much a week, and obviously we are going to get to the election in a minute, but if you've been consumed by it all week, you may have missed some smaller stories that got very got the headline, 43 monkeys remain on the run from South Carolina lab, CEO thinks they're having an adventure. Or the news that a message in a bottle had been found in an Ontario lake after 26 years, or the death of Elwood Edwards, the voice of AOL's Welcome and You Got Mail notifications, who died just 1 day shy of his 75th birthday. He was, by all accounts, a very kind man, and his last words were fittingly,
Goodbye.
bit of fun! Bit of fun! We're having a little bit of fun, aren't we? We're having a little taste of fun, and I hope you enjoyed that fun, because the rest of this show is going to be about the fact that on Tuesday, Trump won re-election, which is, to put it mildly, not what I was personally hoping would happen. And honestly, in Trump's victory speech, he couldn't seem to believe it either.
We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible. It is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political. Man, look what happened. This is
Yeah, it is crazy. It's really fucking crazy. He's basically one sentence away from saying, I mean, you guys saw what I did, right? And you still voted for this? That doesn't make any sense. And I know, being a shambling burglar is one of Trump's brands, but it is still incredible to see an incoming president and live a victory speech with the same energy as a best man who didn't realize he had to give a toast. What a beautiful day. What a beautiful beauty. Today, my brother and his girlfriend, wife, today they did the thing. You all saw it. I thought my part was done with the bachelor party, to be honest, but here we go. Marriage is crazy, right? It's crazy. Look, it has been a rough ride. And if you are anything like me, first, as always, my deepest sympathies. But it's probably been hard to deal with anything other than this. The tiniest moments this week when the world was going on like nothing had happened. It could be suddenly enraging, whether it was a text from a relative inviting you to Thanksgiving, not now, Aunt Gwen. Or an alert about a recipe for roast chicken, not now, New York Times. Or Hello Kitty actually posting this word search on Twitter on Wednesday, asking followers, what are you looking forward to this month? Hey, Hello Kitty, not fucking now! I would love to tell you what I'm looking forward to, but I cannot seem to find drinking my lights out and having some green mac and cheese on your stupid puzzle. Get the fuck out of here! People on Twitter even got mad at this teaser for a new Tyler song. Now it's posted on Twitter the day after the election, only to get responses like, not now, girl, not now. And Tyler reading the room with a gif of Leah Michelle. For a ton of replies correctly pointing out she's literally South African. Nobody's happy that Trump won, including me, but she's literally not an American. What do you all want from her? Which is fair. People in other countries are allowed to buff their cheap shots. They didn't put us in this situation. We did. And honestly, if you are watching this right now and thinking, you know what, I'm not actually ready for this either, I totally get it. It is understandable not to want to get another guy in a suit doom stalking at you. So, if you are too angry, depressed, or worried to watch the rest of this show, no problem. I have been in each of those places this week, and they are all a correct reaction. Because look, we did a show like this after the election in 2016 when no one expected Trump. This topic is when it felt like a real possibility all year long. Lots of people mobilized to stop it, but it happened anyway, which feels somehow worse. really struggling this week, and my sympathy goes out to all of them with one exception, and that is Trump's former attorney, Michael Cohen. He'd claimed that he'd leave the country if Trump won, and he quickly walked out back post-election on a live stream where he got trolled by viewers in a very funny way.
Can we stop with that? I appreciate all the stupid turkeys. All right, let's just knock that stupid shit off, please. All right. I did. I said I was leaving, and then the following day, in the 3 dumbheads, the following day, I turned around and I said that there's no chance in the world that I'm leaving my country. Thank you very much. All right. Not leaving anywhere you believe. It's my country. And I have every right, every single right within which to turn around and stop so we can. All right, 2 seconds. I'm going to unlock the CD.
I love it. Everything about that is very good. From the I don't like stupid turkeys to the I'm not leaving anywhere you leave to the perfectly timed Elvis hair. I have no problem with any of that. Oh, hold on. No. It's not okay when it happens to me. Get this off me. That does not make it. No, come on. I'm trying to make an important point here about, you know what, actually just leave it. I've been becoming more bird-like with every passing year. And frankly, this week, nothing feels more appropriate than presenting me as a bird who is fully and truly cooked. There are lots of reasons this result is so depressing for what it means for abortion rights and the environment, Ukraine to Gaza, to the very fact Trump's campaign was built on demonization and revenge, from the signs calling for mass deportation at the convention to the GOP spending at least $215 million just on anti-trans network TV ads. That's just over $134 per trans person in this country. And yet, Trump's about to be president again. So tonight, knowing that we won't hit all the answers and some of the ones that we do might not be particularly satisfying, let's at least try and answer a few questions. Specifically, how did this happen? What comes next? And what do we do? Let's start with, how did this happen? The truth is, it is too early to have a definitive answer to that. And that has not stopped people taking some big swings anyway.
Kamala Harris had this albatross around her neck, and it was Joe Biden.
The progressive era should be over if they want to start winning again.
Did Kamala Harris move too far to the center and alienate some of the base?
It was Joe Rogan, it was Elon Musk getting out those young male voters. They didn't have a message that attracted working class voters.
She failed to capture enough support among white voters, men, and first-time voters.
A lot of Hispanic voters have problems with black candidates.
Okay, I know one thing for sure. Joe Scarborough is way too satisfied saying that. Scapegoating another demographics behavior in a way that you're just able to pass off as news. Congratulations to you, Goldilocks. You must feel amazing right now. People are pointing the finger in all directions, from Latino voters to young men to Joe Rogan. You can basically spin your own personal wheel of blame and generally make sure it lands on whoever you were mad at in the first place. And I'll be honest, I get the appeal. It is fun to blame people. Trump was literally just elected president again on a platform of doing exactly that. Personally, I kind of want to imagine that everything that happened on Tuesday is Katy Perry's fault, because at Kamala's election eve rally, she did this ill-advised cover. Dignity, but only because you just surrendered it willingly. I know that she's trying to do a nice thing there, but why would you try and cover Whitney Houston? The Voice. Say what you will about Lee Greenwood, which in my case is about 18 minutes of rigorously fact-checked insults, but at least when he played Trump rallies, he wasn't trying to do Freddie Mercury's part in Somebody to Love. Now, did that drunk bachelorette party karaoke night performance do the whole Harris campaign? Probably not. But it feels good to think so, because it's an easy answer to a difficult question, which is a lot more appealing right now than actually finding the difficult answers. And look, I am not saying the campaign didn't make mistakes. The reasons why specific groups vote the way they do in elections tend to be something you can only puzzle out later once all the data comes in. And the tactical decisions by the Harris campaign will, I'm sure, be picked apart endlessly, but it is telling how quickly some are jumping to predetermined conclusions that don't match the campaign that just wrapped up. For instance, some Democrats are loudly claiming the party needs to move to the center, with New York Congressman Tom Suozzi arguing the Democrats have to stop pandering to the far left, citing trans rights as an example, saying, I don't want to discriminate against anybody, but I don't think biological boys should be playing in girls' sports. And a few things about that first. If what you want is a centrist campaign, which is quite on trans issues, businesses and so-called Palestinians, talks a lot about law and order and reaches out to a lot of Republicans, that candidate existed, she just lost. Guess how many trans speakers there were at the DNC? I'll give you a hint. It is a very round number. Also, I'm not sure how you reach out to a lot of Republicans more than appearing with Liz Cheney multiple times, unless you literally dig up Henry Kissinger's corpse and prop it up at a rally in Michigan as Katy Perry sings Rolling in the Deep. It's okay not to have the range for a song, Katie. And finally, regarding youth sports, there were a lot of attack ads on that one issue, and it was frustrating to see the Harris campaign fail to formulate a response, especially because it's pretty easy to do. What I'll do for you right now, as we've discussed before, there are vanishingly few trans kids in high schools anywhere. Even if there were more trans kids, like all kids vary in athletic ability, and there is no evidence they pose any threat to safety or fairness, it is very weird for you to be so focused on this subject. Finally, if you genuinely want to address the biggest concern for most girls who play high school sports, you'd be less worried about this and more about the creepy assistant volleyball coach who keeps liking their posts on Instagram. The bigger point is, at least based on what we know now, anyone voting to play for the election results at one specific demographic is missing the mark, because there was an across-the-board shift to the right on Tuesday. Trump improved on his 2020 margin more than 90% of counties nationwide, and this victory was driven by gains among seemingly every possible grouping of Americans. In fact, the only groups who are absolutely sure not a single person voted for Trump are these Avengers and people who post poems to their Instagram stories, which, all due respect, has gotten a bit out of hand this week. One thing that did become clear that the economy was a massive motivating factor for people who ranked number one among issues voters said they cared about, with 52% saying it was extremely important to them. It was frequently mentioned among those who voted for Trump.
Everything's too expensive. My wife, she actually works 2 jobs just to have extra money. So, I mean, we're waiting for Trump. I'm voting Trump.
He had catapulted us into a better lifestyle.
While he was the president, everything was nice and smooth, and I actually had money left in my pocket.
I describe myself as being resigned, I suppose, to voting for Donald Trump. Again, I can't think of the status quo, and I was absolutely better off during Donald Trump's presidency than I am today.
To hear voters tell the economy is why a lot of them went with Trump. He basically wound up winning with the same mantra as Bill Clinton did in 1992. It's the economy, stupid. So, by the way, I happen to be good friends with Jeffrey Epstein. And look, while a lot of those people may well have been going to vote for Trump anyway, the truth is there was understandable frustration about the inflation that took place during Biden's term. As we discussed at the time in our exciting and youthful comedy show that explained inflation for 24 human minutes, there were global factors behind it. Many US allies also saw big price increases in part because global supply chains seized up during COVID. This has led to a wave of change elections all over the world. Votes have thrown out incumbent governments due to higher prices. And the thing is, I get not wanting to vote for the status quo. Oh, and Trump, in his own fucked up way, did offer a change, especially as, even while Harris was blanked in swing states with ads talking about grocery prices, she was also saying there's not much she'd have done differently than Biden. While you could argue Biden's interventions to shore up the economy were actually one of his major successes, I do get. But one side is saying milk is too expensive, the other is saying, okay, yes, milk is too expensive, but we're working on it, and also it's not that expensive when you take a macroeconomic view of American recovery in contrast to other Western economies, plus you'll get used to it. That's not a great position addition for the incumbent party to be in, and it makes for a pretty shitty lawn sign too. The irony here is the US economy has definitely improved, and the impacts are now being felt. The Wall Street Journal even ran this headline before the election: the next president inherits a remarkable economy, which I guess is yet another thing Trump will now inherit without having to actually work for it, along with money and, of course, good looks. And listen, you can point to the economy and still find it unbelievable that Trump wasn't elected. We just chose a man who oversaw a fiasco of a response to the pandemic, fomented an insurrection, and since leaving office has been convicted of 34 counts of falsifying business records and found liable for defaming and sexually abusing a woman. Not just that, his campaign was an avalanche of lies and fear-mongering, when it wasn't just outright chaos, especially toward the end, when he was miming a blowjob on a microphone, dancing on stage for 40 minutes, talking about the size of Arnold Palmer's dick, and getting completely distracted, even in the middle of one of his signature rants demonizing migrants.
He's a rough, vicious, rougher than anything you can imagine. There is no, and I say it all the time, if you want to do a movie on some of these people, if you wanted to do a movie, there's no actor in Hollywood that could play the role. There's nobody that could do it. These actors, they're a little shaky. They can't play the role. Let's bring in a big actor and they look and say, oh, it's got no muscle content. Got no muscle. We need a little muscle. And they bring in another one. But he's got a weak face. He looks weak. Now, these guys have the whole package, unfortunately, for our country.
Yeah, at one point, his anger on migrants genuinely seemed to be that they're too chiseled. And while there's a lot of notable lines in there, my underdog favourite is, and I say it all the time, do you? Do you say, we need a little muscle? In that voice all the time? I mean, maybe you do. I don't know, Jesus Christ, I cannot fucking believe you're going to be president again. And look, to say that many of you may be shouting in the street for the last 5 minutes, it is not news that Trump's overt white supremacy and misogyny appeal to many of his voters. It's also not news that many like to hide that by claiming all they're really worried about is the economy. But clearly for others, there's a willful denial going on about it because Trump lies so constantly. People have a sense that he can pick and choose which things he actually believes and create a version of it that suits you. And that can be the case even when his intentions are very clear. The day after the election, one reporter spoke with migrants outside ICE's field office in Atlanta. The first person they spoke to, Rabbi Rothschild, said, we're fucked. Which isn't surprising. What is surprising is the report that posted an update saying several of the migrants I've been speaking with say they would have voted for Trump themselves. They don't believe Trump will deport them because they are here to work and aren't not criminals, which is pretty heartbreaking because he has made it painfully clear that he absolutely wants to deport migrants for any reason that he possibly can, including but not limited to unreasonably sculpted abs. And maybe those migrants are right. I hope they are for everyone's sake, but unfortunately, either way, we're about to find out. Which brings us to our second question. What comes next? Because as we speak, Trump is assembling his cabinet and the early glimpses into his process haven't been great.
There are already thousands of people lined up for potential jobs. The question is who Trump picks for those positions. And right now, just to give you a sense of how much the jockeying is already underway, Palm Beach is teaming tonight with potential Trump staffers who are here, who a lot of them were here last night at his election night party either at Mar-a-Lago or at the convention center and changed or delayed their travel plans after last night's victory and decided to stick around because that's how quickly they believe he can make these decisions.
Okay, first, let me state the obvious. That chart fucking sucks. It looks like a choose your fighter screen where the only thing they're fighting is the arc of the moral universe. It looks like an advent calendar where every circle opens up to a tiny piece of literal shit. It looks like a game board for Guess Who, Oops, All Arseholes. There is a lot in there. But let's start with the lower right-hand corner with these two guys whose potential jobs are listed as question marks. Like, even the chart itself is surprised that they're there. And honestly, chart, same. We've already talked about RFK, enemy to all the animal's friend or measles. And Trump's plans to let him go wild on medicines, really get in there and mix things up, like a worm in a frontal cortex. But Elon Musk is on there too. One of the people I did with campaign's closing days was that he'd be appointed to cut waste out of the federal budget. Here he's at Madison Square Garden, hyping the company with the co-chair of Trump's transition team.
How much do you think we can rip out of this wasted $6.5 trillion Spice budget?
Well, I think we can do at least $2 trillion.
Yeah!
$2 trillion. Your money is being wasted, and the Department of Government Efficiency is going to fix that.
Put aside that he's dressed like the least intimidating bouncer at the strip club. He's a concerning amount of money to be cutting, and it's likely to come from slashing government programs. Musk has said elsewhere that we have to reduce spending to live within our means, and that necessarily involves some temporary hardship. And seeing a man worth $300 billion telling the country to endure hardship and live within their means fills me with a feeling that apparently I cannot say out loud for legal reasons. And even if you think a promise to cut $2 trillion sounds good, here is former Treasury Secretary Larry Summers pointing out the obstacles to cutting a full 1/3 of the federal budget.
Frankly, I think it's idiotic. It's not a serious statement. Where are they going to cut it out if they think? These people think it's like some business. But here's the problem. Only 15% of the federal budget is for payroll. So even if you took all the employees, every single person who works for the federal government out, you couldn't save anything like $2 trillion.
It's true, you could fire everyone who works for the government and still not hit that number. Also, I want to compliment the phrase, respectfully, I think it's idiotic. He's really stretching respectfully there to breaking point. With all due respect, that's a dumb idea for babies. After meaning no offence, what's Ding Dong dreamt up this 5-alarm fuckfest? And look, ultimately, I don't see him on this federal budget line by line because he's just going to get bored and go back to something more his speed, like, I don't know, finding a place to do another big boy jump. But the same cannot be said for some of the other people Trump's looking at. Among his potential attorney general candidates is Texas AG Ken Paxton, who could be under federal investigation for alleged bribery and misuse of office, who gave a speech at Trump's rally on January 6th, saying, "We will not quit fighting." Ahead of the election, he also notably did not join 51 other AGs in signing a letter condemning violence and urging a peaceful transition of power, regardless of the outcome. And when it comes to qualifications for running the DOJ, I would argue that horny for another insurrection probably shouldn't be one of them. As for the CIA director, Kash Patel, is apparently an option there, a man so devoted to Trump. He even has a series of children's books called The Plot Against the King, the first of which tells the story of a wizard named Cash, who sets out to save King Donald from the sinister machinations of Hillary Clinton. One Amazon review said 10 stars, super fan book, I think I enjoyed more than my 7 and 9-year-olds, and I'm positive that that is actually true. Patel was actually in Trump's first administration, working in a number of positions while having an official government photo where he looked like someone who just realised he accidentally texted a dick pic to his mom. Oh God, what did I do? Oh no, she gave me a thumbs up. I think that's worse. I think the thumbs up makes it worse. But there are serious questions of Patel's qualifications for the job. It frankly says something that during Trump's first term, when he floated making Patel Deputy FBI Director, Bill Barr apparently said, "Over my dead body." Well, Bill Barr isn't there to stop it anymore. And if Patel gets in at the CIA, he's totally bad. He's got some serious plans.
We will go out and find the conspirators, not just in government, but in the media. Yes, we're going to come after the people in the media who lied about American citizens, who helped provide a great presidential election. We're going to come after you. Whether it's criminally or civilly, we'll figure that out. But yeah, we're putting you all on notice.
Well, I don't love the sound of that. From threatening to come after the media to the hoodie that he is wearing there from his own merchandise line, by the way, featuring a logo that appears to be this Punisher skull with Trump hair, which first, very, very cool. And second, all I really see on that skull is a swooping pixie cut. So to be honest, it could just as easily be Skeleton Diane Weist. And I'm just going to go ahead choose to believe that he's wearing a spooky Diane Weist hoodie there. But that is just scratching the surface of the deep bench of idiots, freaks, and wannabe tough guys eager to get into the White House and start breaking things. In January, things can get very bad very fast, which brings us to our last question. What do we do now? Well, that really depends on who we is. If you happen to be this guy, first, way to stick the landing. But there are things that Biden could still do before leaving office. He could grant or extend temporary protected status to some immigrants currently in the US to protect them from deportation. Also, he and the Senate could fill the 9 open Inspector General positions at key agencies like the NSA, IRS, and Treasury, which feels very important, because oversight is certainly not going to be a priority for Trump. He can also commute the sentences of federal prisoners on death row to life in prison, so Trump can't repeat his agonizing execution spree of his first term. Now, as for the Senate, it could pass the Press Act, a federal shield law that already passed the House unanimously. It will protect the confidentiality of journalist sources and personal devices for federal law enforcement. Well, I am definitely not a journalist. There are many great ones who work here, and the only time anyone should be invading their phone is when I text them research questions like, have 2 presidents ever kissed? Or if I die on the show, do I die in real life? Or did Tucker Carlson's mom really only leave him $2 in her will? The answers to those questions, by the way, are respectively twice unclear, and no, she only left him $1. And it explains an awful lot. And finally, the Senate could and absolutely should confirm Biden's remaining judicial appointments. There is a lot of important stuff for them still to do, making it infuriating to read news stories saying things like, after their losses, some Democratic senators might want to wrap up remaining business quickly and move on from Washington as the holidays approach, presenting attendance problems for votes, which is so maddening to me. These last weeks count. You can't just fuck off early because you lost. I believe Kimberly Kardashian might have said it best.
Get your fucking ass up and work.
Yes. Get your fucking ass up and work. But the thing is, even if Biden and the Senate do all of those things, it won't stop the fact that on January 20th, Trump is getting sworn back into office. And that is very impressive. So, what do the rest of us do next? Well, for the next few days, I'd say, whatever you want. I'm not going to judge you for how you get through the next week for 2 reasons. One, I'm not going to see it. I am in the TV. This is far away from where you actually are. And 2, because there's no right reaction right now. Lots of us are grieving. It grief has stages. We take different amounts of time for different people. The stage I'm currently locked in is anger. I am mad for trans people who are being threatened. I'm disgusted at the prospect of mass deportation. I'm furious at Biden for not dropping out earlier, and at the egos and inaction of 2 men older than credit cards themselves have led us to this point. I'm mad that women have to hear your body, my choice from right-wing dipshits. I'm mad that Elon Musk is currently sitting in on meetings with the president of Ukraine. I'm mad about the myriad of damage Trump will do that cannot easily be undone, like setting back efforts to fight climate change and appointing more Supreme Court justices. And I'm mad at the prospect of 4 more years of people saying, so, is your job like so much easier with Trump as president? No, it is not! No, it fucking isn't! Fuck you so much! You cannot do what I'm talking about! Fuck you quite a lot! Fuck you! So, whether you are angry right now, or despairing, or Googling new country, no fascists, how move, do what you gotta do. Throw your phone into the nearest body of water, scream into a well, punch a tree, curl up into a ball and watch the Princess Diaries all the way through, and then at the end, when miracles happen, start playing trees. No, they fucking don't! Don't lie to me, people can be shits! But try not to completely obliterate yourself in despair, and I know that is hard. Right now on the hot meter, most of us are probably pretty close to the bottom. And we just can't afford that. You can't drink bleach. Even and especially if this guy tells you to do it again. Despair doesn't help anything. If anything, it makes things worse. And I'm not trying to push you into falsehood here. If your hope meter is up here, what is wrong with you? Are you a fucking child? Things are very bad. frankly, it isn't. It wasn't last time, and it won't be now. Here is what I guess I'm trying to say. Just a week ago, we mentioned elections are really just about choosing who to push and where you're pushing them from. Well, unfortunately, we now know we're going to have to push much harder and further away than where we just were, which is an exhausting thought. I think a lot of times movements burn out by focusing exclusively on how far we have to go without celebrating the small victories that happen along the way. For instance, even amid the GOP's massive anti-trans ad campaign, on Tuesday, Delaware elected the country's first openly trans member of Congress. And around the country, 35 trans and other gender-expansive candidates won races in places like Montana, Hawaii, and Kentucky, where Emma Curtis was elected to the Lexington City Council. And that is a big deal.
Curtis is hoping this result will set an example for others in the same boat.
If I could say anything to my younger self, it would be the same thing that I would say to any trans kid who's watching this now, which is that you can succeed because of who you are, not for what discriminatory politicians tell you you have to be. And you've got a future. The city, it belongs to you too.
Fuck yeah! And it is a powerful thing to have one group say, I don't think you should exist, and to be able to respond with, I am literally an elected official. Her being elected is now my favourite fact about Lexington, just ahead of the fact that its tourism website confidently proclaims it the horse capital of the world. The URL for that, by the way, is visitlex.com/things-to-do-horses. And let me be the first to say, don't mind if I do. And that is not all. 7 states voted to either overturn abortion bans or add protections to their state constitutions. Even in Florida, the effort to protect abortion only failed because it fell just short of the 60% that it needed to pass. And it is brain-breaking to see 57% be the losing side of that vote. And the abortion measures that did get passed did so thanks to relentless organising at the state level from activists like this woman in Arizona.
This is the best and only way to make sure that our state preserves abortion access.
Chris Love helped create the measure and get it on the ballot. She says the overwhelming support from both parties now puts rights back in the hands of women.
This is a resounding victory for the people of Arizona, especially people who are keeping up pregnant, providers who provide abortion care. They can rest easier now knowing that we last 39.
That is great. Although, I would emphasise that she said rest easier there, not rest easy. Unfortunately, as we all know, there is no resting easy during the Trump presidency. Anything can happen, and not in a good way. And I know that focusing on the good news this week feels like finding $20 in your pocket in the middle of a bear attack. But it is important to take your silver linings where you can find them. And it's also worth noting, Arizona went to Trump, as interestingly did over half the states that voted to protect abortion. In fact, Missouri voted not only to overturn its abortion ban, but also to increase minimum wage and require sick leave, while re-electing both Trump and Josh Hawley, suggesting Democratic policies are still popular even in a year where their candidate wasn't. Look, for the next few years, you're not going to see much in the way of gains at the federal level at all. But at the local level, these policies are clearly resonating. Political organisation at the grassroots is working, and we're lucky to have groups working tirelessly to help the people in causes that Trump threatens the most. We actually spoke to a bunch of them this week, and one small positively data offices, they actually got a head start on running for Trump administration because Project 2025 essentially gave them a 900-page roadmap for what they need to be ready to strategize against, which is something. But they're also going to need help. And you know, Rabbi Rothschild famously told us, in times of emergency and despair, to look for the help. It's really good advice, but I will note, it is advice for children. And if you're a child watching me right now, first, you either have terrible or fantastic parents. But second, this next part isn't actually for you, so just fuck off. If you're an adult in the coming crisis, you are the helpless. And that help can take many forms. people already doing it. You can use the National Network of Abortion Funds to find ways to support people. You can support trans and other LGBTQ people by donating time or money to centres and organisations in your area. And if you want to have migrants, there'll be groups where you live already providing everything from legal services to donated supplies. If you want to support them, you can literally just Google how to have migrants in and at the place where you live. And remember, you can organise politically around the issues you care about at work, at school, and in your community to elect a more responsive government. If I may quote Lexington's newest council member, your city, it belongs to you too. That is all really important work to be doing over the next few years and beyond. Look, I don't want to do this shit again. And I'm guessing you don't either. You might well be exhausted, confused, scared, and running on fucking fumes right now. Which is understandable. But you might actually be surprised just how far you can still get, even on fumes. And don't just take that from me. Taking one of the world's greatest ever singers being covered by a different singer.
If I fail, I succeed. It's gonna turn my way on my own. Stay strong.
Thanks, Katie. I couldn't have sung it better myself. That is our show. Thank you so much for watching. We will be back next week, and we'll see you then. Good night.
Goodbye.
Hey everyone, I'm Megan Kelly. Welcome to the Megan Kelly Show. I'm back after a trip to Virginia Tech, where I had the honor of speaking to a packed crowd of students there as part of Turning Point's ongoing campus tour. I was supposed to be there with Charlie, and his absence was felt acutely. It was one of those things like, after he was killed, I had no idea whether they would go forward with the campus tour. I assumed that they wouldn't. And when Erica announced 48 hours after Charlie died that they were not stopping one thing, I stood up and cheered. I hadn't even considered that they would keep it rolling, and I was so inspired by her. And of course, there was no hesitation to go forward with it. But I said to the students there last night, it was an act of courage of them to show up, because these are kids on campus who are young, and unfortunately that's where this violence took place, on a college campus. And there are too many people that age who are turning dangerous these days. And so for them to show up in an environment where they know it's politically charged and where someone was assassinated 2 weeks beforehand at an event that has his organization's name on it, and that this one did too, is an act of courage by these students. And yet, can I show you? Let me show you the line. I'm just going to show you the line to get in. Let's roll the tape. The listening audience, it goes on and on and on. I mean, just like, it's endless. There were definitely thousands of people there last night. I don't know what the total head count was, but the auditorium was jam-packed. It was standing room only. I went and I got to spend time with Governor Glenn Youngkin of Virginia beforehand, behind the scenes. What a charming man. What a great guy. God, he's got a very bright political future if he ever wants to seek national office. He's going to have to go after JD. But after that, he would be amazing. He led us here backstage in prayer before we went out. And his words really meant something to me. They actually made me feel a lot better. Anyway, thank you to all the students who were there. We'll get to what happened while I was there in a minute, but thank you to all those who showed up. You know, they said at Charlie's funeral that Charlie used to say, courage is actually easy. All you have to do is say yes. Just say yes, and then do the thing. And that's what they did. So I'm honored that they turned out. I'm honored that Turning Point went forward with it that wanted me to appear, and I spoke with Erica about it via text, and she wanted me to tell them how proud she was of them and how Turning Point will have their back. I mean, she's thinking about them. Like, she's also feeling proud of these students who are turning out at these events. It's, I think, one of the few things that's making her feel a little better in these terrible days that she's going through. So keep that in mind. You know, sign up for these events and get out there. And speaking of Erica Kirk, I want to start today with an update to our Megyn Kelly Live tour. We have an addition to our Glendale, Arizona date that's really important for me to tell you about. Joining me for that November 22nd event, the last stop on our tour, will be Erica Kirk. I am so grateful that she has agreed to do it. I believe this will be her first appearance and her first lengthy sit-down interview in front of a live audience, which is extremely brave on her part. And when I asked her, she did not hesitate for 1 minute. She's incredible. As you guys know, Charlie was supposed to be there with me. He was actually going to come to Bakersfield, California, but Glendale is her backyard, so this is easy for her. We wanted to keep it as easy as possible. You can get tickets. I recommend you do it right now at MegynKelly.com. They're already flying off the shelf, but when everybody realizes they're going to see Erica, it's going to be really tough to get one. So honestly, it's not a marketing thing. I'm not going to have trouble selling tickets for this. I just want you, the Megyn Kelly listeners, to get them first. So go to MegynKelly.com and get those tickets to see Erica Kirk. Last stop of the tour in Glendale, Arizona. And by the way, find out information and come join us at any of the 10 stops across the country. If Glendale's not close to you, check it out, because we're hitting all pockets of the country, and I would love to see you. Okay, for now, let's get back to the news. Back with me today, the EJs are here. Emily Jashinsky, who's host of After Party on the MK Media Podcast Network, and Eliana Johnson. She's an editor, the editor-in-chief of the Free Beacon, who is back with us after a couple of months away with her newborn baby boy. Don't miss a moment. Subscribe to this show on YouTube and follow me on Insta, Facebook, and X. Let's be honest. America can still be a dangerous place, and you cannot afford to wait for help. Sure, you could use a firearm, but in today's America, defending yourself with deadly force could have legal consequences. According to FBI data, 99.9% of all altercations do not require lethal force. And that's exactly why many are turning to Byrna. Byrna is proudly American, hand-assembled in Fort Wayne, Indiana. These less lethal self-defense launchers are trusted by hundreds of government agencies, law enforcement departments, and private security companies, too. Over 600,000 Byrna pistols have been sold, most to private citizens who just refuse to be victims. Byrna launches fire rock hard. They launchers fire rock hard kinetic rounds, right? So that's one option. Rock hard kinetic rounds that like hurt and stop the perp. And they also fire these powerful tear gas and pepper projectiles, which is sort of like pepper spray on steroids that incapacitates the bad guy, like where they are. Capable of stopping a threat from up to 60 feet away. No background checks, no waiting periods, and Byrna can ship straight to your door. By the way, the pistol looks very realistic. Take responsibility. Protect your future. Visit Byrna.com right now, or your local Sportsman's Warehouse. That's BYRNA.com, or your local Sportsman's Warehouse. Visit now and be prepared to defend. EJs, welcome back, and Eliana, congrats. Thank you. It's to your credit that all your appearances on the show, and we never even knew you were pregnant. You did not balloon up like a tick, like yours truly did with all 3 children.
Trust me, you gotta move the camera down.
I did actually run into Eliana at the airport while she was pregnant.
Oh my gosh. We ran into each other, and I ran straight into the bathroom and puked all over myself when I saw Emily. I couldn't even stop and talk.
It was because of me.
I had to buy another set of clothes at the airport.
Wow, I didn't know she had that strong an effect on people, but you know, I love her or hate her. She takes out strong emotions. So great. I'm thrilled to have you both back together. There's so much going on. I don't even know where to begin, but I guess I'm going to start. Hopefully the audience will forgive me because we were not live yesterday. I was on my way down to Virginia Tech, so we aired our interview that we did a week earlier with Matthew McConaughey, which is actually really interesting. I hope people listen to it if they missed it. So I did not get the chance to talk about Jimmy Kimmel's return, and I have a few things I want to say about it, and I'd love to get your takes on it too. He did go back to the airwaves on Tuesday night and was a self-pitying baby. That was my take on it. Boo effing who? He almost cried for himself. He wasn't sorry about what he said about MAGA breeding the Charlie Kirk shooter, which was a lie. The reason I know is because he didn't correct the record, nor did he apologize. It was unbelievable. He got there and cried and whined for himself. Hold on, my audience is going to show that. I think it's SOP 4. I think where he's blubbering on. But if I'm not right, team, you pick the right one.
I've been hearing a lot about what I need to say and do tonight, Mike. And the truth is, I don't think what I have to say is going to make much of a difference. If you like me, you like me. If you don't, you don't. I have no illusions about changing anyone's mind. But I do want to make something clear because it's important to me as a human, and that is that you understand that it was never my intention to make light of the murder of a young man.
Do we have the original Sin soundbite? Can we play that? Because what he did was make light of the murder of a young man. He absolutely made light of Charlie Kirk's murder. He made a joke out of it. He ripped on MAGA, which was suffering and grieving, and he thought that they would be a fun target to mock, and then suggested they were the ones who did this, that this guy was MAGA, which was a lie. So he may not have intended to do that, but that's exactly what this wasn't fodder for jokes, and he treated it like it was. Do we have it? Oh, stand by. We're getting it. We're pulling it over. In the meantime, I'll show you one other. SOT 7.
Sunday, Erica Kirk forgave the man who shot her husband. She forgave him. That is an example we should follow. In the teachings of Jesus, as I do, there it was. That's it. A selfless act of grace, forgiveness from a grieving widow. It touched me deeply. And
he's crying for himself.
And if there's anything we should take from this tragedy to carry forward, I hope it can be that, not this.
He's crying for himself, and on top of it, the reason he's speaking about Erica Kirk's call for forgiveness, to her willingness to forgive, is because he wants everyone to forgive him without actually apologizing or owning up to what he did. That's why he's so deeply touched by it. He's basically saying, forgive me. Let me off the hook. I deserve forgiveness. Though he doesn't even acknowledge what he actually did, and in the context of this whole thing, actually doubles down by ripping on MAGA and conservatives here in SOT 3.
I want to thank the people who don't support my show and what I believe, but support my right to share those beliefs anyway. Like Ben Shapiro, Clay Travis, Candace Owens, Mitch McConnell, Rand Paul, even my old pal Ted Cruz. I don't think I've ever said this before, but Ted Cruz is right. Even though I don't agree with many of those people on most subjects, some of the things they say even make me want to throw up. It takes courage for them to speak out against this administration, and they did, and they deserve credit for it.
See, that's how I had to do it. They make me want to barf, but appreciate the support with no apology whatsoever. And last but not least, then he comes out, and we do have the original Sin that caused all the trouble. I'm going to play that, and then I'm going to play Soundbite 5. So first, let's watch what got him in trouble last week.
We had some new lows over the weekend with the MAGA gang desperately trying to characterize this kid who murdered Charlie Kirk as anything other than one of them, and doing everything they can to score political points from it.
So he was making light of it. He absolutely was making light of it. It just wasn't funny, and it wasn't true. And now he comes out and says this, the SOT 5.
I posted a message on Instagram on the day he was killed, sending love to his family and asking for compassion, and I meant it. I still do. Nor was it my intention to blame any specific group for the actions of what it was obviously a deeply disturbed individual. That was really the opposite of the point I was trying to make. But I understand that to some that felt either ill-timed or unclear, or maybe both. And for those who think I did point a finger, I get why you're upset. If the situation was reversed, there's a good chance I'd have felt the same way. I don't think the murderer who shot Charlie Kirk represents anyone. This was a sick person who believed violence was a solution, and it isn't. Ever.
Okay. He didn't represent anyone. That's because he was a leftist. If this guy had right-wing messages on those bullet casings, you think Jimmy Kimmel would be saying, oh, he's just sick. He didn't represent anyone. If it's a leftist, then all the messaging, all of their political ideology, it's irrelevant. It's irrelevant. That's what's so interesting about this particular assassination when we talk about motivation, is that this guy actually doesn't seem to be a lunatic. That guy who shot up the Minneapolis school and church with the young children seemed like a lunatic. He seemed possessed to me, to be honest. But that guy was a nut who obviously was trans and all the other problems. But this guy doesn't seem like a nut. He seems very high functioning. There are no reports about him being crazy. He was a political assassin, plain and simple, and was no more crazy than anybody who takes murder as an option is crazy. And he won't acknowledge that. I don't think he represents anybody. Yes, no, he does. He was indoctrinated by the left, by rhetoric from the left, rhetoric that Jimmy Kimmel espouses all the time. I thought it was a total fail, Emily. The whole thing was a fail. And all the blubbering was for himself. It wasn't for Erica Kirk. It wasn't for Charlie. It certainly wasn't for MAGA, whom he has insulted and wrongly blamed. And the whole talk of forgiveness was a plea to the broadcasters and the affiliates for himself. The whole thing was about one thing. Here it is. Yeah. Your thoughts?
Well, now that we've just watched all of those clips again, it occurred to me that emotion is completely misplaced when you compare with how he reacted in the aftermath. When you juxtapose it with the clip of him pointing the finger at MAGA, which is just like obviously verifiably what he did, and we had Michael Knowles on the after party last night. He was saying that is actually what upset people. There have been a million jokes made in the aftermath of the assassination, and people have taken issue with them and been like, that's gross. But what sent people through the roof about Jimmy Kimmel was specifically that he was spreading in this like weird clapter line a lie. He was spreading something that was untrue at the time that he said it. Everybody knew it was untrue, and that it's a damaging lie, and that's particularly what was pissing people off. Now, watching it back, compared to him crying after he got in trouble, it occurs to me he should have been crying through his monologues when he was talking about this a couple of days after it happened, not after he got in trouble. It's actually like really, it's sort of strange to see him crying now and acting as though this is an act of bravery, that this is him performing, when it really is just him performing in the aftermath of what happened with him getting in trouble, not the aftermath of the national trauma that even people on the left went through when they saw someone get shot in cold blood.
Yeah, I mean, you know who actually shed some tears for Charlie Kirk on the left? Jamie Lee Curtis. Mm-hmm. She is somebody who said, I disagreed with him on everything, but a young man was shot, a father, a 31-year-old, and actually shed tears, a totally appropriate human reaction. Jimmy Kimmel didn't shed tears over Charlie Kirk. He cried for himself because he almost lost his precious show, Eliana. That's why he was able to work up that emotion into his voice because, oh my God, I'm not going to be on this stage under the Klieg lights anymore.
I think what was enraging about the faux apology is that what he said was, I didn't mean to make light of this. Well, I have to say, that's not what was upsetting to me, or I think many others about this. It's that what he said wasn't a joke. He said MAGA's trying to pretend that it wasn't one of them who did this. That wasn't a joke. He was serious about that. And then his apology was, oh, I didn't mean to do that, rather than, I'm sorry for what I did. He did blame a specific group for the murder. And he says, for those of you who think I pointed a finger, I get why you're upset. he did point a finger, and he pointed it at the wrong group. So we got a phony apology. And then he said, thank you for standing up, against the Trump government for my right to say this. And look, I personally wish that Brendan Carr and the FCC hadn't inserted themselves into this. But what's really playing out here is a dynamic between the liberal Hollywood elites, Disney, Bob Iger on the one hand, and conservative-owned local stations on the other. If it really was the Trump government keeping Jimmy Kimmel off the air, he wouldn't be back on. And we still have local stations keeping him off. And I have to say, we have now the mainstream media heralding how many people tuned in to see Jimmy Kimmel's monologue. 6 million viewers tuned in to see Jimmy Kimmel. Look, even I, who literally never watched the show, was interested to hear what he was going to say last night or 2 nights ago. It was a news event. Okay, yeah, so no big deal. Now we have a standoff between liberal Hollywood and the conservative station owners who are sick and tired of having 10 hours a week between Jimmy Kimmel on the one hand and The View on the other, shoved down their throats every day.
Not to mention what happens on World News Tonight with David Muir.
Yeah,
we all saw his bias at that presidential debate. Everybody knows exactly where he stands, as well as that co-host of his, Lindsay Davis.
His pinned tight T-shirt and jacket going through the mud.
Don't get me started. Cinching the waist.
Yeah.
Even I don't cinch the waist when I go out to a disaster zone.
His friend Matt Gutman.
And now here is, Matt Gutman. How beautiful the texts were between the Charlie assassin and his gay, trans, furry lover. So touching. It was so touching. Good job, ABC. So let's see. Maybe Kimmel's now had a change of heart. Maybe he's going to have a different type of program now that he comes back and he's trying to understand MAGA, and he's so grateful to Ted Cruz and Candace Owens and Clay Travis. Let's see what he did last night. Top 10.
For those who think I go too hard on Donald Trump, to the point where there are still a lot of people who think I should be pulled off the air for making fun of Donald Trump. So I want to explain that I talk about Trump more than anything because he's a bully. I don't like bullies. I played the clarinet in high school, okay? Donald Trump is an old-fashioned 80s movie-style bully, taking your lunch money. And if you give it to him once, he'll take it again. Two things he loves, lunch and money. He will take that peanut butter and jelly sandwich your mom cut in half like a triangle for you, and he will gobble it up in front of your face, and then he'll eat your little Ziploc bag of Oreos, too. And he'll take the note your mother put in your lunchbox, and he'll read it aloud to everyone. Oh, look, Mommy loves her widow boy. And then he'll smile with a bunch of cookies in his teeth. And he'll grab you by your nipples, and he'll twist them until you have 2 holes in your Latigre shirt because your parents couldn't afford an Izod. And he'll stuff you in a locker, and he'll stomp on your trapper keeper and slam the door. That is Donald Trump.
This is so ridiculous. I feel like Emily, you are genuinely funny. You've made me laugh out loud many times on your show, After Party with Emily Jashinsky. I'm mildly amusing. Eliana, I think you're funny too. You're very clever. However, I would never think that because I'm occasionally funny, I could host a late night show. I would never think I could go out there and do Jimmy Kimmel. I just wouldn't. And it has dawned on me in watching all these clips, because I don't watch his show either. He's not funny either. I could totally do this. I've been too hard on myself. All 3 of us could go out there and host a non-funny show where we just say political thoughts. We actually do that for a living already. How is this comedy? How are people giving him the excuse that he's a comedian? He's not even trying to be funny. That's just some weird, long, rambling Twitter post about the nipples and the pepper keeper. It's not even arguably clever. But the point is, he's back to himself, Emily. He's learned nothing. He's just glad that he dodged a show-killing bullet, unlike our friend Charlie, who didn't dodge a life-killing one, which is really the issue now, isn't it?
Well, in the framing in the clip that we just watched is him saying, people want me off of the air because I make jokes about Donald Trump. That is not true. Literally nobody wants him off of the air because he makes jokes about Donald Trump. You know who actually makes a lot of jokes about Donald Trump? Donald Trump. Even people close to Donald Trump make jokes about Donald Trump that he will occasionally clearly be amused by. He was the one who went on Fallon and had his hair ruffled. Nobody is mad about jokes about Donald Trump. People are mad that all Jimmy Kimmel has grown into. Someone who I would say actually used to be funny when he was out there with Corolla doing the Man Show. He grew into this audience-captured Trump obsessive over the last 10 years who only talks about Donald Trump. That's what people are annoyed with. They want to tune into late-night shows to see something that's genuinely going to make them laugh. Now, some of that has shifted with the business models in that Colbert and Kimmel have developed these like really intensely political audiences because it's just a much smaller piece of the pie than late night was getting even 20 years ago. And so you get the like resistance wine moms tuning in for their nightly dose of affirmation from these guys. So part of it is that, but nobody who's like protesting ABC or is mad at their local Sinclair station or Nexstar station, for example, if they end up seeing Kimmel back on the air, those audiences in more conservative communities, they aren't mad at Kimmel for making jokes about Trump. They're mad at Kimmel for only making jokes about Donald Trump, for finding much less humor in the very hilarious Democrats, and for there being this wildly disproportional focus on Trump and MAGA, which is exactly brings us back to the line that got him in trouble, pointing the finger at MAGA because he is blinded by his own ideological fixations in a way that makes him unfunny. He can't genuinely see the humor across the board. Not even both sides, all sides, everyone, which is what a comedian is supposed to do.
And now, Eliana, yesterday we were subjected to a day full of leftist media. Like, Jesus is back. He's back. Thank God. Jimmy Kimmel went back on and gave the greatest monologue in human history. Eliana, here's just a little taste in Stop 13.
He doesn't really want this to be about him. He has been thrust into this bigger, frankly, more consequential role. He's trying to talk about free speech rights, not for late-night talk show hosts, but for all Americans. Lengthy and emotional monologue. This was a comeback in every sense of the word.
It's framed perfectly. It's not left wing against right wing. This is big government versus the people. This is a centralized state versus individual rights, especially if it's political speech, which is the most sacred, protected speech in the First Amendment.
Jimmy Kimmel broke his silence here last night with a lengthy and a heartfelt monologue. Kimmel also delivering a searing defense of free speech.
I'm glad to see Jimmy back. I'm glad to see Jimmy back on air. That's where we're going to begin.
It was a triumphant return for late night host Jimmy
Triumphant.
Kimmel. Last night's show was emotional. It was passionate. Ultimately, it was a tribute to free speech.
Oh my Lord. I can't. Thoughts on that one?
I mean, precisely, I think, what we would expect. And the truth is, it's not worth the attention that it's getting in the mainstream, but it's also not, I think the framing is off, because the real story now is this standoff, as I mentioned before, between liberal Hollywood, ABC News, and the local stations, which are still not carrying him. And so
Nexstar and Sinclair, which is 22% of
Nexstar
the
and
audience.
Sinclair, exactly. And so this story is still going to play out, and it is no longer about free speech; it's about business.
To the point you were just making, Emily, about how biased these late night programs are, and how the flyover country that is represented by Sinclair and Nexstar, that they've had it. This was tweeted out by a couple of people yesterday, but it's a tally of the guest list on the late night shows from just January 2023, you saw this, through July of 2025. And here's the sampling. Stephen Colbert has a number of liberals or Democrats, 176. Number of conservatives or Republicans, 1. The Daily Show, 157 Democrats, 9 conservatives. Seth Meyers, 68 Democrats, 0 Republicans or conservatives. Jimmy Kimmel, 58 liberals or Democrats. How many Republicans or conservatives has he had? 2 for Jimmy Kimmel to 58 Dems. Fallon, 41 Dems, 2 Republicans. Trevor Noah, 7 Democrats, 0 Republicans. James Corden, 4 Democrats, 0 Republicans. The ultimate tally is 511 Democrats, 14 Republicans. This is not any attempt to be funny. This is an attempt to drive votes by all of those guys. We've been living it firsthand for years now. You could go back before 2023 and the numbers would be just as bad, which is why Sinclair and Nexstar are holding the line, because they're not getting tons of phone calls from Jimmy Kimmel fans saying, "Where's my Jimmy Kimmel? I want to watch it tonight." Or they would be changing their decision.
Yeah, I mean, this is a pivotal moment in television history. I think it's as silly as that may sound, because what you're seeing is the sorting patterns that are going to come once, whether or not somebody has like a broadcast license in the scarce airwaves of the 1960s, for example. When that model is blown up, what we're going to see is much more partisan or ideological sorting, because people have more choice, and people are going to go to places where they have more choice. Still, though, even still, what Jimmy Kimmel could be doing is something a lot more like what Greg Gutfeld, who I think gets higher numbers than him, does, which is actually have. It's not like he's throwing and it's not like Gutfeld's like throwing a million libs at his viewers all of the time, but actually they do have conversations with people who like Trump, don't like Trump, and it's funny to see it like picked apart from both sides to audience members who actually like just want to laugh. And yes, it's very political, but there's actually a bigger market than they realize for humor that isn't just obsessively fixated on Donald Trump. They would probably be doing better if they weren't obsessively fixated on Donald Trump, and that's what I think the Nexstar Sinclair protest is showing. I think Nexstar's merger question is salient. I'm more with Ted Cruz and the Brendan Carr stuff, but all of that is to say, what we're seeing right now genuinely is these stations with more conservative audiences say, we do not need to air you. It's not good for our business to air you right now. So Disney, why don't you respond to us instead of all of the like 400 Hollywood people who signed their letter casting Kimmel as a victim of a free speech issue, when in reality, you are really looking at a culture war business conversation.
Okay, but I disagree with both of you on Brendan Carr. I'm totally in favor of what happened here. If Brendan Carr hadn't done what he did, then it's not at all clear to me that Jimmy Kimmel would have been pulled for those 5 days. I don't know. I really don't know. But he did rattle the cage. I'm sure they were getting tons of calls from their viewers saying, I'm angry about what they saw in there. But what Brendan Carr basically did was empower the affiliates to make an independent decision. Something they didn't feel empowered to do prior to Brendan being like, hey, there is this obligation to air programming in the public interest, and I'm the person who oversees that. And suddenly you had 2 affiliates saying, you know what, you're right, we are empowered to say no, goodbye, Jimmy. And they're holding the line even after they put him back on the air, and Brendan Carr has completely stood down on whatever threat he offered on Benny Johnson, so they did not need to do it to please him, but they're standing by the decision. But I don't know that they would have in the first place. My simple point is, we as conservatives are better off, or independent minds, however you describe yourself, we're better off now than we were a week ago. It is a good thing for America that Jimmy Kimmel was off the air for 5 nights, and that the leftists felt one tiny dose of what we have been feeling for years on the right. For years. How many of our people have been canceled? And we don't get canceled and put back on the air for 5 days. Trust me, okay? Trust me. Some of us have to work our asses off from ground zero to rebuild our careers from nothing. And people like Jimmy Kimmel have been celebrating when all of us get canceled for nothing, for much less than what he did. And the censorship that went on during the Biden years, with the social media companies during COVID, George Floyd at Palooza, everybody's YouTube being pulled because they said the wrong thing about January 6th. F these people. Just this week, Google reinstated all these YouTube accounts that it pulled for misinformation during those dark years of the Biden administration. Our people have been having this happen to them for years, and not for 5 nights. So for 5 nights, they experienced what it's like to be a conservative. And don't tell me the government hasn't gotten involved when their people get censored, when our people get censored, because that's what was happening during COVID. That's what happened. The social media companies did censor us because they had pressure from the Biden administration. And the Biden White House had a conference about it, a press conference. It's on camera. They admitted it. Not to mention Zuckerberg has been on camera admitting it. Google on paper admitted it yesterday. We know this to be true from the Twitter files, etc.
Hunter Biden laptop.
The Hunter Biden laptop, that's another one. So how dare they? How dare they look at us and ask us to cry tears and say, live up to your principles, free speech? No, suck it. Have a taste of our medicine. Now you'll feel what we feel, just a tiny little ounce of it, and maybe that will stop you from abusing your powers when you inevitably return to government, to being in charge of government. It's the only way. It's like the lawfare. They won't stop unless Comey gets prosecuted. Letitia James needs to get prosecuted. Adam Schiff needs to get prosecuted, assuming that they have a good faith basis for the charges. There is no other way of restoring things to normal. We all want the same thing. All three of us want the same thing. We want free speech. We don't want people going after hate speech. We don't want lawfare used against political candidates. It's a question of tactics right now.
Megan, I think you are articulating the views and the sentiment and certainly the emotions of most Trump voters who have zero patience for the sort of constitutional regulatory arguments that Ted Cruz was articulating. And for those of us like Emily and I think, who say we wish Brendan Carr had gotten involved, it's not good for the government to do these sorts of things, they would say, just as you have, that this stuff has already happened, and it's happened to folks on the right, and so here's a taste of your own medicine. I, for one, am skeptical that giving them a taste of their own medicine will return things to normal, but I'm certainly sympathetic to your view.
Well, and just quickly on that, I actually think ABC would have taken Disney would have taken Kimmel off of the air without what Brendan Carr said. I think they were probably going to do it anyway because Sinclair and Nexstar were under significant pressure and the tensions were so high. And my position, honestly, is
you can make a good case for that.
Yeah, my position, honestly, is we don't need to have the public interest standard for broadcasting licenses anymore. I think people disagree with that, but I just think everything has been so democratized and fractured that it's not the 1960s. We really don't need to have that. But overall, I agree. The sentiments here, just to think about the Hunter Biden laptop, there are a lot of disingenuous arguments being made on the left where people are openly being dishonest, but also people who are completely ignorant because they didn't follow these stories during the Biden administration. Sean Davis at The Federalist reported years ago that actually a CIA email address was being used in the process of collecting those signatories for the 51 former intelligence agents who came out and said the Hunter Biden laptop had all of the hallmarks of Russian disinformation, knowing full well that it would lead to suppression of the story, of a piece of legitimate journalism within the spirit of the First Amendment, which is insane a month before a presidential election. So what you have there is an example, actually, of government being involved in the process. Is it apples to apples? No, nothing's apples to apples. Want to know why? Because there's no freaking conservative late-night host on ABC, NBC, or CBS who could possibly be censored by the FCC. Like, that's not a thing that exists. There's no conservative news anchor at any of those networks who could be censored. Who's the conservative David Muir? Tell me. There isn't one.
No, there is.
So, what do you mean? Like, it's going to be flipped around? It already has been. Like, that is abundantly true.
I have to tell you about this conversation. I don't think these guys would mind, but I had a conversation with Benny Johnson and Jack Posobiec at Charlie's memorial, and they were very close to Charlie. They both spoke at the funeral, and they were amazing. Both of them were incredible, very moving remarks. They knew him very well, and I was very moved by what they said to me just privately. Like, they had a lot of thoughts on where we are in terms of this fight, and they're angry. They're angry about what's happened to Charlie, like I am. I feel it too. And one of them said something, and I thought I liked it. It was in no way meant to be like a sexist comment. It was about like tactics, and they were on the same page as I am in terms of where we go next now. Where we go next now that our people are actually getting killed for our very eyes. And I can't remember which one said it. Forgive me, but they said something to the effect of, right now, we need the men to take control. Like, let the men get this. And what they meant by it was, we can't have softness making the decisions about where we go from here. We need hard edges at this point to fight these lunatics on the left who are getting our people killed. And it's not a time for olive branches. It's not a time for standing down or downshifting. It's a time for actual rhetorical battle. They're not talking about hurting anybody physically, obviously. They're talking about no mercy on these fights that we're having. And I could not be more aligned with that. I really like Ted Cruz. I've always liked Ted Cruz. I actually began the Kelly File with him as my first guest. I actually launched this show. He was one of my very first guests. But I totally disagree with him. I totally disagree with this Wall Street Journal approach. I know what he's doing, and he considers himself a principled conservative, and he's standing by his ideals. But the ideals remain. This is a question of tactics and how to affect them. And I disagree that taking the high road is working for us. It isn't. Okay, so that's that. We've got to keep going. I do want to show one thing. Jimmy Kimmel never saw a conservative get canceled that he didn't celebrate. Ever. Just a walk down memory lane so you can see how he behaved when, for example, Tucker Carlson got fired from Fox.
Fox News has severed no ties with Tucker Carlson. After all these years, they are parting ways, which means he was fired. I mean, that's really what parting ways means. Tucker couldn't be reached for comment. He's already on a plane to Moscow to meet with his manager. What a shop. I mean, what an absolutely delightful shop this is. Tucker can spend more time at home tanning his testicles and touching himself to that sexy green M&M. Sadly, he's probably not done poisoning old people's brains. The question now is, where will he do it next? Will he go to OAN? Will he go to Newsmax? Will he crawl back up Satan's fiery beehole from whence he came? We don't know. One of the most despicable mother Tuckers ever to appear on American television.
And Tucker got fired for nothing. Tucker hadn't said some terrible thing about the other side the night before that everybody was focusing on him, like, what are they going to do about Tucker? What's happening? No. To this day, we've never had a clear reason for why they separated with Tucker, but he loved to watch him lose his job. He was thrilled about it. And here he is about Trump getting banned from all social media under pressure from the government. Here he is.
Trump has been suspended from Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and even Snapchat. But don't worry, Mr. President, there's still plenty of apps you do have access to. You still have Spotify to drown out the sound of millions of people cheering as you leave. And when no one else wants you, don't forget, there's always your old friend, the Domino's Pizza Tracker. Not only did Trump get banned from Twitter, Google, Apple, and Amazon removed the Parler app from their platforms. Parler is where all the right-wingers gather to post QAnon nonsense and misspell the word parlor. Trumpers are complaining bitterly that they're being silenced. In fact, they won't shut up about being silenced. On their 3 propaganda TV networks, on 1,000 conservative radio shows, all over the internet, they're screaming about being silenced. They won't be silent about being silenced.
How does anybody feel sorry for him, Eliana?
Well, the shoe's on the other foot now, and it turns out that when Jimmy Kimmel's silenced, he has a lot of allies going to bat for him. And I think Emily's right. Like, you can't. There aren't apples to apples simply because the right doesn't have the same levers of control in the media and the same number of voices that will speak out about it. So we heard every voice in the mainstream media come to Jimmy Kimmel's defense. But we didn't hear the same thing when voices on the right were silenced by big tech, Twitter, Facebook, and all the rest during COVID and everything else. And that's why people are angry now and why they're happy to see Jimmy Kimmel pulled off the air.
Yeah, and the media was part of it. I mean, I posted this on Twitter yesterday and on Instagram. You know, when I got canned at NBC because I asked a question about blackface Halloween costumes and when they went from something that wouldn't get you canceled in the 70s and the 80s to a day when they would. At the time, I didn't know that my own network, NBC, was recently, like within 2 years of my comments, actually airing shows with blackface characters, like on Scrubs, and among others. But in any event, I thought it had gone away as an acceptable practice 70s and 80s. And I said, when did it happen? You know, that it changed into a cancelable offense. And then I lost my job. And everybody in the press was calling me a racist. And I was all over newspapers as a racist. And did Jimmy Kimmel, who has, unlike yours truly, actually worn blackface repeatedly in his case, as Carl Malone, where he went on his show and spoke in Ebonics. I mean, it was the most racist, offensive thing as Oprah in a fat suit with his black face, darning socks, and doing totally offensive behaviors as the fat Oprah? Did Jimmy Kimmel say, hey, you have a platform, what you're doing is wrong, this isn't right, what she said is right? People, the reason I did that, wore those costumes, is because there was a day, not in the too distant past, when that wasn't considered universally offensive. That's an okay question she asked. No. Me too. He let me twist in the wind. He's never had anything but scorn for me once he realized I didn't hate Trump. When he thought I hated Trump, he wanted to celebrate me. He had me on the show. The guy is disgusting. He hates everyone right of center. And therefore, I look forward to watching his show suffer. And as it will. Once this initial clamoring around, oh, he's back, dies down, he'll go back to his shitty ratings, and his separation from ABC, I believe, is now inevitable. I don't think Disney wants this headache. So we'll see. It's probably going to take a little longer than it otherwise would have, but he's not long for the wear at ABC. That's my prediction. Okay, now speaking of leftists who will not tell the truth, we have the ICE situation down in Dallas from yesterday, where some man took a gun and opened fire on an ICE truck and killed 2 detainees, we believe 2, and himself. They've gone back and forth on the number. It was like, first they said 2 and 1 was in critical, then they said it was 1 and the 2 were in critical. In any event, he shot 3 detainees and then killed himself. And it's very clear that the man was anti-ICE because he literally wrote on the bullets, anti-ICE. Literally the words anti-ICE. So we really didn't have to look far for his motivation. It's not unlike what happened in the Charlie Kirk case. We find out, by the way, from the FBI today, that's probably by design, because he was obsessively searching for information about the Charlie Kirk case prior to committing this heinous crime, in which the killer wrote his motivation on his bullet casings. So here again, now the left, suddenly they don't accept these pictures. Suddenly they don't accept the writing on the bullets. You know, Kash Patel must have done it himself. They're not going to accept it because it's a motivation that is leftist. Then they go to the guy's car yesterday and they search it, and he's got literally communist paraphernalia in there. It turns out the guy's not just left, he may actually be a communist based on the flyers that they found and the materials they found in his car. And then today we got a release from the FBI that really cements it. But before we got the nail in the coffin, a release from the FBI today. So I'm going to give NPR the benefit of they didn't see the Kash Patel release before they said, but they said they knew about the commie stuff. They knew about the anti-ICE bullet casing. And this is how they described the North Texas shooting at an ICE facility in South 15 today.
Just the most recent attack on an immigration facility in Texas. What can you tell us about the other incidents that led up to this moment?
Well, on July 4th, a gunman shot at a local police officer during a protest outside an ICE facility in Alvarado. That's about 30 miles south of Fort Worth. 17 people have been arrested. And then 3 days after that shooting, a man opened fire at a Customs and Border Protection facility in McAllen, a border city along the Rio Grande. He was killed.
Has a short lifetime here on Earth because of the upper atmosphere, the ultraviolet of the sun tends to break my heart. And it's one of the things that is a sign of oxygen. Oxygen is associated with biological life. It's not that the oxygen in the Earth's atmosphere is primarily from biology. And the oxygen we're chasing after with atmospheres of planets around other stars, we think that potentially could be like we were talking about earlier, shows a biosignature. And so that's what so yeah, it's
All right, you guys, it is Wednesday, and I have a lot for you today.
Okay, cool lady. Did you know that I have to take a shit? What is it?
I have live discussions with my colleagues about this. Eric Pomajek and Jane Kiel chatted about this. I like a very simple definition of, is it big enough to be small? So if you take a thing in space, if it's small, like an asteroid, it has a dog bone shape, that kind of thing, you make it big, 1,000 miles across, it'll be round. And that's because of the gravity. That makes it very easy to determine that something is a planet like, say, Pluto. My colleague Eric would disagree. He's wrong. And so, I was actually somehow accidentally in the room in 2006 voting on this planet definition that came out of the meeting in Prague in 2006. And we came up with a terrible definition that should go away and just die in a corner. It's something that would be much better off if we did not have any definition at all, when we don't have an official definition for the word star or galaxy or anything else. And we're stuck right now with this silly definition that basically says there are bodies that only orbit the sun, not a star, but the sun can be a planet. So we have 8 planets in the universe. So it's really kind of a good definition that went off the rails. Who came up with the word planetoid? Planetoid? I don't know, but this was, again, one of these things that was debated in Prague in 2006, so maybe we should have a word for planetoid or planetesimal, or, it's just really kind of getting into the weeds.
The Rockies, Jeff is with us in Ohio. Hey, Jeff, go ahead.
Hey, thank you for taking my call. I've been fascinated with Mars ever since I first saw the 1967 War of the Worlds with Jim Barry when I was a kid watching, late night monster movies on the weekend. And it just so happened that I was in college in the geology class when we first started landing rovers on Mars. So I became immediately, of course, fascinated. My final term paper was more like scholarly boring. Yeah, I got an A+. Was about Mars, from Schiaparelli to Rome. And the more I dug into it, the more fascinated I got with it. And so, as a result of all of this, I have one burning question. With the rovers that we sent up there, why have we not sent one to either of the 2 most prominent features on the planet, Valles Marineris and Olympus Mons? And are we going?
So as far as Olympus Mons goes, it's something that literally pokes up out of the atmosphere of Mars, and it makes it hard to send things there. When you land something on Mars, Mars has just enough atmosphere to be trouble but not be useful, which is to say, you have to have a heat shield coming in, but the parachute doesn't get you down to the surface because a parachute doesn't have enough drag to take you to the surface. And that's exacerbated when you're on a high point like Olympus Mons. And so that will be something that will be a challenge for the foreseeable future of getting to that location on Mars. As far as Valles Marineris goes, that's a deep point on Mars that actually would be very attractive for landing because the atmosphere would be useful for landing. So I think the choices of landing spots have been limited. We've only sent a limited number of rovers, and they've been chasing the water as a motif. And the place like Jezero Crater, where Perseverance is right now, has been high on the list.
Do you think we should go to Mars or back to the Moon?
I like the Moon a lot because it's 3 days away, and if we can nail that down, then the Mars comes for free at some point. But it's probably useful to go camping first before we go on a cross-country road trip.
Next up, we've got Jeff in the state of Washington. Hey, Jeffrey, go ahead.
I read by Dr. Brandenburg. He's working for the Department of Defense, now the Department of War, doing research on the atmosphere of Mars. And he found this abundance of, I think it's seen on 125, but I could have those last 3 numbers wrong. And he looked around some more and he found gigantic glass craters where the nukes went off. That particular isotope is associated almost exclusively with nuclear detonation. One of the bombs is estimated about the size of might have to reach the close to get to where you want to go with that.
Sounds like the only way we'll know, Jordan, is if we go, right? I think bringing back samples will even be better with being able to look at those in high resolution and high detail with the, sort of building-sized labs that we have here on the Earth that are much, much better than the things we can put on board miniaturized on a rover. And so it's exciting times we have right now.
But what are we designing on rovers to get samples and send it back to Earth?
So right now, Perseverance is actually dropping test tube size samples that it collects at specific places and specific locations for collection by the Mars Sample Return Mission at some point in the next, say 5 years or so, for return to Earth. The interesting thing about that is that this is very specific and very directed research on locations and traceable samples. The Chinese are actually going to send a sample return mission in a few years where they're going to kind of grab and go, where they just basically scoop up a sample near the lander and shoot it back up. They'll be quicker about it, and they'll probably return samples before us, but it's also going to be much more of you get what you get, and rather than having a very directed scientific investigation research. So the two philosophies, I think, will be interesting to compete against each other and how to bring back samples, but it'll be exciting times for the next few years as we get hunks of Mars back here on Earth.
Let's go to John in California. John, take it away.
So a lot of these minerals are already studied here on Earth, and this is one of the reasons why we think that they have biosignatures or potential biosignatures with these signals from Mars. Is that they've discovered a thing that's called vivinite, is what one of the ones that they found with Perseverance that can be formed through high temperature or high acid or organic compounds. Where these things were found on Mars are not places where you would expect high temperatures or great deals of acid, and so what's left is organic, which is to say biological processes. This may or may not be the case, but it's one of the things that zeroes in on this possibility that maybe biology produced this mineral on Mars.
George, what is called KISS, Report on Telescopic Rays on the Moon. KISS stands for the Keck Institute for Space Studies. And how do we get that book again, George?
Go to the KISS website and look at the study that we did about looking at putting arrays of telescopes on the moon.
What is the next major thing that's going to shock the heck out of us?
That is a good question. I would say the next thing that's going to really be an interesting discovery is with these kind of arrays of telescopes, we can actually map the surfaces of stars, and some of these stars actually have exoplanets going around them which are aligned that get in the way of us and the host star. You could actually, we will potentially be able to see the shadow of another world and make a movie of that.
That would be exciting. Sure. Dr. Gerard Van Bell, our special guest. You come back again. You did a great job. Up next, investigative reporter Cheryl Jones on Crossroads.
Join the Coast to Coast AM Facebook page with thousands of members. It's great for show updates and connecting with other fans. Go to facebook.com/Coast to Coast AM and click the like button.
Streaming only on Hulu. Beginning Thursday. Hi, this is Ed Sheeran. Adam, face me with potato crack. This is John. And so much more. Get all of your 2025 iHeartRadio Music Festival presented by Capital One. Streaming only on Hulu. Beginning Thursday.
Radio Earth is here with a new way to enjoy our beautiful planet. Energy consumption is a primary contributor to a changing climate, producing around 27% of greenhouse gases in the United States. Save money and energy at home by turning off your computer completely before you go to bed. Brought to you by Radio Earth and the National Environmental Education. To find more tips for smarter, sustainable living, or to take action in your own community, go to iHeartRadio.com/earth.
Hey, it's Matt Jones. I'm Tim Franklin, and this is NFL Cover Zero. We're just here to try to give you an NFL perspective a little bit different. Did you see the Colts pretzel? That was probably the team. What was that? Oh, my. We think NFL coverage should be informative and entertaining. And twice a week, that is exactly what you're going to get. Open up the free iHeartRadio app, search NFL Cover Zero on Matt Jones and Drew Franklin, and listen now. Saturday workouts. And brunch. Getting back to the moments we miss starts with getting informed. Get the latest info about COVID-19 vaccines at getvaccineanswers.org. It's up to you. Brought to you by iHeartRadio and the Ad Council.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of hundreds of thousands of titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
From Cattle Beyond, the studio that brought you the Devil and the Shadow, comes a new true crime podcast that we created.
The local sheriff believes there may be more than one killer. It's been 4 days since those bodies were found, and there's no arrests since this morning. They were afraid to face down in that.
Trying to keep some new Catalans and explorers one fateful night to send you to a small town.
8 members of an Ohio family in a pre-planned execution.
It was an item for the chocolate country, its reality, and its history. You've been such horrible crimes. However, now, I would do nothing. If they have secrets, someone would put them in. They innocent victims for something.
Because you're not going to be surprised to hear that the FBI is FBIing. That's what they do. That's what they want to happen with the Charlie Kirk case. Of course, this was inevitable. I'm going to tell you all about that. Also, I want to open up to you guys about this overwhelming sense of doom that came over me about 10 days prior to Charles Kirk's assassination. The story's kind of unbelievable, but I think it's important to share, especially with the way that they're traveling here, the FBI is traveling, trying to shut this case down. And it is also somewhat related to another explosive story that I have for today, because do you remember Thomas Matthew Crooks? Probably not, because oddly the feds told us that, hey, don't even worry about that 20-year-old who got up on a rooftop and tried to assassinate President Donald Trump. Right, that story just got buried. Well, today we have some exclusive information about him, never before seen footage of Matthew Crooks, and it's going to be just the beginning of our coverage regarding what we know. So welcome back to Candace. Okay, so let's start with the breaking news. I don't even know if it's considered breaking news when it comes to the feds. Like, I don't think it's breaking news. I think it's just the news. This is what they do. Well, I have it now on a very well-placed authoritative source that the FBI is putting an absurd amount of pressure right now on the authorities in Utah and also the rest of the government in Utah to come out and to say that the Charlie Kirk case is closed. They want it over. They want Charlie's assassination to be officially ruled lone gunman. It was a lone gunman that did that. Nobody else is involved. Now, why would they? Why would they want that? Right? What are they saying, at least to the authorities? Are they saying, like, this is the reason? I'm sure they're not coming out and, being honest or saying something that might ring truer to us, the public, which would be them saying, well, we know who did this and we want to protect those people, so close the case. What they're actually saying instead is essentially, if you don't close the case against Charlie Kirk and rule it a lone gunman, then it might mess up our prosecution against Tyler Robinson. That feels a little bit to me like moral blackmail. Hey, man, we're not hiding anything, but we've got this guy Tyler Robinson. If you don't close this case, then it might harm our chances of locking this guy up. Yeah, I'm sure. I am sure that they are being just. I'm sure they're telling the truth to the authorities. Now, I want to remind you guys, we should take a look at the current case against Tyler Robinson to see if we should accept this narrative, because currently there is absolutely no video which shows Tyler Robinson firing the weapon or even taking aim at Charlie Kirk. In fact, the individual who filmed the footage of the shooter on the roof, the lone video that exists of the shooter on the roof, also told me that he doesn't think that Tyler Robinson is the guy. So how's that going to work for an eyewitness account? When he reported the shooter on the roof to Utah on the campus, he was clear that the person was wearing an entirely different outfit than the ones that they're currently trying to claim that Tyler wore on that day. Remember, Tyler was just supposed to be wearing a t-shirt and some jeans. He says no, he was in tactical gear. The person that I saw was in tactical gear. Also, that eyewitness told me that gun doesn't even match what I saw. And like I said, this individual definitively has experience with guns. He teaches people how to fire guns. So according to him and what he observed, if he's going to be brought into this court case that they're saying they want to, if they'll bring charges against Tyler, he's going to testify and say, no, that doesn't look like the gun, that doesn't look like the person. So how's this going to work? Also, according to the individual that told me this, regarding the feds trying to push for this case closure, the feds don't even have any footage that explains how exactly the rifle in particular got onto the roof. That stuns me. That's stunning information, right? Because all we have is, well, in the indictment, he dropped onto the roof at 12:15 p.m. Tyler Robinson just dropped onto the roof. I guess in our minds, we assumed on the basis of the picture that they released the sole picture or set of pictures from the same moment of him walking up the stairs. We assumed that he, like I said, stanky-legged it, stanky-leg all the way up onto the rooftop. That was our perception, but it turns out, according to my source, they don't know how the rifle got onto the roof. That's interesting. How are we bringing this to trial? Now, regarding the bullets, the source says that it was too fragmented to match Tyler's rifle. They don't have even the bullets. And let us not forget that Tyler himself has not confessed to anything. And that part also didn't make sense. So they brought him in, the Lackman puts up $1 million, Tyler's dad gets the sheriff friend to come over, and they say he did it, and the police come, and they bring him in, they bring Tyler Robinson in, but Tyler Robinson doesn't confess. So how did you arrest him? Does that make it, how could you make an arrest if you didn't have a confession? You would have to have evidence, and the evidence can't be trust my dad, bro. You can't, if I just bring in a random person, I say, oh look, Skylar just committed this crime, and Skylar says, no, I didn't, and he doesn't confess, the police can't just make an arrest. You just arrest Skylar. Nothing is making sense at all. It has not made sense from the very beginning, okay? And that's because the feds are involved, and I believe the feds know exactly what happened. In fact, I don't think it's a stretch of imagination when we examine history to assume that they maybe even had some foreknowledge of everybody obviously, because some people are trying to get the information out and are trying to figure out what happened, but we know that there are people that are part of that apparatus who are terrible human beings, who we do not want ruling over us, and yet they do. So I'm just curious how exactly they believe they are going to convict Tyler Robinson on this. Oh, you know what? It's probably the Discord messages. I forgot, silly me. The Discord, I forgot he was so explicit. How could we forget? Oh, Lance, wherefore art thou, Lance? Deny thy father and refuse thy name? And with thou twilt not, Lance, the bullets. Me, my handprints, it was me. It was me, my love. I did everything. I carved, do you remember, my love, when I was carving the bullets? Yes. Exactly, this time it's when I did it, and these are the reasons, my MAGA daddy, my love, thou wilt not, my love. Cool story. Very cool story. That's kind of feeling like Tyler's going to get off. I got really nothing but prints, and from my sources, not the only set of prints that are on that gun. In fact, the only thing that I have heard that made sense, which did not come from our government, not from the feds, not come from the Utah government, but rather from the people that are on the ground who believe that actually Tyler was just told to walk and drop off his gun at a neighboring house. That for some reason just feels like that might be honest, and that was how he participated in this event. But we'll see, because I'm not going to let this go. So we'll see if the feds tell us to just dismiss it, as they always do. Rather relatedly, something that I wanted to tell you yesterday, we had showed you a clip of Charlie discussing our friendship and how he was feeling morally blackmailed over it. And in that same clip, he mentions a very fun memory that I have, that he was there when I met my husband, and he says, it's a really fun story. And it is a fun story. It's actually a totally fun, crazy story of how I met my husband, because it was, I had something that came over me, and that's the only way I can describe it. And I get all the conspiracies online where people were like, there's no way her and her husband got engaged after 18 days. That's exactly how it happened. Okay, I didn't know him. I never even saw his face 18 days prior. And I'm with Charlie. We're hitting the ground running. And I'm just like, I feel compelled that we must go to the UK. It was, when I say, the most overpowering thing ever. I was like, Charlie, we gotta go to the UK. We gotta go to the UK. We should go to the UK. We should go to London. And he's like, why? Why do you want to go to London? I'm like, I don't know. I just feel like we're supposed to be there. I feel like we've got to be there for an event. And I did something that I had never done. I took Charlie Kirk's credit card, and I was like, I'm going to find flights and just book it. And then you just figure out, maybe it means we're supposed to start Turning Point UK. There's energy there. That was part of his vision. He wanted Turning Point to be global, and he had people that were interested in the UK. And so I'm showing you this very old text message chain from that time between me and Charlie, where I never looked at flights, but I booked these flights. And I was like, look, flights are dirt cheap. Remember when I see to London, $450 in coach, or $1,200 in first class? And he's like, wow, let's book it. All right. We booked the flights. And then suddenly I realized the reason I had this overwhelming feeling to be there was because I was supposed to be my husband. And the only thing I can say is that it was an intuition. We describe it, that it had to have been God. We just had no other reason to be there. And then Charlie set up a speaking event with some people that had been interested. Sure enough, we were there to help Turning Point UK get set up. Anyways, this overwhelming feeling, I had never experienced something like that since, until about a week before, or actually, 10 days before Charlie got assassinated. And so I'm going to explain that to you, because you guys who watch this podcast might have realized something, that we took the show off air randomly for the first couple of days in September. So I described to you exactly what happened. There at first was a elementary school shooting that happened at a Catholic school, and I was just concerned in a way that I had never felt so impacted. And I was going, something isn't right. Something is just not right. And I felt that there was some sort of an infiltration that was happening at schools. And the best way that I can describe it in a sentence is that I sensed that the danger wasn't stopping there, and that war was coming, and that I needed to take a look at just the process of hiring people at the school that my children were going to attend. And I did just a cursory online search, and some messages I found, which were not written by a teacher at the school, but someone who was adjacent to some teachers at the school, gave me pause for concern. In fact, explicitly what it was was a Polish underground symbol, like a Polish communist underground symbol that nobody would have recognized outside of people who know what it meant. And I just sort of went, okay, that's weird. I kept looking online, and strangely, I'm not kidding, and I'm going to show you these messages, I came across what looked to me like a bunch of people talking about bees. Like literally bees. In a way that's the only way I can describe it to you is like they were speaking about bees, but they weren't speaking about bees. It was very coded. And
This week in this month, take a look at crop circles and the strange beyond Florida.
Exactly. And wow, do I have a great guest this evening, George? Award-winning filmmaker Jennifer Stein is with us. And she is also a Civil State Section Director for Education and Outreach and the Sedona Bismarck Program Coordinator for Education and Outreach. So she has a lot of different programming jobs to handle under one belt. She has so many areas of expertise in the supernatural and unexplained, but tonight she shares her inspiration with crop circles and recounts her lifetime of personal paranormal experiences involving precognition, choosing and dreams, ESP, as well as the inspiration of a long-time friendship with consciousness studies with our friend in the past, who is no longer with us, the late astronaut Edgar Mitchell, who we love and so. With multiple areas of supernatural interest, she is best known as the producer director of the multiple award-winning documentary film Travis, the true story of Travis Walton, about the significance of the 1975 UFO abduction known worldwide and still remains the best documented case of its kind. This year, the 50th year anniversary, is going to be commemorated at the Skyfire Summit 2025 in Sedona next month. So that'll be presented by Jennifer and her team. So without further ado, listen now for more of our conversation.
Hello, Jennifer. So great to have you with us here tonight. My pleasure to be here. Thanks. Before we talk about crop circles and a few other things, for listeners who are hearing you tonight for the first time, Jennifer, as a documentary filmmaker.
I'm going, am I going crazy, or do you think all these people are really actually quote-unquote bee farmers, or saying that they farm bees? What is this lingo that I'm not understanding? Why do I feel like it's related to students? I didn't feel good about it at all. And I just sensed that we needed to get more involved, to go to the school to ask about the process of hiring, to see if they needed more security. They were kind of giving up me the, thing that teachers do now when you ask any questions about what happens at the school, which they make you think like, why do you want to know? Like, we just do whatever we want to do. It's like, I don't know. My children are like 5 and 4, actually. Parents should, of course, we need to be more involved. Like, how did we get here? That we feel like we're crazy for asking questions about the hiring practices at schools. And the feeling just didn't go away. I can show you this, actually, because I was thinking, like, I said to my husband, there is some weird underground, it's like I sense like imminent danger is coming, and for some reason, I feel like there is an underground that has emerged at schools, and it's like related to bees. That's what I said. And I messaged multiple people about this, my sister. Here are a couple of more text messages to other people. You can look at the time frame here. This is 8:30, August 30th. This is September 1st. We went off air. September 2nd, we were off air. And I started talking about people that were discussing these in a way that didn't make sense. I'm like, I don't know if this is true. I don't know what it is, but it's weird. And so in a sentence, I just said, there's imminent danger coming, okay? It is relating to a school. I think it's a communist underground, and I don't know why it has something to do with the bees. Totally sensible thing to say to your husband. Oh, and we need to hire more security. And we did. We hired more security that very week. And I was just frantic about it. And we made the decision that we needed to homeschool immediately and started the process, pulled our kids out of homeschooling and starting to interview people. But it wasn't enough. Like, despite hiring more security, despite taking my kids out of school, I still had a sense of dread. The Tuesday night, the night before Charlie got assassinated,
I had book club, and I felt like I needed to emphasize to people in book club that it was time to take their kids out of school. Like, take your kids out of school. Danger is happening right now. And I'm going to show you a clip. Obviously, this is all behind the paywall of what I said to people that are in the book club. Take a listen. I'm homeschooling my kids. So excited. I'm like very excited. I'm embarking on this. Recent decision. And it is just, I can't explain to you when a weight got lifted off my shoulders. I was like, I can't just speak about this. Like, we have to do it. Show people that it can be done. And I'm so glad that my sister who did it first, because I was like, my sister, it was very difficult for her to do this. She's got to wake up super early. But seeing her do it made me go, my older sister, I was like, what's wrong with me? Of course I can do this. And again, this weight being lifted off my shoulders of like, you don't get my kids. This whole system, this whole matrix, gotta send your kids to school so we can indoctrinate them mentally. In some schools, there's abuses that are happening, like, and I just have to take the risk and give you my child, like my small child. They're gonna gaslight me. This is what happened actually. I was like asking the school basic questions, like I was only gonna put them in like a little daycare program, pre-K program, and like I was like ask questions like, how do you hire people? And they were like, you don't get to ask those questions. What's wrong with you, Mom? Are you so scared? I'm like, okay. See, you never. Don't make me think that I'm weird for being a mom. Okay? Don't make me believe or try to sell to me this idea that we're sharing these kids. These are your students, these are my kids. And if you don't understand that, then they can't be your students. That's it. That was on September 9th. Okay? Then came September 10th. Obviously, Charlie lost his life. And a few days later, I was told, and I sensed instantly that there was like a hive of people that were involved in this. I just knew it. And when it happened, I just went, oh my goodness. And my gut is telling me that this was the thing, that the dread that I sensed that was coming out of school. And I had no idea. I am not a flag person at all. And then someone told me, and I was astonished, that Utah recently, extraordinarily, did modernize their B flag. I had no idea that the Utah state flag is a hexagonal beehive, right? And unbeknownst to me, that it has always been the beehive state. So in 2024, they modernized their flag, but they've always been known as the beehive state. And to be clear, it's not because they make honey. It's not because they have a high presence of bees. In fact, in terms of making honey or bee-related products, they rank number 24. It's actually the beehive state. It relates to the Mormon Church, the Church of Latter-day Saints. Early Mormon pioneers founded that state, and they liked the idea of a beehive working toward a common good. Now, if that sounds vaguely familiar or communist to you, the idea of worker bees, yes, that's where it's from. So this sort of doom that I had about underground happening, I was just like totally freaked out. It's a Soviet symbol, and the idea of making everybody into a worker bee. And whether you're on the left or the right, you should understand where the public school system comes from. Okay, it is shaped by Soviet ideology. I tell people a must-read book is Inside the American Education System by Thomas Sowell. It is not left or right. He is just telling you how it all came together. The decline, the deception, the dogmas, and how they are programming our children. You cannot unread that book after you read it, because you realize there's no such thing as being too hawkish. They know how to get things in there and how to pull children away from their parents, as it was designed in the Soviet system. Okay? Kindergarten, you're like, where does that word even come from? Well, it was established by the communists that tried to overthrow Germany and failed in 1848. Margaret Schurz's, her family came here, and those same communists wanted to make sure that they established kindergarten access to children. They then fought to make sure that we federalize the education system. These are the same people that push to make it so that homeschooling is not a thing, right? Like I said, the very reason they wanted to establish public education is because it is essential for radical ideology. They understand something that I think that we have maybe forgotten, which is that children are the most precious resource. The reason for that is because they are the future. One way or another, children are the future, okay? After Charlie's assassination, that feeling still did not dissipate, okay? I understood the imminent doom that I felt that was almost crippling was clearly related to that event, but I just know that all of these random lone shooter narratives that are being intentionally, like we're being told that they're just lone shooters and then we don't really know anything else. I just feel like spiritually that these people are being programmed, and perhaps that's the reason why more often than not they are being protected by our government. In other words, it is positively foolish for us to believe that the government just cannot tell us anything about these assassins. They wipe everything and they tell us nothing. Why would they do that? Yeah, and they're always working alone. There's no online history that we can reflect on. What are you talking about? Which brings me to Thomas Matthew Crooks, because that's exactly what we were told or not told when on July 13th, 2024, a 20-year-old, Thomas Matthew Crooks, climbed onto a roof and tries to assassinate President Donald Trump. Gratefully, Donald Trump did not die, but tragically, one of his supporters did. Okay, a 50-year-old firefighter named Corey Torrey lost his life trying to save his children. And then we were told virtually nothing. In fact, we were, and I'm laughing, it was so absurd, we were told Iran did this. What? Because they were all itching for war with Iran. They're still itching for war with Iran, but like that's what basically was a narrative that was established. They had some warnings that Iran was going to try to assassinate Trump, and we're going, what? Well, guess what happened? Somebody reached out to me because I have been obviously leading the forefront in investigating this lone shooter as it pertains to Charlie Kirk. This is not a lone shooter. It's a hive. You can feel it spiritually. And they said, look, actually, I had been able to scrape everything about Thomas Crooks before the feds got rid of everything. And it's shocking what you look at. There is no way this person was not on the federal radar. Now, usually, we go, was he on the left? Was he on the right? Because that's the bait. The bait is to make me, as a conservative, hate you if you were on the left. And if you were on the left, the goal is to make you hate Candace because it allows them to operate in broad daylight. The reality of Thomas Crooks is going to be a story that we should get familiar with. He was at both on the left and on the right. He actually traded sides. He started actually as a Trump supporter. I'm going to show you, and again, to really impress upon you how much this person had to be on the federal radar. I have an 80-page document, which I'm thinking I'm just going to drop on my website tomorrow after handing it over to legal, of all of the accounts that he made, all of the statements that he made, and he was at first very angry against left. I mean, outwardly calling for the murder of people that are on the left. And there were videos that he was posting of himself shooting with no bullets in the gun in his bedroom. I'm going to show you one of those videos that's since been scraped. Don't worry, we blurred the weapon, just, to keep things above bar here. Take a look.
All of my life, so I think I've always kind of became standard awareness. What does that experience with your father tell you about your communications with him from the other side, since he was an atheist, as you said? Well,
now, if you're listening to this and you are on Spotify, essentially, or on Apple, what's essentially happening here, he's just in his room and there's no bullets in it, but he's practicing firing a weapon. And his online history, there's multiple videos that are like this, which I have. His online history shows he was extraordinarily violent. He was always calling for violence. And I can show you one of his comments that he made. This was a comment on a video Trump humiliated on national TV, and he wrote to someone, haha, that's funny because I always believed being patriotic was lining up a bunch of socialist Jews like the ones that moved Trump and blasting their useless brains out with an AR. Well, to each his own. I mean, that's unbelievably violent. Again, another comment where he was commenting on a YouTube video. He wrote, I've noticed a lot of liars talking about the truth in this post. Well, let me tell you some truth. Everyone of the Trump-hating Democrats deserves to have their heads chopped off and put on stakes for the world to see. What happens when you have America? To go, okay, this guy was a Trump supporter. Then he does a radical transformation around 2020, and this had something to do with COVID. He got very angry at Trump, and he was outwardly saying things where people were reporting them on YouTube being like, this guy is absolutely insane. He's a maniac. He's a maniac. He was a maniac who was obsessed with Trump one way or the other, and then he went very much, obviously, which is the reason why he tried to assassinate him post-COVID. He just starts going completely crazy, and he's explicitly researching on Google the history of these assassinations. I can show you his search history here. Leading up to this, he searched best places for a mass shooting. Here are some of his other Google searches. I think we can scroll down here. Yeah, okay, and this has a timeline on this. Again, I'm going to probably just post this document because you can handle the truth. He was fascinated with this stuff. He was fascinated. You can see here, guns versus protesters, Orlando shooting reaction, cars running over protesters, firing AR-15 as fast as possible, fertilizer bomb. How do you use a tourniquet? How to make a Molotov cocktail, how to make Molotov cocktails, mixing gasoline with styrofoam, mass shooting, Canada, Oklahoma bombing, sniper in Dallas shooting. You want me to believe on the basis of what I've seen that this individual wasn't on federal radar? This wasn't on federal radar? Guys, that is a nonsense, okay? That is an absolute nonsense. And again, the other element of this is we're never going to be told what therapists he was seeing, okay? His mom's walking in the room. He's practicing how to shoot. It's very clear. You can see in the background he's practicing shots. They want us to believe that this just happened by accident, even though for years he was documenting wanting to harm politicians and people that were on the left and people that were on the right. Again, on the basis of everything, whether it was their race, their color, whether they were homosexual, there's something there for everyone. So what's happening here? Well, I can tell you my suspicion. I think that this is a program. I do. I don't know. No, but I know. No, I don't know, but I know. Because it is giving me the same ick that I had when I was looking through the period and learning the reality of what happened throughout the 1960s when MKUltra and that program was running. And I have no reason to believe that program was ever discontinued. And I believe that they find these candidates in schools. I really do. I think they find these candidates in schools. And so I wanted to express that to you, that we, once again, are in a predicament, and we can trace this straight from what they did to when JFK was assassinated, where the feds are obscuring, they're using journalists to obscure, they're putting pressure on government officials, they are lying to the public about everything, except this time it's regarding Charlie Kirk. Which means this time it's not going to fly, because I'm not going to allow it to. Let's take a pause here. We're going to get to something that Megyn Kelly shared on her show about a hex that was put on Charlie Kirk, which is important for us to discuss for a variety of reasons. First, I'm going to throw to some sponsors. Riverbend Ranch, I absolutely love them. Everyone has wanted to do something to try and heal and remember Charlie Kirk. Well, my friends at Riverbend Ranch put together the following tribute to honor him. Take a listen.
We pay tribute to Charlie Kirk, and we celebrate the tremendous good he did in his life. Charlie courageously advocated for the sacred principles of freedom, constructive discourse, truth, family values, and common sense. He taught with humor and wisdom, and backed up his beliefs with data and facts. He set a powerful example of reaching out and talking to those who disagreed with him. We mourn his passing, but what he taught us continues to resonate with even more power. A message from all of us at Riverbend Ranch.
Since that I met the owner of Riverbend Ranch before he was making steaks, actually, with Charlie. And so, another Charlie memory there for you. And now, things years later, and I'm reading ads for them on the show. Great people. Also, remind you guys about the Wellness Company, because it is flu season, which means it's also flu shot season. After everything we've been through over the past 5 years, the number of people that are getting flu shot is at a record low. Yay. Not to mention the fact that according to the CDC's own data, the flu shot is moderately effective at best, and that's not even accounting for all the vaccine injuries. There is a much better way to stay healthy. You can grab a contagion emergency kit from the Wellness Company. If you wake up with a sore throat or a runny nose, you can address your symptoms immediately. with doctor-prescribed kit containing ivermectin, hydroxychloroquine, generic Z-Pack, and much more. It's like having an urgent care in your own home. I have a contingency emergency kit, of course. Got it from the wellness company because I refuse to be trapped in line at an emergency room or to be relying on expensive insurance if I catch a cold. I simply open the kit, reference the doctor-written guidebook for safe use, and get right back to life. This kit is literally a lifesaver with thousands of reviews from people just like you and me who had their kit ready in a time of need. So you can head to twc.health/Candace today. You can also use code Candace at checkout and you'll save $48. You should get it now before cold and flu season is upon us. That's twc.health/Candace. Use code Candace for $48 off. Kits are available to U.S. residents only, unfortunately. All right, guys, wanted to get to Jimmy Kimmel. He's back on air. I guess it was a little time out for Jimmy Kimmel. I was very shocked to see people on the right who were kind of cheering on his cancellation, and I'm not denying the logic of it, going, this has happened to so many people on the right, so it happens to you, boo-hoo. I get that. But also, if we just keep playing ping pong, nobody wins, and actually, except for the government, and I think that's the reason that this sport has been created, left versus right. And Jimmy Kimmel delivered a monologue and thanked people on the right in his very Jimmy Kimmel way. And I got a shout out for saying, hey, common sense, the government should not be getting involved when it comes to speech. That's insane. We cannot cheer that on. Take a listen to his monologue.
I want to thank the people who don't support my show or what I believe, but support my right to share those beliefs anyway. Like Ben Shapiro, Clay Travis, Candace Owens, Mitch McConnell, Rand Paul, even my old pal Ted Cruz, who, believe it or not, said something very beautiful on my behalf.
I hate what Jimmy Kimmel said. I am thrilled that he was fired.
No, not that. The other part.
But let me tell you, if the government gets in the business of saying, we don't like what you, the media, said, we're going to ban you from the airwaves if you don't say what we like, that will end up bad for conservatives.
I don't think I've ever said this before, but Ted Cruz is right. Think about it. If Ted Cruz can't speak freely, then he can't cast spells on the Smurfs. Even though I don't agree with many of those people on most subjects, some of the things they say even make me want to throw up. It takes courage for them to speak out against this administration, and they did, and they deserve credit for it.
Feeling is mutual. There are some things you say that make me want to throw up as well. But it is important that we realize government overreach is government overreach. Doesn't matter who it's happening under, whether it's Biden or whether it's Trump, it's wrong. Okay. And by the way, both sides have been guilty of government overreach. So less of us taking the bait on that. I also want to say, I wanted to show you guys this clip of Megyn Kelly. It's gone pretty viral. It's everywhere. Speaking about something that I did not know about, which is pertaining to a hex and a curse. Charlie and Erica Kirk were worried about it's kind of shocking, very shocking story. And I just want to preempt this by saying that for those of you that don't understand that this is a spiritual war that we are fighting, you might have been like me years ago, and I refer to us as the Muggles. Of course, there are people who believe in all of this stuff, and there are people who put spells on people, and they are meaningful. They follow numerology. And it's serious. That is serious. And you think that it's not because they have made our society so plastic and there's no substance anymore and we are so distracted. But these people who rule over us, okay, they know who they worship. They know they worship Luciferianism. And so I was very alarmed that this had happened, and I honestly had wished that Charlie had reached out to me. Even though they did end up consulting a Catholic priest, I didn't expect, I wish I could have given them the exact person. But take a listen to how Megyn Kelly shares what happened, the curse that was put on Charlie just before he went out to UVU.
I learned when I was out in Arizona last week that 2 weeks before Charlie Kirk was assassinated, the far-left website Jezebel declared that it had a mission to cast bad luck or a curse on Charlie. They wanted to hurt him in some way. They declared, quote, if the far-right misogynist with a bad haircut wants to villainize independent women, Jezebel is more than happy to be the hag of his nightmares. And they went onto the website Etsy, yes, Etsy, to, quote, cast a curse on him. Yes, this is actually a thing. Etsy, the website known for making arts and crafts on demand, will happily cast a hex through its witches, who you can hire, on someone if you ask them to. Erica and Charlie Kirk heard about these curses, and that news genuinely rattled Erica in particular. She knew Christian teaching on the subject. She loved Charlie, absolutely. And she was scared when she heard of the curses Jezebel had called up. So much so that she and Charlie contacted a friend, who I believe she said was a Catholic priest, but definitely a friend, and asked him to come over and pray with them over Charlie the night before he was murdered. She eventually worked it through, and so did Charlie. That, as she later told me, weapons will form but not prosper. That Satan and those witches have no power.
So just to add a little color to the story, I think that the people who did this and what we've learned about those women is I think they were probably just people that did the hiring, probably trying to be funny. People that don't believe in spiritual forces, probably just like, LOL, it's like Vice. It's like, Vice publication. Like, I smoked a blunt and, listened to the Beatles music backwards. It's like they don't take that stuff seriously. So they're trying to be like, haha, funny headline, right? And the person who wrote the article about it said, I'm not calling on dark forces to cause him harm. I just want him to wake up every morning with an inexplicable zit, right? So she's probably trying to be funny, to be fair, but contacted witches who are not trying to be funny. That's the problem when people don't understand that this stuff is real, that you're saying to a witch, yeah, I'll pay for you. I'm going to reach out to you to pay for you to put a curse on Charlie. And that witch did that, and it brought, obviously you can see, they were distressed by this. They consulted a Catholic priest, who I assume would have immediately conducted an exorcism, which should have done in the Latin Rite. But I feel like that's just something that people should know, because until something happens to you spiritually, you tend not to believe in these things. Like I said, that's a part of this. They very much know what religion they follow. The numbers, the numerology, it makes sense to them. They're better in control of this world. And you should just be very cautious of that stuff. A lot of times I give this example. It's like they can sell us anything as reality. We are now in this culture of what C.S. Lewis refers to as scientism. As long as they say it's science, it's not weird, and we don't realize that, no, I think these are spiritual forces. Like if a witch was like, ha, here's a potion, take it, it works, you'd be like, oh, that's so crazy, I don't believe in witch potions. But like, a doctor can create something and it makes you feel, you're like, oh, of course, but this is like backed by science. It's like, okay, by any other name sort of a thing, you know what I mean? But this stuff is real, and I'm glad that the end result thus far of how it has impacted society to watch Charlie be assassinated, even though we don't know exactly what was behind this, we know it was only one person, is that people are going back to church, and that they had that instinct when they watched it. They suddenly realized, whoa, they got hit spiritually, even if they hadn't been to church in years. I was getting comments. I hadn't been to church in 20 years. And for some reason, watching the death of Charlie Kirk made me know that I needed to go to church. And that is at least one thing in this. And there have been other things that has made me very happy. Anyways, when I make sure I have time for your comments, because we do have book club tonight, and I'm going to go to Palm, we're speaking over these last 2 weeks. This book we're reading is very important, the Assault on Truth, and so much of rereading this book is reminding me of what is happening with Charlie Kirk and how we're being lied to about everything and how evil the people are that are doing the lying. It's an important book because you have to know what these people are capable of. First, I'm going to read a couple of sponsors. Home Title Lock. If you are a homeowner, you should listen to this, because the FBI has been warning homeowners about the type of real estate fraud that's on the rise, which is title theft. This type of theft doesn't happen by breaking down your doors and stealing your stuff, but rather they use a one-page document, and They just forge your signature, gets filed to the county, and if your title, which is the legal record of that of your home ownership, gets transferred out of your name, the criminals are using your ownership to essentially just drain your equity, or they can even sell your property, and you don't find out about it until you start getting collection or foreclosure notices in the mail. That's why I've partnered with Home Title Lock so that you can protect your equity and find out today if you are already a victim. If you use my promo code Candace at HometitleLock.com, you'll get a free title history report and a free trial of their $1 million triple lock protection, which provides 24/7 monitoring of your title records, urgent alerts to any changes, and if fraud occurs, then their U.S.-based restoration team will spend up to $1 million to fix it. And that's HometitleLock.com, promo code Candace, or use the link below. Also, I want to tell you guys about American financing because the Fed has finally dropped interest rates, and that is good news for American homeowners. Expenses have been a major burden on families. Wages are flat, prices keep climbing, and for many, the only way to make ends meet is to lean on credit cards. But that cycle of high interest debt makes it hard to stay ahead. So if you are a homeowner, I want you to call my friends in American Financing. Right now, interest rates have dropped. Many homeowners are seeing options in the low fives. Compare that to credit cards that are charging rates in the 20s or higher. There's an easy path to see how you can finally put your hard-earned equity to work for you. American Financing can help you pay off that expensive debt, free up your cash flow, and keep your budget under control. Their salary-based mortgage consultants are saving customers an average of $800 a month. And if you get started today, you may be able to delay your next mortgage payment. Take control of American Financing. The number is 800-795-1210. Again, that's 800-795-1210, or just visit AmericanFinancing.net/Owens. Again, that's AmericanFinancing.net/Owens. All right, guys, let's get into your comments. Reminding you, Shot in the Dark. We have another episode that's going up. We're going to go through the birth control. This might be the worst one. Nexplanon. I don't know if I'm saying that right because I never used it, but I said it right on the episode. Don't worry. Crazy backstory to how that came together. You need to know this stuff. We are fighting people that are evil, and their plans are to poison us and our offspring. If that sounds crazy, you just dive right in to A Shot in the Dark. And you guys will have book club in a little bit here. Might be about 10 minutes late to book club, if that's okay. Also, our Spanish YouTube is live. You guys have been asking for that. Spanish YouTube is live. Candace Owens and Espanol. That's it. Candace Owens and Espanol. So happy hunting there. Okay, you guys, we also have some, looks like you should know here, we have some signed blackout copies that are available, 15% off on our website, CandaceOwens.com. You can use promo code blackout10 and you will get my signed copy. Yes, I individually sign them. I'm sorry, blackout15 is the promo code. Skyler's correcting me. Blackout15 for 15% off on the remaining copies. Okay, what is on your mind? Let me scroll here. We have Sia, who writes prayers up. Warwick Spiller writes, the name of the Mormon Church is the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. Okay, thank you. I'm correcting that. At different times, it says Mormon. Other times, it says Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. But in the founder story online, it says the Mormon Church. So thank you for correcting that. And you said don't divide. I genuinely wasn't trying to divide you. I just don't know. It was genuinely a mistake. Lighthouse writes, some feel that Erica is faking her emotions. I lost my 4-year-old son suddenly in April. Sometimes I felt so numb. It's our body protecting itself from extreme grief. I couldn't imagine having the world watch me during that time. The pain is unbearable. Yeah, I've seen that. I think we just need to be a lot more gracious. It's an unimaginable thing to go through, and it means if we can't imagine it, then we have no idea how we would react. Nobody is supposed to be able to log online and see the person that they love being shot in the neck, the person that is the father of their children being assassinated and murdered, and going through those emotions and still having to get up and be a parent. And I imagine if it was me, I would probably turn into a robot. I'm thinking about how this impacted me, and I'm not his wife. He's not the father of my children, and I could barely get out of bed, so I can't imagine what she's going through. So I think that's very fair for you to say that, and I appreciate you saying that. By the way, I didn't see the last part of your comment, going back to the bee stuff. You said the beehive represents a group that are working together for Christ. Thank you, Warwick Spiller, for providing that. Natalie writes, Tip, my sister's neighbor is the daughter of a lady who sent the video to police of Tyler Robinson walking down a neighborhood street. The media is leaving out part of that video. It also shows him changing. changing clothes, and he is not alone. There is a woman with him. Okay, Natalie, hi. Could you send that to me? Can you just write, hi, it's me, Natalie, in the tips inbox, so I can get that immediately? Please send that to tips@CandaceOwens.com. Natalie, please, I am begging you. He was with a woman? What? How is that possible? Well, we only got the Caldera engineering video, so that's very interesting. Please, please, please get me that video, Natalie. Tips@CandaceOwens.com. Reagan writes, I'm a former teacher who quit halfway through year 5, got to open my eyes to what the system is, and it's abusive. To explain this to former colleagues, I've got to come with correct facts. What resources do you recommend? Well, I'd start with inside the American education system. I think that really does a really good job of illustrating what's been happening and why it's happening and what the ultimate goal is. And it's a terrifying read for parents, and to be, as I say, just as radical as they were when they established this system. Recovery Recon writes, is it not weird that within minutes the FBI posted pics of the ammo with anti-ice from today and showed us pics of the windows with the holes in them, referring to the shooting in the ICE facility in Dallas. But we haven't seen anything from Charlie. Also, thoughts on the resigned doctor. Okay, well, we can get into psychology. I have a lot of thoughts about that. If you're in the book club, we're talking about the psychoanalytic community. I think it probably follows the same story of a relationship that was really close and then broke off because Sigmund Freud held on to, I can't really say it, that's why we have a book club, but you know how the psychoanalytic community was started. They were gaslighting people that were actually being raped, and then sometimes people that came up in that environment genuinely thought that they were being a part of psychoanalytics, thought it was real, and then the scales fell from their eyes and they realized, wait a second, you're protecting rapists, and those people were outcast. I think it could be that story, Carl. Arabic writes, I truly admire you, not just for your courage, but for the way you investigate and uncover truths that others ignore. You're the only voice I fully trust. Thank God for you. Thank you so much, and thank God for you guys, because you gave me the courage to do this. Truly, with all the attacks that we have to endure from the mainstream media, committing ourselves to truths, and especially in a time like this when you're being attacked, when you're actually someone that's experiencing genuine grief, you lost your friend, you see what they do, how they don't care, and how they lie about that person. It's a lot, but I trust in God, faith in his plan, his design, and also having you guys backing me up makes all the difference. Brooke writes, I love the story about you and your husband. My grandparents met and were engaged 3 days later. They were married 67 years, had 7 kids, 24 grandkids, and as of today, 76 great grandkids. Yes, it happens. Okay, I don't know what to say to people. I read these conspiracy theories. I'm like, I can tell you that it just happened. 18 days. That was it. We were engaged after 18 days. First time I realized on him. And now we have 4 kids and we are happily married. And I'm not saying everyone should get engaged after 18 days, but I am saying that we need to stop with the whole date somebody for 3 years. I think that's a little ridiculous. And that only is it's only due to, in large part, some of the more sinister motives of the feminist movement, which we'll get into another time when I release my sophomore book, which is coming out later this year. All right, you guys, I gotta jump off here because I've got book club in a little bit. See you tomorrow.
With electromagnetic charge, because we use that recovery and we're hardy. What about healing inside a crop circle? I've heard of people who have like they have like a growth yoga. Other people who have spinal injuries and whatnot, they lay down in the crop circle and then they don't.
Lady, I couldn't give a shit less about anything that you just said. I have got a daven, and it sucks.
Maybe there's something psychologically or emotionally going on that's a deep healing for them that the crop circle brings up, or maybe it's something in the formation itself. We just don't know. It's very speculative. When you go into a crop circle, what do you feel immediately? And do all crop circles feel the same when you walk inside them, or do they vary?
All right, you guys, so a week before...
Look at this athleticism. Look at this move. Look at this church.
You're walking around seeing how the crops
It's so funny that George Diaz took all that Columbia money. He's like, the garden. What? The most famous arena in the world. Why? Look who it is. Wick. Wick, how you living, baby?
Doing good.
Are you slanging dick like it's going out of style?
No, I'm not gay. But I'm not really having sex either if you use the straight form or not. But
I mean the straight form of that. How else would I mean it?
I don't know. But no, I'm not really doing that either.
Let me think about what you inferred. That a gay dude. Do gay dudes slang dick? I guess they do.
I think they do. I guess they could.
Yeah. Okay. Well, yeah. No, I didn't mean it that way.
Okay.
What's new?
Let me came up. Not much. I'm like kind of like halfway sober now. I like don't smoke weed anymore on a regular basis. I occasionally do dabs. Had dabs last week. I did cocaine last night, but I'm kind of moving away from that too.
Yo, okay, that's tight. Where'd you get the coke?
What is the question?
Where did you get the coke?
Oh, I just have like connects and shit, but I'm probably gonna be not doing that too much anymore.
How was it?
It was great. I got like 2 grams. It was about like $170, $180.
Did you do it all?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
So you just started a whole bunch of cocaine and then went on Discord?
No, this was like 2 hours a day ago. I'm sober. I'm like, I'm not feeling it anymore. Got a good night's rest.
Okay, I thought you said it was yesterday.
Well, I like it kind of went into the next day. It was like technically 2 days ago, but then
Okay. Excellent.
I was up all night.
Yeah.
But I slept last night.
Yeah, you were up all night, but were you on Discord or were you doing something else?
I was just like playing, not really. I was on a little bit. I was just playing video games. I can play video games and all that shit, stuff like that.
You like to snort cocaine and play video games?
Oh yeah. Have you never done that?
I'm trying to think.
It's very enjoyable. Like that's the best. Well, I'd rather do it on an Adderall. Because, cocaine's very fleeting, so you're getting up every 2 minutes to take a line.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like, it's better to do that on an Adderall.
Yeah.
But I used to snort Adderall too, so it can be fun like that.
Yeah, it depends though with that.
It does. I don't think you can do it with extended release. You have to. It's very particular pill. Like the Adderall instant release, you can snort.
Yeah, I mean, can't you crush up those little balls?
You're right, but I don't. I used to do that with Focalin. I'm not sure you can do that with the extended release. You might be able to. I'm not really sure. Good point, though.
Yeah, I mean, it's 2 different worlds. I think cocaine is very. I mean, it could depend. If you're already on a lot of Adderall, then it's hard to tell the difference. But cocaine just, I don't know, seems like it's much more of a rush. It is definitely.
It's quicker. Like it doesn't last as long as Adderall. And actually, Adderall.
That's true. And it there's more physical effect. I feel like the tingling is much more apparent with cocaine. But that's just my opinion.
Especially mouth.
Exactly. All right, so you are 48 hours away from a cocaine binge, and now you're just what, lying in a puddle of your own cum?
Pretty much, I am actually.
Yeah, dog, I know that face. All right, very well. If I may ask, you are like the earliest riser on Discord.
What do you mean by that?
You're like, I mean, you like get on Discord really early in the morning. Not that I don't like it. I like it.
Oh, yeah.
Like, I like it. Like, but normally people in the United States are on at night. And,
you're right.
And you're on,
right.
like...
I meet a lot of foreign people that way.
Yeah, I do too. No, I get it. I mean, I'm always on, so I connect with people at strange hours, and I get that.
You see the full spectrum of time on Discord, okay.
That's absolutely true. And I get like different waves of people coming in depending on when it is in their area.
Everyone has to sleep, so that makes sense. I mean, I think that makes sense.
I have like in a given day, Australia kicks it off, and then I get people from like the Middle East and like then people from Africa and Europe, and then I get people from the East Coast, and then some Latin American people, but then the West Coast, and then it's done. Maybe some people from Canada as well, but like yeah, I see the whole spectrum of how it goes, and it's cool. All right, so you ready to hear about my plans to conquer the world?
Absolutely.
All right, so like not the last time we talked, but 2 times ago, I told you about what I did, like creating all these accounts, yada yada yada. Okay.
Yeah.
And like basically if you are a drop of like the Grand Canyon was created like with this at the beginning, like with just one drop of water.
Sure.
I mean, it took more than that. It took rain,
Yeah.
and then a river to cut through all that shit. But basically, like, it's a lesson for humanity that if you do something enough, major things can happen. If you just keep constantly doing something, and so I was at an impasse. Basically, like Kick. If you know what Kick is, the streaming platform, I have spammed so many people on there, but it's just like there aren't any that like even even the biggest person on Kick, like arguably one of the biggest, like Aiden Ross, he knows who I am. He's done an interview with me. I did not blow up because of that. Like I got like 30 people in my YouTube, which is cool, but it's not like it was giant. And so like to me it's like okay, even if the biggest person on Kick like knows who I am, and I know the owner of Kick, he and I are friends on Discord, Eddie Craven, and a bunch of other influencers know who I am. They're not big enough that they aren't like that big. Like they're not how do I want to say it? Like um if they were that big then they like wouldn't how do I want to put it? Like basically they wouldn't even need to pay attention to their computers. They could just like live stream and just like make money doing that. A lot of them have to do the desktop streams and all those other things. So what I'm saying is like basically like even though a lot of people on Kick know me, it's like trying to get blood out of a turnip or water out of a rock. It's just like everybody knows about me there. And if they don't, it's hard for me to make any headway with them many times because they'll have their settings on that you have to follow them for like 6 months, or you have to have an account age of like 6 months, like a really long amount of time. Like nobody's gonna do that.
Yeah.
So I then Blue Sky, which is another platform that I've spammed. If you just mention my fucking name on that platform, you get banned. So it's like okay, can't do too much there. Then there's Twitch, which is about 10 times as big as Kick. It has a lot of systems set up though, AI wise, to prevent you from spamming people. Although I'm still able to do it, it's like it's just difficult for them to see what I write sometimes because they might be in clips, and that means you have to go to the clips page, and nobody's doing that. All right, so finally, I started back up with Twitter. Now, what makes this Twitter bot different than my previous Twitter bots is what my previous Twitter bots did like 2 years ago is I would create an account and follow 400 people. And those 400 people would be like, they would get a notification, hey, you got a new follower or whatever. Now, that annoyed a whole bunch of people, which is what I wanted. And Twitter eventually made it so that if you're like a brand new account, it doesn't send a notification, which hurts me because that means any kind of interaction that I do on your page, it's like hard for you to know about it. So I then decided, you know what, I'm gonna just try sending direct messages. I've gotten some weird, not like some weird reactions out of people by just DMing them. Like I would just DM people my driver's license with like this message about myself, and I'd get people to come in here, and I like people who became my friends, and it'd be like, "How did you find out me again?" "Oh yeah, I sent you my driver's license," and so
So that's what you do. You gotta create a little attention.
exactly. So this time around, well, when I did that, I just was basically I found this extension that would parse someone's follower list and then download that in a CSV or like a spreadsheet, and then I could just basically take everybody's name from that spreadsheet. But a lot of people have abandoned their Twitter accounts. Like they haven't seen a tweet in a long time. Welcome, G. How you living, pimp? You watch. G's just gonna come in here for like, G, are you gonna talk to me, baby? G's gonna come in here for like a second, not say anything because they have the default Discord profile picture, and then leave. There you go.
Weird.
Just like that. It's what happens to me.
You do that every time?
No, I get no, but the reason why that happens, you may not know this. There's a Discord that has 5 million people in it, which is like a huge Discord.
You told me about it.
Yeah, exactly. And so I just stay in there, and random people come in here. The one thing is, I have to be really diligent about when they come in here and talk. How old are you? Because I find a lot of people who find me from that Discord are underage, and then I just have to ban them. But back to X. So I then came up with this strategy that what I would do is just send messages to people who have tweeted recently, and that's cool. The thing is, Twitter has its default setting or something like you have to have a verified account to send a message to just anybody. And like it's expensive to just keep verifying the accounts, especially if they just keep banning them. But that doesn't mean that you can't send messages to people who have changed their setting to accept messages from anyone. So I just have these 3 bots going at any given time, and they go, they like basically reply to people on 3 different words: crypto, NFT, and Bitcoin. Basically, if anybody talks about those, there's a very good chance that my bot will parse their username, put it into Twitter, and send them a message. Now I did get one account banned last night for an unknown reason. It was doing okay. It had like 20 people who check my messages or so, which is like over the course of a day. That's fine. I've got 3 bots going. That's 60 people a day who check my random ass message, and that creates a little bit of buzz. So it's like whatever. If they ban my account, I'll just create another account. They've made it really difficult to create new accounts, though. You have to do this.
They're doing on a lot of platforms.
That's true. And it was really easy. Like last week, it was super easy.
It used to be easy.
Yeah, but they've just made it a lot more difficult. Anyway, I just say to myself, if I keep these bots going, just like the water of the Grand Canyon, eventually we will cut a canal or a canyon, and then it'll be like, we'll go viral. I don't really have right now a better strategy because there just aren't that many social media platforms. Like there are like 10 total. There's YouTube, Twitch, Rumble, Kick, Twitter, TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, Snapchat, Tumblr. I mean, like that's it. They're like 10. Like they've basically Reddit, I guess, and Imager. Okay.
Yeah, I was going to say Reddit.
Okay, so there's like 11, but still, they have consolidated.
Yeah, you're right.
They've consolidated. Like in the early days of the internet, there were so many different forums that none of them were like consolidated, but now they've all been consolidated into basically just Reddit. And I think that's what the power people want. So I'm just gonna let these bots go, And the thing is, the reason why I target people who are crypto and Bitcoin and NFTs, usually those people are pretty apolitical. They just want to make money. And so the fact that my message says like, "Hey, data is Earth's number one resource," yada yada yada, that gets their attention. I find if I target like political words or religious words, if I get one person who doesn't like me, then they'll just get my account banned. So that's what I've been up to, and these bots have worked very efficiently. So I ran into a hiccup. Um, Twitter, for like a normal account, has what they call what do they call it? They call it rate limiting. So basically, you can only refresh the Twitter page as a normal account like 500 times before you get what's called rate limited, which is causing me a lot of issues because that's really not that many times. I mean, it is for a normal person, but when I'm like botting it, I need it to basically give me unlimited rate limits. And it doesn't do that. Twitter doesn't do that because that's an easy way to take advantage of the system. So I found another website that I use that's called Knitter, not Twitter, but Knitter. And Knitter is like it shows you everything that's on Twitter, except you don't have to log in. And I can use that fortunately, like I don't want to say unlimited times, but I've been able to do it like a whole bunch and not get rate limited.
Yeah.
So that's really good. So I got that going for me, which is nice.
Hey, I did want to ask you a question. I didn't mean to cut you off though.
That's cool. What's up, big dog?
So you say you stream 24/7. Like, where are you streaming to? Cause like people, I'm just wondering, like, for the sake of me coming in here, like, can people hear my voice, or are you recording? Like, no, I don't care if you're recording, but are you streaming somewhere?
Yeah, it's on 22 different YouTube streams.
They can all hear me.
They can't. You'd be really small to see. But they could hear.
They can hear me.
Yeah, they can hear you.
Okay.
So you are archived in the annals of history. What are your thoughts on that?
Oh God. I'm not super big on that, but I guess that.
I mean, literally, it says when you join here that I live stream my life. The name of this section, it's called 20. It's called 24/7 live stream. You receive a notification every time I go live on any of those 20 plus platforms. All I do is talk about like live streaming, so I would think that those would be like enough clues that you weren't being covertly streamed. And in case anybody wants to know, my man Wick is just telling jokes about doing illegal substances. So those are hilarious jokes you were saying earlier.
No, I don't care about that. I was just wondering because like I thought you might have been doing that. I was just curious.
Yeah, that's what I do, baby. If you want to see all my streams, in the upper left corner of this Discord server, you'll see a red circle that says 24/7 live stream link, 24/7 YouTube links, and if you go in there and put that link in any browser, you'll see all of my different streams. You can also just type Rabbi Rothschild in YouTube and filter by live, and you'll see all my streams that way too. But it's not like YouTube absolutely sucks, just absolute dick when it comes to its features. If you're looking at YouTube using a phone, it gives you two options to filter. You can filter by like either like channel, playlist, or video, and then by when it was released, like today, last week, last month, last year. That's it, which is ridiculous. If you're using a desktop, you can filter by videos over 20 minutes, lives. You can filter like probably like another 30 plus filters, which I don't understand. Like, why is it that phones and like desktop mobile and desktop don't have the same options? I don't understand that.
Yeah.
Discord's the kind of the same way. You don't get as many options on the Discord app as you do in just a regular browser. And to me, I would want them to have exactly the same options. Look, I'm an app developer, and I can tell you it's a huge pet peeve of mine when an app does not have the same features on iOS as it does on Android. It's like a giant pet peeve of mine. Um, and the same with the browser. Like I should be able to do everything on the browser in the same way I do it in your app, either if the app's on Android or iOS. And then you should have a quality assurance team that goes through and makes sure that I get the same user experience using any of those platforms. That's how it should work,
Yeah.
but it does not. If I may ask, I see that your avatar is it a T-Rex?
Yeah.
Why the T-Rex, Wick?
I thought it. Well, I used to be have like a Fall Out Boy picture, and then I had to change it for another server, so I just couldn't.
Why did you have to change it from another server?
That's a long story. They're kind of like they just want. I don't know. That's a long story.
I want to hear it. I've got the time. Tell me the story, Wick.
I don't really want to talk about it. It was kind of stupid anyway. I had to change it. I wanted to stay on that particular server. I have a lot of accounts anyway, so I just kind of.
Okay. Maybe someday I'll be privileged enough to hear your Fall Out Boy story. So they were okay with you being a Tyrannosaurus Rex?
Yeah, no.
Why did you choose Tyrannosaurus Rex?
Well, if you look under, what is it, right? Yeah, if you look under my real name, I changed it to Rex Domino. So I thought Rex, like T-Rex, you know?
Your name is Rex?
Yeah.
Oh, that's baller. That totally makes sense. Latin for king.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, excellent. Very cool, man. All right, so what's on your agenda for today?
Oh, never mind.
Are you just going to be slanging it?
Oh, yeah.
Are you going to play any video games?
Yeah, I probably will.
What are you going to play? Borderlands?
Vegas, Oblivion, Remaster. It's really all I got right now.
Wait, what's the first one?
Fallout New Vegas.
Oh, yeah. Okay, have you ever played Fallout 76?
No, I don't play that.
Why not?
No online Bethesda games for Wayne.
Why is that?
I really like this single player shit.
Okay, but why no online Bethesda games?
I refuse.
Oh, but they do offer it. You just don't like it?
No, like they have Fallout 76 is online, Fallout 3, Fallout New Vegas, Fallout 4 are single player.
Oh, okay. And you haven't You haven't beaten Fallout New Vegas yet?
Not technically not, because I've used cheats in the past to do it, so I'm trying to do it without a lot of cheats this time around.
Okay, what are your favorite cheats to use?
Well, I don't anymore, but I used to just like import money in and silly things like get the crazy weapon, stuff like that. I just kind of play the game now with that.
Okay. And you don't play Grand Theft Auto?
I do have some mods though. I do have some pretty cool mods.
Okay, and you don't play Grand Theft Auto?
I do.
Okay, which one?
Not regularly though. Not regularly.
Okay, which one?
I downloaded 4 recently. Was trying to play the Lost in Demand or whatever, Diamond or whatever the fuck it is, DLC, but I didn't get very far.
Okay, hold on. Lost in the Damned. The Grand Theft Auto 4, the one in Liberty City?
Yeah.
All right, have you played Grand Theft Auto San Andreas?
Yeah.
Have you beaten it?
No.
What about Grand Theft Auto Vice City?
That I barely played.
Did you know that game has maybe the best soundtrack of any game in the history of gaming?
Oh, yeah. Oh, absolutely. No, I look at it on YouTube. No, I do.
Yeah, it's phenomenal. I could just listen to that game for like the soundtrack is just phenomenal. All right, so did you know that it was supposed to be like a DLC of Grand Theft Auto 3, but they eventually, within 11 months, made it its own game?
That's dope.
It is dope. Do you know that it's like 240 days until Grand Theft Auto 6 is launched? Wick. I know. Do you know that on what day Grand Theft Auto 6 is launched?
No.
It's May 26th, 2026. How much easier is that? Could it be to remember?
You're right.
Exactly. Are you going to get it when it comes out?
Probably not.
Okay, and why not?
I'm not optimistic for it. I'll probably get it eventually, maybe.
Do you want to know what the big question remains?
Yeah.
On their subreddit, is the map going to be an island, or is it going to be a peninsula? And if it's a peninsula, what happens when you keep going on the land part? Like, how does it stop? Obviously, it can't continue forever.
That's kind of like my favorite method. That's a good way to do it.
Okay, but then they say that makes it seem like a smaller map when it just automatically or abruptly ends. So there are theories that it will just be water and it will be like an island and you just keep going even though you don't actually go anywhere. It just feels like you're going. That's what like Grand Theft Auto, that's what like all the other Grand Theft Autos do. Then there's a theory that I just saw. I don't know if they would do this, but basically, let's say you are going, eventually the map just turns black and then it returns you, and it just was like you went on, it was like you went on vacation and you lose money and you like mature, you like age a little bit. Then there's
I don't think they're gonna do that. I don't think they're gonna do that.
I don't either. That was just on Reddit. And then another theory is that if you go too far, then you automatically get shot down by like a plane or
That they did that in Jag 3. In Jag 3, if you swim too far out, you get eaten by a shark.
yeah. So there was that theory as well.
That's a good way to do it. Yeah.
There's also the Pac-Man theory, which is like if you go too far in one direction, then you automatically end up in the other. On the other side, which is cool. I'm shocked, like absolutely shocked that we don't get more leaks from Rockstar on what's going to happen with their game. Like I'm completely shocked that is not known. Like you would think that like somebody would just be like telling their friend like, "Oh yeah, it's going to be a peninsula," and then somebody would leak that out. But they're very quiet about what goes on there.
Hey, I gotta go. Good talking to you.
Peace, big dog.
tore it down with the studs and started over again. And then it was the cutest little bathroom when I was done.
Yeah.
Well, I'm just saying, like, what are some of the things that you could do if you have a small one? Because a lot of people have old homes, and the bathrooms aren't grandiose like the new ones where they're bigger than your room.
Right. Well, this is probably the most important thing you can do is really, like, and I'm sure you did, think through all of these options as you strip a bathroom down to the studs. And one of the things that is the first question in remodeling a bathroom is, are we moving stuff around, or are we just refreshing and renewing everything in place? That has to be question one. And maybe if you've got a really teeny tiny bathroom, you don't have any choices about that, or at least you didn't when you did it. But the fact of the matter is, nowadays there are solutions even for a bathroom where you think, well, everything's locked in place. Let's take the toilet, for instance, because you like spending time in the toilet today. The toilet is
like spending time in the toilet.
The toilet is we have an option these days. You can go with an in-wall toilet as opposed to an on-floor mounted toilet, especially in a small bathroom. That could make a radical difference as to the amount of perceived space and openness. Because if we take your toilet and essentially use the tank, which is sticking it out from the wall about 12 inches, then it can be 12 inches. The bowl can be 12 inches closer to the wall, and the bowl can be raised up off the floor. So you've got flooring now going underneath the toilet, as opposed to just that big footprint sitting there that's hard to clean and hard to get stuff around. That's a big change. And it used to be that could be a $2,000 change in a small bathroom like this. Now, if we're replacing a toilet, it may be a difference of $300 or $400.
Nice. So I'm guessing that you're going to be talking about lighting and sinks, toilets and mirrors and all that stuff.
Showers, tubs, shower drains, shower niches, the whole gamut.
Okay, so here's what it is. Of course, it's Home with Dean Sharp, and it's every Saturday from 6 to 8 a.m. And then normally it's Sunday from 9 to noon, but the pesky Chargers are playing on Sunday, so you get preempted from on the air at Campfire. But you're going to be talking about a lot of really great stuff for your home. So if people want to listen, how to do things.
Well, we'll be live on our San Diego station, Koga, for the live show. And, of course, you can listen on the podcast the second that the show is off the air. We'll still have the show. We're still doing the show. So the show will be available to listen, just not during the Chargers.
Okay, so listen to the Chargers, and then take a break from the Chargers, and go tune into Dean. So it'll hit the podcast shortly after. Yeah. Okay. All right. Normally 6 to 8 a.m. on Saturdays, 9 to noon on Sundays. Today, again, this Sunday, we're preempted by the Chargers. It's Dean Sharp, the host of Home on KFI, our house whisperer. You can follow him at Home with Dean. Thank you, Mr. Sharp.
Thanks, Sam.
All right, have a great weekend. The average rate on a 30-year mortgage has ticked up this week. This ends a 4-week decline. Mortgage buyer Freddie Mac said yesterday the average rate rose 6.3% from 6.26% last week. A year ago, it averaged 6.08%. Borrowing costs on 15-year fixed-rate mortgages also edged higher, rising to 5.49% from 5.41% last week. Mortgage rates are influenced by things like the Federal Reserve's interest rate policies and bond market investors' expectations. Deborah Mark, KFI News. A man's been arrested in LA for allegedly killing his wife, who moved to California from Scotland.
June it was found in December earlier this month. A GoFundMe page says she recently moved from the UK to the US to follow her dream of becoming an attorney. A suspect, John Renteria, is charged with murder and mutilation of human remains. Court records show that Bunyan and Renteria had been married for a year and had a 1-month-old baby together. Prior to his arrest, Renteria was allegedly found eating inside a hotel room in Ventura County with a note admitting to killing his wife. Mark Beacon, KFI News.
Parts of the Grand Canyon National Park are going to reopen to the public October 1st following the wildfire that destroyed a historic lodge and dozens of cabins. Parts of the North Rim will be open until November 30th or until the first major snowfall. The fire in July burned 145,000 acres. A woman in the Bay Area is making a big effort to find love. Lisa Catalano of San Mateo has bought digital billboards around the region. The billboards along Highway 101 from the South Bay up to San Francisco simply say marylisa.com. Catalano says she's become frustrated with her current dating life and hopes this off-the-wall approach helps her find true love. I feel your pain, you said. Feel your pain. When we come back, as you know, we're going over the edge. We're going to tell you a little bit more about that. Today is the day we're raising money for the Union Rescue Mission. We're telling 25 stories down the side of the Hilton Los Angeles Universal City Hotel. And we're close to our goal. We're not there yet. Need your help. I'll tell you more next. Southland weather from KFI, low clouds, clear to sunny skies, highs in the low 70s at the beaches. Mid to upper 70s for Metro LA and Inland OC, upper 70s to mid 80s in the valleys, IE and Antelope Valley. Tomorrow, partly cloudy after morning clouds, highs in the 70s and 80s with a chance of afternoon and evening thunderstorms. Pretty decent chance, actually. It'll warm up a couple degrees on Sunday. 67 in Garden Grove, 67 in Buena Park, and we've got some police activity run up 15.
A little bit of police activity outside of the 15 as you transition to the 90 Northwest, so you are seeing some bright lights there as folks try to figure out what's going on with the police investigation at that location. Should be out of the issue. The 10 freeway in West Covina to eastbound side of the 10 Pacific. Thank you. We got a note from a listener that the two right lanes were close, the two left ones are open. That jobs were CHP now. The westbound side, the heavy volume side is actually moving pretty well, but the eastbound side will find a little bit of slowing because of that closure there. It's a fatal crash being investigated over on the right side. Also, some problems on the 110 freeway northbound at Stadium Way. A little homeless campfire burning there, unfortunately, and the LAFD is on its way. If you see something slowing you down, let us know about it. Pound 250 on your cell, keyword K at my traffic. iHeartRadio presents Global Citizen Festival 2025 from New York City at Central Park's Great Lawn. Live performances from Shakira, Cardi B, Tyla, Ira Star, Mariah the Scientist, Jamila, and many more. All hosted by Hugh Jackman. Join the movement changing the world at GlobalCitizenFestival.com. Tomorrow, hear the entire festival live all day on the free iHeart app's Global Citizen Radio and on Hit Nation at 10 p.m. Eastern.
iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open a free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this.
A few miles from the glass spires of Midtown Atlanta, lies the South River Roadways. In 2021 and 2022, the woods became a home to activists from all over the country. They found a struggle worth fighting for, gathered to stop the nearby construction of a massive police training facility named Cops. There, in the forest, we built a different community. The forest occupation or things like that present a vision of a society where we can have what we need and support each other without being at each other's throats or being subservient to each other. Until one day, it shatters. At approximately 9 o'clock this morning, as law enforcement was looking into various sectors of the property, an individual, without warning, shot George Lake Road.
What I heard was a full clip unloaded. It was just like a whole mess of shots, just like blasting off. From wondering, inside media, tender words can be, this is where you keep to the forest.
We got about 150 to 200 protesters that run through the heart of the town.
I thought you should follow we came to the forest. They dedicated to the forest.
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
TikTok will continue to operate in the U.S. President Trump signed an executive order on Thursday to approve a deal that allows a Chinese company to sell a social media platform. The deal facilitates the sale of the popular social media app from American investors.
Approving the talk with President Xi and letter spectrum. Hopefully, it's a letter spectrum veto. And we talked about TikTok and other things. We talked about TikTok and he gave us the go ahead.
Under the deal, the app's operations will be run by a new company to
Other Chinese-based lightweights were only under 40% of the stock of this new company. Congress had voted last year to ban the manufacturing of national security reasons once it sold its U.S. operations. From 16 days ago, was great in the press. Waymo is expanding into business travel. Programs called Business, and NVIDIA is starting the national ranking of best companies. The annual list compiled by Glassdoor is the chip giant high price for the carrier and giant technical authority. President Trump is praising the indictment of former FBI director James Comey from posted on social network university that believes this country has never been exposed to. Comey, saying he's been so bad for our country for so long, is now being held responsible for his crimes. And former FBI director James Comey is defiant after being indicted on Thursday. The video posted on social media, Comey said that he's innocent and his family will not live on their terms. My family and I have known for years that there are costs standing up to Donald Trump. But we couldn't imagine ourselves living any other way. Comey has been charged with 1 count of making false statements and 1 count of obstruction of justice. The charges are related to testimony he gave before Congress on his handling of the investigation to the 2016 presidential election. It involved Russia allegedly interfering with the presidential election. Comey went on to say his heart is broken for the Department of Justice, but he's confident in the federal judicial system. That's politics. I'm working. It's Halloween time at the Disneyland Resort, and KFI AM 640 wants to give you a chance to experience the frightful fun, plus the added excitement of the Disneyland Resort's 70th celebration. The happiest Halloween has brought spooky thrills and chills to both Disney California Adventure Park and Disneyland Park now through October 31st. Offering subject to restrictions and change or not notice. Keep listening for your chance to win one-day, one-park tickets to Disneyland Park or Disney California Adventure Park from KFI AM 640.
It's 5:37 on your Friday morning wake-up call. Good morning, I'm Amy King. Ready for the weekend? We had some stuff to get through before we get there, but as I mentioned, having a good day. We got Dodgers clinching. That's good news. Local Shredder brought in donuts. That's good news. And I'm tripping off the building later today. I don't know if that's good news. Oh, that's scary. You are.
I really want to try that.
It is terrifying, and it is a rush.
Yeah, no, I'm terrified of heights, but I'm not afraid of fear. It's weird.
Not afraid of fear?
I'm terrified of heights. I've jumped off of planes.
You skydived?
Yeah, I fell off the plane too. I didn't jump, but you just fall.
Oh, okay. But you had a parachute on, so you were okay.
Yeah, I had a guy strapped to my back. That was his name was the Ginger Ninja.
Redheaded guy?
Yeah, very nice guy. Sometimes.
Well, as I mentioned, today is the day we're going over the edge to raise money for the Union Rescue Mission. We'll be 25 stories down the side of the Hilton Los Angeles Universal City Hotel today at noon. And I'm doing it because I believe in what Union Rescue Mission is doing, despite my fear of heights. Sam, you're not alone, and I'm terrified. So wake up, a listener, hit us up on the talk back to reassure me, that it's safe.
If it makes any feel better, hardly anybody dies there. Hardly anybody. Very better.
That makes me feel much better. Much better. Okay. So we're raising money for Union Rescue Mission. This is an organization that just doesn't throw money at the problem. It actually helps to solve the problem of homelessness. We're not going to get everybody off the streets, but people who want to come off, they're helping them get back on their feet and get off the streets permanently. So that's why we're raising the money. You can find out all about them on their website, urm.org, and if you could donate, I would appreciate it. We're getting close to our goal. We're not quite there. Both Neil, Savandra, and I will be going over the edge today. We're planning on filling right around noon. So, I think Neil's head. I know, it's just whatever. But if you can spare some of your hard-earned money, we would certainly appreciate it. It's going to an actual good cause. It's really making change, which is important. It's not just, like I said, it's not just throwing a bunch of money at it. And they're privately funded. They don't get any government money because they're faith-based and they're a dry organization. They don't let people drink and use drugs while they're getting their services. So I'm just so in favor of that. I think, if you're going to get off the street, you got to get your head straight and get ready to do it and set yourself up for success. And that's what Union Rescue Mission does. To donate, go to urm.org/OTE. There's a Team KFI. Just click on that button. You can donate to me or to Neil or just to URM. We appreciate your support. And again, we're going over the edge. Please help us hit our goal. Here's what's coming out of the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Disney has reached a landmark settlement with its employees.
A judge has approved a record $233 million settlement against Disney for underpaying Anaheim resort workers under Measure L.
It means that they're finally going to get the pay that they're entitled to.
UFCW President Andrea Zinder says thousands of cast members will now receive back pay with interest. She says the case will set a precedent for workers' rights in California.
We're definitely not going to tolerate it. We'll have over
A 28-year-old man is pleading guilty to molesting two girls in a bounce house at a birthday party in Anaheim. Fernando Apayez pleaded guilty to 4 felony counts. Police say he molested the 6 and 9-year-old girls in October of 2018. He's also charged with sexually assaulting a 9-year-old girl.
Good morning.
Good morning, Miss Aquarius. You ready to hit the day? How'd you sleep?
Good morning. I slept good. Good morning, Brandy.
I don't know if he can hear you, but he's doing his thing. Oh, there he is. He's waving. He's happy.
He's happy. What?
He's doing his thing. All right.
He's doing a dancing.
That's right. Are you ready to hit the day?
Yeah, I'm ready to stop, but then everybody gonna get Papa. I'm gonna come back and lay back down.
Excellent. Do you drink coffee?
No, I drink tea.
All right. Are you gonna make
I'm
some?
trying not to drink, but I know I'm gonna have to drink it soon, probably this weekend. But I just don't want to stay my teeth. I got my teeth clean on Friday. I don't wanna mess them up. I don't wanna mess them up.
I understand.
But I know I gotta drink tea because people getting sick. My best friend who's getting married next year, she had a common cold. She said she's feeling better. I checked on her yesterday. And some people sick at the job got like a little cold and stuff. Just weather's changing. And I ain't trying to get sick, but I know I gotta drink some tea. I just have to brush my teeth, but I know it's gonna stain my teeth. I just don't like it.
Alrighty, well, you go take care of what you need to take care of, and we'll be here.
Okay, he's moving up. He's at 134. He's moving up. He's gotta be passing me soon. I'm at 145 now.
Yeah, he is. Look at him. He's happy.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see, Miss Aquarius, if you are the top streamer. No. No, hold on.
Brandon.
Hold on. We'll look at it right now. I'm populating the information. All right. You are officially number 3.
Number 2, 3, 4.
You're number 3. So let's see if you
Yeah, see?
let's see if you overtook. Yep, you've spent more time in the voice call than anybody aside from myself, which is amazing.
Hey.
But Brandon is moving up quickly. He's got 3.
That's good. Let him move up.
He's got
Let him
3
move up.
accounts.
I be out here like that.
I understand. He's got 3 accounts that are coming in hot.
That's good. Let him. I wish I got another phone. I wish I could make another one and just leave it in here.
Why don't you do that?
Just leave it in here. Yeah. I might make one. I just have to make a different email. Yeah.
No, you don't. You don't. You can use the same. Use the same account.
Oh, okay.
Use the same account.
Oh, just a different name.
No, you just use the same account. You can have multiple.
Put numbers on it, right?
No, use the exact same account that you use on your phone and just log in on your new phone.
I can make it do like he's doing. Since I don't be on here like that, I can just leave one of them in here with a different account because I don't be in here like that. I can't leave my phone and stuff in here all day like that.
I got you.
Only at nighttime or when I'm not, you know.
You do what makes you happy.
At work.
Adi sent me a message recently. I told her to come back
What's she
soon.
doing?
I don't know. She's, you know her. She's got a cray life.
She likes you though, Rabbi. She really likes you.
Well, I just want the best for her.
Do you like her, Rabbi?
I think she's a nice person.
Okay. I wasn't trying, you know, I wasn't in your business. I was just asking.
No,
Sorry.
not like that. I don't like anybody like that.
Right. They're good friends.
That's right.
Well, have you heard of you now? Have you heard of you now? You now.
Yeah, I stream on you now.
Yeah, I'm trying to find me a. I don't wanna put my picture in it. I want to put a picture like that, but my name is Just Nene, JUSNENE 39. But I wanted to put just a random picture on, but I can't find one.
Sure, you can. Just go to Google, type in whatever you want, and then go to images and press save or download, and then it'll download.
Yeah, but I do all this sometimes. We'll never find now. You stream too on there, right?
Yes, yep. But that one, I don't trust it because whenever I'm streaming on there, it says I have 50 people watching me.
It's bots.
It's right. Exactly. And I just if I can't trust that, then what else can I trust? But yeah, I do stream on there.
Okay. Where you at? Are you on there now?
I should be. Just type Rabbi Rothschild, and that should come up. It should have. It should have like 5 different streams going.
Oh yeah, which one? Yes, man. But you're not on, huh? I don't see that you're on.
Let's see.
Yeah, because it says 000.
Is that one going?
Right now, one of them on.
None of them are on?
Okay. No, I know of. Which one? I don't know. Are you what category are you in?
Oh, I have no idea. Let's see.
I wanted to do it, but I thought it was Kitty. I thought it was cute. My Little Pony. It's cute, but I didn't want to do it. So that's too kitty.
Well, it looks like you're right, Miss Aquarius.
Yeah, you're not on it.
Yeah, one of my accounts might have gotten disconnected or something. I don't know.
Okay.
Let's see. All right. Well, I'm not sweating that one. That one doesn't. Nobody really pays attention to me on there anyway.
I'm not going to drag you up. I would never do that.
Hold on, maybe.
Ain't that loud on that one right now, huh?
No.
Oh. I'm gonna go live at the wife playing music.
Are you?
Yeah, I'm just not gonna show my face right now. I'm just gonna have it up.
History of cinema, few films have been as successful as The Godfather. Francis Ford Coppola's Gangster epic set a new standard, not just for movies about the mafia, but for movies in general. Although, if you talk to the people who made it,
Ain't that going on there?
No, I mean that one. Aside from you, I've never heard anybody talk about it.
Yeah, they do have sometimes. Some people just have to go to other people and I know you don't do that stuff. Yeah. You know, like it used to be. A lot of people over there on Twitch too.
Yeah, now I am live on a bunch of Twitches.
Yeah, but I just don't want to go live because I'm not a gamer. I ain't on the computer right now.
Why don't you listen to Bigo? Or why don't you go on Bigo and listen to music? What do you like more, Bigo or Kick? K-I-K.
I haven't been on Kick in a minute, so I like Bigo better.
Hey, hey, how many TikTok friends do you have?
I don't know. I haven't been on there in a minute. I've been so busy trying to run to my granddaddy and stuff, so I haven't been on there.
We'll,
so I get back on it.
We'll check.
Yeah.
Are you at 100 yet?
No, I'm not at 100 yet. I haven't been on there, so I know about that. Oh, I'm at 69.
All right.
All right. But I'll be back if I get pop out again, okay?
Okie dokie, ma'am.
Okie dokie.
See you in a bit. God willing.
bucks at the box office.
Certainly, yeah. So this is one battle after another. This is Leonardo DiCaprio's latest movie. The last time we saw him on the big screen was all the way back in 2023 in Killers of the Flower Moon. Also working with a big director here. Killers of the Flower Moon was directed by Martin Scorsese. One battle after another is directed by Paul Thomas Anderson, who you might recognize from Boogie Nights, Magnolia, There Will Be Blood. Yeah, I just watched Boogie Nights the other night for the first time. It is excellent, and so is this movie. I saw one battle after another last night, and I have to say, despite the fact that it is 2 hours and 45 minutes long or so, it's a long movie, absolutely flies by, and a lot of that comes back to the filmmaking and the performance that Leonardo DiCaprio turns in here. This is a movie that is based on a Thomas Pynchon novel from 1990 called Wineland. So it takes place in kind of Northern California. Leonardo DiCaprio plays this kind of stoner guy who gets drawn back into his previous life as a revolutionary figure, a sort of, countercultural guy. And Sean Penn plays his sort of loyal military man who is kind of being ingratiated into this white supremacist group led by Tony Goldwyn. Scandal. So it's got a really interesting cast. Tiana Taylor also shows up, Regina Hall, and relatively newcomer to Hollywood, Chase Infinity. This is her first big screen credit, and she is excellent. She plays kind of the daughter figure of Leonardo DiCaprio, and she really is a standout performance in this movie. I have to say, it would be really cool to see her score a Best Supporting Actress nomination, maybe Best Actress, leading actress nomination, depending on how the filmmakers decide to approach award season. But suffice it to say, whether or not this does particularly well at the box office, it's tracking for about a $20 billion opening this weekend. This is expected to be a major collector at the Oscars this year.
Leo likes his awards and he likes his darn long movies. The last one he did was
more than 3. Yeah. It was more than 3.
Okay, so if you don't want to sit in one place in a dark movie theater, you could just stay home and watch stuff on the screen.
That is true.
Yeah, we got something new coming out called The Lowdown. I have not heard of this.
Yeah, so this is a new show from Sterling Harjo. This is the creator behind Reservation Dogs, which was this really critically acclaimed show on FX and Hulu. The Lowdown also on that streaming platform as well. But it's a bit of a different take, where Reservation Dogs is kind of a coming-of-age tale. This is more of a neo-noir crime comedy thriller, black comedy kind of thing.
Neo-noir crime comedy thriller.
Yeah, neo-noir. So it kind of like takes place in Oklahoma, these dusty American towns, and it follows a private investigator played by Ethan Hawke, who is investigating the suicide of a wealthy man.
I'm on check it. Shut up and stuff. It's kind of line after thing.
Attached to this as well.
Is it a movie or a series?
It's a series, so it's out with its first episode now, and then it's going to air weekly from here on in. But it also stars Kyle MacLachlan, who of course we all know from Twin Peaks. I like him too. Keith David, Tracy Letts, a pretty stacked cast on this one. That's kind of the big new streaming release. There's also season 5 of Slow Horses, which is out in its first couple of first one episode now.
Oh, that's right. They do the one at a time.
They do the one at a time ones, yeah. This actually has worked out for streamers in some ways, despite the fact that a lot of TV fans.
Crooked and I'm on check it. Shut up and stuff. It's kind of on the spot to film.
Right, you kind of go week to week, and that really has been the advantage to their advantage. Right, stays in local consciousness for a little bit longer, kind of gets people involved a little bit more than.
Good shit, come on, tell them in bed.
The counterpoint to that is.
Slow Horses is sort of a sleeper for me. It took me a while. I tried to
Shema, he's right. Adonai, I knew. Adonai, fine. Good shit, come on, man. Tell them in bed.
This is a sort of misfit group of spies led by Gary Oldman. It is now in its season 2, which I think is worth mentioning. It's like some streaming shows, we have to wait like 3 or 4 years before the next season comes out. We saw that happen with Severance. We are seeing that happen with Stranger Things. Slow Horses, you get a season every year, man. They are churning these things out. So, yeah, so despite the fact that you don't get all the episodes at once, you're probably going to get more episodes soon, and this has been renewed for season 6 and 7, so it's doing pretty well.
Okay, ABC's Mike DeBusky. Thanks so much for the info.
Of course.
All right, have a good weekend.
Let's get back to some of the stories coming out of the KFI 24-hour newsroom. A national transportation research group has found it costs a lot to drive in Southern California.
A report from Trip looked at major California cities, including LA and Oakland, Riverside, San Bernardino. The organization's watching already says bad vehicle roads in Riverside and San Bernardino cost the average driver $765 a year.
The result of losing 72 hours stuck in traffic, waste an additional 23 gallons of fuel.
In LA, the cost is higher. Bad roads cost on average more than $1,200 each year. Trip reports that the cost of congestion and speeding traffic is even costlier across the region. $3,400 per driver in LA. KFI News.
I would tell you, we were driving back from Big Bear, and we were on the 210 westbound last weekend. For whatever lane I was in, it's the worst lane in Southern California. It was like hitting potholes every 50 feet, and I was just like, oh, that's going to hurt. Oh, that's going to cost me. Oh, just as much as it's going to help. I mean,
Texas has a lot of potholes and problems, unfortunately.
Yeah. All right. News brought to you by Senator Solaris. Republican candidate for Governor Steve Hilton has filed a federal lawsuit against redistricting the state's congressional lines. Hilton says Prop 50, backed by Governor Newsom, violates the 14th Amendment. If passed, Prop 50 would suspend California's voter-approved independent redistricting commission and allow the legislature to draw the map. Hilton is seeking an emergency injunction to halt Prop 50. The Miramar Air Show in San Diego starts today. The 3-day show at Marine Corps Air Station Miramar is set to fly, rain or shine. Scheduled performances include the U.S. Navy Blue Angels, a U.S. Air Force F-22 Raptor demo, an MV-22 Osprey demo. Ospreys are so cool. And the USS SOCOM Para Commandos. Military and civilian aircraft will also be on display. Parking, general admission are free. Hey, it's Halloween time at the Disneyland Resort. And KFI AM 640 wants to give you a chance to experience the frightful fun, plus the added excitement of the Disneyland Resort's 70th celebration. It's going on all year. Happiest Halloween has brought spooky thrills and chills to both Disney California Adventure Park and Disneyland Park. I love decorations. It's one of my favorite times at Disneyland. Now through October 31st. And keep listening. You've got your chance to win a 4-pack of one-day, one-park tickets to Disneyland Park or Disney California Adventure Park from KFI AM 640 and your wake-up call. This is KFI and KOST HD2, Los Angeles, Orange County. Southland weather from KFI, low clouds, drizzle, fog, and then partly cloudy with highs in the low 70s at the beaches. Mid to upper 70s for Metro LA and Inland OC, around 80 in the valleys and IE, 70s to mid-80s in the IE and Antelope Valley. We have a pretty decent chance of showers and even thunderstorms tomorrow. Highs will be about the same as today, and then it warms up a couple degrees on Sunday. 67 in Los Alamitos, 65 in Santa Clarita, and 67 in Seal Beach, and 67 in Inglewood. Live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom for producer Ann and technical producer Sam, who's in for Conan, and traffic specialist Will. I'm Amy King. This has been your wake-up call, and if you missed any wake-up call, you can listen anytime to any of our shows on the iHeart Radio app. Got a crash in West Covina on the 10.
Bad crash on the early morning fatal crash being investigated there. It's in the eastbound lanes. Actually, it's on the Pacific off-ramp. So the Pacific off-ramp for the eastbound 10 as well as the right lane are shut down as that investigation continues. And definitely seeing some slowing down on both sides of the freeway, including the westbound side. You're going to find slowing as you approach the scene. You're heading away from Vincent Avenue on the westbound side, eastbound side. Some brake lights there as you get away from Puente Francisco on the eastbound side. 5 northbound at Brookhurst in Orange County. Crash there in the center divide. Also got a call from Jane, who's coming down the I-15 in the Cajon Pass. She says things are moving well, but it's a little foggy, so be careful there. We do have reports of a crash on 15 southbound, just past the scales, but not seeing any as a result of that. If you see something out there, let me know about it. Pound 250 on your cell, keyword K and light traffic.
2025 iHeart Radio Music Festival presented by Capital One.
Streaming only on Hulu.
Beginning Thursday.
Hi, this is Ed Sheeran. You wanted to be a teacher when you were little, but you
lost his life, he expressed some concerns about the finances at Turning Point USA. In fact, he wanted to put together an entire department, or a mini department, to address those concerns, and we have evidence of that. It is always the advice when investigating any crime to, quote-unquote, follow the money. So let's do that. So let's put it here. Plus, there is a video that has gone absolutely viral. I'm sure you have seen it. It was emailed to me many times, where there is a theory that is being floated that Charlie was shot from the back. Now, there are two aspects in that video that we can debunk, and I want to do that. And there's one aspect that we cannot debunk clearly. I think this is a worldwide investigation, so I want to assist wherever it is that I can. So welcome back to Candace.
It sounds like they're singing "That Boy Is Crazy."
There's a lot of leaking going on right now, and I've been very clear that everything in my soul has been screaming at me from the very moment that I found out that Charlie got shot, that this story is much bigger, that there just was something much bigger going on than what has thus far been presented to the public. You know, all of the wrong people.
Oh, what is this bullshit?
They're lying about small things, which I don't like. Because why lie about small things? Only a guilty conscience of sorts lies about little things. And there are a few points that we have covered throughout the story that right away jumped out at me as odd. First and foremost, of course, Bibi Netanyahu over-inserting himself, not even just on day one, minute one. He tweeted before the President of the United States that Charlie had lost his life. That's weird. It's very weird, and you should not forget how weird that is, especially because when he went on multiple hits to Fox News and Greta Van Sustern's show, he lied about the contents of a letter that Charlie Kirk had written him back in May. What I also don't like are the people like Josh Hammer and Seth Dillon that I know who are very nasty and work behind the scenes. I don't like that they have not yet been honest or forthcoming about the pressure that they and others were putting on Charlie Kirk. That just strikes me as odd. There's no reason to lie. There's no reason to pretend that you weren't doing that, to try to massage it and lie about it. I believe that there are lies by omission, and I believe them both to be liars. Okay? And of course, who could forget the word length of Bill Ackman's reply? I tell you guys about this weekend in the Hamptons. I tell you about Bibi Netanyahu calling Charlie Kirk, inviting him to Israel. Bill Ackman replies with an essay, college essay, 959 words to be precise, was his response to me. Speaking about that, where he himself did not actually address my points about the quote-unquote intervention, which is how Charlie described it himself, and my points about Bibi Netanyahu and the offer to take Turning Point to the next level financially. No one wants to address those points because, I'm just being honest, people thought that Charlie's ideas were trending in the wrong direction. And by the way, regarding that now infamous weekend, the response videos that were made, which seemed like there was some sort of a PR crisis going on, the response tweets that were fashioned, they were sort of getting funny. Xavier DeRusso was there. I had reached out to him. He had, rather than answering me, messaged me to say I am speaking out about that weekend. He made a video where he formally addressed the weekend and explained that, yes, Charlie, and he uses the phrase moral blackmail. Charlie spoke about the moral blackmail, but this was done in more of a workshop setting, essentially like it was a debate club, and they were strengthening their debates on the topic of Israel. We can take a listen to Xavier DeRusso in his own words.
And then people are taking things out of context, because there was like an article in the hit piece that came out, it talks about how Charlie raised up his phone and had written on Twitter, and he said something like, Bibi needs to resign or something like that. And he goes, what would happen if I do this? There was discourse, and then there was one woman who sat in the back who said, if you do that, you're indirectly going to empower Hamas. And then Charlie was like, see, you have to stop saying like that. He was saying that when you are debating about Israel, you need to stop doing it emotionally. You need to do it logically and factually. Otherwise, you lose the debate. He said it is all blackmail.
Are you
If you say that
fucking
somebody
serious?
saying that a politician is bad, that you're then empowering a terrorist organization.
So stupid. Bergsham could Cricket had an island, my phone check and shut up and myself. It's about a high extra phone.
Everybody has been so kind and generous. I just know that we are from last year, and I think it's because it's been a rough time. I think our minds and our hearts are all over the place, and that's okay. That's okay. I'm a guy who believes things go the way they're supposed to go in many instances. And for those of you, again, who have gone to URM.org/OTE,
Cricket had an island, my phone check and shut up and myself. It's about a spectacle.
the Union Rescue Mission is the real deal. They don't get any federal funding because they are a dry house. That means you have to want to get sober and you have to want to
Bergsham could have bed. Shema Israel, Adonai, Eloheinu, Adonai Echad. Shema Israel, Adonai, Eloheinu, Adonai Echad. Shema Israel, Adonai, Eloheinu, Adonai Echad. Bergsham could have
There's a bunch of anonymous donors, which we would love to say thank you to you. We just can't if you're anonymous, but thanks, Michael, Maria, Anna, Suzanne, tons of people. We really
somewhere Annie Anonymous is going, how can they mention my name? All right, Amy King, good morning to you. Good morning, Will. Morning, Will. Good to hear your voice, sir. Nice to talk to you this morning. I'm going to donate right now. Oh, you're a good man. Did you bring the donuts, by the way? I absolutely did. Well, technically, you've already donated to us. You gave an extra pound or two to the rope. That's going to be keeping us over the building today. Energy. You're going to have nervous energy. I don't think about it. I just try and go do it and go on my merry.
Oh, are you tough?
No, it's the exact opposite. That's how I'm going to go. I'm looking it right in the eye. I'm like, no. Like how apparently the hardest squeezes. Yeah, squeeze my man stuff. Well, I'm just saying. Some people would sign up twice for that. Yeah. Oh, I'm going to tell you, Will jumping with us today. And was saying, how are you, my dear?
I'm great. How are you?
I'm good. Let's do this. It feels news, huh? It's Friday. Let's do it. Yeah. All the news, main story. Let's go. James Cohen will be indicted about amid whether Trump pushed to prosecute foes. Man, that headline should shake your boots. And if it doesn't go out, get some inexpensive boots, put them on and shake them. Because I don't care if you're a Trumper or not, the whole thing about having an enemies list does two things. One, it's to be an increase in power, and it's no different than the Democrats going after Trump and papering that to death. I don't see them as any different, for one. But two, any attention you're giving to crap like this, you're not giving to what the country needs right now. So, just climb off my soapbox.
Gaza, and are also now increasingly calling to recognize a Palestinian state.
What's with that?
Little music bit going.
I mean, I liked it.
I liked it a lot.
I used to toss it to news. Feel like you need news. Our news. It's okay. It's great. It's Friday.
Protesters outside marching from Times Square down to where the UN General Assembly is meeting.
Now it seems so anticlimactic when we throw it to her, because we've already had the music. Should we have like intro music for you guys? That extra. It's Friday. Had a great week. Listeners have been so kind and loving. The vast majority, some sun. And then now I feel like that now I dropped the ball. This is gonna be my last shot at it. Well, let's sweeten the pot, shall we? Listen. Some of that sweet Amy KFI 24-hour newsroom. Get it.
Here's the latest. President Trump says former FBI Director James Comey lied and was a dirty cop. It's been posted on Truth Social. Comey's been indicted by a grand jury in Virginia for allegedly lying to Congress. LA County could have done a lot better. That's just a report out on the response to the devastating fires in Altadena and Pacific Palisades. And Huntington Beach is moving forward with a plan to memorialize assassinated conservative activist Charlie Kirk. Those stories and more coming up at the
fair argument.
From the OU.com Weather Center.
It was a fair argument, but it also was a real argument, and you kind of removed the names that were involved in this conversation. Natasha Hausdorff was there, Seth Dillon was there, and Seth Dillon was the one that was applying pressure to him, and Seth Dillon and Josh Hammer didn't jump on him in that moment. We're not happy. They were not happy with Charlie at the end of this weekend in the Hamptons because, again, they saw which way the wind was traveling in terms of his positions on Bibi Netanyahu and Israel. And they were, in fact, being accusatory. And again, you don't have to take it in my words or Xavier's words. I've always had a friendly relationship with Xavier. But we should listen to Charlie's own words, which we have played multiple times, of what happened the day after this little weekend retreat, where he vented to Megyn Kelly his frustrations with him being wrongly labeled anti-Semitic and how it was actually pushing him away. It wasn't good for Israel. Then, one of the big questions that we discovered, or that we asked, and something that we had discovered, was that this weekend was kept hush-hush, which is extraordinarily unusual for a Turning Point event. If you're going to fly your influencers out, you want them to influence, obviously. And Xavier offered this explanation for why they didn't post about the weekend until they were rumbled about the weekend. Take a listen.
And then you have the people who are trying to go and say that, why was the meeting so secretive? The photos were already on my Instagram. The reason we didn't post that in real time was because of safety. Do you know how many people the Bloods come and slaughter that whole hotel?
Feel like Justin Bieber because it's not clocking for me. I'm sorry. So first off, you guys never connected to Turning Point USA publicly. The photos that you posted, if you posted after the events, don't think that it's because you were fearful that just being a conservative in the Hamptons was going to get you slaughtered, like were there Hamas tunnels under the Hamptons? That doesn't make sense. That makes entirely no sense. We should call out how little sense that makes, especially because one of the influencers did post on August 6th that she was in the Hamptons. Actually, Emily loves America, Emily saves America, pardon me, said when she was fighting with somebody about how little their engagement ring was during this weekend, how do you guys expect to have a house, land, and multiple kids? For real? Sorry, I'm MIA, I'm in the Hamptons. So a conservative not allowed to be in the Hamptons, not getting slaughtered, or is it specifically conservative influencers? You said that it wasn't a pro-Israel event, so I guess if there's no Israel angle here, which does, of course, there's tons of Zionists in the Hamptons, Blackman among them, so I don't understand. You couldn't post that you were in the Hamptons because you were going to get killed. How? I need more information there. That's just silly. And I also love the context of him doing this on PragerU's platform. I obviously work for PragerU. I know Marissa Strait. I am looking at Marissa Strait right there, a little PR operation to address the points without actually addressing points and to make it seem like it was nothing. that's not the reality. You know, Marissa was open about the fact that she worked for the IDF intelligence, and like I said, you could sense there was a PR panic when people started speaking about the weekend. I told you guys the truth. That's it. Okay? I don't like the fact that Charlie was literally facing financial threats over his speech, the thing that mattered most to him, right? Fighting for free speech, even if you disagree with somebody, you know, you got to make sure they have the right to express their viewpoints. And what happened to me a year earlier seemed to be happening to him 1 year later. Another thing that I really do not like and is bothering me and is eating at me is the fact that Turning Point will not release the footage, okay? I don't understand it. Every excuse that I've been handed for why they won't release it makes no sense to me. If you are under pressure, if people are starting to look at you funny as an organization, if they're thinking that whether rightfully or wrongfully, if they are suspecting because they see this footage of someone quickly remove the SD cards, that you guys had something to do with the assassination of Charlie Kirk, and you quite literally have footage that in theory should vindicate yourself, why wouldn't you release it? Think about that. Just in your own capacity. If somebody is saying you are guilty of anything, they're like, Candace, you are absolutely guilty of breaking into my car. And I'm like, I have a camera right here that shows that I did not break into your car. Would it make sense if I was like, but I'm not going to release that? I'm not going to release that because it's not right. It's not right for me to release it. What? It makes no sense. I don't understand why they would not release this. The idea that it's because the feds are saying the feds cannot arrest you. Last I checked, the feds cannot bring charges against you for releasing footage that you own. And since when do we trust the feds? Certainly Charlie didn't. He didn't believe we were getting the truth about the Epstein files and things of that nature. So I don't accept that. That said, I also want to be clear that it doesn't mean that every single person that is continuing on in the organization is guilty of murder. I mean, I think we want answers, but we shouldn't be like, you know, this person's definitely a murderer because they're not providing the answers. You know, I've been speaking and I've been seeing a lot of vitriol that's been thrown at Andrew Colbett's way because he is doing press. He is carrying on Charlie Kirk's show. He was already seated on Charlie Kirk's show. He was already there, and I was being genuine when I said he's under a lot of pressure. There's no question. He's the spokesperson for Turning Point USA, and he's grieving somebody that he knows, and who was a very close, if not one of his best friends. He saw every day doing the Charlie Kirk show, and he's still got to deal with the same donors that Charlie was dealing with. I mean, it's a lot going on, you know? And until we have all the facts in front of us, until we actually see the footage, I think we should be careful in just thinking that everybody is guilty of something. I want you guys to also, though, be conscious of the lies that we are being told by the federal government, because that feels extremely guilty to me. We haven't received any updates whatsoever on the raid that took place of Lance's house where Tyler Robinson was living at the time of this crime. No update whatsoever on Lance. You know, he just completely fell to the wayside, so forget it. Forget asking any questions about Lance. And my instinct has always been that the feds injected themselves immediately into this case because they were staging a cover-up. And now I feel as though we can almost establish that as a fact when I tell you something else that happened here, my next point. So as you know, I have been positively obsessed with who killed Charlie Kirk because he was my friend. He's actually my friend. Everyone else can eulogize all they want. Some of it felt a little cheap and fake and gay. But for me, this is real. So I've been hunting down all of the videos, all of the footage, and wanted to go back to ground zero, as we did yesterday, of the initial videos that went viral on social media and on X on the day that Charlie was assassinated. And it occurred to me that I forgot about one video. Actually, the only video that exists of the shooter sprinting across the rooftop a mere seconds after the shot was fired. Now, you probably recall that video in the back of your mind. You remember that video that was going viral with him seen running across the roof? Well, I'm about to show it to you in a much clearer quality than you have ever seen it, a higher quality than you have ever seen that video. Remember, I'll show it to you just to tee this up. It is just a couple of seconds after the sound of a shot rang out. Let's watch this together. And we're going to just cover that. It kind of looks like he's got something trailing behind him, too. 2. Maybe that's the towel that we've been told about. We can play that again as you watch this. Now let me tell you how I tracked down this footage. It took me all of 2 hours to track down this footage, to get the name of the person who had filmed the footage, and from there, after messaging someone on Twitter, they said, I got the footage from this person, this is the person that shot it, and he's willing to speak to you. I get in touch with this individual, okay, well, transpired in a couple of hours, and you will never guess what it is that he told me. He told me that neither the feds nor the local police had ever reached out to him. Never. I'm sorry, what? You have one of 2 people who have a recording of the shooter at all, right? At all. And the feds were simply not interested, as they were executing this manhunt, of reaching out to the individual who had footage of him running across the roof. How could that be? Why? Why would that be? Somebody explain to me, make it make sense for me. Maybe in the fog and the chaos, sure, but at no point did they go, hey, I see this really creepy image that's gone viral on Twitter. Maybe I should reach out to the person that made it go viral and see if I can track down that person so I can get clear data, meaning the metadata that exists, which will tell you the exact second that the person was running, to make sure it lines up with my federal timeline that I must be creating. If the little kids are doing it, then I'm sure the feds at the top are definitely creating a second-by-second timeline just like I am, but no, they never reached out to him. Now, I'll tell you what else I discovered, because a lot is going on, and we similarly, by the way, reached out to the person who shot the footage and said somebody is on the roof. We spoke about that earlier this week. He told us the exact same thing. He says he walked in and gave the footage to the Orem Police Department, okay? Nobody, and they said, we were overwhelmed on that day one, which makes sense. Everybody contacting, calling, someone says, I have this, so it makes sense that he would be on the offense and getting them the footage. But the feds never reached out to him until the 15th. After Governor Cox said the investigation was over and they had the guy, the feds reached out to him and said, hey, you're the one who shot that footage? Yeah. Did you make a police report? He said, yeah, I did. And, oh, really? We didn't know that. What do you mean you didn't know that? This is the first time the federal government on the 15th decided to reach out to the other person who saw the person climbing the roof. I saw the person getting into the shooting position. You never reached out to him until September 15th? Yeah, my friends. That looks to me like a cover-up. It's not like you're trying to get to the bottom of something. Not with the amount of money that the feds have. You can't tell me that they did not reach out to these 2 individuals. It makes entirely no sense. There's another piece of this that is getting quite interesting, and I will say that this next piece that I have is in large part thanks to multitude of leaks that are coming out of Turning Point USA. Now, right away, you might ask, why is that happening? Well, I can tell you in my experience, political organizations sometimes don't recognize that they are not like corporate organizations. What I mean by that is not whether or not the organization is a corporate, but rather sometimes they get the wrong idea that they can sort of do things that people can do on Wall Street, right? Like if a CEO steps down from Wendy's, they can just replace that person as another CEO and nobody cares. If you're buying chicken nuggets from Wendy's, you don't really care who the CEO is. It doesn't really work like that with political organizations, right? When it comes to politics, people get behind someone because they believe in that individual's ideas, right? You can't just play a Swampsy all the time or think it's just going to go on, and you're still going to have that same energy behind you. And so obviously this is a terrible situation, and Charlie is gone. But with people not getting answers, right? With people that are working at Turning Point USA not feeling like, okay, are we as an organization fighting? Are we going to speak about the things that Charlie cared about? Are we going to pull up the things that we feel are wrong here? They're not wanting to get behind that. They feel that the organization is now being motivated just by money, and that this company's priorities have somewhat shifted, and that really how people on the outside that are looking in are going, what's going on here? Why are people not more rattled by the lies that are being told? Actually, I think if Charlie were here, he'd be talking about the weird things Turning Point USA, and I'm not exactly a forensic accountant, but I know that other people, other journalists, got really interested in this angle. We're similarly receiving leaks and have pushed this off to forensic accountants, and some of the stuff is getting very interesting. I did want to show you guys this because I think this proves what we have been hearing. It's at least a starting point. An insider who said that they were there and present when Charlie had expressed some concerns about where the money was going. And leading up to that moment, Charlie had by and large completely removed himself outside of the organ of fundraising, which is to say that it wasn't something that he necessarily had his finger on. Of course, he always would show up for top donor meetings. He is the face of the company. But in terms of the accounting specifics, he trusted his lieutenants. Of course, something that may, you're spending $100 million a year, you gotta have lieutenants, and you have to trust those lieutenants. And of course, sometimes those leaders don't like one another. That's all normal. But then the arrival of Charlie felt that the money was disappearing. Allegedly, I'll say allegedly here, but I think we have some proof that shows that. And the excuses that he was being given for the money disappearing wasn't adding up for Charlie. Said another way, the math wasn't mathing, okay? He felt that, again, according to sources, that the company was burning through cash too quickly, and Charlie set about finding out why and how this was happening. So on September 2nd, which is, of course, just 1 week before he lost his life, Charlie surprised the company by announcing that he was putting together a Doge department. Yes, a Department of Government Efficiency, like Elon Musk and Dave Ramaswamy had set out to do. Trump won. They got behind him. Right? They said, hey, there's a lot of pork. We don't know where this money is going. People are just accepting checks. Again, this is the whole purpose of the Department of Doge. You put us in there, and we're going to figure out how all of these bureaucrats are just wasting tax dollars. Really kind of a nice way of saying we're going to conduct an audit of the government. Right? That's the only way to look at what Doge was. It's an audit, and then you cut the fat, and you see where the money's actually going. Don't listen to me, by the way, because we can read Charlie in his own words. This was a internal memo that went out, signed off by Charlie on September 2nd. I'm going to skip to the relevant portions. He's first and foremost announcing that Dare Team America, effective immediately, again, September 2nd, Justin Strife is taking on a new elevated role of Turning Point USA as its COO since joining TPUSA in 2020. Justin has led Turning Point's fundraising division and in more recent years has been involved in some organizational operations, filling the COO role in many ways, but now officially taking on the title and expanded responsibilities. I'm going to jump to that last big paragraph. But in this role, I have empowered Justin, among other priorities, to engage in organizational-wide Doge effort. Justin will be assembling a small team to assist in this effort, which is focused on Turning Point USA, 1, becoming more efficient, 2, becoming more cost-effective, 3, unifying organizational success around company-wide metrics and goals, and 4, reshaping company culture. I expect many positive changes to come from this forthcoming initiative that Justin has expanded. We truly congratulate Justin on this new role with the organization. So I felt that with all of the rumors I've been hearing, to see that Charlie was essentially putting together a small team to begin to get money and ways to be more efficient, it's looking like that's relevant, that all of these things that we are receiving from insiders is accurate. And what we're understanding is that there are a lot of contractors and people essentially who are taking money both ways, bringing in money and cutting deals. Said simply, the money was looking funny. Okay? And Charlie set out to determine why, which means that others should maybe set out to determine why. Is this department still going? And like I said to you, others are setting out to determine why. There are journalists, forensic accountants have been hired, and what I have been shown, the preliminary findings are quite astonishing. Okay? And I will say this, my sources at Turning Point said something that I found to be crucial, interesting. They said that Charlie wasn't just concerned about where the money was going, but also people where the money was coming from. Where the money was coming from. What are we to make of that? Okay? What are we to make of that? What does that mean? Like, either speaking about companies that were kind of flooding the zone with money so they could have more influence, they had questions about those companies. It sounds like there were people who were effectively double agents, making money on commissions on both sides of the contract. I've seen a lot, and I'm going to allow the reports to come out next week about people who have released these upon that and are looking at things. And I think that's going to be revealed, like I said, as it should. We want to know everything. We want to know absolutely everything. I'm going to tell you guys things more, as well as responding to a lot of what I think are just unfair criticisms of people that are attacking Erica, and I'll tell you why I feel that those criticisms are unfair. But first, I want to throw it to Riverbend Ranch. I told you I met the CEO of this company when I was in Charlie years ago. I got to meet him, wonderful person. Everyone wanted to do something to try and heal. Remember Charlie and my friends at Riverbend Ranch put together the following tribute.
We pay tribute to Charlie Kirk, and we celebrate the tremendous good he did inside. Charlie courageously advocated for the sacred principles of freedom, constructive discourse, truth, family values, and common sense. He talked with humor and wisdom, and backed up his beliefs with data and facts. He set a powerful example of reaching out and talking to those who disagree with him. He mourned his passing, but what he taught us continues to resonate with even more power. Message from all of us at Riverbend Ranch.
I also want to say, guys, about PDS debt, because the system is not broken, it's actually rigged. And if you're buried in debt, that's exactly how they want it. Big banks profit when you're desperate, creditors win when you lose. You don't have to play their game. PDS debt helps you take back control and help hundreds of thousands break free from credit cards, loans, and high interest traps. It's your money, it's your future. It's time to fight for both. PDS debt goes beyond the numbers to understand your unique financial situation and craft a personalized plan that is designed just for you. There is no minimum credit score that's required, which is great. They're going to help you save money, pay off your debt faster, and start putting money back where it belongs, which is obviously in your pocket. PDS debt is rated A+, covered by the Business Bureau. It posts thousands of 5-star reviews on Google, and it holds a 5-star rating on Trustpilot. Why? Because PDS has helped hundreds of thousands of people get out of debt. You are just 30 seconds away from being debt-free, so get your free assessment and find out the best option for you right now at pdsdebt.com/Candace. Again, that's pdsdebt.com/Candace. pdsdebt.com/Candace. Okay, I want to at first address, because I've received so many emails. Candace, have you seen this? Have you watched this? And it is Range Day Bro on YouTube, and he has a video which is absolutely viral. It's got 6 million views. And by the way, I am so happy that it's got 6 million views. Everybody investigating this is exactly what we need, and nobody is going to be perfect. We're going to get things wrong, and we can only work with the information that's given us, and that's been given to us, and for whatever reason, it's very limited. So every time, anything that I'm debunking here is just because I want to help focus his investigation. But, so he presents an argument that you can see a muzzle flash, and there's one element of his video where he shows what he believes to be blood splatter as an entry point on Charlie's neck, so we can watch that, take a listen.
You can see repeatedly coming down, and that's not the actual gunshot itself.
So this video was created by a friend of mine who is a Marine. You'll see him here at the end. This is the angle he is showing the shot coming from, showing where Charlie was sitting, and the angle of the shot, which will correspond with this video here, which unfortunately we will blur out Charlie's face, but we will show what is necessary to prove that this was an entry and exit wound. So you'll see him circle the highlighted area right there, and you'll see the exit wound corresponding after, split second after, as it would from an entry and exit wound. So in this footage, you can clearly see that Charlie is shot from his back right, and there's blood splatter coming out of the entry wound.
angle of where that flash that he is looking at came from. Because the thing that I don't understand is that particular window doesn't open. So if you're saying it's inside, I might be wrong. So you can see, and I hope I have this right. If I'm wrong, please let me know, and I will adjust immediately. But that window is from that zone, which they call like the flag hall, which is where that person actually shot the footage. Is on the other side of it, where we saw the person running across the roof. That's basically above the underpass, and so you can see from this angle that those windows. I don't know if we have a more forward picture of that now. If we don't, it's okay. But from everything that I could see, those windows don't open. So if it's coming from inside, if that's where you're saying, and I had that location correctly, again, I'm happy to update this stuff if I'm wrong, then we should see broken glass. So let me know if I'm right about that. I will say there's another piece, and this part I have not been able to debunk, but I am sending someone there to get me similar footage, which is when you discuss a suspicious-looking bush. So I will let Ray Shango present that theory.
I want to take a look at this photo next. This guy's talking about this bush up here in the top left of this photo, and he zooms in on it, and he's stating that it does look suspicious. It does look suspicious. It looks like there is a person right here, and it looks like there is a rifle right here that the person is holding. A hand here, support hand, sort of very blurry image, but you can clearly make out this is not just a bush. This is a human skin tone right here, and this correlates with human head and hair, and a rifle, exact kind of specific shape of an AR-15 with an optic on it, mounted up.
So what I can say, and I'm looking at my minutes and text messages, because I sent somebody down on the ground to get me pictures of that bush today, and I agree with you. In the smaller, in the photos I'm looking at today, the bush, you can kind of see through it, and it's the image that you have, granted it is grainy, it doesn't seem like you can see through it, so I am interested in that, and I am prodding that narrative, and I will let you know what I come up with. Anyways, again, the point of me doing that was just to help further direct your theories. Everybody is coming out with ideas, and I think that's great until the feds answer our questions, until we see more footage of what took place that day. All of us need to stay on top of it because we all sense that something is very wrong and we're not getting the truth. One more thing that I'd like to share with you guys, you will recall yesterday during the comments section, we got a tip. A young woman that said that doorbell footage was intentionally presented to the public only partially, and that the reality is that there was more footage which showed.
What up, girl?
I go for a minute and play music while I was getting Popeye ready.
All right. Did you play music on there?
Huh?
Did you play music on ByGo?
Yeah, I did.
And did people love it?
Yeah, I had a few likes.
Did anyone talk with you?
No.
Why not?
Somebody said gang, gang. That's how they say it.
Gang, gang. Okay, that's good.
Yeah.
I like gang, gang.
Yeah. No, I'm eating.
Now, what are you eating?
I'm eating bacon, fried greens, tomatoes, and grits.
Is it amazing?
It is amazing.
There you go.
I can't just start asking.
What are grits?
Huh?
What are grits?
You don't know what grits are? They like, have you heard of cream of wheat? It's something like that.
Yeah, but is it potatoes? Is it wheat?
I don't know what it is. You never seen it? You know what they look like?
I've heard it, but it's not been popular where I see it. I know what it is, but okay, it's porridge, it's dried corn, and hominy. What is hominy?
Well, I don't have a Waffle House, do y'all?
No.
Y'all got AHA?
Oh, yeah, yeah. I think IHOP was founded in Southern California.
Hey, there's a grit, see?
Yes, ma'am. Looks like porridge.
Yeah, it's like porridge, but look at the grit. My mommy made them.
All right. So it's corn.
And my fried green tomatoes.
All right.
And my bacon.
There you go. Fried green tomatoes. You ever see that movie?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Mm.
Here's the latest. Singer David has moved out of his mansion in the Hollywood Hills as the investigation continues.
What's on your agenda for today, ma'am?
Nothing really. I gotta change my sheets and straighten up in this room. It's supposed to rain, but I ain't seen no rain yet.
All right.
It must have been drizzling here and there. I ain't seen it.
Do you have plans to take a nap later today?
No, we're not going nowhere. I don't think.
No, not what I said.
You ain't said nothing to me.
Do you have plans to take a nap later? I asked.
Oh yeah, I gotta take a nap after this. I'm taking a nap after this.
Good girl.
My food got this. I'm taking a nap.
I love when you take a nap.
Take a nap.
Naps are important. I did not like naps as a little boy. I hated them. In fact, they were like my least favorite thing in the world. And I quite enjoy them now. I used to hate naps so much. It was like, what do you mean? It's 2:00 in the afternoon. Why do I have to go lay down? And I would like never fall asleep. And so it was just basically like a punishment. I'd be like, I'm trying to nap, but I'm not tired. I remember a lot of times I would go and like go tell my family like, hey, I'm not tired. So this whole nap thing isn't going to work out. And they would just be like, go lie down. You'll get tired enough. And I'd be like, no. And then it would be like 3:00. And I'd be like, all right, like I'm still awake. Can I now like not have to do this anymore? Be like, oh, okay. But it was usually just it was usually just like
You're sleepy. If you want to fight to sleep.
Right. Now when I do nap or when
we didn't like them as kids.
Right. When I would nap, like, or sleep really, really hard, is after swimming. If I ever would go swimming, I'd be so exhausted afterward. I could fall asleep in the car. When I was a little boy, I used to sleep in the car a lot. That would be like a thing. Like my mom, if she wanted me to just be asleep and we were coming home from somewhere, she could just drive around for a little bit. Or my dad would just drive around for a little bit and I would just around the block even, and I'd fall asleep. Something about the car relaxing.
I really like to take this down. Okay. I don't want to be no big box. That's amazing a bit, but I don't want to be a big box.
What's on your agenda for this weekend?
No, man. Everyone wants to go to this in the summer, like Stockbridge Fest is in Stockbridge, right behind us, and it's behind us. They want to go. I hope it don't rain.
Wait, it's a Stockbridge Fest?
Yeah, it's a city called Stockbridge.
Oh, okay. And what is that? I know it's a city, but what's the fest?
There's some music. It's got different music. It's just like the end of summer, like
neat.
Stockbridge, the last of the summer. So Kiki Wyatt is going to be there, and John Cleese and some other two people, Caribbean Soul or somebody else.
Okay, I know the.
All two I know is Kiki Wyatt and John Cleese.
I know the first two.
Yeah, that's it.
All right. Well, shout out to Stockbridge Fest. So you may or may not go, depending on the weather.
Yeah, I don't know, but They probably don't want to be outside, but because I can't stand so long. I can, but their gate's gonna open at 5 o'clock. And people gonna be out there lined up probably by 2.
Oh wow! So it's very
I already know.
So it's very popular.
It's very popular. I'm swimming with not this year. Well, she went this year. Last year I went with them in July. I forgot who was there. Who was there? Bobby Latino. I think Rap, New Edition.
New Edition was there?
Different people. No, Rap. Rap was there, I think.
From New Edition, okay.
Yeah. And some other people. But this is my thing. I'm talking about the day over at 5. She was standing there about 3 or 4 o'clock. I said no. By the time we was in that line, man, you have to find parking first. You gotta find parking. That takes some time. Then you gotta get there early. Then we gotta walk up wherever you park. You gotta walk because it's walking to get to the amphitheater. So you had to walk.
Okay.
And we get to that line. That line was long anyway. I already knew. I told her. I said we might not make it to get the gate. They might not have, but they only have like a limited because it's a free concert. So it's limited tickets. So it's first come first served basis. And you already know when it's celebrities out, you know everybody gonna want to come.
Especially if it's free.
So right. So we get up to the thing. They say, "Oh, no more tickets, no more tickets." So you gotta get there too. You gotta get there before. Okay, so we gotta get there early.
And that's tomorrow?
Yeah, Kiki White and Jack Freak's gonna be there tomorrow. Yeah.
Do they have food there?
Yeah, you can bring your own food.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, like food service or something. You can bring your own food.
Can you bring a cooler?
You know, some people are not gonna be able to make it in that gate.
Right.
You might be one of them. And we're gonna be out there in the lawn, sitting with our chairs and stuff.
Right.
Now, my best friend Adrian has a wagon now, so that's good. It keeps it handy so we can. Now, if we go out like on vacation and stuff, we can take it, like put our little beachwear and stuff like that. So it's handy.
Is it? Is it a metal wagon? Metal wagon or plastic?
I don't know what it is. All I know is it's a black one. That's all I know.
Okay. And you can put your stuff in it, and then you don't have to carry it, right?
Right.
Well, that's cool.
I don't know if it's metal or plastic. I don't know. I think it's metal. I don't know. But it's handy.
Right.
How about 5 minutes? Because we don't know what I did with my lawn chair. My auntie don't know what I did with my lawn chair. They got to clean up the garage. You don't know because you seen it. Anyway, I want to buy me another lawn chair, but I won't find this. Heavy duty, and I can take it to the beach, outside, anywhere, and I can take it. And I want one that goes over, especially when it's for the sun, that little cover over your head. I want that.
Okay.
So we might go to a place that's called Ace Hardware. They have a real good one. So whenever we go, we're going to go check it out.
All right.
Yeah.
Ace is the place for the helpful hardware, folks.
You got one too?
Yep. And I know their jingle.
Yeah, people want to be sick. I don't have time to be sick. My best friend is getting better, though. She feels better. Just until she went to work. Back to work. Now they gave us some medication. Just change the weather. Plus, she work at the airport. I'm like, Stacy, you got baby. She works at Germany at the airport. That's the most germiest place. The airport.
I imagine.
I used to work there. I had a whole bunch of signs to take. I got to go. I got to go. I'm not coming to car. In the morning, it was almost walking in the morning as a girl. Mm-hmm. I don't want it. I just got over COVID. I don't want that.
Yeah, how have you been feeling?
Been feeling good. My energy's getting better. 99. Getting to 100. Let's get over that. Y'all stay away from me. I don't hug them or nothing. Mm-hmm. Yeah, what's it doing? Playing with your box, Rabbi?
Yeah, so they are. Okay, so let me summarize it like this. Basically, I am using them on Twitter to send people DMs, and they're working pretty well. Every once in a while, unfortunately, they get banned, but fortunately, they are able to message really big accounts. So I'm just hoping to get some people in here. Last week, I got some people in here using this strategy, and earlier this week as well. And it's just kind of one of those things. We'll see how it works. What unfortunately happened was Twitter, for some reason, last week had like all their security measures down, so I was able to make a bunch of accounts. But this week they increased them, and they're really, really difficult to get through. I don't know how they expect people to join their website if you've got to do a whole bunch of puzzles to do it. I just don't. Yeah. Do you do Twitter? Do you do Twitter?
I'm done with it. I don't even be on it like that. I used to do the follower thing. I used to get followers and I used to help people get followers. I don't do that no more.
I would think
I got my own personal page. I don't like that no more.
I would think that you would love Twitter Spaces. Why don't you do Twitter Spaces?
Yeah, I didn't did that before. I didn't did people get followers and stuff like that.
Not what I'm talking about. Not what I'm talking about, Miss Aquarius. Twitter Spaces. Don't you know what that is? It's audio.
I did in there. Remember, I did Twitter Spaces before. I used to be a follower thing. You can go check my thing. I used to have like 18.3 followers because I used to get people. We used to spam and say, okay, drop your handles. You want to get followers or such and such and such and such. I used to be in a group and everything. I used to be in like a space thing and just listening to them. I used to be on there and used to put my thing up there. Yeah.
You had 18.3 thousand people?
Yeah, that's because I used to be a follower. I used to do the follower thing.
Did you ever talk on Twitter Spaces?
No, I did one time, but
why don't you like to?
Really.
Why don't you like to listen to it?
Nobody gonna come in my thing. Remember, we already talked about this. Remember?
No, I know, but you can go on other people's.
No, ain't nobody gonna talk. I'm trying it. Next time I'm ready. Boy, what's wrong with the space now? Now I can't get on it.
Oh,
it's uploading. What's going on?
I recall we tried, and you were like, they don't They
won't talk.
they don't want to talk about the same. They don't want to talk about the same things that
I
you.
don't know what's going on with them. I put space in. Try yours. Cause mine keep. Oh, there it goes now. And I won't move.
I'm live on Spaces right now.
Yeah, but does anybody come in?
Like 2 people a month.
See, they got one now. It says gain 1K followers on TGIF. See, it's like promote. They got people out. They started. They be telling people to start doing stuff. They from Nigeria. See, they promote. They're from Nigeria though. They're not from America.
Yeah, they're huge on there. Nigeria is like the most popular country in Africa for the internet. I don't know if it's.
Let me go see it. Cause he don't know. Hold on. Papa? What did they say? He said it did, but they come up at the last minute. You know he did. You did that. Yeah, I said, what did you say? Papa, they hung up on you? They hung up? Did they hang up? They hung up on you. Okay. My granddaddy is funny. Oh. Okay.
Yeah, Nigeria.
But yeah, I like spaces. I'm just trying because I have the like religion thing on there because I post stuff about God and stuff like that. You know, I'm trying to get. I got 87 on my personal. Yeah, I got 86 followers. I post stuff like good morning. I got one that says good morning, send me smiles to start your day, a prayer to bless your way, a song to lighten your burden, and a hug to wish you a good day. Have a wonderful Wednesday. I did that on Wednesday.
You tweeted?
Yeah, I tweet a lot. You can find me. It's just Nene39. JUSNENE39.
I would, but when I follow people, I get banned.
Ban you?
No, it's not you. The algorithm knows when I follow people. I used to follow people a lot, like 400 people a day on like 2,000 different accounts.
I'm trying to get me some followers. I need some more on here.
All right, well,
so people can my stuff. I haven't got nobody liking it. I need some more followers.
Why don't you do follow for follows?
What that mean?
You join a Twitter space, and everybody in there follows you, and you follow them back. So you go. I'll tell you if one's happening right now. In the Twitter search, you type in follow, and follow. Gain one. This one's always going. This Jalissa Avari music. Gain 1K.
That's where I was telling you. I've been in there before. Remember, that was the one I was just saying.
Was that the one that was from Nigeria?
Yeah, that's the one. You heard him?
Yeah. That one's always really popular.
Yeah.
And you know how it works? Basically, you follow the people in there, and then they follow you back.
But see, they don't have good. What you say? Do what?
You follow the people in there, and then they follow you back. I mean, here's the thing: if you follow too many people, Twitter doesn't like that. So usually, what you can do is just follow like the top 10 people on there. If you want a lot of or so, if you want a lot of followers in there, the thing to do is request to speak, and then you get in the top, and then you'll get a bunch of followers.
I'm not doing it.
You don't have to talk, Miss Aquarius. You don't have to talk though.
I know, but I go somewhere else. But they're gonna have to talk. Sometimes they want you to talk. Some of them. I told you what I am. I am let me see. What's my other one? Other one is what is it? Nene. Yep, it's Nene. I don't even know my password, but I have to find my password. Nene. Okay, so it's called Nene Games 37. I have 18.5K followers.
That's
it says game with me. I put tweets out every 45 minutes to an hour. Turn on my post notifications. No DMs, please, unless it's about growing your followers. Hashtag after the game.
How do you tweet every 45 minutes?
Yeah. I can do it every 45 minutes. I can do it like I got one that says massive games, drop your handles, let's follow you instantly. I have 26 posts, 40 likes, 21 people comment. I got one that's in afternoon games, drop your handles, let's follow you.
And that's your account?
That's how I do.
And you tweet on there every 45 minutes?
I did it. I used to do it every 45 minutes. I sure did when I was out and stuff like that. I used to do it every 45 minutes.
Wow.
I used to be in a group on like direct messages. I used to be in a group, and I used to be in after games. They used to put me in I used to do every 45, every hour, every 15 minutes. I used to just do it when I wouldn't be working. I used to be in one that wanted you to do one every day. I couldn't do it because I worked. And I'm like, okay, this is too much. So they had to keep kicking me out. And the person named Scott he wasn't there no more or something like that. So I was like, okay, forget it. So I'm in another one. But I don't even know my password is missing.
Wow, that's incredible, Miss Aquarius. That's a lot of work.
Yeah, you want to see? I'll show you what I used to do. This is so you do this. And I know it. Yeah, but I gotta get back. Or I might make another one because it's old. It's not no need. There's no need to keep. I can't. What's going on? Why I can't? What's wrong with it?
There she is.
Trying to figure it out. Oh, okay, there you go. Okay, so this is me. Okay, see?
Yes, ma'am.
See?
I see.
So I used to pin. I used to be in groups and stuff. We used to say massive games, drop your handles, I used to post it in a group, and they used to do it and have other day followers do it. So I had 26 retweets, and they used to put their handles in there. See?
That's really good. That's really good.
That's cool. I love it. I did like it, but it's just I've been busy and stuff, so I don't do it no more like I used to. So, but I'm trying to get my personal one. I got a personal, but nobody don't really like it or nothing like that. That's right, but I don't be in no DM groups or nothing like that. Like I don't be like, oh, okay, can I be in a group? I don't do all that.
Do you know what Space's dashboard?
So I got 38 followers now. Wait a minute, somebody done follow me.
Do you know what Space's dashboard is?
No, but I was at 86 or 87 followers. I just got 87 followers. I know that.
There you go.
Go to spacesdashboard.com.
Oh, Mimi, you just followed me. Yay! And where's Verna?
Go to spacesdashboard.com.
Follow me.
Well, that's phenomenal. Go to spacesdashboard.com.
Oh, we did that before.
Okay, so
Remember
you,
we did that.
okay, so
And
you
45 people
you already know
find that,
you already know about it, right?
tell me, I thought it was spacesdashboard.com. Okay, here we go. Wait a minute. No, that's not it. Da-da-da. Spacesdashboard.com. Okay. Now I remember this. Okay. Now what you do after that?
You can search all of the spaces that are currently going on.
Okay. They lie. Got followers. Somebody that hashtag follow Friday. Got 5 people in there. Got somebody that boosts the impact. Got only one person. Music. Oh, there she go. Music, little baby. Massive K. They got 94 people in there. Or you just click it or something?
Yeah.
Okay. There we go. Cool. Yes. Damn, let's take 2K photos.
So go ahead, that's it. Dashboard from needs.
See, look, I used to do this right here. You hear?
Yeah.
This is what I used to do.
I hear.
We used to go in there and then they follow me like if you just spam them, right? You would post in there in the page and you keep doing it and you do like put like mini games, whatever, and then they'll call you out. You like the first, shout you out. If you put yours, then you put yours. You post your post, and then put you up there.
I'm not saying you don't.
See? I'd like to do it, but I'd be so busy.
Okay, one connected tabs, turn on notification for tabs, okay? Tabs folders back immediately, guys, okay? Tabs doesn't waste time to follow back. Okay? Yes, let's go. Keep up on engagement, keep up connected, guys, okay?
Alright, okay. Go back in here. But ain't nobody posting on this. This girl done posted her thing for 5 hours. 5 hours ago. And she ain't nobody else posting nothing. Alright. So y'all, I'm trying to figure out what the heck are y'all doing. This ain't no game space thing. So, yeah, that's it. It is what it is. But anyway, yep, that's what you just follow me. I need people to like my stuff. I got 89. Paid official. Okay, I'm here. Okay, I see y'all. Well, they probably see me. Yeah, they see me. I thought all these people.
are so divided, black and white on these things. But Donald Trump publicly pushed the Justice Department to go after
there we go.
those are the concerns.
Let's see, they don't.
The abuse of power. Listen, there might be a there there. There's a there there. I guess the justice system will.
Yep. Got another one. 90 followers.
There you go, Miss Aquarius.
Yep. So hopefully they'll like my stuff.
But if this turns out to be Trump going after his enemies, that is
All right.
a problem.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. That's just that darn. But yeah, I did like, at one point in time back in the day because we used to have like, I used to be in one of the categories and we used to be on there, we used to be all live and then we would go, till we train and we used to get a lot of people. Now it's not like that no more. Like, you got to pay some stuff and post stuff and I don't like that too much. I ain't get on there every night. No.
I understand that.
Not switch. I just be able to because I'm not a gamer. Again, I don't have to be a gamer to get on. I just don't want to go live on there because,
Right.
I like leveling up.
Do you know Georgia plays Alabama this weekend?
No, nice. When I got my mom I used to go work with, she's gonna be so happy. She's an Alabama fan.
Don't drink, don't smoke, all these things that if you rebels, they're going to rebel against those things. If you're loose on that, now they're going to have to find something worse.
You on Spaces right now, huh, Rabbi?
Yes, ma'am. You can look at it.
Ain't nobody like follow you yet?
I've got a video spaces. Have you ever seen video spaces?
What's a video space?
Go to Karaoke King 000. KARAOKE.
Karaoke King, you?
Yep. I had to choose a name that wasn't.
Are you the one that's doing that now? Are you the only one that's doing video?
Barely anybody does it.
I know, that's why I was saying, you're the only one that's doing it.
Do you see it?
No, I'm just trying to figure out why you're the only one that's doing it.
I know. Well, look at it. It's KARA.
I don't know how you spell it.
I'm spelling it for you. KA. I'm going to do it again. KARAOKE. KING.
Got it. 00.
Yeah. And you should see, it's pink. And then you click on it.
Oh, yeah, I see you. And here I am. Right here. See? I'm here.
There you go. I see you.
Here.
I see you. I'm waving at you. Isn't it interesting that nobody does video spaces?
Wow. Nobody knows it being here either.
Nope. Like I said, it's not once. It's not 2 people a month. It's maybe 4 people a day, but it's not a lot.
I didn't know how you could do that.
I'm fancy.
Yeah, you are. Oh, you got 92 followers.
Woo woo.
Excuse me.
Season of the NFL lives on iHeartRadio.
Yeah, that follow thing was fun. You used to follow people. You say follow, and they used to come. You used to go in everybody's room. They used to be fun. It just,
Did you follow the people on TikTok yet?
No, I'm not doing that right now. I told you I did that. I ain't doing that.
You hate that.
But yeah, so.
You hate that.
Yes, but I ain't on TikTok. I miss you now. But ain't nobody really be on you now. I seen one of my people that I've known a long time ago. Well, you know, he was on there. And he was over. It was like Kelly was a long time no see. And he ain't been on all. It's not like it used to be. I'm telling you, it's not like it used to be. It's be fun. Then they got people that be jacking. Boy, when I go in their room, they be jacking them. I report them. I said, you got to report them. That's why it's not fun. They don't make it fun no more. If you come in there and you think you're gonna come in there, you just be whacking out. Like when they whack out, I know.
Where is this? Where is this?
Oh, you now. You now.
Oh, yeah. Stay away from that.
I said, oh no. See me, only I get on there just to play music. I go up there and play music. I'm like, oh my God. Like I won't be putting my real picture on there no more. I put a Rothschild picture on there. Y'all mine. One girl said she's trying to grow on Twitch. I ain't no game. You gotta have a computer to get on there, right?
You have to what?
Have a computer to get on there to go live on Twitch, right?
No, you can go live on a phone.
And my toes, I think fell out. I'm so happy. So, yeah, look at Rabbi. Rabbi's on there. I see you, Rabbi.
There you go.
Flowers, though. 44.
That's entertainment. I'm Jacqueline Carr. iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Go to the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this. Los Angeles, 2021. A friendly neighborhood appears out of nowhere and promises to make all my dreams come true. Let's not forget that David Bloom was a professional con artist, so you didn't stand a chance. But I figured this freaked out before he realizes it, and I start recording every lie.
See what other spaces I can go in. I'm trying to talk about nothing. Hashtag follow Friday. Well, it's the only one they got so far. Follow for follow, moving from newbie to pro. Follow for follow, moving from newbie to pro 30. These are one like Friday, yeah, follow for next week. Okay. That's neat. I need to get back on my other page. Oh no, my oh boy. First now. Alright, I'll be right back. I gotta go get my food and my granddad's food downstairs.
Yes, ma'am.
That's it. You know it's not fun like it used to be. I ain't been on Nemo TV either. But I am level 21 on there. On level 20, I think. I ain't been on live on there either. Let's see. Have I been on Nemo? This girl, she on all the time. She's on there all the time. All the time. YouTuber stream. I wonder how can you do that on computer? I ain't got a computer of it. So let's see. Level number 20 on there.
There you go.
I got one follower though, but I'm on level 20.
That's not bad.
No, level 20.
Are there a lot of Georgia fans? Georgia University, like University of Georgia fans by you?
I don't know, baby. I don't be doing all that football stuff. But there should be a lot of them out of Georgia, all the whatever they say, Georgia,
Bulldogs.
Yeah. But my godmother is a Alabama fan.
Oh, okay.
Her husband's a Falcons fan.
All right.
I don't know what. I think he's a Virginia State. I think he's a Virginia State. I'm not sure, but I know she's an Alabama fan. She's a hard Alabama fan. I know that much. Roll Tide.
That what she says?
Yep. Roll Tide. Call her. She's been supposed to call me. Let's see. What?
Yeah, she said for people who didn't agree with their political views, she just turned the electric gas down lower.
I didn't hear though. I do have my other one in here. I do have it. All right. I'm listening.
Do you like LeBron? Do you like LeBron James?
Yeah, he's okay.
Do you have a favorite basketball player?
Huh?
Do you have a favorite basketball player?
No, I told you I don't do basketball and all that, but I'm not a sports fan like that, baby.
You might like them for other stuff they do. They do stuff outside of sports.
Yeah, I like LeBron. I did like Kobe. Rest in peace, Kobe. You know, I love Michael Jordan. Yeah.
There you go. There you go.
I'll be right back. You gotta go downstairs.
You do you, girl.
Oh, my granddaddy keeps up stuff. Hold on. Push that back. Push that back. Are you hungry? If you want to, very good. Very good. Okay.
Well, it's already been looked into by the Denver board, and because they got an anonymous complaint that she was torturing Democrats. So the Denver board came and said, "Hey, did you say that?" She said, "Yeah, I did say that. Here's the video. It was part of my speech at the Republican Party. It was a joke." wife who moved to California from Scotland.
Dismembered earlier this month. A GoFundMe page says she recently moved from the UK to the US to follow her dream of becoming an attorney. The suspect, John Renteria, is charged with murder and mutilation of human remains. Court records show that Bucky and Renteria had been married for a year and had a 1-month-old baby together. Prior to his arrest, Renteria was allegedly found weeping inside a hotel room in Ventura County with a note intended to killing his wife. Mark Beatty, KFI News.
News brought to you by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. A plastic surgeon in Orange County known as Dr. Laguna has been accused of 4 botched surgeries.
Dr. Arya Gorabi was recently charged with additional counts of felony battery. California Medical Court also filed another accusation against him on August 25th. In the past few years, dozens of patients have accused Gorabi of plastic surgeries, though he denies all of their claims. Latest filing by the medical court involves 18 more patients. Court order bans him from performing any surgery that requires general anesthesia as long as his criminal case remains active. Daniel Martindale, KFI News.
All right. I'm back now.
Whoa.
Take my ibuprofen because I don't want my arm to start hurting.
Witnesses told police that a man approached the guy from behind yesterday near Skid Row and stabbed him repeatedly. The attacker then took off. People in Woodland Hills have hired a lawyer to press for more oversight of a plan to turn a local nursery into a cemetery. The 38-acre property was sold last year to Dignity Memorial. Residents are angry that the land is already
I remember Rabbi Rothschild was training me on the Dragon Water, remember? When I was sick.
Yes, ma'am.
Have to do it.
Yes, ma'am.
Now I can get in one right now. Watch. I got my dollar game page up now. Watch this. Let's get one of these things. Let me see. We're going to go.
Republican candidate for governor Steve Hilton has filed a federal lawsuit against redrawing the state's congressional districts. Hilton says proposition 50 backed by Governor Newsom violates the 14th
Hello, Sergio.
Prop 50 would suspend California's voter-approved independent redistricting commission.
Sergio, how you living?
To draw the map. Hilton is seeking an emergency injunction to halt Prop 50. A woman in the Bay Area is making a rather large effort.
I hope you're having a good day.
Lisa Catalano of San Mateo has bought digital billboards around the region. The billboards along Highway 101 from the South Bay to San Francisco simply say marylisa.com. Catalano says she's become very frustrated with her current dating life and hopes this off-the-wall approach helps her find true love. Southland weather from KFI, we get some low clouds and drizzle in areas that
with a woman, they don't know who that is, and that he changes his clothes. So I'm not sure if there was more footage on the side of the house, there's another angle, but there is allegedly footage of Tyler changing clothes, and he is with an unidentified woman. What I will say is I have established a connection with that individual, and it's a solid lead, and it's only going to get more interesting in terms of who is involved in that cover-up locally, like a Utah person involved in that cover-up, which is another piece of this puzzle that I find to be fascinating. And I will have more for you guys next week as we continue this. I always want to make sure that we give people an opportunity to respond and to answer what it is that we are putting out there and making sure that all reports are accurate. And I will have more for you on that next week. I do also want to address people who are innovating me and speaking about Erica Cook, and I think the reason why this was catalyzed was because of the fundraising email and text messages went out, and people found it to be distasteful and the fundraising off of this death. First and foremost, the reason why I said, and I meant it genuinely, was to pray for Erica a couple of days ago, and I said she is stepping into a role, a CEO, the chairman of a company that got bigger than Charlie by everything that I'm understanding, and just having been there, I saw it happening, and a company that she's going to have to learn in 4 seconds how this whole thing's it is a machine, okay? Those emails that you saw or that was not written by Erica Cook. That will be an entire department, and these are emails. We fundraise. I've had fundraising emails go out with my face and my name on them. They are not authored by Erica Cook, and I want you guys to know that. I just think it's like I don't know, it just feels so unfair to me to assign the amount of pressure that is on her right now. She has not come out and said anything to me that makes her suspicious, because I understand how that wording works, and I understand how people, when they are motivated by money, how they don't even think about these things. It can be so gross. I mean, I have really gotten into arguments with people, but I felt that they were using my face and representing things, and I was getting pushback from the public. And I'm like, I would never do this. I would never make that decision. And yet, I'm going to be the person that gets all the flack for the decision that you made. I've had those arguments. And so when I see this go out, irrespective of how you feel, you should know that those decisions are not made by Erica. That's what it means to step into a company of that size.
They don't go by the name no more.
Okay? They don't do something different. And she has had, I think, a tremendous amount of grace in the speech that she gave, which I thought was very inspiring. And we should similarly have grace, give her time to get her, first and foremost, the adjustment in her life. She's a mother, first and foremost, right? This is what she was doing. She was a mom. Charlie was on the road, and these were Charlie's concerns. You know, men.
Oh, wow. What did it say? Dangerous TikTok friends leave 17-year-old dead and 20-year-old with permanent claustrophobic head injury. Oh, my God.
And I just think everyone is being a little unfair by trying to assign so much ill will towards someone who hasn't done anything toward that. And I would
look, Rabbi, I see your Nemo. I see you.
There you go, girl. You know how I do.
Look, Rabbi, look, who's that?
I know who that good-looking person is. What up? What up?
I see you.
Woo woo.
Yeah.
Miss Aquarius, why don't you do Twitch?
Why should I do Twitch?
Well, I mean, why not?
I don't think nobody will come in my line. I don't do nothing.
I think you're right.
See?
Yeah, it's hard.
Yeah, nobody gonna come in mine. I don't do nothing. My cousin be on there. She games. I don't do it.
Is she popular?
Yeah. She be on there.
I would hide under the desk.
I'll tie a rope around the fish's neck and use it to water ski across the road. So we'd love for you to come hang with us for some of the greatest escapes in history.
She on there. What's up?
Producers who brought you Princess of South comes the setup.
We're going to watch that. Let's see. Nemo is nothing. These people say people be on there. I wish I could go on Nemo and play music, but how you do that? I don't want to.
You create an account, you go live, and you play music.
No, I'm not Nemo, but I'm saying, how you do I play music on there? Because I have a phone.
Play music on your computer, and then listen to it simultaneously.
Well, it says silent. Yeah.
You get it.
Some of them be on there all the time. I don't think they really be on there. Like DJ Music Live be on Nemo. Yeah, I don't think he be on there. I think he just been playing the music.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Yeah. But I be on Dago, so I'm just trying to find other things to go live with. Just don't know where else to stream at. Yeah, Mogo Space, they're with tag though. Mogo Space is not like it used to be.
What?
I ain't been on there anymore.
What space?
Mm-hmm.
What's it called?
Mogo Space, but they're with tag. Yeah, it's with tag. You have to sign up and all that, but it's not nothing. It's just like they with tag. They are just like tag and kick. You don't want it.
Loco?
Moco. Space. MOCO.
Okay.
SPACE.
Gotcha, girl.
But I'm saying we're integrated with tag. So they got live streaming. So it's with tag. So if you stream on Moco, you're going to be most likely on tag. So I can go on tag right now and see that you're on live because they're together. It's just like Kick. So definitely. Moco Space used to be for even live stream. You could go in there and get followed. You could play games and stuff. It was fun, but it's not like it used to be.
What about Instagram or Facebook?
Facebook, I don't be on there like that. I only got on there for Stacy. That's funny for her wedding. I don't even put no picture on there. I'm got to get the fear of putting my picture on there. But Instagram is okay. They have family and stuff on that. But when you go live on Instagram, you don't get that many people. It ain't.
Word, girl.
It's okay. And I go live somewhere. Really just showing my face on Bible. I was just scared to show my face on her. I don't know why. Don't ask me. This guy's cool. Nobody don't even like that no more. I don't know where they at. They got bullshit probably. Everybody doing their own thing. I don't know. Have you tried Thread? It's like Instagram. It's like Twitter.
Yeah, that thing sucks.
I never really tried it.
Nobody goes on there. The first day, I feel like they asked a bunch of celebrities to join it, and a bunch of celebrities, whatever, threaded or tweeted or whatever. And then since that first day, nobody's been on it. And Mark Zuckerberg was very much like, we have the most amount of signups in 24 hours of any social media in history. And what he didn't say is that they basically automatically created an account for you if you already had an Instagram.
They ain't got no game. You know Uno? The regular Uno? They got Uno Wonder. I play it sometimes. It's funny.
Is that on the Uno website?
Don't know. It might be, but I got the app.
I've gotcha.
It's cool though. I like it. Yeah. Yes, I just stick with my Bible. Okay.
Doesn't claim culpability at all, but they just pay out. But we're not saying we did anything wrong. I don't know if you have to say that as like a boilerplate response that lawyers say, hey, you've got to go do this, you've got to say this. But that means that some of you may be getting some money back. I think, what was it, Amy? $51 or something like that?
Yeah, it's $51 if you used Prime less than 3 times in a year, which immediately eliminated almost all of it.
I use it so damn often. I can't.
I like this one. But I don't have no savings or nothing.
For people who didn't use it much, it's an automatic.
Look, girl, I like this one, but see, I don't want them to when I go live on it. Well, oh, that's not true. You know, I hate that. Look at this picture. Nah,
Okay.
that's cute.
Thank you.
You said thank you. What do you mean thank you?
Thank you for
You
showing.
did that?
Thank you for showing.
Ah.
No, thank you for showing me.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the profile picture. I don't want to be a catfish, but I want something that's similar to mine.
Therein lies the problem. Because you buy stuff for gifts and stuff, you don't want to have access to each other's stuff. Whatever, maybe we should see. But I don't. So yeah, you might get some money. They did not admit any wrongdoing, but I will tell you this. I don't care what you like about
Oh, it was so cute. Let's see, mine.
it was incredibly smart
Me too.
to go after this practice and sage is
Honey.
to back out or unsubscribe.
I thought it was so cute.
We do not know
Oh, yeah, they were so cute.
other than if he did it, I'm going to undo it. Because to me, it's a no-brainer. That's what the government should be doing. That's the protections we need, the stuff that we can't do.
Do it sparkle.
The Venus and all that stuff. All we should have the opportunities. And yes, there should be some social services, obviously, but take care of these things. Maybe we'd have less problems and be to keep more of our money if there weren't these kinds of protections out there. Neil's favorite and the morning crew. Happy to be here. Thank you for donating. Again, give you updates throughout the show. We'll also be announcing the winners of the Zellman's dinner coming up in October with Bill Handel and me at the Anaheim White House a little bit later. So go nowhere. Let's get the latest news now with Amy Kate in the K5
It costs a lot to drive in California, and not just because of gas. We'll tell you about that.
This is cute. You think this is Kitty? I like this. Look.
Yeah, that's cool.
You think that's Kitty?
That's okay.
But I don't want it. I want to see. Is this okay? Yeah, you don't do no blind. I wanted to put my profile.
I'm gonna like anything you show me.
I don't know. I'm just trying to find something that's gonna be cool. I don't want to put my real picture on it.
I understand.
But I don't want to be no kid either. I'm not a kid. I found something else that's cool. So they're My Little Pony. And My Little. That's so cute. I did cute PFP. Remember the cats?
Stacking up from the 118 on southbound side of the 405 with some of California's most active traffic. It's got locals running. The free iHeartRadio app makes your car radio jealous.
Live radio presets, lyrics for songs, and the post podcast.
We're getting in the main. Those are cool. Oh, there. Oh, this is cute. Look. I'm black, but it don't matter. I like this anime. You know, who is that? I like that.
I don't know who that is. Yeah, you don't have to be.
That's cute.
You can be any color and use it.
And I like that one though. That is cute.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1.
Like that. With the heart.
Well, then select it.
Yeah, I like that. That is cute. You can put it on. Favorite. Favorite photos. That one's cute.
It's a story of manipulation on an epic scale.
This case, oh my God, where to start? What the hell is going on?
It's about who we are online. How little we know.
uncovering tech. I'm Alex Nostris, journalist at Tortoise Media. This is Sweet Bobby.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one app. Find your iHeartRadio everywhere. There are hundreds of ways to experience iHeartRadio at home and on the go, beyond the iPhone and Android app and at iHeartRadio.com. Here's another way to connect to iHeartRadio. Sonos speakers. Activate iHeartRadio within Sonos to access all your music, radio stations, and podcasts. Or even easier, look on the player screen.
I'm gonna make me another Twitter and start over. I think I should start over on my follow page. When we do that again, that was fun.
If you've got Sonos speakers throughout your house, you have iHeartRadio throughout your house too. iHeartRadio.
Oh, this is cute.
You want to listen, including in your the iHeartRadio Sonos integration. Check it out.
Yeah, she got out Band-Aid. She got Band-Aid.
iHeartRadio is there.
iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this.
Almost every drug investigation in America is based on a confidential informant. People with their own troubles see a path forward by telling someone else. The CI system is based on blind trust. It can have deadly consequences. I'm Duke Arnett, an investigative reporter in the Boston Globe Spotlight team. And I'm going to bring you
Hawaii. Those are cute.
with the story of one city at the forefront of America's This is Spotlight, Snitch City, an investigative series from the Boston Globe.
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
Here's that song again. Here's that song again for the 100th time today. Here's that song again. It's gonna be stuck in your head all day. Here's that song again. It will make you cray, cray.
You love your kids enough to watch that TV show a bajillion times. Love them enough to make sure they're in the right car seat for their age and size. Show them you love them. Keep them safe. Visit nhtsa.gov/the-right-seat. Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
Here's this week's iHeartRadio countdown of the top TV series.
Look, Rabbi. See, this is Nick's another story. Look, I found, look, Rabbi.
I'm looking. Yeah, that's the one.
That's the one. That's me, ain't it?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for showing me. That's the one.
Yeah, that's it. I like that one.
Stop your search.
I know, I like that one. That's definitely me.
Yes, ma'am.
Like that.
I like that one as well. And
Okay.
I love that one. I love the purple.
Yeah, I got two of them. Yeah. Like the purple and stuff. Yeah, that's definitely me.
Word, girl.
Yeah, I like that. Yeah, I might use this as my profile picture
You should.
on my Twitter.
You should use it everywhere.
Yeah, it's cute. I like that one. That's definitely me. But yeah.
Personal invite. She said, "Hey, if you can make it, we'd love to have you."
So I'm hoping that I maybe put the last hour of tape or something that day and get out there and join him. And I can tell you, if you've never been to one, it's always a blast. They do a great job.
I don't want to do another follow. I might just keep this, but sure, I've been following up so long. I don't know. A lot of people might unfollow me and everything on here. Let's see, I got 2 people on retweet.
Very cool of you. Amy King and I are raising money for the Union Rescue Mission. They are the real deal, getting people off the streets for real, getting them sober, all the things you need to do to really make it happen. And we are thrilled to be a part of it. We're going over the edge today. We're rappelling down a 25-story building to bring awareness to this great organization. Again, last year, the Union Rescue Mission is a dry house. They get no money from the federal government because of that. They want people to be sober and to want to work towards making their way home. So we're thrilled about that. Please, if you want to donate anything.
They should do it every 45 minutes. I was like, no, I think that's too long, ain't it, Rabbi?
That's a lot.
Yeah, I could do it every 15 minutes, huh?
That's a lot too.
Well, never mind. Every hour? You think that's a long time?
I think that's a lot. Maybe once every at least a couple times a day, but once every 15 minutes is a lot.
So how many times I just do it? One, just post one and then post one later on?
Yeah, I think that's fine.
Okay.
Last year that they became one of my monthly charities. I try and do my charities this way, and some of them aren't real charities.
Yeah, see, I'm getting little tweets and stuff. Getting 3 people done.
Organizations that I believe in that aren't necessarily a 50C3 organization or something.
Okay, see now.
Charities as well. So I try to.
They got 3 tweets. I did morning games, drop your handles, let's follow you. And I posted in a little group I'm in called Africans. And I got 2 retweets and 2 likes, including mine. And it makes 3. So that's cool.
That is cool.
We are going to do Foodie Friday. We're going to start Foodie Friday. Sushi is in the news. We'll explain why, so go nowhere. This is KY.
Yo, what's good? How are you, Newer? Newer, how's your day going? Newer, how old are you?
Huh?
Newer sounded like a child. That means Newer gets the boot.
Oh, you kicked her.
No, I didn't kick her out, but I'm going to kick her out now. It's going to happen more and more often. I'm in this one Discord. It's so big. It's got over 5 million people. I didn't know Discords could be that big. And I just stream in there all the time. And then people, Miss Aquarius, in a given day, I'll get 30 messages just by putting one, just by sitting in there. 30 messages. Like, that's a lot of messages. And then more than that, I'll get 40 messages, maybe 50 messages. And then it's like some trading. It's like, I don't know what Roblox is. I don't really care what it is. I know it's some game for kids, but there are a bunch of adults in there as well. And it's like a trading thing. They trade something. I don't really know what. but I just sit in there, and then I get a lot of people who send me messages. And when they send me messages, that means I can send them a link to my Discord. See, the thing is, if you unsolicited send links, you'll get in trouble from Discord. But if you send them links, they've already sent you something, then you don't get in trouble. But that means I have to like be on the lookout, because I'll get people in here who are like 7 years old. Like, who are your parents letting you on Discord? 7 years old.
You gotta cut this out. It's big. So I wish I could. Okay, there you go.
You're not even listening
There
to
you
me.
go.
You're not even listening to me.
I hear you, but I'm over here trying to put this profile together. I hear you.
Okay.
You said something about bleeping, button, something. Bleeping.
I didn't say anything about bleeping.
You said something about messages. Okay, I'm putting it down. Go ahead.
Okay.
So I can.
Here we go. I'll make it quick. I'm in a Discord that has 5 million people. And I get like 50 messages a day from there, which is a lot. And the reason why I'm... Yeah, exactly. It's like a Roblox trading thing. And so you usually get in trouble if you just share your Discord link to people in an unsolicited manner. But if people send you a message, then you can send them your link and you don't get in trouble. So I send all the people who send me a message my link, and then I get a ton of people in here, but they're not all 18, so I have to be really quick. Hey, are you 18 years old? That's what I'm saying. All right, thank you. Thank you for listening to me. Now,
that's the only thing that you gotta be careful though. You know, Discord, they got, you know, you got kids in there, so you have to be very careful. That's why I don't want to do a Discord. So
I understand.
I don't want all of them. I would like to have somebody who's 18 up, but I ain't not nobody that's 18 up. I don't want nobody young.
I understand. I mean, that's why it says to come in here, you have to be 18, and then I repeat it. How old are you? How did you find out about me? All of that stuff that I ask. Now, Miss Aquarius, are you going to make that pretty purple picture your Discord avatar?
No.
Okay. But you're going to make it your Twitter.
I mean, I should, huh? I should.
I like it. I like what you have now.
Okay, I put it as my Discord picture. Yeah. But it's just not for my new name.
Yeah, it's perfect. I see it. Thank you for showing me. I like it. I love it. I want some more of it.
It's on there. It's on my new name.
I like it. I love it. I want some more of it.
You want me to put it on my Discord too?
Yep.
Do it. Huh? It's up here. How do you do it again?
You click on
How
your...
do you do it again?
Okay.
How you change it.
Bottom right corner. You click on your profile.
Yeah.
Then you click on your picture.
Click on edit, right? Yeah.
Click on edit. Profile. Click on your picture. There you go, girl. Okay, I'm going to look at yours right now and tell you what I think of it.
Get ready to put it on. I haven't put it on there yet.
Oh, that's why Zoot always calls you Aquarius. Because your thing...
Yeah, that's my name. It's on there. It's called Aquarius. Yes, I'm on Aquarius. You can call me Aquarius and call me Miss Aquarius. It doesn't matter.
I know.
I'm still Aquarius.
I know, but I like it. I like Miss Aquarius.
Okay, well, you tell me you said Miss Aquarius, okay?
Absolutely. But now I understand.
Yeah, right there. Okay. That's what I will choose. There you go.
Your current
All right.
Did you change it?
I'll be right back. I gotta get out of here to the show. Okay, baby.
Miss Aquarius, did you change it?
Miss Aquarius. Okay. I'm gonna look right now. Oh, it changed. It changed. I love it. I love it. It's so pretty.
Thank you.
Oh, I love it. It's beautiful.
Thank you.
Does that person have glasses?
Yep, that's me. I wear glasses.
There you go. I love it.
Thank you.
Hey, do you know who Redskin Flippy is?
I heard of that name.
Okay, they're our mutual friend. I don't know who that is.
Okay.
But I know your About Me says, I'm a real female looking to chat with different people around the world. 35 plus only. I love it.
Thank you.
Would you talk to someone who's 29?
Nope, they gotta be in their 30s. They gotta be through 30, what, I'm 42?
You know
37,
that you would talk to somebody who's 29.
Nope.
Yeah, you would.
No, I would not. I'm 42. I would not.
I mean, if they were nice, you would just be like, hey, what's up?
I would not go into my, they better be 30. I said 35 and up. Then I got that on my thing. I said 35 and up.
All right.
No. I mean, I'd be cool with them if they 29. I would be their friend, but not dating wise. Dating wise,
oh no, Miss Aquarius, no.
Yeah, as friends, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Yeah, but not dating wise, no.
Quit it. Of course not.
I'm actually answering the phone now, but you know my granddad get into it. So I got it on my U now, and I got it on here now. Yeah. That's me. I like that. I like that. Yep. Bet you all this 107 half of them are bots. Or followers.
Miss Aquarius, I like your profile picture.
Thank you. Thank you for letting me choose it, because it was my help.
It's cute.
Thank you.
Wanted to tell you it's Halloween time at Disneyland Resort, and the King and I already know that. KFIM 640 wants to give you a chance to experience the frightful fun plus the added excitement of the Disneyland Resort 70th celebration. The parks are gorgeous, the food is popping, and the collectibles are amazing. A happiest Halloween has brought us with the thrills and chills to Walt Disney California Adventure Park and Disneyland Park now October 31st. Offerings subject to
Right.
notice. Keep that
I
in mind.
got to
Keep
get
a
them.
four-pack of one-day, one-park tickets or to Disneyland Park or Disney California Adventure Park from KFI AM 640. Need to waiting for the parks are gorgeous right now.
And that has a cute background, but I don't know what it is. I remember we used to go to Black Planet and it was like, Mocha, you really put backgrounds on it. You can't do that no more.
For how long have you been on Discord? How many years?
I don't know. I've been on since, what, 3 years now. Because I was a member since 2006. It says, let me see. What does it say on here? Yeah, 2020. I signed up for Discord July 15, 2020, and I was on here, last year? No, 2024. Yeah.
So you've been on for 5 years, or you joined 5 years ago, but you really started.
I joined 5 years, and I just got on these tests for 2 years. Well, a year now.
For how long? For how long have we been friends now? Like 6 months?
Yeah. That was 6 months.
It's since March 15th. So let's see here. March to April, April to May, May to June, June to July, July to August, August to September. We're at half a year. Good on us.
Yeah.
We've been friends since the day we met.
Yeah, and we're gonna always be friends, right?
God willing.
Yeah, God's willing. Yes. Okay.
You might get too good at bowling for me, though.
Huh?
You might get too good
I'm not that good.
You are
the pro. You do it.
Miss Aquarius. Miss Aquarius, when are we gonna play a different game?
I don't know, because I don't want to play no other game.
I know you don't.
I like bowling.
I know you do.
I like bowling.
I know you do.
Do you like bowling? I know you like bowling.
Yeah, it's okay. It is not my favorite, though.
What's your favorite game? We already know bowling.
No, it's not. I think Literati is my favorite. No, there's this other game. It's really easy to learn. It's known as Mancala. I really like it. It's fun. It's like an African.
What is it?
It's a game they play in Africa, and it's on Play-Doh, and it's got like these holes and these little stones, and you just it doesn't take long to learn, nor does it take long to play. To play like a round, it takes like 2 minutes, but it's a lot of fun. I like that game. I like another game called Carom, which is like a Middle Eastern game that they have on here. So Zoot and I did this thing a couple weeks ago where we played every single game in a night that you could play with 2 people. We played against each other. And I think it was like, we played like 45 games or something. And I won like 30 of them and he won 15, something like that. And there were all kinds of games that we had never played before that we liked. And what other games do I like? I like Connect 4. I like
I like Connect 4, but I'm not good at that.
I like Connect 4. I like
I love bingo. Bingo is my love bingo. And I love
I hate bingo.
Ocho.
I hate bingo.
I like bingo and I like Ocho.
I like Ocho. The reason why I don't like bingo. And you like what else? Go?
Bowling.
Oh, you like bowling. Okay. I like Go.
And I like the skee ball.
I like skee ball. Go takes a long time. I like Reversey. Nobody likes to play Reversey with me, but I like Reversey.
What the world is that?
Yeah, I'd never played it either until it's just like it's really easy to play. It's just like
I don't see it. Reversey. I don't know nothing about that.
I'm gonna go through and I'm gonna tell you all the games.
and what my thoughts are on them. Okay, Ocho, that's a good game. Pool is
Yeah.
Pool is my worst game of all the games that I've played. I'm worst at pool. Carom is a great Carom is a great game. Match Monsters, phenomenal game. That one thing about Match Monsters though is I tell my friends this: if we're gonna play it, you can't do upgrades because then it'll force everybody to buy all the upgrades, and that's kind of a waste of money. So we have to play with like the default thing. Brawl Bots is a good game. I have a friend of mine who is really good at it. Dice Party, I've played, but I don't really like that much. Mini Golf, that's the OG. Table Soccer,
Yeah, I know you like that.
Table Soccer, amazing game. Bounce, fantastic game. Bowling,
Yeah.
good game.
Mm-hmm.
Ludo, I don't really like it. Word
You
Box,
don't like it? Yeah, I gotta get used to that. I gotta get someone to teach me that.
yeah, Word Box, I like it. I like it, and I like playing my friends in it. Plox, Plox is a good game. It's
I
like
don't even know what that is. So go ahead.
it's like Tetris.
Oh no. Okay, go ahead.
Disco, great game. Bingo, I don't like it.
I do. That's one of my favorite games.
Now I like it in real life, but I don't like it on here because it's like just random if you're gonna win or not. Blitz League,
Okay.
it's a great game. Archery, fantastic game. Really, really good game. Skee Ball, that's a fun game. Four in a row, aka Connect Four, is a great game. Dominoes, I don't really know how to play it that well. Backgammon, I don't really know how to play it that well. Cribbage, I don't know how to play it that well.
Where's voice? Where's voice?
Yeah, that's just like where you can talk with people. Like it's like a phone system.
Oh, they got people see? Making talking? Anybody talking?
Bankroll is like Monopoly. It's a great game.
Oh, there's people talking to me. Okay, what you say?
Bank
What is it? What?
Bankroll is like Monopoly.
Cribbage? You said cribbage? You don't like cribbage?
I don't know how to play it that well. Bankroll is like Monopoly. It's a great game. Gin Rummy, I don't know how to play that well. Darts is a phenomenal game. It's really good. Go Fish is an okay game. It's fine. Chess.
I'm going to play it because I'm going to play it and I love Go Fish, Go Fish, Go Fish. Okay, good.
Excellent. Chess is a great game. Like, it's like a classic game. Sea Battle.
Like a checkers, like this, gotcha.
Sea Battle is like Battleship. That's a good game. Spades, I don't know how to play it that well. Hold'em is a great game. Hold'em is a great game, and I like to play it with Zoot and Riser. Blocko is a great game. It is not like Tetris. I mean, it's not. It looks like it. It looks like it would be like Tetris, but that's really that other game. Plox is like Tetris. Blocko.
So what's Blocko?
It's like, how would I describe it? You basically put down the blocks, and you do your best to use all of the blocks that you have, and you get points for all the blocks that you put down. And then the other person does the same, and you have to be really strategic in how you put your stuff down. Mancala.
Yeah, see? Okay.
Mancala, that's a game from Africa that I really, really like. That has the little beans or rocks or whatever. Werewolf is the only game I think I've never played because you need like 7 people to play it or something. Dots and boxes, that's okay, but I don't know, it's kind of boring too. Basketball, love that game. Play it with my friends a lot. Cup Pong, it's a great game.
Pong is fun.
Yeah, it's a great game. Bullshit, never played it on here because you need like a bunch of people. Checkers is okay.
I love checkers. I play checkers in real life. I love checkers. Okay, I never played it on here, but I like checkers. Go ahead.
Excellent. Truco. I don't know if I've ever played it. I think you need more than 2 people to play it. Draw Together. That's an okay game, but you have to like sometimes give your friends hints and stuff. Minesweepers is a good game, but I'm not very good at it. Literati, one of my favorite games. I love it. Old Zombie. I've never played because you need a bunch of people to do it. Big Two, Pusoi Dos. It's like an Argentinian game or something, and I don't really know it that well. Reversi, I really like. Nobody else knows how to play it, which is fine, but it's really easy to learn. Hearts, I don't know it that well.
I love Hearts. I want to play that one. I love Hearts.
Excellent. Conquest is a great game. I've played it. It's like Risk, but I don't like that it ends really quickly. I wish you could like take over the whole world with it. Legions, I've never played it because you need a bunch of people. The Island, I've never played that because you need a bunch of people. Rock Card,
that might be a cool game. I might have to see my cousin. They need to get on Play-Doh. They like games. They like real games like that. They like games like that. So that might be cool. Have you played it?
The Rock Card? Yeah, I think that it's like Cards Against Humanity. Have you ever played that?
Yeah. See, my little cousin on my cousin 4th of July, we played it. She likes Cards Against Humanity. She'll probably like this. Probably like this one. I'm gonna have to probably see if she wants to get on Play-Doh and play. She likes stuff like that.
Oh, I've never played it on here because you need, I think, 4 people. Dungeon.
Right, that's why I'm saying. If I get her on here, me, her little sister, and we can play and get one more person. She'll probably like it.
There you go. Dungeon Tales. I've played it. It's like, I don't know. People say it's like Dungeons and Dragons, but it is. You have to do a lot of reading in it, and I just kind of want the game to go. So that one is that one, but that one's kind of fun. Conspiracy. I've never played. I think you need a bunch of people. Deep Thoughts episode. I don't know what that one is. Episode 5. Never played that. And then Go. Go is amazing. Go is a very good game. Of all of them.
Yeah, I need some more people to get. I need some more friends on here. I don't have no more friends but you and Addie and Luke and I miss Addie because me and Addie used to play bingo when you were sick. I need some more. So how do I get more friends?
You play against them and then you send them a friend request and then you talk to them and say,
I need more friends.
Okay.
So you people, so next start playing this on my lunch break.
Okay, well, you can send people friend requests. You know how to do that.
Yeah, that was.
So I run into the.
Okay, what game do you want to play? I want to try Go Fish. You don't like it.
You want to play Go Fish?
I want to try it, and then we can do a game with you like, okay? So, what game do you like, Rabbi? What game do you want?
We'll play Go Fish right now, and then we'll find something else. All right, Miss Aquarius.
Let's play Go Fish.
You've got an invitation.
Yay!
You've got an invitation.
Yay! You gotta do it.
Go Fish.
I don't even know what I'm playing.
So you click on one of your cards. You click on one of your cards.
Okay.
Go Fish.
I don't know nothing about it. I'm just playing. I like it though.
You have a 9, and then I get to go again. Go Fish.
Okay.
Ace. Go fish. 2. You added 2.
Okay, you got it.
Go fish.
Nope. Okay.
4. Go
You
fish.
don't have it.
Go fish.
Nope. Let's see. No.
Hey, you got me. 8. Go fish.
Okay. Yeah, this gonna take too long.
No, it's fine. Miss Aquarius
Or is
is
it me?
choosing a card.
It's me.
It's you, girl.
Yeah.
10.
Goldfish. I like it though. It's like goldfish. I just like it. I just like it because it's like goldfish.
All right, so I collected 1 book. I got all the 2s.
Oh, cool.
Oh, I got a jack.
Okay.
Go fish.
Goldfish. Let's see.
10.
Goldfish.
Go fish. Go fish.
Goldfish.
7.
Yeah, got my 7. How do I get it? Got a book. Yay.
That's good. Just a moment.
Okay. Okay. All right. Three. Yep, got a 3. Tiny. Yeah, 8. Okay. All right. Oh well, you're doing something.
Yeah, somebody was just really. I got a 9. Any 9s?
You know that, right?
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Fish.
This is big.
Yeah. Yeah. Uh-oh. 4.
Go fish. Go fish.
Another 8. Go fish.
Go fish.
Go fish.
Ooh.
And that takes too long.
Well, there are only 13 cards left. You're almost done.
Go fish. Oh my goodness. Okay, look at you.
Go fish.
Fatally stabbing her mother with a screwdriver at her home in Lake Forest. Courtney Baker has a history of attacking her mother.
That was good.
And drug possession. She's now looking at 16 years to life in prison.
Uh-oh.
Yay!
You take the lead. Oh no, we're tied.
That's my time, King.
Get it, girl. Get it, girl.
Go fish.
Oh, no way.
Yay!
You take the lead. Oh. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Oh. That's what I'm talking about. Go fish. No, King. Give it to me. Give it to me.
His publicist put out a statement yesterday saying he's at home and is fine. Checker apparently did call paramedics after he said he overindulged. He was checked out and is okay. You all don't trust tabloids or AI.
Yay!
Look at you.
Yay!
Look at you. You finally got that king. Go fish. Give it to me right here. That's what I'm talking about.
Can you win?
No, not necessarily. Give it to me 50-50. Nope. Oh, no. Did we both win? We both won. You win, I win. Undefeated in Go Fish, undefeated in friendship.
Okay, what game do you want to play? What's your turn?
Let's see here. What game is something that you could know? Let's do cup pong.
Huh?
Cup pong?
Cup pong. Okay. Yay. Yes.
Too hard. Perfect. That was amazing.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Oh, look at you, girl. Look at you. Bring them back. Bring them back. Bring them back. Bring them back. It's hard to yell with the bed rail in your mouth. Here we go.
Okay, your turn. All right, let's go.
Mr. Aquarius, you made this difficult. Bring them out. Bring them out. Bring them out. Bring them out. It's hard to yell with the bed rail in your mouth. Get it, Mr. Aquarius. You got the lead. Oh, you are doing so well. Get it, girl. Oh, baby. Bring them back, bring them back, bring them back, bring them back.
Oh, got it, Rabbi. Come on, no. No, come on, Rabbi.
And has featured some of the biggest names in music. Last year featured acts such as Benson Boone, Tate McRae, Katy Perry, and 21 Pilots. Jingle Ball concerts have been held across the country with cities like Los
Alright, here we go.
Chicago, and Miami hosting concerts last year.
Oh, wow.
You made it. It bounced up and you made it. That was amazing.
Oh, missed it. Come on, Rabbi. Okay. Dang.
Okay.
It gets hard. Come
I
on,
need a
Rabbi.
comeback.
It gets hard.
I need a comeback. Nope, you won. You won. Miss Aquarius just won. That
Okay, what other game you want to play?
Let's do.
You have to teach me some, because I don't know none of that. Ouch! My neck just popped. Uh-oh. Okay.
I'm sending you skee ball.
Where's skee ball at?
You
You
have.
gotta wait, don't you do. Okay, you want to do skee ball?
I sent you the invitation.
You did? I didn't know which one. I was trying to find it. You trying to send me one. I'm trying to. Gotta wait till I find it. Okay, we're ready.
All right, you're up. Go.
Where's the ball? There
You,
you
you
go.
just slide. There you go.
Rabbi.
You got to do it faster, Miss Aquarius.
I can't. You gotta do fast. Rabbi, I don't see you. What's going on?
This game has a delay. Do you see it now? You're up, Miss Aquarius.
Oh, boy, that was fun.
Go. There you go. Oh, wow. Did it like freeze on it? Are you going?
Yeah?
This game has an incredible delay. I don't know why, but with everyone with whom I've ever played.
But you said I gotta close it. There you go. Oh, that was funny. That was funny, though. That was so funny. Oh, oh. We got me clown now. Okay, I'm good now. I'm gonna have a good nap because that was funny. Oh boy. I can't do it like him.
Well, you're pretty close. You're pretty close to winning.
There we go. Come on, Rabbi. You got this. Yeah, it's a delay. It really is a delay. Come on, Lola. You don't see the ball. There you go now. What's burning? Oh, boy. Okay, breathe. Hey, get in there. You win it. Let's go. Good job. Congratulations.
Thank
Oh,
you,
boy,
ma'am.
that was funny, though. All right. Well, let's do one more game. Which one to play?
Four in a row. This game makes me feel sometimes like I am not paying attention sometimes.
My turn.
You're up, girl.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Mm. 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 What's a delay too? Come on. Yeah. Yeah, go ahead. Get it. Yay. All right, that's it. I don't like that game because I'll be losing. But hey, I won with you. So I won. You win, I win.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, we're going to play some more later.
Okie dokie.
Yay.
Yay!
Yeah.
Yay!
You're good at that. I'm never good at the connect board.
I am not, but I do what I can.
Yes, you are.
Okie doke.
You're a pro at it.
I don't know about that.
You're not a pro?
I'm okay.
Hmm. No. Mm-hmm. Get ready to lay it down. It's time to take a nap.
So go? No. Where? Also, Gary and Shannon up next. So stick around. Neil's favorite in the morning crew. Let's get the latest news now. David King and the KFI News.
The LA's People Mover project still isn't moving. It's been delayed again. President Trump says
What do you think they're doing on spaces? Probably nothing.
He's been indicted by a jury in Virginia. LA County could have done a lot better. That's the gist of a report out on the response to the devastating fires in Pasadena. There's more coming up at the
That's what I'm saying. They ain't doing nothing on that. They got that same thing.
This report brought to you by King's Hawaiian Sliders. We've got slowing in the valley of 405.
Traffic's still pretty slow back to the 118. Back to drive on the southbound 405 from the 118 down to the 10, about 45 minutes. We've had some problems as well on the 605. 605 southbound still got this issue. Pico Rivera crashed on the right shoulder just before Beverly Boulevard. Traffic's going to take you, well, drive is going to take you about a half an hour to get from Irwindale down to Santa Fe Springs to the block on southbound 605. And still on this crash, it's still in effect in West Covina, the eastbound side of the 10 Pacific. The off-ramp right lane was shut down. Earlier fatal crash, they're just cleaning up the very end of this accident does appear. So traffic is stopped from the 605. Hopefully, should be open shortly with some of California's most accurate traffic reports.
Right. All right, bye-bye.
Okie dokie.
Oh my goodness. All right, I'll be right back.
Okie dokie.
His true love, art. His biggest fear, everything. What the perfect man wants into his life? Well, I guess I'm saying
Every week, I'll sit down with fascinating guests. It wasn't nearly as bad as what I imagined. But I could see for real conversation. Straight up great.
Just like you right now, shit. Just thinking about it. That's like, it's hard, man. I said, yeah. But like, for me, the hardest one was Shaw. Because Shaw didn't want to quit. And I was like, dude. The thing about Brendan that most people don't know is how many concussions he took outside of the fights. So you see the fights, but I guess this part with Shane Carwin, man. Shane Carwin was the interim heavyweight champion. Just like you right now, shit. Just thinking about it. That's like, it's hard, man. I said, yeah. But like, for me, the hardest one was Shaw. Because Shaw didn't want to quit. And I was like, dude. The thing about Brendan that most people don't know is how many concussions he took outside of the fights. So you see the fights, but I guess this part with Shane Carwin, man. Shane Carwin was the interim heavyweight champion.
one podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this.
We all love a good jailbreak. The elaborate schemes, the close calls, the moment when it all goes wrong.
Oh my God, the twists and turns.
And when things finally take into place.
On the Field of Dreams baseball field, whenever there's rain, if there's lightning 15 miles away, there's a loud siren. It's fucking everywhere. And because it can hit the ground against all the kids. Hold up, let me finish. So all the kids go running. The parents go running, all the kids go down like, listen, let's just stand there. I'm fucking pitching you. I'm in the rain pitching them. One of the coach goes, hey man, you might want to go in like the rest of them. Like, we're good, man. It's just rain. He's like, 2 years ago or 3 years ago, some kids thought the same thing, and 2 were struck by lightning and died. Oh, shit. Yeah, he's like, it's different out here. I guess because it can hit the ground. Chin, can you bring a video? You're on the metal board. Chin, can you bring a video of Japanese guy?
I would hide under the desk.
I'll tie a rope around the fish's neck and use it to like water ski across the boat.
So we'd love for you to come hang with us for some of the greatest escapes in history.
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now. iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this. September 1979.
You're at children. We love the children. Yeah, we're the #1 faith, and that we live in all things. Zoroastrianism. Like, did you ever have a scuffle? I've been in dozens of fights. Deism.
I know we're going all over the place, but I'm dying to ask you something. You had Shaw on Tiger yesterday. Can you please tell me? Wow, that's the first time I've heard his name. It's really, but can you tell us what happened? I want to be like super kind about this whole thing because I think it did take a lot for him to sit in front of us. I gotta tell you, probably one of the most boring episodes we've ever done. Only because it's like there was hardly any laughs. It was so tense. It was very uncomfortable, and I wish that I was going in there thinking that he would just like take responsibility for everything, but there was one piece of information that I felt.
Yeah, it was Brian Kelly. Yeah, just so you know. What is that? Someone drilling?
Hey guys, this is Brandon Street Out Truck, and you can't get out of the comedy store. What's up, Brandon? Can you not get out of the comedy store? Why, you bought it, you checked your truck out, now it's too big, right? So apologize. No, see ya. I'm not gonna get out. Look at this fucking tricked out, ridiculous truck. You can't get out there to used cars. He's got wheels. He's got extra wheels in the back. Oh my God! What a waste! You got a block of gallon!
He also believed in the land mooning. The land mooning. The landing on the moon, Jesus Christ. All this Diet Coke is fucking up my mouth.
Well, Erica, of course, because neither he or I were married when we were hitting the road together, but she made him happy. And I just want you guys to know that. And so when we're putting stuff out there, just imagine that you're in her shoes. Imagine the size and the scale of that company. And imagine that on top of everything, you've got people that are digging into every level of your life and not necessarily getting everything right. I can't stop reading conspiracies about me and my husband. I've read that my husband is Jewish. I've read that my husband is a Freemason. I read that our marriage is fake and staged, and I've read that I'm funded by Russia, I'm funded by Qatar, I'm funded by Andrew Tate, because Andrew Tate is also from the UK, and my husband knew him before he met me, which means absolutely nothing. I mean, it never stops, and to be thrown into fame, I think, is very difficult when you're not pursuing it yourself, and to be thrown into the way just can't be fun. So I'm just reminding us all to just have a little bit of grace. That's all. Anyways, you guys, before I get into more of your comments, I'm going to tell you about Just Thrive, because the biggest health secret that is not talked about is that everything starts in your gut. Every day your gut is fighting a silent war against processed food, work stress, toxins that are in the air that we breathe. You guys know that when your gut is in trouble, the whole body feels it. Most probiotics do not actually work because 99% of the traditional brands just die in your stomach acid before they even reach your gut. that's what makes Just Thrive's spore-based probiotic completely different. Just Thrive is the only probiotic that's clinically proven to arrive 100% alive in your gut. It does something that no other probiotic can. It turns your gut into an antioxidant factory, creating protective compounds exactly where you need them most, which means better digestion, healthy immunity, more energy, and easy weight management. You can take Just Thrive probiotic in the form of a capsule or berry flavored gummy. From their award-winning probiotic to their full line of gut immune and brain health supplements, Just Thrive has been fighting to make Americans healthy again with science-backed solutions that you can trust. To join the gut health revolution and take control of your health today, visit justthrivehealth.com and you'll save 20% if you use my promo code, which is Candace, at checkout. For yourself.
This is the barcode. It's called Styles Switch Barbecue. Styles Switch Barbecue. Why do you say it's
All right, you guys, what is on your
What is this?
Kelly wants you to write together.
I didn't feel
It's going to be a truth with Jesus Christ, but I will say that following truth is unhealthy business. It really is, and the whole church is absolutely not. It's just a crazy thing to make me guilty of investigating Charlie Kirk. Why would you investigate it? Because everyone's lying, and we're not going to allow it. How about that? How about we're not going to allow everyone to lie? Here in the journey, right? Thank you, Candace, for working with us to tell us the truth. How do you hear all these people that are trying to lie about the friendship that you have with Charlie? And do everything that they can to turn people against you. We didn't touch you. I just know that it's a big mind bomb, right? Before they all exposed. And I think the financial audit is interesting. I think there were a lot of pastors that were around Charlie who weren't exactly honest about whether or not they were financially motivated to say some certain things. You know, a lot of these organizations that are like Christian and Jews, organizations, funds that are coming together have been interesting. You know, Operation Knocking Pastor is a real thing, and I know that at the end of the day, my hands are clean. My hands are absolutely clean, and so I don't care about people that are lying because a lie always has to sprint, right? A lie always has to sprint, and it's because it's fearful. It's very afraid because people only have to hear the truth once to know that it is the truth. They have to hear the lie over and over. It begs repetition a lie, but the truth doesn't count, and I am on the side of truth. So there's that, and also because my relationship with Charlie was real, actually. A shout out to Taylor Lorenz. I obviously didn't watch what everybody else was saying about Charlie after his assassination because I was absolutely wrecked. It was a very tough week for me, and I felt I didn't even motivated to get out of bed. And Taylor Lorenz said, she's like, why do I feel like Candace is the only one? I think she sent us on X. I don't know if we have that tweet and asked you to pull it, but like she did say, why do I feel like Candace is the only one that actually cared about Charlie? She's the only tribute because I know like that's the reality of politics. It's gross. It's disgusting. It's a disgusting business, and Charlie had a better stomach for it than I did. That's the reality. She wrote Taylor Lorenz, it's wild that Candace is the only right-wing figure that I've seen posting in a way where she seems genuinely devastated to lose Charlie as a friend, and it's because you can't fake it, and a lot of people are faking it right now, and it's difficult for me to process, which I have now that he is actually gone. Like, that doesn't feel real to me yet, but I know I will get to that stage eventually. James Ron writes, greetings from across the pond, Ireland, Candace, keep up the great work. God bless. Thank you, James. Renee writes, have you covered the Amazon listing from September 9th for a book about Charlie with all the details, which were pretty accurate? What happened on the 10th? I have a picture of the screenshots closely verified. Yeah, I think Amazon came out instead of it was a technical error because I guess you had adjust the dates. To be honest with you, I didn't look into it because there's 1,000 ways that you could run with this, and I wanted to keep the pressure on the feds, and I wanted to keep the pressure on getting as much information as I could about what took place on that day. But I know there are people that have made a lot of videos about that, so maybe I'll watch one of those. Bree Barrera writes, so glad I caught you live today. I work nights, so I never wake up early enough, but I wanted to let you know that I found you 2 years ago through Charlie Kirk, and you changed my life. Keep doing what you're doing. I love you. Reality is Charlie changed my life. He really did. And I can't think about being in politics without Charlie, so that's why it feels like I have to accept that a piece of my life died, like years of my life died with him a little bit. And he was like one of the only two people So yeah, it's been a weird new thing that everyone's doing, which is strange and it feels very forced and fake to me. Totally agree. Dave Matthews writes, what would you do if there was another video footage of someone else on the rooftop? Would you take it? Thank you for all that you do, praying for your family, praying for the Kirks. I will believe it when I take it. I want the truth. That's why that's if you're suggesting that you have the footage, please send it. You can send it to us, tips@candaceowens.com. You're inundated, guys, so please, if you can, just if you're sending us a tip, how hopefully it's related to this investigation. Tips like, have you seen this video or YouTube, whatever? If that's best reserved for like commenting on our Instagram or our social media page, we'll see it there. The tips that we want to keep for actual tips related to this investigation. Not because I'm not so grateful that you guys are writing all these emails, but tips inbox is getting so full, it's taking us a lot of time to go through it. So, yeah, we're trying to figure out how to filter so we know where to look for, hey, have you seen this video versus, hey, we have an actual tip related to this investigation. Ben Aunton writes, your interview with Charlie Kirk on Prager U showed up in my YouTube algorithm. It's great to watch it again. Also, does anyone else find etchings on the bullet casings conveniently found in all the occurrences of violent crimes lately quite suspicious? Indeed, Ben. Indeed, you and Missile both agree that is very suspect. Like I said, it's starting to feel like a government signature a little bit right. Miranda New writes, the anger and hate towards Erica is insane. She's a beacon of light in this dark world, and as are you, Candace. I assume Erica also thinks all of this is weird too, or she would have stopped you by now. All up, that is correct. Erica has a number. Erica actually recently started following me. There's another thing that they were like, Candace doesn't even follow Charlie. Yeah, because I unfollowed everyone. But I announced my book Blackout. I wanted to make it like a cool thing. I unfollowed everybody. And then I didn't start refollowing people on all my social media pages. You will realize I'm like the only person you know that follows very few people, because I realized that I was engaging in social media in a way where I was hearing everybody else's ideas as opposed to sharing my own. And so it's just like the ridiculous angles that they take it. But anyways, yeah, I have always been very clear. That's another thing. Erica was like, don't say anything. When she lied about anything publicly, she was like, no, Charlie, like, wasn't attending mass. And, like, I would be like, okay, it's a little weird. Why is she massaging? But she's not doing that. So, like, I just feel that it's unfair. And people that are not used to constantly being on stage and presenting like Charlie was, like, he had the it factor, you know? Charlie get up there, and the room was alive. And now we're judging the people he loved in his life who don't do that for a living, and I just really just feels to me like it's unfair. So I wanted to express that and just say that. And yeah, anyways, next week will not be on air tomorrow because last week was a rare Friday, and I like to have my Fridays off. But next week we will continue in earnest again. If you have something pertaining to the investigation, you were there, you're a police officer, you're a federal, you're in the government, you're a fed. And you are watching this and you know that what I'm saying is true, please email us tips@candaceowens.com. If you guys would like to support us in any capacity, always head to candaceowens.com, join the book club, learn about vaccines if you're a parent, or buy yourself some CIA merch so that we can be arrested by the tweets. Thank you so much. Thank you guys for just being supportive in general. It will help me get through the past 2 weeks and will not allow the real legacy of Charlie Kirk to die, nor will we allow them to rewrite history, nor will we allow them to rewrite present, which is this investigation. We'll see you next week.
The 25 Dodgers are the National League's Western Division champions.
Dodgers clinched their 12th National League West title in the past 13 seasons with an 8-0 win over Arizona in Phoenix yesterday. Shohei Ohtani hit his 54th home run, tying the franchise record he set last season.
Find your next possibility on Cars.com. Where to next?
I wonder if that guy, like Vince Scully or someone that talked like that, even if they're like, even if something without a receipt.
I need the manager. I don't want you walking up to the cash register, the manager, Jamila, looking absolutely over it.
Sometimes we don't know what we're talking about, but that won't stop us. Nothing can stop us. Cause I show you use the love, just rebrand it enough. It's stronger, better, bigger power, cause it is the golden hour.
Hey, good news, guys, for you boys. Jimmy Kimmel's back on air. Didn't get fired, just a little suspension.
I just think that Trump is a petty man. Yeah. And he likes to, I think he loves that Jimmy Kimmel is like going at him and they're going at each other. And that's all that it is, for sure, yeah. That's what I want to think that it is. But businesses are, people talk about free speech, but it's I understand the argument of, well, this is where it starts, but also it's a business. It doesn't have to do with free speech. It's like free speech.
It has nothing to do with free speech.
Free speech has nothing to do with free speech. Say that stuff and not go to jail. It doesn't mean that.
Yeah, that's good.
Hey, all the things that people need to
I was getting my hair cut today, and the lady cut my hair. She was like, it's a little bit messed up, right? She was like, it's not that free speech. I go, well, hold on. Yeah, I told her, I said, she goes, it's free speech. I go, all right, so let's say you work for this shop, right? She goes, yeah. I go, so let's say you get on Instagram and you start saying the N-word, and this company fires you. You still have free speech to say the N-word. You're not going to prison, but this company doesn't want to be associated with that, so they're going to fire you.
Yeah.
That's no different. They don't agree with Jimmy Kimmel, so they're suspending him. It's not free speech. They're a business.
And then what you do, stab yourself in the neck with the scissors. My favorite part is everybody online going, "We did it!" No, that's so funny. We did it. We did it. We got Jimmy back. And I'm like, my thing is like,
so stupid.
Are you gonna watch it now? Yeah. My whole thing is, I almost tweeted this picture of 5 protesters outside of Jimmy Kimmel, like being back. I was supposed to be like, "Wow, you guys did it." No, but the thing is like, again, he was always gonna come back, and I bet you he apologizes tonight. I bet
he's probably gonna have Gavin Newsom on. If he was smart, he'd have somebody on the right. He'd have like Tucker Carlson on or some shit.
Well, honestly,
I have Tucker on, have a discussion.
I just think that this is I don't know if I'd even say microcosm, but for like, dude, late night is just not the thing anymore. Well, yeah, I mean,
it's an old model. It's an old model. It's like with Matthew McConaughey. It's like Matthew McConaughey was on Rogan. He's on there for 3 hours, putting his fucking feet on the table, and then he goes to Jimmy Fallon. He's there for 2 minutes, and he just promotes his book. Right. It's just an outdated model.
I know,
but they paid him $20 million. But
if you had to choose, you say you had a movie coming out, a television show, and then your special. Would you rather do a podcast tour or a 3 late night appearances? It depends. Which one do you think would make you more
podcast?
Not even close. Well, the fact is you can even say that. It means it's podcast. Yeah. But this is what, let me just make this point. What I love about all that's going on is that it's got people that were apart in the same room. And this is what I mean by that. So everybody, all of a sudden, all these people are like, cancel your ABC subscription, cancel Disney. This is hilarious. This is the company that had Black Superhero, Black Mermaid, non-binary cartoon characters, gay cartoon characters, gay superhero characters, female leads in superhero movies. These
are all shit movies.
And the right have been talking about, how bad they hate this. They were talking about family values and all this stuff, and now they're in the same room. So they're in the same room with some liberal merchants like, we need to protest against this. And then they're like, what are you doing here? Oh, they're doing a bunch of gay shit. And now they're in the same room together looking at each other like, oh, how did we get here? Well, that's the thing about, because it's all hypocrisy. That's the thing about being progressive is just, it's such a, it becomes this fucking the narrowest of the most narrow fucking way to be, and they eat their own, and it's just, it's everybody,
Yeah, but you know what it is? Like, you know what it is, fellas? I don't know how it is out there in LA, but like here, it's like, and like social media is like, oh, you know, the rights, you know, like, yeah, Jimmy's gone, all this stuff, and the left's like, you know, freedom of speech, and the right's like, yeah, he's fired. 95% of America's like, well, no, he just said something crazy. Yeah, he's gonna get suspended. I know. Like, they're not like, oh my God, this is. Most people are like, yeah, he's like, oh, he's gonna get suspended. And then we move on. And then we move on.
They got their face full on the screen. You know, they're full up on the screen like this, and they're just like, you know, it's happening, guys. Free speech. Yeah. Yeah. And they're like, they're showing themselves. I saw the girl from some show from Sex and the City. One of those girls canceling her. So, I'm canceling this. Really? You're canceling it now? Okay.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Canceling it. The guy's back. He was always going to be back.
Yeah, he's back now. Now we're gonna re-get it. Now you paid twice.
Well, she called Dish like, you didn't cancel it, did you?
But now they're in the. But I'm saying though, now she's in the same room with people that have been wanting to cancel their. They've been. I love those tweets. I see a lot of those comments, and it'll be like some right wing person going like, "Great, thanks for getting on the same page. We've been trying to get rid of that." That's funny. And then, but I think those liberal people have to be like, "Oh,
yeah. Well, that's the thing.
Hell yeah, it's the right one. Yeah, it's good. So now it's too long. It's too long. It's gang. It's good. It's staying the way it is. You can get it at chrisleah.com. That's the one, right? You should vote on which oops it should be. Anyway, but definitely not this one. Definitely not that one.
That's the slept on dark horse one.
Look, but anyway, we'll see what happens. It's going to be something.
The ratings will be good when it comes back, and then again they'll plummet. But it's just, it is what it is.
Oh, it's going to be. Oh yeah, the first episode back, people are going to be at home trying to watch. Like, this is.
Unless you just fire them every week.
Still sucks. Yeah, it still sucks.
I mean, look. It's annoying when Trump says he has. When Trump says Kimmel has no talent and shit, it's just overboard.
That's how petty he is. That's what I'm saying.
Just say you don't like him. Just say you don't like him. That's fine to not like him. I don't agree with this shit.
Trump's basically going to be Kimmel's a kid.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Did you see the Dame Dash?
Oh my God, that was crazy.
How old is Dame? Oh, with Charlemagne? Yeah. Is it with Charlemagne when he calls him gay?
Well, you're gay.
That was just.
Well, Chris, did you see that one? And then did you see when Adrian Broner's on that other podcast and he keeps hitting on the girl? And they're like, you gotta get out there. But they know Adrian Broner can fight, so he's like, appreciate you coming. I didn't even try to disrespect you. I'm gonna pay you for your time, but you gotta go.
Yeah. Well, it's absolutely insane. Yeah. Well, no, it's not, because he's not Tony Soprano, you know? Just say, oh, yeah, man, just do the interview and then cut it later, you know? But this Dame Dash shit was. I mean,
he's obviously. This is one of these things you do when you don't like people. You know what I mean? You don't like someone, and they've said things about you in the past, and now you're sitting in front of them, and now you're just kind of like, this is how you do it. You have a suit on, and you go, no. Y'all don't feel like real men.
It's weird to call. It's weird to call him gay.
Charlemagne,
because he has like 5 kids. He's literally married.
Well, I think that he's well, look, I think that's not what gay means. To Dame Dash, you know, I think old school, looking at Charlemagne, you know, his eyebrows are twisted shit. It's like, you a sissy boy. Yeah, exactly. I think that's what he means. But yeah, dude, Adrian Broner, every time I see a clip of him, he looks like such a deal. Like, I don't know if he is or not. And just like, you know something, you see people, you go,
just in case he's around, the views expressed by Chris D'Elia are not the views.
No, I'm saying, I think sometimes I look like a dick. I don't think that. I don't think that I don't even necessarily think that. I'm just like, the guy looks like a guy, like it says right here, Adrian Broner tries to skip out a $2,200 tab. That's his face. That's the face that would be like, he'd be like, oh man, I don't know.
Let me see what he says, Case or Nick.
It's Nick.
Oh, look who's back.
How is he gonna get this money?
He gonna get it back, man.
Mama, please. Well, because he has to square this up.
the fuck is he doing? Oh, there's cops there. Oh, he's drunk. His jeans are so small.
Well, he's really small too, right? So,
yeah, Tiger wears those jeans.
Oh, so drunk. Jesus Christ. Yeah, I don't like this.
You eat your money tomorrow. Well, you're at a restaurant, and we don't do that.
Wait, can I? Hold on a second. This is my problem with this. This is what's wrong with the internet. This should not say Adrian Broner tries to escape from trying to attack. It should say Adrian Broner too drunk to do anything or something. Something, you know? Yeah. Because you know what? You know what?
Yeah, it should say Adrian Broner needs help.
Yeah.
Like he has a lot of incidents. Like Adrian Broner needs help.
No, but this is kind of like you like Nobu. You're going to Nobu. This is the kind of thing of like somebody's drunk in Nobu. You can walk out of there with a $2,200 tab because the guy was just bringing you the most expensive stuff, and they're like, at a certain point, well, this place, they know what's happening. I love that you'll get it tomorrow to a restaurant.
You get it tomorrow, they're like, well, we're Red Lobster. It doesn't work like that.
Where was that? I wonder what restaurant that was. So we need to start GoFundMe for that restaurant too. It's great to make sure we can go to this. I don't know. That's
Adrian Broner didn't tell me.
How many people were there? Well, you know, he's black, so we brought 40 people. Wow. It was a green room. We brought 40 people. No, but that's people don't even know why. I know. No, but nowadays, it's not even like if you go to a place that your brother's gonna go to, a nice place. Well, what I'm saying is fucking $8. Well, what I'm saying is like the other people that he's not there by himself. If you want, like if he's sitting there by himself whacking up a $2,200 tab, that's on the restaurant, in my opinion. But if he got 3 or 4 other people with him, and that altercation is happening, like if we're out to dinner, it's the 3 of us, you know, and it's $2,200, you're drunk, and it's $2,200, and they're looking at you for the money. It's like, what are we doing? Right. He's at 11. Oh, he's at fucking 11. Oh. That was just his entree? Yeah, that was just fucking to get in the door. To 11?
Oh, 11's so expensive.
Isn't it? Like, why is everybody acting like they know 11? I don't know what it is. Everybody's all like, 11. I don't know if I've been there. Well, first of all, look at it. These people are hanging from the fucking rafters. You think that a steak's going to cost $40? See, I wouldn't want none of that. Go down. Who's at 11? They got Nelly. And they got fucking Tyga. Offset.
They got Tyga, the OnlyFans star. They got Offset.
Wait, he's just performing there, or he's just there? Who knows? They probably yell at.
I think he's there eating a steak, and you can watch him like a lion.
No, I don't want these things combined like this.
I watched Lizzo take out a fucking
I'm like, you already ate one, and he's over here. Where's my steak?
Well, I love that.
I don't care what none of that. I don't either. I ate at a strip club once, and it was the most confusing thing I've ever fucking seen in my life. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. I was like, hell yeah. And she goes, do you need hot sauce? And I'm like, what the fuck, dude? I'm trying to look at these.
Bro, I was at a strip club. I got chicken wings. That hot sauce over my finger.
Yeah. Well, that's
something that makes sense.
I got a question. Yeah.
Enjoy this hot sauce on your asshole.
I got a question for everybody. All right. So you travel. You guys have been in hotel rooms in a hotel. Yeah. Okay. So you guys, you get that slutty hotel lotion. They'll be looking at you like, Okay. Now here's my question.
I've never been a slutty lotion.
Okay. Whatever. The point is this: before you leave the room, do you move the lotion from around the bed area? Because you don't want the maid coming in and being
I don't give a fuck. And I'll roll in the sheets.
Why? I don't know your answer. You leave a note. I came here. You're welcome. Does anybody ever think about that and move the lotion? Like, let me move this back into the bathroom. I move the lotion. I'm going to move the lotion guy. Because it just looks ridiculous. Because I've got my bag, so I'm about to leave the room, and I look over at the bed area, and there's like a dirty, towel, and then the lotion's right there. I'm like, you know what? I don't really use lotion. Well, that's what it is. You're not a lotion guy. I'm not. I talked about this on my line with Denny the other day, and kind of what people that white guys use less lotion, but you know, yeah. But it was people were like, I
don't even have lotion in my house.
Yeah,
I don't believe
it's
in
right here.
lotion.
It's right here. Where he was saying, I do not, and I never have in my life used lotion. And I won't. As dry as I need to be.
Wait, see that?
But it's weird because this blew his mind. Like this blew his mind. Well, because he looked moisturized.
I think for black guys, it blows their minds. But for me, I would have been. This would even been a clip. So I go, yeah, no shit.
Yeah.
Because we're two white guys.
Yeah.
Chapsticks, fuck off, all that stuff.
Did you use beard balm? Same kind of thing. I got some good beard balm. Oh, Bill Burr. He's saying he doesn't use lotion. Oh, really?
Never used one night I was going out with this black girl, right? She was getting ready and she just put that shit on everywhere. Slathered it on. And then she had like a rash or something. Like, what are they, like poison ivy? What's going on? I'm never sure I'm not ashy. Is it ashy? She knows dry skin. And I went, ah. I guess I freaked her out a little bit because I was like, ah. She said, well, white people get ashy too. I was like, yeah, you know, I don't think we do. I've been alive for 33 years. No one's ever said, hey, Billy, you look a little ashy. You're going to hurt that word if you said it. So you're an idiot. Stick out your arm. So I stick out my arm, and ever so gently, she just drags her nails down. The smoke starts coming up. Pastry flakes flying off. Brand marks signing her name.
It's funny. It's also funny to hear him so young. Like, talking about his voice is different. It's almost like he did some helium. Yeah. Or he sped it up or something. Yeah, no, but,
Yeah. So did you guys have the crowd laughing? Was the crowd laughing in yours? In your audio?
Yeah. Yours?
Oh, wow. No, it was just, no crowd.
What?
It really sucked.
Maybe that's right
terrible.
in your ear.
Yeah, I was like, this is eating shit.
No, they were.
I was like, man, why would they show a Bill Burr clip of him bombing?
This is interesting. This is interesting what he just said. You know, and as I've been directing comedy specials, this is so fascinating. So when you watch a special, you're not listening to the joke, and if the joke makes you laugh, you're waiting to see if the crowd laughs. Like, what's your thing? I mean, no, I think that's why people like podcasts, because it's just funny. You laugh at what you laugh at. But I think you watch comedy like that too. I mean, it's kind of interesting that he was like, "Oh, this is bombing," but instead of like you weren't. Well, he wasn't saying. So it wasn't making you laugh. He wasn't. I'm just curious about it. You know, he wasn't saying it's not.
No, I thought it was funny.
Yeah. He was just saying, why are they not laughing?
It's like disconcerting.
Yeah, I was like, what's?
Yeah.
I was like, what's wrong with him? Is he doing this? Is this during COVID? Is he doing this in his living room?
When you have a single cam sitcom, there's no laughter at all. Yeah. You know, they used to do that though. When they first started, like Bewitched was a single cam. It was a single cam, and they would add laugh tracks. You know, who cares? What are you talking about? Who cares about people? Oh, the reason why I'm bringing it up is because Rachel's watching it right now. Bewitched? Yes, so we're in bed watching Bewitched, the black and white Bewitched. Oh, watch. Because she goes, I don't have a show to watch. None of my shows are on. I need to be watching something. So that's what she does. That's her compulsion. So she'll find a show, and okay, we'll start from the beginning. We watch episode black and white Bewitched. Yeah, the blinking. Yeah. It's on Disney Plus.
Where do you even find it?
It's on Disney Minus, dude.
Hey, by the way, shit on there.
Bewitched. I'm watching Bewitched, and it's like, man, Darren. Is that the husband? Yeah, he was really going in on. He was kissing her a lot and stuff, and I was like, oh wow, this is on in the 60s. Yeah, dude, close up of his boner. It was interesting. It was interesting. I think the show still holds up. It was there's no fucking way Bewitched still holds up, bro. Why don't you watch, motherfucker, before you go to the church? I know. I want you to watch a couple episodes. You're gonna be like this. You know? Bro, I can't even watch fucking football clips from last week. You know what I mean? It looks like it was in 1950. You ever think about that? You ever see that shit? It's weird. You ever see the replay? It's so weird. You're like, oh, this was in the 80s. And they're like, last week when the fucking San Francisco 49ers collapsed against the fucking... I don't understand. understand why sometimes it looks so bad.
Another team.
Like, what were we? Fucking the Vikings. They played for hours, and they only took minimal amount of breaks. What the fuck? That's me if I'm a sports announcer. Here we got these titans of football clashing. We've got the fucking San Francisco 49ers, and then also, well, the Titans. They're both Titans, though, but not the actual.
He just got suspended
from ABC. Yeah, well.
You sound like Chris Collinsworth. He just sucks off Patrick Mahomes.
Oh, hell yeah, dude. It's unbelievable that these guys keep playing for hours with minimal breaks. There is offensive and defense, though. So when offense goes, defense gets a break. But then they got to go back in. This is how Tom Brady started when he first started doing it. College football, that's how he did it. It was really bad at first. Oh, my God, they're dead. So right now, defense is relaxing. And here we go with the offense. Yeah. Oh, my God. Some of these guys aren't really even. Look at the guy. There's like a safety. This is almost as if, like, the two guys were sick. Like, you're on a plane. And, you know, if somebody goes, is there a doctor? This is almost like somebody went, is there an announcer in the house? And Chris was like, why'd you do this? I got it. Here we go. We've got two monsters of the NFL pairing off, seeing who's going to win. We've got the Houston Oilers. I know. Warren Moon and the Houston Oilers. I know. That's your go-to. And you say Warren Moon like 75 times. Birdie and the Jets. Oh, wow. Are you on a contest? You just do. That's how it is, dude. Vinny Testaverde and the New York Jets clash against the Titans. The Titans, the Oilers. Warren Moon and the Oilers. Warren Moon looks like a guy.
Coming up next.
Yeah. Warren Moon looks like a guy who'd be born in the 70s. Fucking unbelievable passing. What is the other guy saying through all this? Oh, really? Interesting fact that you say that. Yeah. Warren Moon was I like the baseball announcers. They're so more. Vince Scully was the shit, dude. Vince Scully.
No, baseball's the best. No, baseball announcers the best, man. They know their shit because they gotta fill time. It's so slow. But it's gonna be like in 1964, it threw a no-hitter.
John Olerud's driving record. He almost got a suspended license. He had 4 points in 1 year for tickets. 2 were for speeding.
Nick, I don't know if you guys can
stop sign swinging of his strike.
I don't know if you guys can. Yeah, they just go until there's action. No action.
One guy.
There's a guy who hit. There's a guy who hit like. There was a guy, I forget what he did. He plays for the Phillies. He did something for the first time, like 30 home runs, 30. And the lady's like, congrats on your home run. How's this feel compared to when your dog got ran over when you're 9 years old? I witnessed that. And the guy's like, what the fuck? What? It's so awkward.
Knowing about John Kruk, his dog was run over when he was 9 years old, and he's got 1 ball from testicular cancer, swinging a strike to. Ball 4. Yeah. Ball 4, and he's
slide outside.
Ball 4. He said he tosses the bat away and then moves on over to first base with his 1 nut. Anyway, Darren Dalton's up. What is this? Okay.
That's him, though. I don't know if that's the interview. It's in the locker with the lady, but that one might be awkward as well.
Todd Seal cheats on his wife, swinging him his ball, too. What? He can't swing him and didn't have a ball? Fuck it, I don't care. He cheats on his wife. Long fly ball deep to center, and he's out.
Take a little break here from the Golden Hour because football is back. There's some really bad teams out there. Sorry if you're a Dallas Cowboys fan. But listen, football's back, and so is your shot at big wins with DraftKings Pick 6, the official daily fantasy partner of the NFL. Your game day instincts can score you real money fast. Here's the play. Just pick more or less on 2 or more player stats, from breakout rookies to league QBs. Unlock the upside every snap brings, all right? The better your calls, the bigger your payouts. And here's the kickoff bonus. New to DraftKings customers, cool. You get 50 in bonus picks with just a $5 entry on your first pick set. This season, play your player instincts, all right? Download the DraftKings Pick 6 app now. Use code GOLDEN. That's code GOLDEN. Play just $5, get 50 in Pick 6 bonus picks. Make the call, ride the upside. In partnership with DraftKings Pick 6. The crown is yours.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org in Connecticut. Must be 18 and over. Age and eligibility restrictions vary by jurisdiction. Pick 6 not available everywhere, including New York and Ontario. Void where prohibited. One per new customer. Bonus awarded as non-withdrawable. Pick 6 bonus picks that expire in 14 days. Limited time offer. See terms at pick6.draftkings.com/promos.
Hey, you remember when there's rumors Mike Piazza was gay?
Yeah, there's no way he's not gay. Come on. Look at his rosy cheeks.
He's not gay. He has kids, dude. No, he's not gay.
Oh, come
They just started that. That was before the smear campaign started. They fucked Mike Piazza over.
Mike Piazza, crusty jizz on his dick from fucking a man, steps up to the plate. Rosy cheeks. Swing and a miss. Ball two. Piazza had trysts with men. Swing and a miss. Ball one. Strike one.
That's exactly that.
My favorite thing is like they're showing the baseball and they hate to go to the stadium to the field because no one's in the crowd. Yeah,
Unless it's a Dodgers game. Unless a Dodgers play, they sell out as
but then it's like, but no, when they have double headers, it'll be like, one game's out.
The middle of the day.
Speaking of double headers, two men were sucking Mike Piazza's dick. A chipper over the shortstop, and he's out. The guy's taking all the way to first out. He didn't, but he wants to. You need to just get some baseball.
Throwing ropes. Speaking of throwing ropes, Mike Piazza's up there.
Yeah. Long fly ball. Oh my God, the ball's all the way over to Mike Piazza's gay, and he's out. That's why the more baseball announcers end up saying like racist shit. I know, because it's so long and they're so comfortable. After a while, it's just like this this jigaboo came up. They're just like, you're like, wait, whoa, what did you just say?
No. So remember that one guy? Remember the one guy was like, here we go, strike three, big black dick, hell guy. Remember that? We watched out here.
What's his name? Just in the on-deck circle, and then the announcer's just like, that's basically just like, spit? It's just kid. I don't know. It's so boring already. Baseball is so boring. All your racism comes out. But it's so silly. The center fielder's like begs to get out of here. And the guy's like, is that lawn out there? It looks like it needs some work. Now that they got one out there, why don't they just leave it? A new announcer takes place. Yeah, anyway, mow the lawn. All right, the other guy sits down. I'm the new guy. What's this? This guy's great. Oh, okay.
I go for one of them too. Glitzy.
Oh. What's that? What's it? Yeah.
For the folks at home, on behalf of Chris Garrett, I will apologize. You are a handful, Chris, let me tell you.
Oh, my.
The crazy part is that's the real audio. Yeah. He's got a whole page.
I thought that was fucked up on my end. Was that supposed to be funny?
It was a bad one.
He doesn't need to be making all those faces. It's already so silly.
It's too much. You can't just do it with the voice.
Yeah, but that's not what gets you 3,000. Yeah, I know.
The Yankees, they're out of a team. I don't care what the record is. They have a lot of wild pitches. They make a lot of mistakes in the field. They don't run the bases very well. They don't hit home runs. They don't have a chance to win.
Fucking Nick, dude. Swinging a miss. Nick swinging a miss. Ball two by Nick.
Chris, you could do this and post it, and you would get fucking.
No, but what I would do is, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to get the footage with no sound, and I'm going to do the announcement.
Right.
That's what I'm going to do.
Yes, and do the Mike Piazza one. Yeah. Swing and miss here. Mike Piazza does suck guys off. That's
don't do that. Might get flagged. But he's in the general area, but not that.
Juan Batista steps up to the plate. Juan, who is a brown American, just for no there's where America is great because it's a melting pot. You can absolutely be brown and be here and have the same rights as everyone else swinging up his strike one. Can you imagine?
Yeah, I can, dude. Do it. You crush. You absolutely crush. I would love that. And now's a good time because baseball playoffs are starting next week.
Sweet. Okay, I didn't even know that. That's how much nobody cares. They call it Mr. October. He
Loves Halloween. He can't stop going out and getting so much candy on Halloween. That's why they call him Mr. October. So we're going to miss strike one. Nice in the dugout thinking about sucking guys off. Kevin Elster.
It's like he's so excited that something actually happened. That's why I like him. Yeah. Finally. But yes, actual baseball going on.
Yeah. Fucking Rob Dibble cheats on his wife. He's looking at the home plate, trying to get it, and it's pulls the ball. All right.
This guy's awful, Nick. Quit pushing the lines, dude.
What a strikeout. Good.
Kevin sent this one.
Okay, Kevin sent this one. Let's see if we can redeem him. Otherwise, it's a strikeout. That's three. Let's go. Yeah.
I hope it's worse.
All right.
Nick said, I hope it's worse.
Very better kill.
Well, that's really so drunk.
I sincerely apologize if I offended anybody, especially anybody in the aviation.
Oh, come on.
Dude, no, he was doing that Elmer Fudd impression. His impression was Asian. Don't be very careful.
See him when he went like this. Yeah. No, but here's the thing. Who cares? Yeah, who cares? Like, I don't care what he thought he was doing. Like, it's like, it is what it is. You say that's just one of those, you just don't do that. Yeah, but if Elmer Fudd sounds so much like that guy knew exactly what he was doing.
The impression was so bad. He goes, very, very careful. And he goes, that was a bad Elmer Fudd impression. He goes, oh, man.
No, he didn't realize it. The guy next to him was like, Jesus Christ, Mike. What are you doing? You sound Asian. He's like, oh, shit. That's what happened.
Yeah, then he says, what's fucking Asian? What is that?
What could possibly be Asian about Elmer Fudd?
Elmer Fudd isn't Asian. He drives fine.
Well, that's what people that can't do impressions. That's what it's now. Please get this guy.
I am.
Shout out JJ Perkins. Yeah, that guy did mean stupid things. You know what I mean?
I think that guy's for like kids. That ain't for grown men.
There's some funny ones like on that black dick mistake when she says that and his facial expressions in the silence.
Oh, okay. I understand.
It's in court right now. It's in comedy court right now. Your Honor, just in my client's defense, there is a funny one.
I was not saying the funny one. There's a stuff where he's making a face. It's a silent moment.
Oh, it's like one of those like Senate hearings where the guy gets someone leaning over like.
I have no way to listen to the video.
That's all my questions, Your Honor.
There's one more thing.
Hey Nick, has there been any fuck-ups on the UFC commentary? I don't think so. Nothing like that.
Nick has nothing in the Colombo in it.
Annick had that streak for a little while where he was just really talking about people's private lives. Like
domestic violence?
He's like,
yeah, he'd be like, over there with the big right hand. He needs this win. He's battling in court. He's not winning. He has 2 domestic violence.
Oh my God.
Felonies going against him. Middle of the fight.
Yeah, 2 guys had custody battles with children going on. And he was like, they're both, we're in the cage, and you're up. I don't know.
Oh, so, and was the announcer?
Yeah, Danny.
Oh, yeah. I like him.
I love him.
Great. That's great.
So these guys are battling inside the octagon and outside. They're both dealing with domestic violence cases. So hopefully somebody gets the win tonight to pay for those lawyers.
Oh, really? In baseball, they would get fired for saying that, but here, this is great. Oh, this is great. That's like social commentary he's making, too. Oh, it's,
These fighters have dealt with custody battles involving their children. Andre Yule's son Eli is 7, and as of this broadcast, does not have rights to colleges, universities, Andre is a happy ending here a little bit. He's got a 10-month-old son, Joy. I should say that his son is now his pride and joy.
It's baseball. He started doing that and realized he's like, and he's got custody and joy. He's like, I fucking knew you. My thing is like, this is the TMI broadcast? Yeah. TMI. Yeah, UFC is not now TMI.
Yeah, but this is like an undercard. This is an undercard, so Annick's trying to fill time. He's got that excited.
I get
so it's like a custody battle.
But why that? Well, because
what else are you gonna say? They got nothing else going on.
I get it. Yeah, I get it. What the fuck?
And people bring it up all the time for Annick, and he's like, "Dude, I made a fucking mistake. Get over it."
Yeah, but this is like that's why you don't realize how fucking Vince Scully. It was just him. It was just Vince Scully up until like a year ago he died. But the guy was just like he would just be like, show up. From hitting 1 to hitting 9, he would just be like, I don't need fucking anybody. You know what I mean? Get out of my fucking recording booth. I'm going to sit here and I'm going to talk about all these guys and their lives. I might even make shit up. Nobody will know the difference swinging on his balls. You had to get down to that.
In this one, it was in the Apex before they really had a crowd. Those fighters could probably hear them.
Oh, that's hilarious.
Streaming tears.
I'm mad. You think you like this? Talk about my kid. Wow. Man, that's crazy. Dude, look up some old Vince Scully shit. Wow. I don't know if it would be. It must be. Look at this guy. Because he's supposed to pull up Nick's family. Oh, man, yeah. Here, that burp move. Yeah, there we go. Unbelievable. Like, what? That's not the same division. This is crazy already.
Too much.
Bro, how boring is this that a guy can write a short story? Yeah. This guy can write a short story, and while the guy's telling a short story about him. He's giving him notes. Yeah. No, that's not it. This is, okay, so you have buzzes, but this is, it's weird because this is so crazy boring, but it makes me feel so good because when I was a kid, I used to listen to this, and it makes me feel so nostalgic about this guy just talking about fucking bullshit.
Yeah, I love it.
But I think the reason why he translated from, he came from radio, right? Because this was like, and I think this was simulcast. No, you would listen to this, you would listen to this. Well, that's why he's doing it, right?
Symptoms can vary. Things like bloodstream infections, urinary tract infections, infections. Symptoms can include fever, chills with cough, shortness of breath, that infecting your lungs, pain, or even blood while urinating if the bladder and kidneys are infected.
Can you clear out that bladder?
Another reason health officials are concerned is because this bacteria can spread to others and survive on contaminated surfaces.
Like this place.
If you have been in a hospital in another country, especially,
that's not good.
Or if you have repeatedly been on antibiotics, had multiple hospital stays, invasive medical procedures, or if you're sick and have been in contact with someone who's known to have MDMCRE.
testing can be difficult for the hospitals. Hospitals and clinics don't even have we should get our colonoscopies done together.
Right. Yeah, I mean, yeah, doing it, but it's like when you have video, it's like, bro, tell us about his watch, or like, and how about the fact that he was just, he didn't know he was on a camera for that long. Yeah. Like, that's crazy, dude. Wow. This guy's falling for something. He's just writing like a grocery list for his wife. Yeah.
See, I like listening to baseball on the radio. I prefer it on the radio.
Yeah, but it's different. Yeah. This guy, that's the original podcast. Was Vince Scully. You know what I mean? Yeah. And now,
and then you got him right there.
Pull up some information about this guy. Anyways, this is brought to you by Harry was a wild one too. Yeah. There were guys that were just like
they were so much more talented than today's guys, because to your point, they had to fill so much fucking. You're talking about a 6-hour baseball game or for like a long football game, and there's no visual.
God, the deal was in the NBA with like Marv Albert. Yes! I used to love Marv. Yes! Here we go. Dude, there was one guy that didn't know. It was one time me and my brother were watching, and this guy was hawking a loogie, and he was like, anyway. It's so gross. That's bad. Anyway, now you know. This is,
Well, there's that one guy, I thought we talked about it on here. He was a high school guy. He said some terrible shit. He got fired. It was like a high school football game. You know what I'm talking about, Nick?
Yeah, he's talking about the mobs on like the tape.
Yeah,
just saying
he was like, that mom has some huge tits. Yeah. And then you hear the guy next to him go, bud, we're still on there. He goes, oh, shit. I used to get fired.
When I worked at this school, I quit for football games. I would be on the mic, nothing to think. And the games were so, the teams were so bad. Like, so, one time the kid was, this really slow kid was like running, and I was like, hey, God, possibly. Oh, yeah. He's still going. Yeah. Maybe somebody will get it. And those little Jimmy running like he's got a refrigerator on his back. And then the parents really got mad because I would go like this, like, let's say it was like, Lakers Celtics, because I would be like, let's say my team's the Celtics, so I would be like, Lakers 47. Celtics 10! Yeah. That's good. I like that. That makes it better. Yeah. I was trying to make it fun, but my parents got mad. Yeah. Do you have do you eat ice cream? No. Brandon?
Bob? Yes.
God, I just
from HEB. It's the only thing I can eat because of my teeth.
Oh.
It can bypass the teeth.
Bypass the teeth, starring Denzel Washington. It's just, I want ice cream. I'm eating ice cream right now. Have you seen what? That Apple TV movie? No, I don't want to see that.
Wait, Chris, what's up? Do you love ice cream too? You didn't finish this fucking story.
Love it. I'm trying to. If there's 2 pints of ice cream in my freezer, mid-movie, those pints will both be done by the end of Act 2. I already have guesses about who the killer is, and the belly full of Oreo vanilla ice cream, and also cinnamon snickerdoodle ice cream. It's absolutely unbelievable. We got one for my wife. I ate all of it. And it's the killer. Anyway, it does.
No flow whatsoever. My mind kind of flipped the kill-me-now switch at about 30 minutes in. If there was any kid in the damn ball out of bounds, missing passes all day, I might as well just go home. Then move it down to Claremore. I just want to do a header off the top of the press box. Unfortunately, it's too low. It would kill me. It's not doing it trying to get out. Just chucking the ball downfield. The whole technique would be nice. But that they teach this kid to prep.
I do great. People just realize also skill. It's not
I'm telling you, yogurt's the trans community. Yeah. guess that means his legs don't feel like this conversation never happened, but why we keep Trump? All right, man, I think we got a lot more sympathy with Lifeline.
Goes down. But don't worry, up next, Nick. Well, another funny video from someone with a silly face. Bullshit video.
Ferguson draws level. Here's a Hail Mary of a shot.
Percentage on finding the wrong video is 400%. He's 5 for 5 on Zoom calls, not having their audio on. He's 5 for 5 on guys getting excited on the other end that it's going to be Theo because it says it's Theo. I got my own. That does happen. Of course that happens. Unbelievable.
This September, CBS hits are streaming free on Pluto TV. For this month only, you can watch full seasons of the CBS shows you love. From the courtroom drama of Matlock to the heroics of Fire Country. Go back to where it all began in NCIS Origins, or watch the hilarious hauntings of ghosts. All for free. Full seasons of the CBS shows you love. This month only on Pluto TV. Stream now, pay never.
You know what I should do is just have a podcast where I do and Scully period, and that's the whole podcast like this.
I would listen. I'd listen to it.
Dude, I can imagine you.
No, we should hire you to commentate Tigers game.
Oh man, I'm talking about getting parents mad. Jesus Christ, no, I get shot.
I'll fucking kill you.
Yeah, no, because you would just be like, look, Timmy's mother looking delicious on the sideline.
Yeah. Timmy's mother decided to bring out the fun bag for you. They look at her taking the attention away from her kid. Real swing and a miss. Timmy, swing and a miss.
Jack's dad's loading his gun and aiming it towards my face. Because I talked about his wife's tits. And he pulls the trigger and...
Timmy's dad's gonna be furious. He's paid $100 a session with this new hitting coach. Still 0 for 4. So
I wonder if that guy, like Vince Scully or someone that talks like that, even if they're like, this would be the sketch, even at Target, returning something without a receipt. Yeah. That's like some shit. Yeah. I need the manager right now. I don't want you side retired.
No, I got it for you.
Listen, thanks, Jamila, for all of your efforts, but I really need to see a manager walking up to the cash register. The manager, Jamila, looking absolutely over it. Pinch manager.
Dude, if I was commentating Tigers game this weekend, Tiger shot a lot of pressure. Family flew in from Denver, a long way to go for a kid's game. Oh, Tiger's up to bat. Big, important moment. His first major game. Oh, Grandpa's on the phone again. That's 2 hours total on the phone. Let's have a look. Oh, he's watching Candy Crush. Playing Candy Crush. Well, his grandson's up to bat.
It goes to show you that baseball is boring. Yeah, dude. I knew that would be fun. Yeah. Then we get the shop story. You're a moment maker. Brendan's thing would be like, and Brendan and Sean crying on the sideline because he's reminded how his father did. And it wasn't just Brendan as a kid. His father's doing the same thing to his grandson.
actually in the stands crying. Grandpa's doing the same thing to him.
It's almost like, why did Grandpa fly all the way here just to play Candy Crush on bleachers? Interesting fact, Brendan Shaw paid for the father to come. He wanted to get, didn't use miles.
Oh, fun fact, Tiger's dad flew everybody out here, and they're not paying attention, and I actually just had a moment with Brendan. He's furious.
Yeah. So let's check in Brendan. Let's talk to Brendan on the sideline. Hi, I'm here with Brendan Shaw. The big ass titty. Sorry. But anyway, ice cream's great. Yeah, ice cream is.
We actually got with Tiger's grandpa before the game. He said he thinks Tiger's dad's too serious and too strict on his son, even though his son is balling. So the word from Brendan was shut the fuck up.
It's all just terribly sad. And then after that, they go, and now 7th inning stretch, let's sing the song. Take me out to the cheers.
That's how I know your kids don't play ball. There's only 6 innings. You fucking idiot.
I don't understand why they don't. You know what they can do to help baseball? Is you know how they'll have some superstars sing the national anthem? They should have a group come out and do the Take Me Out to the Ball Game. Neo. Yeah. And now for Take Me Out to the Ball Game, yeah. Chris Brown, take me out,
BTS, Take Me Out to the Ball Game. BTS is live on the orchard.
Kill myself. They get people sing at that point because that reminds people that they're at a game. Just wakes them up. Yeah, that's the moment they go, oh yeah, that's right. What's the score? But wait, so, wait, I got one. What? Tiger's dad and grandpa are arguing over Jimmy Kimmel. All right, that's good. I guarantee that. Tiger's like that. Come on!
Tiger's dad thinks a swing and a miss. Grandpa can move. He reminded us for the 7th time he's a 7th degree black belt in Taekwondo.
Straight up. Your dad? Oh, I sent this to us because I wanted to look at it. This is crazy. Oh, yeah, I've seen millions of these. I know, but you know what the crazy thing is?
Oh, we're fucked.
That guy's doing it. And honestly,
is that guy gonna take his tits out?
Well, there's a guy there's one funny one. You got me, dude. You got me. No, but I should have sent you this one. This guy was like, the caption was like, mom doesn't know that, dad makes all this money from OnlyFans. Yeah, that's funny. But, I mean, that's just mental, though.
So, dude, that would give me.
Well, yeah, that's one. I mean, it looks like a real chick. And if anything, if you have any questions, you'd be like, oh, she's using a filter. You know what I mean? It's not like you're like, oh, that's a major filter. Wow. No, I know. I know. I mean, that filter.
What I don't get is, I guess this guy does this in order to hopefully create an OnlyFans account. Then, cool story, bro. You're talking to dudes and helping them bust.
I've thought about this. So here's what that guy does. On his end, he makes the guys he's talking to look like chicks, and he can jerk off. None of the wiser. There it is. Everyone's still straight.
What'd you say, Chris?
Everyone's still straight. What that guy does is the guy who's being a chick, or the other guys is, on the other end, he uses AI to make those guys on his end look like chicks, and he can jerk off, and none the wiser. Dude, everyone remains straight. This is amazing. No one's getting... Maybe. No one's getting...
Just uses ChatGPT.
But no one's getting... No, but I'm saying you can literally do it on camera. Bro, I can do it with you. Let's both be chicks. And we'll fucking come crazy, dude. We keep swinging on this.
Turns out Chris is gay.
We keep swinging. I'm looking at your tits, bro. I'm looking at your tits.
No, this guy thinks he wants that life, and then he has 60 OnlyFans subscribers, and he's responding to some crazy.
I will say this, though. Can you zoom in on his face? Can you zoom in on his face? I heard wants to come. Yeah. Because I don't think this is real. I think he was just mimicking it.
They said this is in real time.
Either way, it will happen. But yes,
I know, because you can see like the light is the light in her eye. Yeah. It would have to be in the exact same place.
Yeah. Okay,
it's not real.
Fair enough. But still,
I can tell it was real because he was slow with it.
God, you are so good at figuring out who's really a man on the internet.
Ball two.
One, we need Eric Griffin.
Little known facts about her to
find out if this is really a woman.
His superpower is
he said it's a man and he came anyway.
Well, I told you guys that they had this one video thing they were saying like, oh, this video app can like make anything. You just put 6 pictures in and it'll put them all together. That's all fake.
Well, it's not ready yet.
It's not ready. Yeah. But I'm saying, but the thing that they're showing, that's all fake. They actually probably said, hey, AI, make a thing that makes it look like you can do this. But the AI can do that, but all that, it's not real. Because I told you, I put my picture in just to try to fucking make a poster, and it wouldn't do it.
Yeah, I know.
So they can't do that.
No, I know.
None of this shit.
I know. I mean, I think that there's higher end versions of it, but yeah, I mean,
Well, it turns out that the AI is not as good as people think it is.
Well, that's what I've always said. It's like, dude, make it better.
Yeah, it's not. It turns because there's all these studies now about like that these AI started projects are failing and all this stuff. There's a lot of stuff about it, man. I put. I talked about this already, but I was gonna do some research for my podcast, right? Because I wanted to talk about the Tyler or whatever, again, the Charlie Kirk thing, right? Yeah. So I put into Google Gemini. I said, hey, give me some real facts about this guy. What do we know? And then Google Gemini, and I did a deep research one, right? Google Gemini comes back and says it was all a hoax. It said it was a hoax. Charlie Kirk's still alive, and this is all fake. That's what the Google Gemini. I'll send it to you guys. It's a whole thing, and then they showed like research. They showed them where he got it from all these different websites, and I was like, "Oh, this shit ain't ready."
Or maybe it's too ready.
Hey, it's either that. Those are crazy.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, so I was just like, "Oh man, that's crazy." Then yeah, it is. It's like if you're doing anything, because I wanted to because there's so much misinformation out there about anybody now that you see something you go, that's real. Like there was a Jimmy Kimmel post he was saying about the Rothschild guy. I don't think that's real, right? So people are passing that around like it's real. So you go, wait a minute. But if you go to the thing you're going to get real information, and it's making up information, then there's no information.
Well, yeah, there's websites that say it's real, even though it's not. So ChatGPT sees those websites, and they go, yeah, that's not. They got to.
That's crazy.
And by the way, in a few years or something, the internet is mostly going to be dead. Like it's no, like the more users are going to the more creative profiles are going to be than actual people. The dead internet. So I think they say this takes over in. Oh, so they said it already happened.
Yeah, the internet is frozen this internet.
The theory suggests that algorithms and a coordinated effort to control the population have minimized organic human activity online.
So now it's like if there's 30% of the people on the internet are actually me and you and doing stuff, the other 70% are what? Bots saying it. So it's like it's dead. You can't.
Well, I feel like it's probably already been like that anyway in terms of like engagement.
Yeah.
You see somebody like you look up someone like Selena Gomez, for instance. She got almost 400 million Instagram followers. Her posts only get like if you only get 3 million likes on 400 million, then that's your real engagement.
Right.
So just get rid of everybody else.
Yeah.
It should be. You know what Instagram should do? They should if somebody hasn't liked or followed looked at your page in over say 2 weeks, that follower should disappear from you, and it should only be the people that actually engage. That you really see a real follower. I don't know. I would love to just see my 25. It's like it's like it's not real. Yeah. Those numbers just make people feel good. It's like fake numbers.
Yeah.
Oh, I got 2 million followers.
Right.
I'm not going to your post that you never ever get 2 million likes. Well, you know what I mean? So
2018 anymore. That's just not how it works.
but that's so. This is probably already really happening.
On Twitter for sure. I mean, like those viral posts, and then it's just underneath. It's just AI responses there, and AI talking to each other.
Well, I'll tell you what. During the pandemic, I was doing a lot of stuff on Twitch. You know, and you know, there's rumors that like there'll be some live Twitch show. They'll say like, you know, whatever, 600,000 live viewers, right? But in the comments, you know, the live comments, it's like 7 people commenting. You know what I mean? And that's it. So you just kind of go, wait, are you? But if you think about it, if you're at home, I mean, we would do that. If we could go on YouTube and just be like, golden hour, 100 million views, you would just, all you would do is just do that. And you're like, that would make people go, ooh, I gotta watch that. Yeah, so that's why they say that that's what they were doing. So, you know, I mean, I get it. So it's like, what's real, right? What's real engagement? You know, right.
Oh, well, all I know is
interesting in the stands. Brendan Schaub's on the phone during the podcast.
All I know is when I'm. All I know
Man,
is
My dad heard the podcast, made some threads. This got sadder.
First of all, I was already did what I was doing.
Fuck you. Rewind the tape if you weren't. I started first. No, I know I started first. Like, rewind the tape.
I'm fresh out of Diet Coke, and your conspiracy theory about the internet algorithm bored me to tears.
So you made up with your dad during the...
breaking news, Brendan and his dad are okay.
That's how boring your joke was. He made up with his father during your joke. That was when you were talking. I thought you were talking first. See?
I said something and you cut me off.
I went.
Didn't win. You know what? Rewind. You're going to say.com.
Always the salesman, no matter what, in the middle of a fight. We're fighting, he's like, Christian, like, I'll be in Albuquerque on it.
Oh, man. Are we done, though?
Yeah.
I will be in New Orleans and Pensacola, and, oh, wait, I'm going to Europe also. I can't wait for that.
That looks good. Amsterdam-y.
I've got a few shows in Amsterdam.
Dublin's going to be great for you.
Is it? Oh, yeah, you went there, right?
Yeah, it's great.
Cleveland.
Oh, did you back
Waco, Texas is close to me.
Is it?
Not bad, yeah, you're right outside Austin.
Yeah, that's like saying some guy in LA, and they're like, oh, you going to Ontario? Oh, that's kind of close. You know, everything's far from a bunch of shows. Texas is, I haven't. Oh, okay. Is it hot in Austin right now? It's hot in San Antonio.
Yeah, it's been toasty.
Toasty. All right, kids. Thanks for watching. We'll see you.
Starting doing the podcast in the Arena MMA next Thursday.
In the Arena MMA, what's that? That's the name of it?
Yeah. Wait, what's Nick talking about? What's Nick promoting?
We started an MMA Picks podcast with my buddy. He's a pro gambler over in Spain. Yeah.
Oh, in Spain, weird.
Degenerates.com.
He's probably a bot in a minute.
Yeah.
You never met him in person, Nick?
No, we talk a lot though.
On the phone late at night.
Have you guys won money together?
Yeah, he wins a lot of money.
You just do what he does? That's what you're supposed to
I
do.
don't because I have too much ego, so I still do my own.
It's right in his face. If he wants to make money, it's right there.
Right there!
All right. Well, thanks, guys.
That's it, kids. Love you.
You're like, you won't even know it's gone because you're doing well. Someone else you can lift up just a little bit more.
You give them a love ball.
Yeah, dude. It's just a love ball. Just a love ball. Give a little bit more.
I love tipping because see, when you like, if I'm in Europe, it kind of bums me out because nobody wants tips or they don't have tips.
So crazy.
It's a weird system because the system is flawed as it is because I do think that people should be paid a living wage. I don't think you should have to rely on the benefit, the generosity of other people that you're serving. That's kind of crazy too.
Yeah.
Because not everybody is like me. A lot of people are fucking really stingy, man. I know some people that really suck at tipping. It's gross.
Call them out. Here we go. Here's the list.
Let's not do it. But the point is, it's like when you do, if you can do it, like if you can live, if you're supposed to leave $10 and you leave 100, like, you know how good that feels to that person? It's just like you gave them a little love bomb. And if you've got some money in the bank, do you know that $100 is missing? No, you don't know it. You have no idea. Drop a honey in that fucking Starbucks bowl. Who's a shit? Let's move on. We're going to the airport.
There's a lot of people listening to this like, I'm not doing that.
But you don't have to do that. But whatever you can do that doesn't affect you. Look, if you're getting by and you're struggling, I get it, man. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about once you're not, giving people a little is good. It feels good. It's nice.
And I think that carries through. I think people start to see it as a cool thing to do.
It's a nice carries on, right? Being nice is cool. And the other thing is, it's like you don't realize how much it benefits you. Like it makes you feel good too.
Oh, yeah.
It makes you feel good.
I love it. It's a universal thing. It like feeds. It feeds.
Yes.
I'm going to say this one thing about the Kimmel thing and then I'm done. Because I didn't finish kind of my thought before, but I like Jimmy. I texted him just to check in with him because I've always liked him. He's always been pretty cool to me. Also, my buddy was like, how crazy. You're like one of the last guests on Kimmel. I did it like a week before he got dropped. I was like, oh, that'll be cool. I'll end my career of late night with his canceled show. But I like to do it a lot. And I think my beef with that world is I think they got so political and they had to ground themselves in it so much that it took away from how fun those shows could be.
Yeah.
So that's my biggest problem with all of them. And it's not necessarily Jimmy's fault. It's not any of the Colbert. It's kind of just the system that started to take place.
It's everybody's fault. It's the president's fault too. Because he's doing it back and forth with them.
Yeah.
But meanwhile, he got together and had dinner with Bill Maher, who's been talking shit about him for decades. And apparently Bill Maher liked him.
Yeah,
they like each other.
I saw that.
Do you know how crazy that is? That what works at the Comedy Store also works at the White House? Just talk to him. Like, how many times do you have like, a little beef with a comedian, you get in front of him and you have a conversation with him, and then 20 minutes later, Mark Maron, 20 minutes later, you're hugging each other? Right, because most people in person are cool, but you get lost in whatever the fuck is in your head. You're arguing with yourself, and with Trump, it's all about disrespect. You know, if he feels disrespect, if he could turn those guys all into fans of his, we might save the world from a war. I'm not kidding. And it's you're like, well, a person like that shouldn't be president. You're right. But also, no one should be president because everybody has a little of that guy in them, which is what drives you the most nuts. Everybody has a little of that fuck you. Even though I'm the president, I'm going to call some girl I slept with horse face. I'm going to call Kim Jong-un Rocket Man. Little Rocket Man. There's... No one should do that fucking job. Understand, it's crazy. It's as crazy as wanting to be on late night TV. It's antiquated. It doesn't make any sense anymore. It was a good job when there was like 150 different fucking cities. And it was like, you know, 1 million people in the whole country. You can kind of like keep it together. We're at 330 plus. Who knows how many people snuck in during the last 4 years? How many terrorist cells and how many fucking things ready to spring, trick you into adopting some sort of a digital ID. Yeah. It's wild. At the same time, they're making so much AI that they're not even going to be able to power it. The grid's not going to be able to handle it. If we're going to really compete in the AI race, we have to substantially improve the power grid and power output.
How do we do that?
Your ass gets But I know I read Brian Simpson said this today. I'll send it to you, Jamie. But I was looking at this, I was like, Jesus Christ, this is one of those things where you're like, every time I start to think, well, if we take care of this too.
I saw this thing in Japan that has these kinetic energy sidewalks, and it's because of the foot traffic, and so that kinetic energy transfers into stored energy.
We're gonna need nuclear, dude. Yeah. And we're gonna need a lot of it. They're doing a Google AI, and this Google AI, they're connecting to the construction of 3 different nuclear power plants. 3. Yeah, it's big. You have to power the new god, Santino. You got to power the new god. The new god requires a lot of electricity.
Yeah, God, he's hungry. He needs energy.
Wait, now this may or may not be true, because this is someone Wiz of Dow, Wizofy
Wiz of AI.
Wiz of AI. Oh my God, I'm retarded. Is this AI then? It might be AI tricking us with a story about AI.
That White House tech meeting wasn't about AI. Apple, NVIDIA, Meta came for one reason: to secure electricity before it runs out. The real agenda: a $500 billion electricity crisis that could shut down AI development. Here's what they're not telling you.
Dun, dun, dun. Click on that.
I love the Zuckerberg photo they put up there that they used.
Every major tech CEO at the summit shared the same fear. We don't have enough power for AI, not enough to run trillion parameter models, not enough to power hyperscale data centers, not enough to meet the chip demand that doubles every 9 months. Dude, doubles. The media spun it as historic pledges for AI innovation, but behind closed doors, the conversation was blunt. This might be just like this article they write about behind closed doors of the mothership. Right. Behind closed doors, they're handing out Nazi paraphernalia and Sieg Heil at each other. Most shocking deal so far, Microsoft just locked up in all caps, all of the 3 Mile Island nuclear output. 837 megawatts, 20-year contract. Plant won't even restart until 2028. First of all, 3 Mile Island is the place that melted down in like the 70s. Do you remember that?
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, what's that spot? Is that spot good? Yeah. Is it good now? Like, you guys had a meltdown there just 30 years ago.
Right. How's that real estate?
Oh, like, how many years ago? I think it was 50. Was it 50 years ago?
NPR article that says 3 Mile Island nuclear plant will reopen.
It's fine. It's fine.
Now. Good.
It's fine. Don't worry about it. We covered it in Bill Gates' appeal. That stuff they put around avocados.
What is that shit?
I don't know. You tell me. It helps stay fresh.
Stay fresh longer. Wait, go back to that other slide, though. What did that say? The last thing said Microsoft already owns every future electron it will produce. They pre-bought it. We bought all that shit.
They bought the whole power plant.
It's like a wrapper.
But this is the thing. I think you have to do that. This is just Microsoft's solution to it. Jamie, could you please Google what Google's AI is going to need and the amount of power plants that it's dedicating to this AI thing that it's doing. And this is, again, not quantum. So quantum computing is a completely different level. You have to cool things down. It's like this enormous machine. The whole purpose of all this stuff, these tubes and shit, is to get this chip so fucking cold it's like it's in space. It has to be like space cold.
Like what it runs better when it's freezing.
The only way it works.
Right.
I don't understand it.
God, I hate that shit.
Do you want to know how strong it is? Ready for this? Yeah, this is what Mark Andreessen said. Quantum computing can take like an equation. This is Mark Andreessen's words. That if you converted the entire universe, every atom in the entire universe, into a supercomputer, the universe would die of heat death before it solved this equation. And the quantum computer solved it in minutes. In minutes. Like in the time it takes you to take a shit while you're looking at Instagram, it figured out something that would take the entire universe until it dies of heat death. If you look at every atom of the universe and you converted it into a supercomputer, the biggest fucking supercomputer, it's so complex that the universe would run out of time. And this quantum computer did it in minutes. And they're speculating, like, how could it do it? And one of the main points of speculation is that it's proof of the multiverse. And so they're banned, they have to explore every single possible idea. And one of the most fantastical is that this is evidence that not only is this quantum computer able to harness impossible amounts of computational power, but then it shares it with an infinite number of these quantum computers that are in other dimensions, rather. And so they're all simultaneously working on this project together, and they come up with a solution within minutes. So it's far more intelligent than the entire universe. If the universe was a supercomputer, and it's in a room somewhere in Dallas, it's down the street. Jack Carr writes about it in one of his books, in the Terminalist books. And, he kind of really investigated extensively whether or not this kind of thing is possible. It really is. It's not just possible, they're demonstrating. So what we know about it, like as far as like press releases, conversations about it, it's very public. We don't know what it's doing right now. What is it doing right now? Do you think they're going to tell us? What is it today, September 22nd? Is that what it is? Yeah. September 22nd, 2025? Are they going to tell us what it's doing right now? Maybe it's like writing a new Bible.
Yeah, it's own Bible.
Maybe it's like I'm coming back. Maybe it's God. Like this is how God comes back. He comes back through a supercomputer.
Yeah. That's a trip, dude. Well,
it's not just a trip. It's plausible.
Yeah, no, it's probably happening right now.
I know I've been hit in the head a bunch of times, and I smoke a lot of weed. I'm half retarded, but I might be right about this.
You might be right about this.
I think we're making a God.
We're creating a new God.
Yeah, we're creating a new God. And that's why these fucking arguments that people are having about Jimmy Kimmel are so fucking stupid. You're in the middle of one of the craziest things that's ever happened to the human race, and you've got a feud between the president and a talk show host. And the talk show host, he's getting. We don't. Here's the thing.